In a previous life, Feng Lingyun, possessing a fragile disposition, succumbed to severe psychological issues due to relentless bullying from his classmates. In a fit of madness, having lost all semblance of reason, he took the lives of all those who tormented him. Stripped of the essence of life and fully aware that he would spend his existence behind bars, he ultimately leapt from a great height, with his parents and the police as witnesses to his tragic end. Contrary to his expectations of death, Feng Lingyun found himself returning to the night before, just as his consciousness faded. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he discovered that he was not in corporeal form, but rather in a state of ethereal existence. After a night of exploration, he realized he had acquired the extraordinary ability of astral projection. The date was September 26, 2043. The weather was overcast, with light rain, and the occasional rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, reminiscent of a ferocious beast roaring in the heavens. On this very day, he proclaimed, "I have impaled all those who have tormented Mimi classmates and teachers alike." Ha ha! As twilight descended, the dimly lit stairwell was filled with eerie chuckles and the sound of footsteps. Fly! On the 29th floor, the iron door leading to the rooftop was pushed open. A strikingly handsome youth, his clothing drenched in blood and barefoot, slowly stepped onto the rooftop. The ground was littered with pebbles, and with each step he took, droplets of blood began to seep from his soles. Each stride stained several pebbles crimson, yet the youth remained oblivious, as if he had lost all sensation of pain. Wearing headphones, he stood at the edge of the rooftop's railing, listening to the tune of Dango Daikazoku as he walked along. Dango, Dango, everyone's family. Muttering the lyrics, his vacant gaze surveyed the world below. From the rooftop, pedestrians and vehicles appeared as insignificant as ants. He continued his solitary march along the railing, devoid of any fear. At his age, one would expect him to be either a senior in high school or a university student, brimming with youthful hope and countless dreams for the future. Yet within his eyes, there was not a glimmer of hope, only a profound emptiness, a complete void of life. The youth's figure drew the attention of a housewife cooking in the opposite building. She looked up, the spatula she held clattering to the ground with a resounding clink. Ignoring the fallen utensil, she stared in shock at the boy wandering on the rooftop. Moments later, regaining her composure, she instinctively reached for her phone, dialing emergency services and the fire department. 15 minutes later, the area below was crowded with onlookers, while police and firefighters arrived, ready to assist. They called out urgently through loudspeakers, "Young man up there, please step away from the edge. This world is truly beautiful. Do not lose hope." Upon hearing this, Feng Lingyun slowly lowered his head, looking down at the police. However, due to the distance, he could only discern a cluster of dark figures. His body trembled as he gradually halted his steps. Ha 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 he he ha 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 ha. His singing ceased, replaced by an eerie, chilling laughter. Although the police could not discern his words, through binoculars, they could clearly see the nearly deranged expression on Feng Lingyun's face. That smile was akin to a descent into madness, sending shivers down their spines. After a few moments, Feng Lingyun stopped laughing and resumed his walk across the rooftop. "Where are his parents? Have we contacted them?" A police officer urged his colleague anxiously. "We've located their phone numbers through nearby neighbors. They are on their way." "That's good. Let's hope they arrive quickly." The officer's gaze remained fixed on the youth above, his fists clenched tightly. 15 minutes later, while Feng Lingyun peered down from the rooftop, he suddenly heard footsteps. A few firefighters and police officers emerged through the rusty door, their eyes wide with alarm as they recognized the boy before them. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the perpetrator in a murder case they had received that afternoon, as seen on surveillance footage. Yet, mindful of the potential to provoke him into jumping, they cautiously advanced, inching closer, hoping to reach a safe distance from which they could pull him back. Feng Lingyun regarded the officers with a smirk, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Ignoring them, he tilted his head upward, arms outstretched as if to embrace something. A cool breeze swept through, tousling his silver hair, though he was merely 18. In that moment, a stray beam of sunlight pierced through the overcast sky, illuminating his pallid face, devoid of color. Were it not for his continued movement, he might have been mistaken for a corpse. "Is this the color of human skin?" The officers and firefighters gasped, their advance momentarily halted. After savoring the breeze, Feng Lingyun turned expressionless toward the officers and firefighters. His eyes, devoid of any light, radiated a palpable disdain and despair toward the world around him. "Do not come any closer, or I shall truly leap," he warned with a sinister smile, continuing his march. The officers had encountered many who were frantic or terrified, but none had seen eyes so utterly devoid of light, resembling ashes. They were certain that should they take another step forward, he would indeed jump. A young female officer urgently urged, "Little brother, let's talk this through. Please don't do anything rash. Come down, all right?" Her expression was one of deep concern. The boy was nearly the same age as her younger brother, and she wished to prevent any harm from befalling him. However, upon hearing her words, he merely smirked, an unsettling grin crossing his face. "Ha!" The female officer initially believed he had taken her words to heart, but his next reply caused her to freeze in place. "Get lost!" Feng Lingyun spat, his face a mask of contempt, continuing his walk. At that moment, another firefighter ascended the rooftop, accompanied by a couple. Upon seeing them, Feng Lingyun erupted into a fit of manic laughter, reminiscent of a lunatic in an asylum. To bystanders, it was evident that he was unhinged, for how else could one laugh in such a disconcerting manner? The arriving couple gasped for breath, and after a brief pause, urgently implored, "Xiao Tian, come down. What will we do if you take your own life?" Feng Lingyun's parents appeared exceedingly anxious. Any normal person would hesitate, fearing the sorrow of their parents. Yet, Feng Lingyun laughed even harder. Wah-ha-ha! He laughed uproariously, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and he fixed a gaze of pure malice upon his parents, his eyes resembling a chaotic abyss. Yet he uttered not a word. Feng Lingyun's parents recoiled in fear at his gaze. Yet they pressed on, "Speak to us, Xiao Tian." "Shut up, you old hag. I do not have parents like you." Feng Lingyun's eyes were icy, his expression impassive, akin to an ancient, unyielding glacier. Feng Lingyun's mother visibly stiffened, unable to fathom that her son could utter such words. Yet for the sake of their child's life, she persisted, "If there's something troubling you, please share it with us. We can solve it together as a family." "Indeed, Xiao Tian," his father chimed in hastily. The female officer also chimed in, "Yes. If there's truly something weighing on your mind, sitting down together as a family can resolve everything." As Feng Lingyun prepared to respond, he faltered, casting a glance at the female officer. "Could you kindly shut up if you know nothing?" The word struck her, leaving her momentarily speechless, as she thought, how could someone be so rude? Feng Lingyun continued his march, chuckling softly before finally saying, "If you wish to know why I am like this, perhaps you should ask them. They are the ones who pushed me to the brink." He pointed at his parents, his arm trembling slightly, revealing the turmoil and rage within. Through his gaze, one could see the crimson threads of fury intertwining within. And in that moment, his once ashen eyes regained a flicker of focus. Yet, the look he cast upon his parents was one of vengeful wrath, as if he were staring down the very perpetrators of his family's demise. Chapter 2. Death. Speak. What? The police officers and firefighters simultaneously turned their gazes toward the parents of Feng Lingyun. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the couple's expressions betrayed a clear sense of panic. Yet they remained oblivious to the reasons behind their son's desperate leap. Their child had always been well-behaved in school. Although they had been summoned a few times for minor academic issues, he had never committed any serious transgressions, and no matter how they pondered, they could not fathom why their son would choose to jump from a building. While they had noticed that he often kept to himself, locking himself in his room to do homework and rarely emerging even for meals, the stability of his academic performance had never led them to consider the possibility of any mental health issues. Though some had suggested that their child might harbor a darkness within, prompting them to explore the possibility of depression, they dismissed the notion, believing it to be a condition only the overly sensitive would suffer from. Glancing at the police and firefighters, they shook their heads repeatedly, insisting, "We don't know. We have always treated him well, preparing his meals and placing them at his door every day. We have never laid a hand on him, nor scolded him often." Hearing his parents' words, Feng Lingyun erupted into a manic laughter. Had they truly forgotten the things he had done and the words he had spoken? Ha 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 ha. Truly remarkable. Covering his handsome yet pallid face, Feng Lingyun laughed maniacally. His excessively agitated and trembling form sent shivers down the spines of the police and firefighters, who feared he might lose his footing and plunge from the rooftop. Moments later, his laughter ceased, and as he gazed upon the foolish and ignorant expressions of his parents, a sinister smile crept across his icy visage. "Since you have forgotten, allow me to help you recollect, and let the officers hear just how foolish you truly are." Without waiting for others to speak, he began to stroll along the rooftop, muttering to himself, "I was quite mischievous as a child, occasionally getting into quarrels with other kids and often engaging in fights. Due to my height and strength, I frequently brought others to tears. My parents initially paid little attention to my behavior, but as I approached first grade, they took me back from my grandmother's house. And that was when we began living together. After we started cohabitating, because of my fighting, my parents often apologized and would say to me, 'Childish disputes are merely playful. Do not resort to violence. You are taller and stronger than your peers, so you should show restraint. Remember, do not retaliate. If someone strikes you, just endure it. After all, children are only playing and will not strike hard.' Every time I got into a fight, they would repeat this mantra, even once threatening to break my leg with a stick. Yet, they never inquired why I was fighting with those children. Was the responsibility solely mine?" At this point, Feng Linjianshan let out a sudden, cold laugh, continuing after several seconds. "Back then, I was still young, and my parents constantly drilled into me that I should not fight back when struck, that if someone hit me twice, it was no big deal. Ultimately, by the time I reached third grade, I had developed the habit of not retaliating. During that period, a group of unruly children in my class, seeing that I would not fight back, began to bully me daily, poking me with compasses and threatening to gang up on me if I told a teacher or my parents, instilling a fear that silenced me. Upon hearing this, Feng Linjianshan's parents were visibly taken aback. They had indeed uttered those words, but it was only because their son was so strong and tall for his age that they feared he might injure other children. Feng Linjianshan spoke again, his tone as frigid as a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell. "If my parents had taught me the principle of do not strike unless struck, I would have retaliated fiercely against those who dared to harm me, instilling fear in them to deter future bullying. However, due to their bizarre teachings, I grew increasingly timid and submissive. From the beginning of middle school, I was poked with pins and prodded with compasses daily, even by my deskmate. Finally, one day I could no longer bear it and confided in them about the bullying. Do you know their response? Hee. Feng Linjianshan chuckled coldly, looking at his parents, yet withholding the next words. The surrounding officers and firefighters, curious, turned their gazes toward them. Seeing the blank expressions on his parents' faces, he continued, "They said, they are just kids. Bullying you won't cost them anything. We are adults. There's no need to take it seriously with a bunch of children. Besides, why are they only bullying you and not others? Perhaps you should reflect on your own behavior." Ha ha ha. Listen. Hear that? Are these words worthy of a parent? How can such people befit the title of mother or father? Feng Linjianshan laughed uproariously. From that moment on, I never spoke another word to them, and those scoundrels, they took delight in bullying me, relishing the sight of me being beaten without retaliation. Their amusement came from slapping my head when pleased and kicking me when displeased. Furthermore, do you understand the feeling of being wronged? I clearly brought my books, yet they were tossed into the toilet, and when the instructor saw I had no books, I was immediately punished with standing. As he spoke, Feng Linjianshan's gaze turned bloodshot, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him, reminiscent of a deity of death. For some reason, the police officers looked upon him with a tinge of fear. Realizing that these adults were afraid of him, a slow smile crept across Feng Linjianshan's lips. From that day forth, each day felt like an eternity. I was kicked in the schoolyard, robbed in the corners of the school, and poked with compasses in class, all while remaining silent. All of this was your doing. His final words were a fierce shout, causing his parents to weaken at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. They could not deny the truth. They had indeed failed to properly care for their child, always attributing his dirty clothes to mere accidents. After all, he was just a child. Even fighting was merely play. They never considered how terrifying violence among students could be. They were not children, but a pack of demons who found joy in tormenting others. It was a force that could drive one to despair. Feng Linjianshan recalled the events of the morning, his chilling laughter echoing into the sky once more. Only yesterday had he revealed the multitude of needle marks on his legs, and she had merely suggested he study harder. Showing no intention of avenging him, because she worked at the school, she feared the repercussions of confronting the principal, terrified of losing her job. At this point, Feng Lingjianshan burst into another round of laughter. Though it bore a tragic and unsettling quality, Theo, when I confronted them, the expressions of pleading and terror on their faces utterly enchanted me. As he cackled wildly, crossing his arms over his chest, his expression became one of obsession, leading one to believe he had completely lost his mind. Just as all the officers stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief, a cacophony of shouts erupted from below. Although the distance was considerable, Feng Lingjianshan could inexplicably hear their words with perfect clarity. While he found it strange that he could discern the voices from such a height, he quickly set aside the curiosity and listened intently. Since earlier, a sizable crowd had gathered below, snapping photos and eagerly anticipating the moment the boy on the rooftop would leap. However, after waiting for several minutes without seeing anyone jump, they began to taunt him. "Jump already! We're waiting for you. Little coward, why are you just standing there? If you're brave, jump. If not, just go down. Exactly, jump, jump." The voices were faint, hardly audible to an ordinary person, yet he could perceive their words with startling clarity. His previously mocking and sullen demeanor shifted abruptly to one of icy resolve, as if he were gazing upon a horde of soulless beings. He had noticed several tiles at the edge of the railing, neither too big nor too small, with a diameter of exactly 30 centimeters. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a tile from the ground and hurled it downwards. Before anyone could react, a sharp shattering sound resonated below. The next moment, a chorus of terrified screams reached his ears. Feng Lingjianshan looked down. Despite the great distance, he could clearly see the unfolding scene below. The tile had struck 3 individuals directly, shards embedding in their necks as blood gushed forth, staining the earth around them. Watching this unfold, he extended his rosy tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile akin to that of a demon. "What have you done?" a female officer shouted, her eyes ablaze with horror. She had heard the events below through her earpiece and could hardly believe that such a young boy could possess such a ruthless heart. Was this boy before her truly a demon? This is the consequence of reckless words. Amidst raucous laughter, Feng Lingjianshan gazed down upon the diminutive figures of humanity below. Unable to contain his mirth in that very moment, he resolved to bring an end to his lamentable existence. Should fate allow, he wished for the next life to be free from the shackles of humanity. As he prepared to leap from the building, a Siberian husky burst through the iron gate, frenziedly racing towards its owner. At the sight of this dog, a flicker of warmth rippled through Feng Lingjianshan's icy gaze. The creature, named Chi-Chi, was his beloved pet, whom he had cared for since the tender age of 13. It was the sole companion in this world that still evoked a semblance of sentiment within him. Contemplating, he intended to embrace Chi-Chi one last time before his fateful jump, but to his astonishment, the dog lunged at him. The officers were left bewildered. Feng Lingjianshan's parents were equally taken aback. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as both man and dog plummeted towards the ground. Instinctively, Feng Lingjianshan clutched Chi-Chi tightly, his mind screaming in despair, for he had envisioned a myriad of ways to meet his demise, yet never had he anticipated that he would be sent tumbling down by his own foolish dog. "You foolish mutt!" The reverberation of his howl lingered in the air as they crashed onto the earth, their bodies a gruesome mess. Simultaneously, they inadvertently claimed the lives of 2 unsuspecting individuals below. Chapter 3. Superpowers? How dark? How dim? Where am I? In a shrouded space, a semi-transparent soul floated. Thunder rumbled. A flash of white lightning cleaved the heavens, followed by a deafening roar. The once dim room was momentarily illuminated by the brilliance of the lightning. Upon observing the room's decor and the slumbering visage of a person on the bed, the soul's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh!" A prolonged gasp of disbelief reverberated within the chamber. Despite the volume of the sound, the individual on the bed remained unperturbed. The soul attempted to switch on the light, only for its hand to pass effortlessly through the wall. What is happening? In the shadowy room, the soul scrutinized its hand, examining it from every angle, only to discover its own form was in a state of translucence. "Am I dead?" Did my parents clean up my body and bring it back? But that doesn't add up. From such a height, my body should have been shattered to pieces. Feng Ling Yuntian gradually turned to gaze at his own self beneath the covers. He slipped beneath the sheets, for he had a penchant for sleeping unclothed, and beheld his perfect physique, fair skin, and six-pack abs. Upon closer inspection, he found no signs of stitches or sutures. No. I am not in a shonen jump manga. How could a dismembered body be perfectly reconnected? Feng Ling Yuntian shook his head vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured out of the room and into the living room. His parents sat on the sofa, periodically glancing towards his bedroom. Nearby, a husky lay sprawled on the floor. "Chi-Chi is unharmed?" he exclaimed with delight, yet recollecting his final moments, he clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing to kick that foolish dog. Noticing that he had raised his voice, he quickly covered his mouth. However, upon looking up, he realized his parents were oblivious to his utterance, their faces still etched with sorrow as they conversed. His mother, namely Xiaomei, and his father, Feng Yifan, had consulted a fortune teller at his birth, who had predicted that their child would lead a life unlike any other, destined for greatness. This had filled them with joy. Yet now, they sat on the sofa, their expressions laden with worry. "Sigh, he has been bullied to such an extent. Perhaps it would be better to let him stay home. If I confront the principal, I might lose my job. Indeed, although I do not wish for him to drop out, seeing the multitude of puncture wounds on his legs pains my heart. If it comes to that, we may need to keep him at home. I truly regret having told him daily to endure the beatings without retaliating. Had it not been for that, he would not have suffered so grievously. What has transpired cannot be undone. We must find a way to make amends for this child." Feng Ling Yuntian's soul lingered before them, witnessing his parents' hypocritical expressions igniting a fire of indignation within him. No matter how sweetly they spoke, were they not simply afraid to confront authority? Were they not fearful of losing their jobs? A cold chuckle escaped him as he turned and slipped through the wall. Returning to his bedroom, boom! The thunder roared once more. A pale radiance illuminated Feng Ling Yuntian's face, casting an eerie glow, as if a malevolent spirit had emerged from the underworld. The fierce countenance resembled that of a deity poised to exact vengeance upon all. "Now I understand. It appears I have been reborn on the eve of my suicide." A smile crept upon his lips. He had come to realize that he had acquired some form of out-of-body experience. Though this phenomenon had only ever existed in novels, comics, and anime, he knew that, according to their narratives, to return his soul to his body, he must collide with it. With renewed excitement, he gazed at his physical form on the bed. His heart racing, taking a deep breath, he dove into his body, vanishing from sight. On the bed, Feng Ling Yuntian's fingers twitched slightly, followed by his eyelids, lips, and ultimately, he sat up slowly to eye in the dim room. He opened his eyes. A gray haze flickering within their depths. How intriguing! It is precisely as I surmised. He stretched his limbs, hopped off the bed, and shook out his legs. Finding no abnormalities within his body, he felt reassured. After dressing in his clothes, pants, and slippers, he turned on the bedroom light and stepped outside. Upon exiting his room, his parents simultaneously turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with remorse. "Yuntian, I have already contacted your academic advisor. Please proceed to handle your university withdrawal procedures tomorrow." Li Xiaomei spoke with a heavy heart. Feng Ling Yuntian received the news without surprise. After all, he had anticipated this outcome. During the last incident, he had first confronted the advisor in the office before exacting revenge upon those scoundrels in the lecture hall, leading to the fateful incident on the rooftop. However, now that he had been granted a second chance at life and possessed a newfound ability, he would not allow a repeat of such occurrences. His gaze turned frigid, akin to an ancient glacier, as he coldly fixed his eyes upon his parents. "Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For the tale grows ever more thrilling. I will call the advisor and inform them that I shall attend class as usual tomorrow." His icy voice echoed in his parents' ears, sending chills down their spines. Li Xiaomei's throat constricted as she slowly spoke. "But what about the bullying?" Before she could finish, Feng Ling Yuntian interrupted. "I said to call them. Do you not comprehend? This was a roar. How dare you speak to your elders like that?" Feng Yifan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising in anger. "Oh, elders, do you even deserve that title? Had it not been for you, I would not have been bullied. His voice was devoid of warmth. His lifeless gaze boring into his father's. I have come to a realization. Since you fear losing your jobs, I will find my own way to resolve this. Now, you will contact the advisor and inform them that I will be attending class as usual tomorrow. Feng Ling Yuntian declared, slamming the door behind him as he returned to his room. This child. Feng Yifan stared at the closed door, exasperated, before sitting back down on the sofa. It is our fault. After all, since he does not wish to drop out, we shall respect his wishes. I will make the call now. In the room, Feng Ling Yuntian's spirit, once again separated from his body, observed through the wall as his mother contacted the advisor, allowing him to return to his bedroom with peace of mind. The necessary arrangements had been made. What remained was to explore the depths of his newfound ability. If this merely allowed him to detach from his body, it would be utterly pointless. Although invisible to others, while it could serve as a means to gather intelligence, he had no need for that. What he craved was vengeance, the absolute power to ensure that all who had wronged him would face unrelenting retribution. Chapter 4. Spiritual Possession. However, this ability to exit one's body seemed familiar. He recalled having seen it in various anime. If his suspicions were correct, this power should not only permit him to freely enter and exit his own body, but also enable him to inhabit the bodies of others. With this thought in mind, a wicked grin curled at the corners of Feng Ling Yuntian's mouth. Should anyone witness this expression, they would inevitably suspect him of nefarious intentions. Without hesitation, Feng Ling Yuntian, in his ethereal form, traversed the walls and entered the living room. Observing his parents, who were still engaged in conversation, he morphed into a wraith-like shadow and swiftly entered his father's body. Mid-sentence, Feng Yifan's expression froze, his eyes losing focus. "What is wrong with you?" Li Shuimei asked, concerned, as she shook her husband's arm gently down. "I'm fine." A glimmer of gray flickered in Feng Yifan's eyes, and a cold tone escaped his lips. "What is wrong? Your tone resembles that of Yuntian just now. Please do not frighten me." Li Shuimei felt a chill run down her spine. Her husband seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. "I am fine," Feng Lifan declared, rising to head towards the restroom. "I just need to use the bathroom." Upon closing the door, Feng Lifan stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his visage, and soon revealed a satisfied expression. His gait, his speech, every feature mirrored that of his father, unchanged in the slightest. It appeared that the act of possession posed no issues whatsoever. Pretending to flush, he opened the door 5 seconds later and returned to the sofa. Having confirmed the efficacy of the possession, he felt no further need to inhabit his father's body. With a mere thought, his soul instantly departed from Feng Lifan's form. "What has happened to me?" Upon the return of his consciousness, Feng Lifan shook his head, gazing at his wife with bewilderment. "You are perfectly fine. You merely went to the restroom," Li Shuimei replied, her brow furrowed in confusion, questioning whether her husband had succumbed to early-onset dementia at just over 40. "Oh," Feng Lifan murmured, feeling somewhat disoriented, as if he had engaged in some act yet retained no memory of it. Observing his father's reaction, Feng Lingjianshan was assured that the act of possession would not inflict harm upon others. With all the necessary data collected, it was now merely a matter of mastering this newfound power. An uncanny smile graced his lips as he penetrated through 2 walls and soared out from the 14th floor. Suspended in midair, he beheld the dim sky, devoid of starlight, and prepared to test how high his soul could ascend. Transforming into a spectral shadow, he sliced through the heavens, darting upwards, as he broke through a thick layer of dark clouds. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Feng Lingjianshan's forehead. Yet, when the lightning coursed through his ethereal form without causing harm, his exhilaration erupted uncontrollably, and he laughed uproariously in the heights. "Ha ha 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 ha. This ability is simply extraordinary. It means that in my soul form, I possess immunity to all forms of attack, absolutely perfect, though he could not inflict harm upon others in his spectral state. Nor could he physically interact with objects. The sheer delight of being immune to attacks was overwhelming. However, there was a caveat. Once the soul departed the body, the physical form was left utterly defenseless. Even a child wielding a weapon could easily bring about its demise. Feng Lingjianshan continued his ascent into the sky, pausing only when he finally transcended the clouds. After a long period of emotional dormancy, He gazed upon the sky above the clouds and was struck by a profound sense of beauty. How magnificent! Above the clouds lay a vast expanse of stars. The shimmering starlight dazzled him, utterly captivating his soul. In his lifetime, he had never witnessed such breathtaking celestial beauty. He marveled at the splendor of the sky beyond the clouds. After approximately 20 minutes of stargazing, he returned to the ground. He had tested the limits of his flight, finding that even thousands of kilometers away from his body posed no issue, as long as he was cautious not to starve. Remaining detached from his physical form for several days should present no problems. With that in mind, he decided to visit the night market. From his lofty vantage point, he had spotted a brightly lit area in the distance, indicating the location of a night market within the city. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such an outing, previously wary of encountering those classmates who might harass him. However, circumstances had changed. As a soul, he was invisible to all. Should he encounter those troublesome individuals, he could have a bit of fun at their expense. The thought of teasing those foolish people brought a smile to his face. Soon, he arrived at the night market, where the aromas from various food stalls wafted into his nostrils, igniting his appetite. Alas, in his spectral form, he could not partake in any food. He shook his head, suddenly struck by an idea. Scanning the vicinity, he located a young man who had just purchased a meat sandwich and was preparing to enjoy it. His eyes sparkled, and he swiftly infiltrated the young man's body. Heh. The possessed young man displayed an eerie grin, gazing at the steaming, aromatic meat sandwich in his hands, and took a hearty bite. Wow, this is delicious, he exclaimed, eagerly devouring the sandwich until it was completely gone. This provided Feng Linjianshan with a new revelation. He could experience the flavors of whatever the host consumed. Surveying the surroundings, he soon spotted a woman who had just acquired a roasted pig trotter, yet had not yet taken a bite. With renewed excitement, he swiftly vacated the young man's body and propelled himself towards her. Huh? The boy, returning to his own consciousness, paused, staring at the empty wrapper in his hand, his brow furrowing in confusion. Did I finish it all? Surely not. I don't recall eating. Puzzled, he ruminated over when he might have consumed it. Have I developed early-onset dementia? The boy's mind became shrouded in shadows, fearing he might indeed be afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. Meanwhile, Feng Linjianshan, savoring the pig trotter in another's body, remained oblivious to the boy's distress. This pig trotter is delightful. As a person with obsessive cleanliness, even while inhabiting another's body, he insisted on consuming only untouched food. Within a mere half-hour, Feng Linjianshan had switched through a dozen bodies, relishing an array of delectable dishes, all without cost. However, this peculiar behavior left those at the night market in utter bewilderment. Had they truly become so foolish as to forget what they had just eaten? Satiated, Feng Linjianshan wandered the night market when suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Turning his head, he discovered two burly men at a nearby table, embroiled in a heated argument over some trivial matter. Approaching, he discerned that one man had inadvertently smeared oil on the other while eating. Watching the escalating argument, Feng Linjianshan felt a mischievous impulse surge within him. He selected the more slender of the two men and entered his body. Observing the man who was hurling insults at the slender figure, a smirk crept onto his lips as he lifted a nearby bottle and smashed it over the man's head. Immediately afterward, he leaped into the body of the man who had just been struck, rising to deliver a punch to the slender man's face. With the prank executed, he vacated the body and floated above to witness the ensuing spectacle. Both men, momentarily stunned from the blows, soon regained their senses and began wielding bottles and chairs against one another. In no time, the entire stall erupted into chaos, with the sound of smashing and the sight of blood staining the ground. It was only when the police arrived to intervene that the brawl finally ceased. Due to their egregious behavior, both men were apprehended and escorted away in a police car, sirens blaring as they departed the night market. Ha 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 ha. Watching such a comical scene unfold, Feng Linjianshan could not contain his laughter. How amusing! Truly delightful! Ha ha ha! I must bestow a name upon this ability. I cannot simply refer to it as a superpower. Besides, he understood that since he possessed such a power, others must exist as well. Whether he would encounter them in the future was uncertain, but following the narrative arcs found in various anime, if he continued with his antics, other superpowered beings would inevitably seek him out. For now, he resolved to focus on naming his newfound ability. This power allowed him to transform into a spirit and possess others, controlling their actions. Thus, he decided on the name Spirit Possession. Chapter 5. The show is about to begin. After concluding his mischievous escapades and satisfying his culinary cravings, Feng Linjianshan returned to his own body. Rising at 5:30 in the morning, he completed his morning routine, grabbed his backpack, and set off for school. His home was situated in a school district, making the 15-minute bike ride to campus quite convenient. Due to evening classes, students were required to arrive by 6:30. Upon reaching the school, he found his classroom nearly filled to capacity. Although not in a prestigious class, his academic performance was commendable. His deskmate, a boy named Zhou Jianrui, was notorious for frequently poking him with a compass. Seated at his desk, Feng Linjianshan noticed Zhou Jianrui casting a glance in his direction, teasingly remarking, "The desk remains the same. You can only use 1/3 of it, while the remaining 2/3 belong to me. Dare to cross this line, and I'll make you regret it." On the desk lay a line scratched with a knife, dividing it into a 3:7 ratio, leaving Feng Linjianshan with a mere sliver of space. Not only was there insufficient room for his assignments, but he could hardly rest his arm. Whenever their arms brushed, Zhou Jianrui would jab him with the compass, targeting his arm or thigh, yet he felt too intimidated to report it to the teacher. Zhou Jianrui had threatened, "If you dare tell the teacher, I'll have someone beat you up after school." With a timid disposition, Feng Linjianshan had no choice but to endure the torment time and again. On one particularly intolerable occasion, he finally reported the issue to the teacher. A 37-year-old woman named Li Tong. Feng Linjianshan's most vivid memory of her was the pungent odor of her breath whenever she spoke closely to him, which rendered him breathless. Unfortunately, being her student, he could not afford to offend her directly and had to hold his breath whenever she engaged him in conversation, managing only a minute at best. This peculiar circumstance inadvertently honed his ability to hold his breath to an impressive 5 minutes and 17 seconds. When he approached Li Tong to report Zhou Jianrui, she responded dismissively, "Why is it that he only bullies you and not others? Perhaps you should consider your own behavior. Have you made an effort to build rapport with your classmates over the past 2 years? Teachers are busy. Don't come to me for every little thing, I'm exhausted too." Since that day, he had never confided in his teacher about the bullying he endured. After returning home that evening, feeling neglected by his teacher, he decided to share his plight with his parents, hoping they might offer assistance. However, their response was dismissive, suggesting that they were merely students and that the bullying wasn't severe enough to warrant concern. They advised him to endure it. The prolonged mental strain and the feelings of humiliation led him to suffer from moderate depression, schizophrenia, and emotional disorders, rendering him incapable of forming any connections with others and unable to comprehend the so-called kindness of humanity. Gazing at the visage before him, he was haunted by memories of a past life, where he had slowly scraped the flesh from this very person, draining him of life. The image of Zhou Jianrui kneeling in desperation, pleading for mercy, ignited a boiling rage within him, causing a sickly flush to spread across his face. Blood. What a beautiful substance it is. Even the most wretched of souls, when faced with death, spill forth that vivid crimson nectar, which is undeniably exquisite. For reasons unknown, Zhou Jianrui felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Feng Lingyun's pallid expression. What kind of expression is this? How can it be so terrifying? Is this truly the same person who once cowered in fear? His throat constricted tightly as he heard Feng Lingyun's timid voice. "I understand." The stammering revealed an overwhelming sense of dread. The other classmates, witnessing this, could only scoff derisively. Feng Lingyun had fair skin, delicate features, a prominent nose, and a small mouth, complemented by long, curved eyelashes, reminiscent of the youthful idols seen in dramas. He even bore a slight resemblance to that popular singer who rapped and danced. As Feng Lingyun timidly returned to his seat, distancing himself from the table, Zhou Jianrui felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. This boy was still the same as before. Reflecting on how he had been intimidated earlier, Zhou Jianrui impulsively pinched Feng Lingyun's arm, leaving a mark of bruising. To his astonishment, Feng Lingyun displayed no signs of pain. Typically, when bullied, this delicate boy would whimper and hide his face in his arms. "So what was different today? Doesn't it hurt?" Zhou Jianrui blurted out instinctively. "What?" Feng Lingyun turned his head, curiosity etched on his face as he regarded Zhou Jianrui. "I mean, I just pinched you. Didn't he it hurt? A faint voice within him hinted that the individual before him was no longer the Feng Lingyun he once knew. I didn't he notice. Perhaps I'm just slow to react. He turned away, retrieving a book from his desk and commencing his morning self-study. His proficiency in both English and Japanese was commendable, with Japanese being his stronger language, thanks to his childhood immersion in anime. Soon enough, at 6:30, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, observing the students engaged in their self-study. At that moment, Ma Su, another student who often bullied him, finally arrived. After being reprimanded for his tardiness, he returned to his seat. Upon seeing Ma Su's arrival, Feng Lingyun couldn't help but smirk, a sinister smile creeping across his face. All three players were now present. The performance was set to begin. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally within, like a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 6. The Finale. Feng Lingyun rested one arm on the desk, concealing himself behind his book, feigning sleep. At that instant, no one noticed a semi-transparent spirit emerging from his body, hovering above the classroom. In the next moment, it dove into Zhou Jianrui's body. Zhou Jianrui, who had been secretly playing on his phone, suddenly possessed a glint of gray in his eyes, picking up a compass from his pencil case and slowly advancing towards Ma Su. Typically, Ma Su and Zhou Jianrui were allies in tormenting Feng Lingyun, sharing the same twisted pleasure of bullying him. But today, this game was about to conclude. Allow me to present you with a performance titled, The Finale. The compass, which had often been submerged in water, had become slightly rusty, and with the ink-stained tip from his unclean pencil case, this strike would introduce Ma Su to the concept of tetanus. Li Tong, noticing Zhou Jianrui's sudden approach towards Ma Su, furrowed her brow. Zhou Jianrui, what are you doing? Return to your seat. Yet, controlled by Feng Lingyun's spirit, Zhou Jianrui paid no heed to her futile words and continued towards Ma Su's desk. As Ma Su, preparing to play on his phone underneath the desk, turned to Zhou Jianrui, he asked, "Why are you here? I have something for you. I think you'll like it." "Oh? What is it?" Ma Su inquired, eyeing the hand Zhou Jianrui had hidden behind his back. Just then, Zhou Jianrui forcefully pressed Ma Su's head down onto his knee. The sudden assault caught Ma Su off guard, and his face felt as if it had been struck with anesthetic. A trickle of blood oozing from his nostrils. Immediately, Zhou Jianrui yanked Ma Su's hair, pulling him back to face him. In the next heartbeat, with a piercing scream, Feng Lingyun drove the compass into Ma Su's eye, twisting it mercilessly. The intense agony elicited frantic screams from Ma Su, who, in a desperate attempt, shoved Zhou Jianrui away and began rolling on the floor, clutching his eyes. This unexpected scene left the remaining 35 students in the classroom, along with Li Tong at the podium, pale with shock as they screamed in terror. Zhou Jianrui did not pursue further attacks. He believed that the tetanus would infiltrate Ma Su's optic nerves, and no one could remedy that. Watching Ma Su writhe on the ground in agony, a twisted smile slowly crept across Zhou Jianrui's face. He then turned to Li Tong at the front. Seizing a small knife from Ma Su's desk and charging towards her, he was all too familiar with this knife, having seen it often when Ma Su borrowed money from him. Seeing Zhou Jianrui rush towards her with a frenzied expression, Li Tong hurriedly attempted to flee outside the classroom. However, as she took her first step, Zhou Jianrui tripped her with a kick, sending her crashing to the ground. The pain in her rear made her cry out, and before she could turn around, Zhou Jianrui had already plunged the knife into her neck. Such filth does not deserve to be a teacher. Their existence is a waste of air, yet, in death, their terrified screams and the blooming blood-red roses can bring fleeting beauty to this world. Death heralds rebirth. These wretched humans shall find redemption. What a wonderful notion! The crimson liquid flowed across the podium, as everyone screamed in horror and fled the room. Simultaneously, Feng Lingyun's spirit returned to his body, leaving him in a state of stupor, staring blankly at Zhou Jianrui, who gripped the blood-soaked knife, and the twitching corpse before him. Engulfed in profound confusion, was he dreaming? Returning to his body, Feng Lingyun gazed up at Zhou Jianrui with a look of terror, shouting in panic. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he slowly stepped out of the classroom. The commotion from the adjacent room attracted the attention of everyone on the same floor, who rushed out to investigate what had transpired. Upon witnessing Li Tong's fallen form, still alive but convulsing due to her injuries, They screamed in horror that a male teacher hurriedly retrieved his phone and dialed emergency services. Mere 15 minutes later, the police stormed into the classroom, restraining Zhou Jianrui, who stood paralyzed with fear as they handcuffed him. The officers regarded him with deep disdain, their eyes reflecting disgust at his youthful cruelty. Before departing, Ma Su's deskmate and several other students, along with Feng Lingyun, were taken by the police to provide statements. They inquired meticulously about Feng Lingyun's knowledge of Zhou Jianrui's sudden attack on his classmates and teacher. Throughout, Feng Lingyun appeared exceedingly anxious, his legs trembling from fear. The officers, familiar with his character, found no cause for suspicion. In fact, it would have raised more red flags had he shown indifference. The statements took over an hour to complete. Due to the severity of the incident, the school announced an immediate suspension of classes, with a future notification regarding resumption. During this time, they would need to review their studies at home. The police station was not far from the school, but cycling would still take at least half an hour. Thus, Feng Lingyun decided to take the subway to retrieve his backpack before heading home. Once on the subway, having found all seats occupied, he stood by a pole, engrossed in his phone. After approximately 10 minutes, a woman seated in front of him suddenly stood up, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at Feng Lingyun. "You're a student. How dare you learn to spy on others at such a young age? Have you no shame?" The woman, named Na, was a third-year university student who considered herself quite attractive, save for the pockmarks on her right cheek, which marred her otherwise decent features. "What?" Feng Lingyun frowned, scrutinizing the woman with the pockmarked face before him. "The shoes you were wearing were flashing just now. They must have a hidden camera installed. Now that they're off, you must have turned it off. Everyone, look, there's a pervert here," she shouted loudly at those around her, drawing everyone's attention. Some girls, upon seeing Feng Lingyun's appearance, thought he was quite handsome. However, just the thought of him being a voyeur made them feel disgusted. Of course, there were also some rational men who, after glancing at the acne scars on the woman's face and then at Feng Lingyun's flawless complexion, couldn't help but blush and remarked, "Before you accuse someone, perhaps you should take a look at your own face. With all those scars, how can you claim that I would spy on you? Am I supposed to be blind? Do I really find your pockmarked face appealing? Or your protruding belly? Or perhaps your lack of dental hygiene? Or the sour odor emanating from your armpits? Truly despicable. Moreover, I am attracted to men. Even if I were to strip you bare and toss you onto my bed, I would still find it revolting. Ugh, I might just vomit my breakfast." Such was the only way he could rid himself of the stigma of being a voyeur. Otherwise, a horde of angry individuals would surely prevent him from disembarking the train. Upon hearing Feng Lingyun's tirade, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Realizing he was interested in men, they understood that he could not possibly have spied on a woman, thus directing their disdainful gazes towards Li Na. Embarrassed and furious, Li Na noticed the subway doors opening and promptly exited. Feng Lingyun, seeing the stop had arrived, also got off the train. Just then, a voice from behind caught his attention. It was the boy who had defended him earlier. You like boys? Can we exchange WeChat?" I'm Xiaoling. The boy was somewhat shy, as Feng Lingyun's good looks were quite intimidating. Feng Lingyun assessed the boy before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you for standing up for me earlier, but I do not have an inclination towards men. I merely sought a convenient excuse to rid myself of that wretched woman." Hearing this, the boy returned to the subway. Crestfallen, having hoped to escape his single status, Feng Lingyun turned away, his expression growing cold once more. Since developing emotional disabilities, he felt no connection to love, nor even to familial bonds. Otherwise, he would not have experimented on himself to determine whether his superpowers had adverse effects. His gaze sharpened as he glanced at Li Na, who was waiting for the next train on the opposite side, vaguely hearing her muttering about something. "It's all that shrimp-headed man's fault for making me miss my stop." Chapter 7. Subway Accident. Feng Lingyun fixed his eyes on Li Na's back, a sinister glint flickering in his gaze. He turned to look at the restroom not far away, jogging over and locking himself inside a stall. This station, being one of the older platforms in the city, had had its safety glass removed in preparation for new railings. Currently, there were no safety measures in place, leaving it to others to exercise caution near the platform's edge. Security personnel were also patrolling the area at Li Na, engrossed in her phone, looked up as lights from the approaching train caught her attention. Just then, her expression turned distant, her eyes glinting with a strange hue. As the train was about to enter the platform, Li Na made a shocking move that stunned everyone. As her mind snapped back to reality, she gazed at the blinding white light enveloping her. Momentarily dazed, before her face turned ashen, before she could scream, the train rolled over her body, splattering red and white across the tracks. Passengers witnessing this scene screamed in horror. Two security guards, pale-faced, hurriedly pulled out their phones to call for help. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Feng Yuntian released his superpower, stepping out of the restroom, feigning ignorance as he approached a crowd gathered by the subway passage. "Excuse me, what happened here?" he inquired, flashing a disarming smile. One that could easily put anyone at ease, resembling an innocuous little puppy. "You don't know?" replied a man in his 30s, with fair skin and a decent appearance, save for a few pores, dressed in a suit. He seemed to be a real estate worker. "Yes, I just came out of the restroom and found this place swarming with people." Feng Yuntian nodded with a smile. The man then proceeded to explain what had just occurred, remarking that he nearly lost his breakfast when he witnessed the incident. "Someone had an accident?" Feng Yuntian exclaimed, feigning surprise as he gazed at the man in astonishment. This day and age is truly difficult. The pressure is overwhelming. You may not know this, but since 20 years ago, when they prohibited us from leaving the city to travel, I haven't been abroad since. Staying in this city day in and day out is quite stressful. I yearn to explore, yet the city is locked down, and without proper documentation, citizens are not permitted to leave. Perhaps that girl was overwhelmed by pressure, leading her to such a desperate act. The man wore a bitter expression, likely reminiscing about his childhood adventures in the outside world. Feng Yuntian was aware of this too. Having researched similar news online, it was said that 2 decades ago, many entrepreneurs engaged in foreign trade, with some even venturing into jungles and mountains. Flights abroad used to be plentiful. Now, with flights canceled and airports converted into shopping centers, the only remaining modes of intercity travel were buses, subways, and high-speed trains. The development of society had stagnated, let alone foreign trade, which had devolved into a self-sufficient cycle among cities. The reason behind the cancellation of flights remained shrouded in mystery online, yet Feng Yuntian was intrigued. He had inquired on forums, only to discover that to access such information would cost at least 200,000, a sum he could not afford. Eventually, he abandoned the notion of uncovering the truth. Chapter 8. Tension? Second inquiry. Lacking interest and lingering around, Feng Yuntian took the escalator and exited the subway station. Upon returning to the scene, he found the place deserted, suggesting everyone had gone home. As for the site itself, due to regulations against tampering, the pool of crimson liquid remained on the platform. He retrieved his belongings and headed towards the exit in the bike parking area. He spotted several classmates who had also been called in for questioning. Feng Yun, the boy who had previously sat beside Ma Su, often mocked Feng Yuntian, though he had never bullied him. "Look who it is, Feng Yuntian. Zhou Jinrui got taken away, and Ma Su is severely injured. You must be thrilled." A smirk played on his lips, eager to gauge Feng Yuntian's reaction. In his mind, he conjured various scenarios. 1. I despise them. I wish I could personally deal with them. 2. Good riddance. They should have met their end long ago. 3. Yes, I'm quite pleased. To his surprise, Feng Yuntian wept, his eyes glistening with tears. How is that possible? Those were 2 lives. If I could trade my life for theirs, it would be worth it. Such a pity. No matter how much I loathe them, I cannot commit such an act. Oh, how their parents must be grieving. This is truly heartbreaking. Sobs obs he spoke. He wiped away tears. The irony was that he was genuinely shedding tears of joy. Yet, the others remained oblivious. Feng Yuntian could not outright admit his feelings, lest he attract suspicion. Why would he risk being discovered? A little performance wouldn't cost him anything. After all, he certainly did not fancy himself the fated hero, the unique protagonist in a world filled with superpowers. The existence of his abilities suggested that others with similar powers must also exist. As a government institution, could there not be at least one superpowered individual among them? If others noticed Zhou Jinrui's odd behavior while he maintained a facade of hatred, it was highly likely they would turn their scrutiny towards him. Suspecting he had awakened some form of controlling ability, as long as such possibilities existed, he would not lower his guard. I'll be on my way. Goodbye. This has truly been a sorrowful day. I never imagined such an event would occur. While feigning tears, Feng Yuntian spoke. pedaling away on his bicycle as the astonished gazes of his peers followed him. Once he departed, his expression morphed into one of icy resolve. Is he not serious? Does he have a screw loose? After being beaten to such a state, he actually feels sympathy for them. This must be what they call a saintly disposition. Yet, while I've encountered female saints before, this is the first time I've come across a male one. Truly bizarre. Perhaps it should be termed a saintly man instead. Riding his bicycle, Feng Ling Yuntian checked his digital wallet, which held over 6,000, all saved through frugal living. Previously, he had no appetite, but now that he had settled his score, it was time to indulge in something nice. He pedaled towards the pedestrian street near the school, intending to find a restaurant that caught his eye. Suddenly, he spotted a quaint eatery, adorned with traditional decor, nestled in a corner. The establishment is named Moon Shadow Bistro, and it appears to be a newly opened venue. As he approached, he contemplated examining the menu posted outside when he was beckoned inside by a young lady clad in a crimson cheongsam with her hair styled in a bun. I merely wished to glance at the menu, Feng Ling Yuntian explained in a frosty tone. He was disinclined to such exuberant hospitality, which made him feel uncomfortable. It's quite all right, young man. You can sit down and take a look. If nothing piques your interest, you may leave at your leisure, the woman responded with utmost politeness, unfazed by Feng Ling Yuntian's demeanor. After a moment's reflection, he conceded. The chair appeared rather inviting. Following the server's lead, he entered the establishment and was immediately struck by the vintage decor within. Redwood columns, golden silk Nanmu tables, and chairs and sofas intricately carved into various animal forms. Observing the lack of patrons, perhaps due to the unconventional dining hour, he settled onto a plush sofa, running his fingers over the soft fabric, marveling inwardly. I had assumed this was crafted from wood, yet it is surprisingly soft. What an impressive feat of sculptural realism, he mused aloud. Your establishment is quite charming. These columns are made of redwood, I presume, he inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, the male staff members at the bar, along with the serving lady, briefly raised their eyebrows, a fleeting expression quickly concealed. A man and woman seated at the bar, sipping drinks, exchanged glances and murmured, "This fellow is intriguing. Indeed, he does possess a certain allure." They took another sip of their beverages, turning their gazes toward Feng Ling Yuntian, sensing an unmistakable aura of bloodshed surrounding him. Not an actual scent, but rather an essence lingering in his soul, indicative of one who has been cold-blooded and taken lives. Oblivious to the two who briefly regarded him, Feng Ling Yuntian remained fixated on the menu. Ultimately, he ordered a beef and matsutake mushroom pizza, a black pepper steak, and a glass of orange juice. Having satisfied his hunger, he surveyed the bistro once more before stepping outside. Inside, bartender Lin Shi prepared 2 glasses of Bloody Mary for the man and woman before him. A warm smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I believe this cocktail pairs splendidly with that young man. Do you not agree?" "Oh? What are your thoughts on that fellow, Lin Shi?" inquired the woman named Kylie, adorned in a flowing red gown and matching high heels, her long, curled hair cascading behind her as she cast a teasing glance toward the entrance. "He exudes a rather cold-blooded aura. An interesting character indeed. Who would have thought that on the very first day of opening we would encounter such a promising individual?" Lin Shi replied with a chuckle while polishing a glass. "Should we consider bringing him in?" suggested Kai Chu Han, a bespectacled man with keen, hawkish eyes, who happened to be the CEO of a public advertising firm and possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate others' minds through his ocular powers. Known as soul capture, we are in the same city. There is no rush. Under the current circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for him to travel to another country or region. The young lady in the cheongsam approached, leaning against Kai Chu Han while gently toying with his hair. "Don't come too close. You're making me sweat," he protested, frowning. "You are simply exaggerating. She hasn't used her abilities," the bun-haired woman retorted, rising to adjust her hair, her expression slightly displeased. Her name was Yi Yin, and her power was explosive flame. "The boss and others have gone out of town, so you two should refrain from bickering." A handsome youth beside Lin Shi removed his mask, casting a cheerful glance at the duo. Should Feng Ling Yuntian have seen him, he would recognize this as the same individual with whom he conversed on the subway, named Zhang Ling. As he spoke, he released a nearly transparent gas that enveloped the freshly washed glasses, causing any residual moisture to vanish without a trace. His ability, airburst, allowed him to create a series of explosive reactions by manipulating air pressure and heat. Indeed, our intention in establishing bases in every city is to seek out gifted individuals with extraordinary abilities. Observing them is advantageous. After all, we do not accept just anyone, Kylie remarked. Her ability, Blood Queen, enabled her to manipulate blood for attacks, even possessing the power to drain others of their life force. That moment, the bistro housed a total of 7 individuals, with 2 others working in the kitchen. Yet to make their appearance at the front, including the manager and a few others who had ventured out of town, their team comprised 11 extraordinary beings. If they so desired, they could easily turn an entire city upside down. Unbeknownst to Feng Ling Yuntian, as he departed the establishment, he had unwittingly caught their attention. Upon reaching the entrance of his residential complex on his bicycle, he noticed a vehicle bearing the letter J. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 12:35 p.m. How curious. What brings H-Car here? Could it be for me? He wondered, a furrow of confusion creasing his brow as he approached. Just then, a law enforcement officer emerged from the vehicle. Striding toward him, his gaze sharpened, pondering if they had indeed come seeking him, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Had his extraordinary abilities been exposed? Did they uncover his actions? No. Such a revelation was impossible. How could the truth have leaked so swiftly? He swallowed hard, feigning composure as he faced the young man now standing before him. Greetings. The man, sporting silver hair and piercing ice-blue eyes, possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Hello, Feng Ling Yuntian stammered, extending his hand for a brief handshake. I am Yi Han-yun, a member of the Special Investigation Unit. I have some inquiries regarding the events that transpired this morning. Would you be so kind as to accompany us for clarification? Certainly, not just you. All present at the time will be notified, Yi Han-yun added politely. Feng Ling Yuntian found it difficult to refuse the request of the officer, fearing it would arouse suspicion. Very well. Let us proceed to your vehicle. An icy glint flickered in Yi Han-yun's eyes as he opened the back door, gesturing for Feng Ling Yuntian to enter. Noticing another individual in the front passenger seat, he parked his bicycle at the entrance and climbed into the car. The journey unfolded without incident, and soon, Feng Ling Yuntian found himself back in the familiar interrogation room. Along the way, he noted the respect afforded to the exceedingly youthful officer, who appeared no older than 22. Passers-by would bow courteously. Upon entering the well-known interrogation room, Yi Han-yun settled into a chair across from him, smiling as he gestured, "Please, have a seat." His smile, though warm, carried an undertone of frostiness. And for reasons unknown, Feng Ling Yuntian sensed an abrupt drop in temperature within the room. He slowly sat down, feeling a wave of unease wash over him, as the young man exuded an inexplicable aura of pressure. It was peculiar, as the previous interrogator had been someone entirely different. "Would you like to know why I sought you out?" Yi Han-yun inquired with a smile, pouring a glass of water for Feng Ling Yuntian. "Please, drink." Upon seeing the glass before him, Feng Ling Yuntian experienced an unsettling intuition and firmly declined. "No, I am not thirsty." "Very well then, let us proceed with the interrogation," Yi Han-yun replied, his expression unchanged, though Feng Ling Yuntian could discern a fleeting hint of disappointment in his gaze. "The water must be tainted." Feng Ling Yuntian's right fist tightened beneath the table. From his past experiences with anime, he surmised that such circumstances often involved administering a truth serum. Yet, did such substances truly exist in reality? Perhaps they did, given that he was not an official. Even if they did exist, the common populace would likely remain unaware. "My colleague recently spoke with your classmate, who informed us that he had been secretly using his phone at his desk and retained no recollection of the events that followed, his last memory being that of holding a knife. It has come to our attention that the 3 individuals involved in today's incident were not particularly kind to you, especially Ma Su and Zhou Jinrui, who frequently bullied you. Am I mistaken?" Yi Han-yun conversed with Feng Ling Yuntian, his tone deceptively gentle yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Feng Ling Yuntian felt an impulse to bolt from the police station. Desperate to escape this place, however, while he could run, his speed was insufficient. If he were to flee and be captured, it would only solidify the implication of his guilt in the murder. Initially believing that this matter would result in Zhou Jinrui receiving the death penalty or life imprisonment, he was now astonished that this individual had so quickly turned his suspicions toward him. There was something distinctly different about him compared to others. Chapter 9. Interrogation. Do not be anxious. I am merely conducting a standard inquiry, Yi Han-yun remarked with a warm smile. Would you care for some biscuits? Not at all. Very well. Yi Han-yun waved his hand dismissively. Under normal circumstances, you would likely harbor great resentment toward him, enough to wish for their demise. I certainly detest them, but I would never dare commit murder. Feng Yuntian quickly interjected. Oh? Then allow me to pose another question. Are you familiar with Li Na? Not at all, upon hearing the name. Feng Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly as he feigned contemplation before shaking his head. Is that so? I had assumed you might know her. According to our investigation, Li Na is a student at Yunhai University, currently in her 3rd year. This morning, she wrongfully accused you in the subway, claiming you were a voyeur, but you managed to resolve the situation in a rather peculiar manner. Feng Yuntian, filled with confusion, remarked, so that woman was named Li Na. And then what happened? Yi Han-yun shook his head, chuckling. The issue is, after she disembarked from the subway following you, she leapt onto the tracks and took her own life. What? Feng Yuntian stood up in shock, his pupils quivering. Could it be that the person who committed suicide in the subway today was the one who had wronged me? His tone was laden with astonishment, as if he had no inkling that the deceased was Li Na. Did this fellow truly not know? Yi Han-yun mused inwardly. Indeed, don't you find it rather strange that 2 murders occur in close proximity to one individual? You are not Conan, after all. The odds seem exceedingly slim, do they not? Or perhaps you are concealing something from us. As Yi Han-yun spoke, a flicker of icy blue glimmered in his gaze. Dear officer, please refrain from jesting. Surely you don't believe I am responsible for both incidents? Feng Yuntian anxiously protested, his expression rife with terror. You may check the surveillance. I was in the restroom when that woman died, and I was asleep when Zhou Jinrui murdered Ma Su and the teacher. Moreover, even if I had enticed Zhou Jinrui into committing murder, would he be foolish enough to follow my every command? Indeed, the surveillance captured nothing. A smirk graced Yi Han-yun's lips. While it was true that nothing was recorded, his tone suggested that the absence of footage was due to some ability you possessed. If nothing was captured, why do you regard me with such suspicion? In the past, when I sought your assistance in recovering a loan given to someone else, you officers informed me it was beyond your jurisdiction and provided me with another number to call, only for them to tell me it was indeed your responsibility. When I called back, still no one was available to assist. Later, when my family reported a theft, after taking my statement, I saw you leaving the room, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, with no one even dispatched to investigate. What are you pretending to do now? With regard to matters that were not captured on surveillance, on what basis do you suspect me? They bully me daily, and I endure it. Yet now even the police are harassing me. Is it merely a desire to see me perish? If that is the case, I shall die for your amusement. If I die, you too shall find yourself rotting in prison. Feng Yuntian howled, his eyes bloodshot. He seized the ashtray from the table and struck it violently against his own head. In an instant, blood trickled down his forehead, staining his fair cheeks crimson. Yi Han-yun, momentarily stunned, swiftly restrained Feng Yuntian to the ground. Concurrently, officers outside rushed in, having witnessed the entire scene through the one-way glass. At that moment, they shared a singular thought. This young man is utterly unhinged. What is wrong with this child? It was merely a question. Suspicion is normal. Why not respond appropriately? A female officer, visibly anxious, hurriedly offered Feng Yuntian tissues to staunch the blood. I don't require your feigned concern. Every time I call, it's nothing but excuses. When have you ever come to assist the public? Compared to you, I prefer firefighters. At least they genuinely respond, rather than merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Let us not provoke this child further, a male officer interjected. Based on his records, he had previously sought psychological counseling alone and suffers from moderate depression, emotional disorders, and schizophrenia, various psychological ailments likely stemming from relentless bullying. If we continue questioning him, I fear he may truly lose his sanity. Very well, Yi Han-yun conceded, bowing slightly to apologize to Feng Yuntian. I am sorry. I should not have doubted you. I also hope you do not lose faith in the police. While indeed some among us are merely coasting, there are also those who strive to serve the public. Yi Han-yun's dream was to become a police officer who saves others, yet he too felt the weight of the inevitable presence of bad apples in every profession. It was impractical to monitor the phone daily, interrogating each individual one by one. After all, let me go. Let me go. Feng Ling Yuntian struggled vehemently, but the officer's strength rendered him utterly immobilized. If you promise not to harm yourself further, I shall allow them to release you. Yi Hanyun stated earnestly, I will not self-harm. Just let me go. I want to go home. Feng Ling Yuntian shouted. Release him, Yi Hanyun commanded. Very well, the two officers simultaneously relinquished their hold on Feng Ling Yuntian, who immediately felt a surge of relief as he stood upright. Shall we escort you to the hospital? Inquired the female officer. No need. I do not require your false kindness. Feng Ling Yuntian clutched his head and gradually distanced himself from the interrogation room. What now, Team Leader Yi? It seems he has no connection to this matter, a male officer remarked, his expression one of resignation. Yi Hanyun exited the interrogation room, fixating on the figure at the end of the corridor. His eyes narrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, his sixth sense warned him that this incident was undoubtedly linked to the young man. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate. It was possible that Zhou Jianrui was merely playing a role, feigning ignorance, or perhaps Yi Hanyun withheld further thoughts, yet the remaining three understood. The leader remained suspicious of that youth. Upon leaving the police station, the blood on his head had nearly coagulated and ceased flowing. Prompting him to discard the blood-soaked tissue, he turned towards the direction of the subway station but hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to walk home alone. However, he realized that this would likely take 2 to 3 hours on foot. Yet he was in no rush. A leisurely stroll could be refreshing as he distanced himself from the police station, with no cameras in sight. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Foolish mortals. Everything at the police station had been a performance orchestrated by him. Of course, even the act of striking his own head was part of the ruse. Without that act of self-mutilation, they likely would not have released him so easily. Chapter 10. The escape within the abandoned building at 6:20 in the evening. The sun had sunk halfway below the horizon. The fiery clouds in the sky resembled blood, staining the heavens crimson. Gazing at the sky, Feng Ling Yuntian furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Suddenly, an urgent need to relieve himself surged, sending a shiver through his entire body. Was there anywhere to relieve himself? He scanned his surroundings, eventually discovering an abandoned building, and thus ventured inside. The structure was exceedingly dilapidated, with plastic bags clinging to many areas. It appeared less like a building slated for demolition and more akin to a half-finished project. His Feng Ling Yuntian inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. He found a corner, comfortably relieved himself, alleviating the discomfort of holding it for 2.5 hours. That felt wonderful. Having resolved his physiological need, he contemplated leaving. Just then, a nearby iron door creaked open. Feng Ling Yuntian instinctively turned to look, only to see 2 men carrying another man out. Their eyes met, and a tremor coursed through Feng Ling Yuntian's heart. He glanced at the man being carried, noting the blood-soaked visage and the gaping hole in his forehead. Likely a gunshot wound. His lips twitched. Was it truly possible that he had stumbled upon a murder scene merely to relieve himself? What an absurd turn of events. Feng Ling Yuntian hastily adjusted his pants and smiled. Slowly retreating, gentlemen, I have seen nothing, nor will I speak of it. Please, continue your business. I would be happy to keep watch. Feng Ling Yuntian sought to allay their concerns. He had no desire to be eliminated so soon after discovering his newfound abilities. Take action. We cannot allow any word of this to escape. One burly man with a scruffy beard commanded the slightly plump man beside him. Understood. The muscular man drew a gun and disengaged the safety, sending a jolt of fear through Feng Ling Yuntian, who turned and fled as they aimed at him. He had no choice but to take refuge beside the staircase. Seeing the 2 men charge after him and realizing the exit was devoid of cover, he steeled himself and bolted upstairs. At least ascending would afford him a chance to escape. He doubted he could dodge bullets by running straight for the exit. Bang bang. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, 2 gunshots rang out, striking the last step and narrowly missing his heels. Pursue him! The muscular man bellowed, and the duo surged up the stairs after him. Feng Ling Yuntian's expression hardened. It was evident they had no intention of letting him go. He scanned his surroundings for anything he could throw to buy time, but found nothing. He dashed toward the 3rd floor, gunfire erupting behind him once more, still grazing his body. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, suddenly spotting 2 metal barrels nearby. He dragged them over and pushed them down the stairs. As the two men ascended halfway, they were startled by the rolling barrels and hastily leapt down. The fall from half a level was merely 3 or 4 meters. A jump would only leave them with slightly numb legs. Excellent. Feng Ling Yuntian's spirits lifted as he continued his ascent. Throughout his climb, he hurled every available object down to impede their progress. However, the two men possessed far superior stamina compared to Feng Ling Yuntian, who had not exercised regularly. His abdominal muscles had merely been developed through weight loss. Damn it, this is relentless. The two men had chased Feng Ling Yuntian all the way to the 10th floor. He was now panting heavily, nearly unable to continue. Although the two murderers were fatigued as well, they were clearly still capable of pressing on. Just as Feng Ling Yuntian mustered the strength to reach the 11th floor, he suddenly spotted a large iron door. He hurriedly jogged over, fervently praying, "Please let there be a lock. Please let there be a lock." He burst into the room and slammed the door shut, only to discover with astonishment that the iron door was indeed locked. Truly, fate had not forsaken him. Feng Ling Yuntian, filled with excitement, immediately locked the iron door from the inside. At that moment, two murderers had reached the 11th floor, panting heavily as they beheld the door that had just been firmly closed. A mocking smile creeping onto their lips. "Little brat, don't run away. It's time for you to meet your end. Blame yourself for choosing to urinate in this building." This door had long been neglected. Although it was made of iron, the latch used for locking was certainly quite loose, and a few solid kicks would likely break it open. The two exchanged a nod to ensure that, upon opening the door, they would not be caught off guard. Thus, the muscular man took up a position behind the overweight one, gun aimed at the door. Should the adversary reveal themselves, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Just as the overweight man kicked the door thrice, he remained oblivious to the fleeting glint of gray that crossed the muscular man's pupils behind him. The robust man slowly approached the kicking figure, bringing the cold barrel of his gun to the back of the overweight man's head. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, prompting him to cease his assault on the door. "Be brother, what are you doing?" The overweight man dared not make a move, terrified for his life. "I'm merely sending you to meet your dearly departed grandmother," the muscular man replied with a smirk as he slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound echoed throughout the 11th floor. Yet, due to the abandoned building's considerable distance from residential areas and its height, the noise went unnoticed by others. The overweight man, until his last breath, remained ignorant of what he had done wrong to warrant being executed by his own boss. After dealing with the overweight man, the muscular man slowly raised his right hand and aimed the gun at his own temple. "Goodbye!" A sinister smile graced his lips, as if bidding farewell to an unseen companion. In the next instant, the gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through his temple, blood splattering onto the ground, and he was lifeless in the blink of an eye. Feng Ling Yuntian, his soul returning to his body, cradled his head, feeling a throbbing ache, likely a remnant of the pain experienced by the deceased, which had partially transferred to his nerves. However, this discomfort was inconsequential. At least, 2 threats had been eliminated, ensuring his safety. He retrieved the firearm from the man's grasp, inspected the magazine, then tore a strip from his clothing to wrap around his hand before rummaging through the bodies, ultimately finding 10 rounds of ammunition. This precaution was taken to avoid leaving fingerprints, as it was uncertain when these individuals might be discovered. "Thank you, dear uncles." Feng Ling Yuntian tucked away the weapon, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he turned to descend the stairs. Armed with a gun, his safety was further ensured, provided he did not attract the attention of the police. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face charges for illegal possession of firearms. Chapter 11. Anger incites chaos. Upon returning to the first floor, as Feng Ling Yuntian prepared to leave, he glanced at the lifeless bodies not far away. After a moment's contemplation, he retraced his steps. He moved the corpses back to the room, found a snakeskin bag to wrap them in, and only then did he feel at ease to depart. Throughout the process, he left no fingerprints, employing the edges of his clothing to handle everything. Finally home, Feng Ling Yuntian arrived at the entrance of his community just past 7 in the evening. Observing his tattered clothing and filthy hands, he couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. It seemed he needed to get a gym membership to improve his physical fitness. Upon entering his home, he discovered his parents had not yet returned. He wandered around until he spotted his dog, Chi-Chi, sprawled asleep in the kitchen's iron pot. You foolish dog. Feng Lingyun Tian's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at the ignition button. Just that brief glance startled the sleeping husky, causing it to leap from the peyote. He looked at its own fur and let out a long sigh. You nearly scared me to death. It had just dreamt it was being boiled alive. How did you end up sleeping in the pot? Where's your doghouse? Feng Lingyun Tian affectionately rubbed Chi-Chi's ears. Ever since he had developed depression, only these little pets could offer him any solace. Ear by Wu, Chi-Chi responded, seemingly rebuking its master for calling it a foolish dog. Though Feng Lingyun Tian could not comprehend dog language, the absurd sounds it made, no matter how one listened, were unmistakably insults. You're the foolish one. Ear by Wu, you're the foolish one. Ear by Wu. The two continued their playful banter for a solid minute before finally ceasing. You re not getting any dinner tonight. Feng Lingyun Tian, uninterested in the foolish dog, slapped its head lightly and turned to enter his room. Upon hearing that it wouldn't be fed, Chi-Chi panicked, scratching at the door while whimpering. Whimper. After about 5 minutes of staying in his room, Feng Lingyun Tian could no longer bear the annoyance and opened the door to pour some dog food for Chi-Chi. Eat up, foolish dog. Around 8 o'clock, Feng Lingyun Tian's parents returned home together. Li Shumei knocked on Feng Lingyun Tian's bedroom door and heard a very impatient voice from within. What is it? Is there something you need? Nothing. Li Shumei paused slightly, then said with a wry smile. I heard that your homeroom teacher was murdered. The one who often bullied you, Ma Su, has also been admitted to the ICU and remains in a coma. Another has been taken to the police station, likely facing the death penalty. Having worked at the school, she was already aware of the day's events circulating in the office. Unfortunately, she had not seen her son at the scene. Oh, if he is dead, then so be it. What does it matter to me? Feng Lingyun Tian, in his room, was unaware of these conversations and could not help but smirk coldly. He wished for nothing more than the entire family of those three to vanish. While at home, he browsed through a news app, where it indeed reported on the happenings at his school, and even some footage of the murders had been disseminated. After all, the classroom was equipped with surveillance cameras. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhou Jianrui was undoubtedly doomed. With that thought, Feng Lingyun Tian's cold smile gradually morphed into wild elation. This terrifying laughter sent chills down the spines of his parents. I've always suspected our son has some issues. Should we take him to a mental hospital for evaluation? I feel the same, but that might not be wise. What if he doesn't have any issues? Wouldn't he end up hating us? They were oblivious to the fact that Feng Lingyun Tian had already harbored a deep hatred for them. If not for the faintest trace of blood relation, he would consider them even less significant than Chi-Chi. At that moment, he came across another news article about a certain company's general manager mysteriously disappearing, complete with a photo of the individual. Upon seeing the image, Feng Lingyun Tian's expression turned to one of surprise. Wasn't this the corpse that two men had carried away earlier that afternoon? Who would have thought he was a wealthy magnate? Surely, they wouldn't trace this back to me. There aren't many surveillance cameras nearby. It should be fine, but I must be cautious of that young officer, Yi Hanyun. He seems a bit peculiar. Feng Lingyun Tian's instincts warned him that this individual was far from an ordinary police officer. No common officer would garner such respect from everyone in the precinct, especially not from those far more seasoned in their careers. Of course, there was also the possibility that he was a second-generation official. Perhaps the son of the police chief. That would make sense. After all, in the nation of Huaxia, connections and gifts were always prioritized, with capability trailing far behind, if it even ranked at all. The next morning, Feng Lingyun Tian awoke to find it was already 9:30. Due to the recent incident, classes were temporarily suspended, but his parents still had to go to work, leaving only him and Chi-Chi at home. Come on, Chi-Chi, let's go for a walk. Feng Lingyun Tian attached a leash to Chi-Chi, intending to take it outside. However, the stubborn dog clung tightly to the table, refusing to let go. Let go of me. Oh woo, no way. Let go. Oh woo, no way. Feng Lingyun Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and had no choice but to confine Chi-Chi to its cage, which was typically used as a punishment for the foolish dog. No sooner had he locked the door than a cacophony of wails erupted from within the room, the sound of which seemed more tragic than that of Doi herself. To preserve his peace, Feng Lingyun Tian firmly shut the door and departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a nearby gym, surveying the equipment and showers before paying 3,500 for a year-long membership. On his way home, He spotted a KFC and decided to buy a family meal. Upon opening the door at home, Chi-Chi sprang up, immediately resuming its cries. It thought to itself that being so adorable, its master would surely relent and not keep it locked away. This foolish dog is driving me insane, Feng Lingyun Tian sighed, rolling his eyes as he straightened the table that had been knocked askew and neatly arranged the KFC packaging on the table. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and it began whimpering with even more urgency. Want some? Feng Lingyun Tian held a piece of fried chicken leg and approached the cage, causing the dog to drool in anticipation. So eager to eat, are we? Well, here's one for you. This will do. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he tore off a piece of the batter and tossed it into the cage. Before it even hit the ground, Chi-Chi gobbled it up with delight. The speed of this foolish dog's reaction was truly astonishing to Feng Lingyun Tian. After finishing, Chi-Chi looked back at Feng Lingyun Tian, its eyes sparkling with hope, pleading for another bite. Still hungry, huh? Feng Lingyun Tian chuckled as he took a bite of his own meal. How delightful! With each bite he takes, he sways it before Chi-Chi, who, in her cage, jumps around in a frenzy, desperate for a taste. Alas, my apologies, I have finished eating. Feng Lingyunshin glanced at the chicken leg in his hand, now reduced to mere shreds of meat. Chi-Chi, eyeing the bone, opened her mouth wide, her tongue extending long, signaling that she would not mind having the bone. However, to her surprise, Feng Lingyunshin casually tossed the bone into the trash bin and retrieved a generous portion of original flavored chicken. Sitting down right in front of Chi-Chi, he savored the chicken and sipped on cola, relishing every moment of satisfaction. After consuming a few chicken wings, he felt quite full, unable to manage the remaining chicken leg and 3 wings. Thus, he stepped outside and knocked on the door of his neighbor. Moments later, a 16-year-old girl slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Feng Lingyunshin, her eyes sparkled with delight. She had always harbored a fondness for the older boy next door, though he had always been rather aloof, never initiating a conversation with her. To her astonishment, he had come to knock on her door today. Hello, Brother Yuntian. The girl's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Feng Lingyunshin regarded her with a warm smile and inquired, May I borrow your Pomeranian? The girl paused for a moment, then nodded, That's fine. But don't you already have a husky? Feng Lingyunshin nodded in affirmation. I wish to tease that dog and encourage it to behave better in the future. All right, you can borrow it, just return it after you're done, she replied, retreating to her bedroom. She emerged holding a fluffy white Pomeranian. Placing it gently into Feng Lingyunshin's arms, as she left, her arm brushed against his, causing her cheeks to redden further. Thank you, he said, maintaining basic politeness with a nod. Once back home, he closed the door and affectionately patted the Pomeranian's head, cheerfully saying, Brother will treat you to some meat. The girl's name was Su Kailang, and her little Pomeranian was named. Feng Lingyunshin placed the food 3 meters away from the cage, setting the chicken leg and wings onto Chi-Chi's dish. Upon seeing this, the husky within the cage immediately erupted in furious howls. Observing the Pomeranian enjoying its feast, and then glancing at the furious Chi-Chi, who was jumping around in frustration, Feng Lingyunshin couldn't help but burst into laughter. This will drive you mad. Silly dog, silly dog, silly dog. Throughout this, the Pomeranian continued to munch, while the husky remained in a fit of rage. By the time the Pomeranian finished its meal, Chi-Chi, staring at the empty dish, began to cry, Woo-woo master, while I am not truly human, you are indeed a real dog. Upon witnessing Chi-Chi's tears, Feng Lingyunshin took out the last hidden hamburger from his bag and offered it to her. Here, eat up. If you misbehave again, I won't give you anything. Chi-Chi gazed at the opened hamburger, which contained a generous portion of meat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Master, I was wrong. You are not a dog. You are a good person. After returning the Pomeranian, Feng Lingyunshin released Chi-Chi and prepared to head to the gym. You're back so soon. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon seeing him. For who wouldn't he appreciate a handsome face? However, Feng Lingyunshin didn't even glance her way, merely responding with a grunt as he walked in. Observing his indifference, the receptionist scoffed, What a show-off. Entering the gym, he began with a 20-minute warm-up on the treadmill before proceeding to strength training. Just as he finished working on his arms and was about to focus on leg exercises, he noticed a familiar face approaching. Feng Yun, what brings you here? Feng Lingyunshin frowned, scrutinizing Feng Yun. who wore a mocking expression. I didn't expect you to be at this gym. What's this? A sudden urge to work out? Fong Yun chuckled. This seems to have nothing to do with you, Feng Linjianshan retorted, casting a sideways glance before switching to another machine. Being around a fool makes the air feel suffocating, to his surprise, as soon as he changed machines. Fong Yun followed him again. Are you unwell? Why are you following me? Feng Linjianshan snapped irritably. You? Fong Yun's expression hardened, caught off guard by Feng Linjianshan's unexpected boldness, especially since he often witnessed Feng being bullied by Ma Su and Zhou Jinrui. After regaining his composure, he looked directly at Feng Linjianshan and said, We plan to visit Ma Su this afternoon. Would you care to join us? I heard he woke up this morning. However, it's said that the infection in his eye nerves is severe, and he may not have much time left. No. Feng Linjianshan promptly rejected the invitation. Ma Su? I would rather see his entire family disappear. Yet, pondering further, he became curious about Ma Su's current condition. Turning to Fong Yun, he smirked slightly. All right, when are we going? Fong Yun, who had initially intended to leave, was pleasantly surprised by Feng Linjianshan's agreement. At 1 in the afternoon. We'll gather at the hospital after lunch. Our classmates and a few teachers will wait for everyone to arrive before heading in. Why are you the one informing me? Shouldn't the others know I wouldn't want to visit someone who constantly bullies me? Feng Linjianshan inquired, puzzled. Fong Yun waved off his concern. I just happened to see you and thought I'd ask. I didn't expect you to actually agree. I wanted to see your reaction upon learning Ma Su was awake. Originally, I thought you would be furious, but I see you are quite composed. Watching Fong Yun turn to leave, Feng Linjianshan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Composed? Anger is an emotion reserved for the weak. Now that he possessed extraordinary abilities, he had countless ways to eliminate his adversary. Displaying a facade of calmness mattered little. Losing interest in working out, Feng Linjianshan stripped off his shirt, shoes, and socks, heading into the shower. However, upon emerging wrapped in a towel, ready to change into his clothes, he discovered that his underwear and socks had mysteriously vanished. What the hell? Is there really a thief around here? At 1 in the afternoon, Feng Linjianshan arrived punctually at the Yunhai First People's Hospital. The other students were not surprised to see him, as Fong Yun had already informed them of his arrival. A few boys approached him, genuinely curious. Ma Su used to bully you so much, and yet you still have the heart to visit him? If it were me, I would wish for his demise. Upon hearing this, Feng Linjianshan revealed a barely noticeable cold smile before adopting a sorrowful demeanor. Upon reflection, we are still classmates. He may have bullied me, but with his life hanging by a thread, I felt it necessary to see him one last time. Alas, such a young age, yet facing an untimely demise. The others exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Ma Su is not dead yet, right? The way you speak makes it seem like he has already passed. Chapter 12. The Accident. Once everyone had gathered, they proceeded to the intensive care room where Ma Su was located. Knock, knock, knock. 6 seconds later, the door opened, revealing a woman with a head full of white hair, appearing to be in her 40s. Her face bore signs of exhaustion as she greeted the students and their instructor with a bittersweet smile. I am so sorry for troubling you all to visit. The woman forced a smile, her spirit clearly waning. This is the fruit we brought for Ma Su. We hope he recovers soon. The instructor smiled gently. They all understood that, given Ma Su's infected eye nerves, he would not last more than 6 months. For now, his life was merely being sustained through financial means. Yet, considering their family's limited means, how long could they maintain this? The instructor sighed deeply as they entered together. Upon seeing the students, Ma Su, weary yet alert, slowly propped himself up and nodded at them. A white bandage covered his right eye, stained with a trace of blood, leaving only his left eye exposed. Ma Su, please recover soon so we can attend classes together. Yes, Ma Su, get well soon. Though Ma Su's grades were poor due to his penchant for fighting, smoking, and drinking, he maintained decent relationships with some male classmates. Of course, none of these boys were like Feng Linjianshan, who never retaliated even when struck. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Feng Linjianshan towered over Ma Su, who was only about 1.67 meters tall. Logically, if Feng Linjianshan had fought back, he would have had the upper hand. However, his refusal to retaliate only emboldened Ma Su and Zhou Jinrui further. From the back of the crowd, Feng Linjianshan stared at Ma Su's face, a surge of inexplicable murderous intent swelling within him. Why was he still alive? Feng Lingjianshan turned to Ma Su's mother, gritting his teeth in barely concealed rage. He had once attempted to report Ma Su's bullying to her, only to be met with her dismissive response, telling her son not to hit him again, as if she cared little for the well-being of anyone outside her family. Observing her white hair, one might think she was a pitiful figure, yet she was merely a wretched being deserving of disdain. At that moment, Ma Su's father entered, holding a thermos. Instructor, Ma Su's classmates. You here. Upon seeing the fruit on the table, Ma Su's father forced a smile and shook his head. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. The instant Feng Lingjianshan laid eyes on this man, his gaze turned even colder. He had never seen Ma Su's father before, only his mother once. However, the visage of that individual is indeed etched in memory. A relative of Ma Su served as a gatekeeper at the very high school he once attended, and he frequently witnessed Ma Su engaging in conversation with a man approximately a decade his senior. On one occasion, Feng Lingjian was ensnared in a plastic bag by Ma Su and subsequently beaten at the entrance after school. Once the bag was torn away, it became apparent that this man was in the company of Ma Su's gatekeeping relative, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and laughing at his misfortune. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of radiant. Reflecting on this, a murderous intent surged violently within Feng Lingjian. It turns out this scoundrel is Ma Su's father. Observing his son assaulting another, he could still manage a laugh. How utterly fascinating. What a disgrace. Your mother and I will head home to change clothes. The water is here, Ma Su's father chuckled, placing a thermos on the nightstand before expressing gratitude to the teachers and students as he departed the hospital room. It appears this rascal has completely forgotten my appearance. Ha ha. Bed number 2, Ma Su. It's time for a dressing change. At that moment, a nurse entered the room with a tray of syringes and medications. Prompting everyone to clear a path, I'll just step out to the restroom. A male classmate chuckled as he exited. I'll go too. Me as well. 2 others followed suit. Observing this, Feng Lingjian's lips curled slightly upward as he declared, I'll go too. He hastily pursued them to the restroom. It was only upon speaking that Ma Su noticed Feng Lingjian, who had been lurking behind the crowd, and exclaimed in astonishment. He actually came? Indeed. We were puzzled as to why he would show up, Feng Yun remarked, noting that he had thought Feng Lingjian wouldn't attend, merely extending a tentative invitation. Why do you say that? Do those two have a poor relationship? Inquired a counselor. No, nothing of the sort, Feng Yun replied dismissively. Aside from the deceased Li Tong, the other counselors were unaware of Feng Lingjian's bullying ordeal. Ma Su glanced in the direction Feng Lingjian had departed, gave a fleeting look, and thereafter paid no further heed. Upon entering the restroom, he shut the door and leaned against the wall. Closing his eyes, a translucent spectral form surged forth from his body, traversing through layers of walls until reaching the parking lot. Soon enough, he located Ma Su's parents, who were preparing to drive away. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he took control of Ma Su's father's body. A glimmer of gray light flickered in his eyes as he turned to Ma Su's mother. Fastening her seatbelt, simultaneously, he locked the car doors and windows. Let us hurry home, then come back with a change of clothes, Ma Su's mother urged. All right, you can rest for a bit, the controlled Ma Su's father replied. A warm yet sinister smile gracing his face. The couple drove away from the hospital, heading towards a highway. Normally unfamiliar with the route, Ma Su's mother thought little of it and continued to doze off. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. As the vehicle reached the highway's zenith, an unexpected grin spread across Ma Su's father's face. Revealing a maniacal glint, he abruptly slammed the accelerator, crashing the car through the guardrail as it plummeted downwards. The violent jolt, coupled with his body pitching forward, awakened Ma Su's mother, who, upon witnessing the car's straight descent, screamed in terror. Ah! The sound reverberated through the heavens, yet no one possessed the ability to rescue them. In the seconds before the vehicle struck the ground, Feng Lingjian relinquished his control. The moment Ma Su's father regained awareness, he was met only with a blaze of fire. Boom! The vehicle collided with the ground, unleashing a deafening roar. Scorching flames enveloped the asphalt road beneath, consuming several surrounding vehicles in the explosion's wake. Behind them, over 30 cars, unable to brake in time, collided like a chain reaction, each one crashing into the inferno, igniting a series of explosive sounds. In Feng Lingjian's view, Ma Su's parents writhed in agony, their skin charred and deteriorating from the flames. Witnessing this scene, he covered his eyes and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. He laughed for a solid 30 seconds before finally ceasing. Subsequently, he spread his arms wide as if embracing something, marveling at the unfolding calamity of the multi-car pileup, exclaiming in a tone both frenzied and deranged. It was unclear whether he was speaking to himself or contemplating the masterpiece before him. Look, look, how magnificent this canvas is. Ha ha. Blood mingled with flames. This is truly the most beautiful art in the world. Ha ha. Chapter 13. Retribution. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Ma Su's phone on the nightstand rang within the hospital room. Curiously, he picked it up while chatting with his classmates. Upon hearing the news on the other end, his mind momentarily faltered. Are you joking? The voice on the line delivered the tragic news of Ma Su's parents' demise. Upon learning of their passing, it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him. He had thought he would share more time with his parents, only to realize that their last encounter had just transpired. Of course, the notification reached him 2 hours later. At this moment, Feng Ling Yuntian sat listlessly on a chair outside the hospital room, casting a mocking glance at the door. Upon hearing Ma Su's voice, a smirk slowly formed on his lips. It appears the news has reached him. Rising, Feng Ling Yuntian sauntered into the room, observing Ma Su's anguished expression, which brought him immense satisfaction. Ma Su collapsed onto the blanket, howling in torment. His heightened emotions caused the blood vessels in his eyes to rupture once more. The counselors rushed to call for doctors and nurses, swiftly escorting him into the operating room. Feng Ling Yuntian reveled in this sight, feeling an unmatched sense of comfort. He noticed that upon seeing him, Ma Su showed no inclination to apologize or express remorse. This meant that even on the brink of death, he still believed bullying was justified. What purpose does it serve for such a person to continue living? You all can leave for now. We, the teachers, will stay here a while longer, several counselors suggested. Their hearts filled with pity for Ma Su in light of the tragedy that had befallen his parents. Yet, in Feng Ling Yuntian's eyes, their sympathy was utterly ludicrous. As the group departed the hospital, several students gathered around Feng Ling Yuntian, commenting, I reckon his parents' fate was poetic justice. After all, he bullied others incessantly at school. Its said his father wasn't a good man either. He often got into fights. I have a friend whose family sells vegetables at the market. His mother always claims to have forgotten her phone while shopping, asking for credit, and now she owes over 100 without repayment. It seems she won't be getting it back now. Let us not be too harsh. While Ma Su may bully others, he is also pitiable in his own right. I've already forgiven him. Feng Ling Yuntian shook his head, his eyes filled with feigned compassion. The others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their incredulity at this perennial victim of Ma Su's torment. Previously, Jie Feng had even inquired whether Feng Ling Yuntian harbored a desire to kill Zhou Jinrui and Ma Su. But they had all insisted Feng Ling Yuntian lacked the courage. Now, it was clear that not only did he possess the courage, but he might also be the one to be sold out while counting the money. After parting ways, Feng Ling Yuntian hailed a cab, heading 3 kilometers near JY in Yunhai City. To evade recognition, he donned a mask and hat beforehand. He discovered a small grove, which housed a park featuring a slide. Beneath the slide was a hollow space, presumably for children to climb and play. He concealed himself within this hollow, once again unleashing his supernatural abilities, effortlessly passing through layers of walls until he entered JY. He pondered how Zhou Jinrui was faring, finding that a mere execution would be too lenient. A smile crept across Feng Ling Yuntian's face as he scoured room after room. At last, in a double room, he located Zhou Jinrui clad in a Q outfit. Observing Zhou Jinrui's current disheveled state brought Feng Ling Yuntian immense joy. The pain you inflicted upon me, I shall return to you in full. Feng Ling Yuntian's expression hardened as he gazed at the burly man seated opposite Zhou Jinrui, who was mindlessly picking at his toes, and instantaneously took control of him. Zhou Jinrui, feeling despondent, sensed the imposing figure of the man rise and was gripped by an inexplicable dread. The man was exceedingly robust, far beyond what Zhou Jinrui could contend with. Even Feng Ling Yuntian, while possessing control, could distinctly feel the overwhelming power radiating from him. His expression brightened as he bared a set of yellowed teeth, both corners of his mouth curling upwards, showcasing a horrifyingly sinister grin. This sight sent chills down Zhou Jianrui's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! Feng Yuntian, manipulating the burly man's form, unleashed a punch that sent Zhou Jianrui crashing against the wall, losing 5 teeth in the process. He writhed in agony, blood filling his mouth. At that moment, 2 YJ personnel rushed in, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the scene. They quickly stifled their revulsion and rushed in to restrain the man. Feng Yuntian, intent on making it appear as though the two were merely quarreling, continued to struggle fiercely despite being subdued. As the 2 YJ officers struggled to maintain control, the third grabbed a stun baton and lunged toward the man. Just a second before the baton made contact, Feng Yuntian released his power. With a piercing scream, the man collapsed into unconsciousness. Floating in the air, Feng Yuntian surveyed his handiwork with great satisfaction. "How is his condition?" a YJ inquired. "I assessed the situation and surmised that he would not make it to the hospital." Alas, how could these 2 individuals have ended up in such a confrontation? It is likely a result of an argument. Incidents like this have occurred more than once or twice in places like ours. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. The 3 shook their heads and carried Zhou Jianrui outside. Wenling Yuntian was entirely indifferent to what might happen to Zhou Jianrui next. Upon returning to the park, Wenling Yuntian slowly crawled out from his hiding place. Perhaps due to it not being the weekend, there were no children playing here, thus he remained unnoticed. Hiding so far away? With no hotel records, it's improbable that anyone would suspect me. This time, it was foolproof. Wenling Yuntian let out a cold laugh, adjusted his hat and mask, and once again hailed a cab back to the city. To be on the safe side, he switched vehicles 3 times before arriving at the entrance of his residential complex. Finally, he was almost home. Standing downstairs, he glanced at the time. It was already 8:20 in the evening. The world had been enveloped in darkness. He took the elevator to the 14th floor. As he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, a heart-wrenching sound of a dog barking, accompanied by the sound of shattering objects, echoed from within his home. His expression shifted sharply, and he immediately opened the door to rush inside. Upon witnessing his parents lying in a pool of blood, alongside the frantic struggles of his dog, Chi-Chi, suspended in the air, his eyes trembled violently. Before him stood a creature resembling a human in form, yet with the head of a wolf. The beast towered at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, its limbs adorned with sharp claws. The monster's features were obscured by a shroud of dark mist, save for its blood-red eyes, which, upon meeting Wenling Yuntian's gaze, sent a shiver through his very soul. Yet, upon seeing Chi-Chi being held aloft by the monster, his expression hardened. Instead of fleeing, he rolled into his bedroom. Chapter 14. The 12th member. Bang! Wenling Yuntian burst into the room, retrieving a handgun from the wardrobe. Aiming it at the creature's head, a deafening shot reverberated through the multiple floors. The bullet tore through the air, enveloped in heat, striking the monster, yet it seemed to hit a steel plate and fell to the ground. Although the bullet failed to inflict harm on the creature, it elicited a semblance of pain. Bang! The creature flung Chi-Chi against the wall, the violent impact leaving a pool of blood as the dog collapsed. Unconscious. Chi-Chi? Wenling Yuntian's pupils quivered. This was the small dog he had raised for many years, and his bond with Chi-Chi was far deeper than that with his ineffectual parents. Damn it! Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, yet the monster remained unscathed. Whoosh! The creature's arms suddenly elongated, gripping Wenling Yuntian's neck tightly. The terrifying force rendered him breathless, his face growing increasingly red that moment. A sound of shattering glass was heard, followed by a bang. A 10-centimeter gash appeared in the creature's abdomen. The arm that had been choking Wenling Yuntian gradually loosened, and the beast collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough. Wenling Yuntian slowly rose, gazing at the creature now lying motionless, with a massive hole in its chest. His pupils shook violently. Suddenly, the creature began to wither, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that slowly dissipated. Simultaneously, a black octagonal stone fell from the creature, rolling a few times before coming to rest beside the television. Another one obtained, a cursed stone, a young man with black hair, approximately 175 centimeters tall and possessing an exceptionally delicate appearance, sat by the window on the 14th floor, his narrowed eyes fixed on the octagonal black stone on the ground. Upon seeing this youth, Wind Lingyun Tian suddenly realized that he was the same boy who had defended him on the subway. "Hello there." Jiang Ling walked over to the television, picked up the black stone, and approached Wind Lingyun Tian with a warm smile, extending his hand up. "No, thank you." He declined Jiang Ling's kindness and stood up on his own. "Thank you. I will remember this favor." Wind Lingyun Tian nodded earnestly, hurrying over to Chi-Chi. Jiang Ling looked curiously at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, asking in astonishment, "These must be your parents, right? Why aren't you tending to them first? Normally, one would prioritize saving their own parents. Well, that although they are already gone, I suppose I should at least take a look, or perhaps even weep." "You mean them?" "I am sorry, but I don't comprehend what you're saying." Wind Lingyun Tian shook his head, feeling a surge of joy upon discovering that Chi-Chi was still alive. He had long since lost any emotional ties to his parents. Thus seeing them did not stir any feelings within him. Even if a child died in the streets and people lamented, he would merely think, "Is it just the death of a person? What is there to pity?" He could not grasp or wish to understand such emotions. Suddenly, Chi-Chi began to tremble violently, foam forming at the mouth, snapping Wind Lingyun Tian back to reality. "You're a superhuman, right? Can you save him? He is my only family." Wind Lingyun Tian was extremely anxious. In his times of sorrow, it was only Chi-Chi who had kept him company, which was why, after developing emotional disorders, he could only form feelings for this single dog. Watching the violently shaking husky on the verge of death, Jiang Ling shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. "I'm sorry, young man. My powers can cause destruction, but I cannot save lives. Since you are aware that I possess superhuman abilities, you must have some as well, right?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Yes." Wind Lingyun Tian nodded. "What is your ability?" "I wonder if it can save him." My ability is related to the soul. It is a form of manipulation, lacking any healing capabilities. Wind Lingyun Tian's mind was in disarray, and if he wanted to save Chi-Chi, he could not conceal his powers. Moreover, he currently possessed only one ability. Even if he tried to hide it, he could not deceive anyone with a second. Furthermore, if the other party wished to harm him, they could have acted long ago in his arms. Chi-Chi trembled furiously, ultimately losing consciousness, lying still in Wind Lingyun Tian's embrace. Cradling Chi-Chi, Wind Lingyun Tian's eyes reddened, yet not a single tear fell at that moment. It seemed as if his vision had blurred. "Did I see that incorrectly?" Rubbing his eyes, he looked at Chi-Chi again, only to discover a spirit identical to Chi-Chi emerging from his body, slowly ascending into the air. He instinctively reached out to grasp the ethereal form, but his hand passed right through it. Jiang Ling noticed Wind Lingyun Tian's unusual behavior and asked in confusion, "What are you trying to grab?" Wind Lingyun Tian was taken aback, turning to Jiang Ling and saying, "Can't you see? Chi-Chi's soul is floating upwards." I can't see it." Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned. "Damn it, why can't I grasp it?" Wind Lingyun Tian shouted in anger, his eyes bloodshot. "I can feel it. If I can just catch Chi-Chi's soul, it will surely revive. But why can't I grasp it? Damn it." A glint of gold flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as he spoke. "Do you truly feel that way?" "Yes." Wind Lingyun Tian nodded without hesitation. "Then try this. Grasp it with your hand and absorb the energy within." Jiang Ling extended the cursed stone towards him. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading as the excitement continues." Upon receiving the cursed stone, Wind Lingyun Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the stone that had just fallen from the monster? However, after a brief contemplation, he comprehended something. He enjoyed reading novels and watching anime. Generally, items that fall from monsters can enhance a power user's ability index. Perhaps, after augmenting his ability index, he might be able to seize Chi-Chi's soul. Without further hesitation, he tightly grasped the cursed stone, and an overwhelming surge of energy rushed into his body. Feeling this energy, Wind Lingyun Tian's expression brightened. He raised his left hand, and a gray energy material began to coalesce in his palm. In the next moment, that energy enveloped Chi-Chi's soul, drawing it back to his side. "How is it? Can you do it?" Jiang Ling asked eagerly. "Yes. It works." Wind Lingyun Tian was incredibly excited. He had not anticipated that he could indeed amplify his superpower. He placed Chi-Chi's soul back into the lifeless body, and the once cold form gradually regained warmth. That alone may not suffice. I need to take him to a pet hospital. His injuries are too severe. His bones are likely shattered. Wind Lingyun Tian turned to the youth behind him. "Thank you. I will surely repay these two favors. He nodded earnestly. Although he had emotional disorders, he could still discern fundamental debts of gratitude. Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head at Wenling Yuntian's words. If you go to the hospital like this, you will likely be apprehended by the police shortly. After all, everyone heard the sound of gunfire. The reason no one dared to venture outside is likely due to fear that the assailant has not left. Jiang Ling was indeed correct. Nearby, Su Keilang had just wanted to step outside to investigate but was stopped by her parents. Simultaneously, they had also called the police. What should I do? Wenling Yuntian was extremely anxious, feeling at a loss. Why not come with me? I have a doctor there. Everyone is of the same age. And they are all superhumans as well. They should be able to communicate well. What do you think? Wenling Yuntian hesitated slightly, pondering in his heart. Since gaining superpowers, he had been oblivious to many hidden official matters. What exactly is a cursed stone, and what is a cursed spirit? He had no understanding whatsoever. What is the world like outside today? What is the official stance on those with abilities? Will they be treated as outcasts and captured? He was completely unaware of these matters. Since someone had invited him to join their organization, he decided it would be prudent to accept the offer for now, and later, when his strength had grown sufficient to stand alone, he could choose to withdraw. With this thought in mind, Wenling Yuntian's gaze sharpened, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Then allow me to extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of my companions. Jiang Ling extended his hand, a calm and confident smirk gracing his lips. His choice to directly invite Wenling Yuntian stemmed from the latter's ability to perceive their captain's powers. Only those with a certain level of extraordinary ability could see through illusions. Ordinary people or those lacking in ability would merely see a normally decorated establishment. Welcome to the Blood Moon. Our 12th member, Chapter 15. Soul restraint. The two arrived at the base of the apartment building and moved aside a manhole cover. Voluntarily jumping inside. Are we going through here? Wenling Yuntian queried, his expression one of confusion. Yes, otherwise the entire route is monitored, and I estimate you would be captured within half a day. Jiang Ling nodded. The two navigated the sewer, unaware of how many hours had passed, until they finally emerged from another manhole. Gazing at the ceiling above, Wenling Yuntian looked quizzically at Jiang Ling. This is our base's basement. We have arrived, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. After replacing the manhole cover, they stepped out of the basement into a lavishly adorned living room, exuding an air of ancient elegance. A television was set up, air conditioning hummed softly, and various exquisite sofas and furnishings suggested a significant expense. This decor seems familiar, Wenling Yuntian remarked, raising an eyebrow. You have seen it before, at the restaurant where you dined a few days ago. So this is the place. That restaurant is your stronghold, indeed. Could it be that the employees I saw that day were all your members? Do they all possess extraordinary abilities? You guessed correctly. Well, the shop is now closed. I will call the doctor for you, Jiang Ling said, exiting the room. Within 3 minutes, a beautiful woman clad in a snug white tracksuit, her figure curvaceous, entered. Is she the doctor? But where's the medicine? Wenling Yuntian questioned. Noticing the woman's empty hands, the woman chuckled lightly. I do not require any potions. Rest assured, I will heal this husky. Her name was Yuna, the chief physician of Blood Moon, and she possessed formidable combat prowess herself. With her ability aptly named Dr. A.S., she slowly extended her right hand. A sphere of white energy coalesced in her palm, ultimately transforming into a pure white scalpel. Holding the scalpel, she delicately cut through the husky's skin, revealing the pulsating organs within. What are you doing? Wenling Yuntian exclaimed, rushing to intervene, only to be restrained by Jiang Ling. It's fine. Don't worry, Jiang Ling assured him with a reassuring glance. It was then that he noticed. Despite the husky being opened up, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Yuna manipulated the scalpel, converting it into countless threads of white. These threads entwined around the husky's fractured bones, seamlessly rejoining them in the blink of an eye. The threads converged once more, transforming into a slender needle, culminating in a long white thread. In a fluid display of skill. All of this was accomplished in mere seconds, successfully stitching the husky back together. All done, Yuna stood up, gently patting the husky's head while smiling at Wenling Yuntian. Let your dog rest here. Everyone is in the shop. We have prepared a welcome feast for you. A welcome feast? Wenling Yuntian stammered, turning to Jiang Ling. I sent them a message midway, informing them of the new member's arrival, so they began preparing the food 2 hours ago. Let us go meet your future companions, Zhang Ling said with a smile. Following their lead, Feng Lingyun Tian entered the dining hall of the restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, a delightful aroma assailed his senses. So fragrant, he thought, swallowing hard. He had not eaten all day and felt quite hungry. Hello, welcome to the Blood Moon Organization. A striking young man with a wolf's tail, dressed in a sleek black trench coat, stood up and extended his hand. Feng Lingyun Tian glanced at him and reciprocated the handshake. Hello, it seems you are all right. Beside the man, a girl who looked no older than 16, with a lollipop in her mouth and a bunny doll in her arms, sported a mischievous grin. Are monsters frightening? She asked again. Feng Lingyun Tian was momentarily taken aback and nodded. Another boy nearby chuckled. Hello, I'm Lin Shi. The reason Zhang Ling appeared here today is that our companion foresaw your crisis. Which is why he was there. Oh, that's how it is. Feng Lingyun Tian exclaimed in surprise, realizing why Zhang Ling had shown up from several kilometers away. Yes, for why they had spent hours wandering. It was simply because Zhang Ling had gotten lost in the sewer. You all possess extraordinary abilities? Feng Lingyun Tian inquired. Yes, young handsome, a woman in a red dress with vibrant red hair replied. Everyone here possesses extraordinary abilities. Let us introduce ourselves, the man in the black trench coat suggested. I am Chimu. My ability is Blood Moon, and I am the captain of this organization. The red-haired woman added. I am Kylie. My ability is Blood Princess. The girl holding the bunny doll smirked. My ability is Precognition, but you can simply call me the Seer. Lin Shi chuckled. Her name is Lin Mingming. She feels her real name doesn't suit her identity as a seer. So she doesn't like it.as for me. I'm Lin Shi. My ability is Waterfall, which allows me to manipulate water. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses then adjusted his glasses and spoke in a serious tone. I am Kai Chuhan. My ability is Soul Capture. After the introductions, the maid who had previously served Feng Lingyun Tian approached, carrying a glass of orange juice. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, she smiled charmingly. Seeing Feng Lingyun Tian accept the glass, she continued. My name is Yin. My ability is Explosive Flame. Haha, I'm Yole. You can call me Brother Lei.M. My ability is Chef, which allows me to enhance the recovery of abilities through my dishes. For instance, after a tough battle, a single bite of my cooking will have you feeling revitalized in no time. A robust man with a beard, around 35 years old and towering at approximately 6 feet tall, laughed heartily. My ability is Spatial Manipulation. However, my combat skills are lacking. I can merely assist everyone by storing items. For now, I'm just helping Brother Lei in the kitchen. My name is Lu Wenchuan. This was a boy around Feng Lingyun Tian's age, perhaps only 20 at most. His halting speech suggested he was quite introverted. Feng Lingyun Tian felt a pang of empathy. This fellow likely faced bullying in school, as he had once endured similar trials. I don't need to explain myself, do I? You already know, Yuna smiled. Yes, and I must thank you for saving my dog, Feng Lingyun Tian replied, forcing a warm smile despite his discomfort. He was quite introverted and found self-introductions to be quite challenging. That moment, another man, appearing to be around 25 and clad in a black ancient outfit, slowly approached, extending his hand with a radiant smile. Hello, my name is Zhua Feiyu. My ability is Cutting. Feng Lingyun Tian shook his hand in return. Brother Zhua is quite impressive. He has consecutively won the world championship 3 times in swordsmanship, Yi Yin teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. Lastly, there's me, heh. I'm Zhang Ling just by looking at my name. You can guess my orientation, heh. Zhang Ling surveyed Feng Lingyun Tian with a wicked grin. I understand. You are Ling. Feng Lingyun Tian nodded expressionlessly. In this day and age, issues of sexual orientation were largely accepted by society. Although Feng Lingyun Tian was quite handsome, he did not consider himself to be of the type that everyone adored. It would be overly narcissistic to assume that just because someone had a different sexual orientation, they would be attracted to every man. As for my ability, it is called Airburst, allowing me to create explosions by evaporating moisture in the air. All right, brother, it's your turn for self-introduction now, Yin smiled. Okay. Feng Lingyun Tian nodded, his expression serious as he stated, my name is Feng Lingyun Tian. Feng is my surname, and Lingyun Tian is my given name. I discovered my extraordinary ability just a few days ago. I have named my ability Spirit Possession, which allows me to exit my soul and enter another person's body to exert control. After absorbing the curse stone earlier, I gained a new ability, which I have dubbed Soul Restraint. I have also realized that my powers are intricately linked to death and the soul. My previous inability to see spiritual entities may have stemmed from my insufficient mastery of these abilities. Now, his eyes have completely transformed into a pair of yin-yang eyes, capable of perceiving the existence of spirits and binding them. Upon hearing of his abilities, the others exhibited expressions of astonishment. This power is remarkably formidable. If he were to infiltrate the highest echelons of the military and manipulate them to launch missiles, what chaos would ensue? So, have you made up your mind? Are you certain about joining our organization? Chi-Mu stood up, his demeanor serious as he fixed his gaze upon the young man before him, devoid of his previous smile. Feng Lingyun Tian took a deep breath and gradually nodded. He genuinely feared rejection. If the other party were to refuse, he, a dropout yet to enter society, would be utterly incapable of acquiring information about the cursed stones and cursed spirits through any other means. He had contemplated whether to conceal his true abilities, yet the power of soul binding seemed too trivial to contribute to the organization. They likely would not desire someone of no use. I will join, he promptly agreed, his curiosity about this world intensifying. He yearned to know, to understand. What is that stone? What is that creature? He wished to uncover these mysteries. Yet, the internet would not provide the answers. To know, he would inevitably have to join an organization. Upon hearing the response, Chi-Mu smiled and nodded. If the other party had refused, he would have had no choice but to resort to silencing him. After all, if the organization were exposed, and they lacked members capable of erasing memories, they could not allow anyone privy to their secrets to leave. This was precisely why they had directly disclosed their abilities to Feng Lingyun Tian. It was either compliance or death. Then let me welcome you on behalf of all the members, the 12th member of the Bloodthirsty Moon, Feng Lingyun Tian. Chi-Mu extended his hand, slowly shaking hands with Feng Lingyun Tian, both displaying a courteous yet dignified smile. Chapter 16. The first mission after dining with everyone, Feng Lingyun Tian followed Zhuo Feiyu to the dormitory within the shop. The others did not reside in the store. But upon hearing about the circumstances surrounding Feng Lingyun Tian, they understood that allowing him to roam freely on the streets could easily lead to his apprehension by the authorities. Thus, they had no choice but to accommodate him in the meeting room of the shop. Fortunately, the sofa in that room was quite comfortable, making it a suitable place for a night's rest. Tomorrow, they would procure a bed to place in the conference hall. In light of everyone's enthusiasm, Feng Lingyun Tian did his utmost to mask his true feelings with a smile. Even during dinner, he appeared somewhat reserved. In his view, extending such warmth to a stranger was a rather foolish endeavor. Were he in their position, he certainly would not display kindness to an unfamiliar face. As the others returned home, he found himself alone. Lying on the couch and observing the peacefully slumbering Chi-Chi, he felt a modicum of reassurance. Regarding his parents' demise, he felt no sorrow. He could not fathom what warranted grief for those whose parents passed away in a hospital. Is death not a natural part of life? Ultimately, everyone must perish. Dying sooner could be a form of liberation. Surely, it is preferable to suffering in a hospital bed, surrounded by tubes, reliant on others for basic needs, enduring pain in a state of agony. He truly could not comprehend such emotions. Even if Chi-Chi were to pass away, he would only mourn for a couple of days, perhaps not shedding a single tear. The only lingering thought would be the solitude that lay ahead. He reached out to touch Chi-Chi beside him, feeling no stirrings within. The only source of excitement for him stemmed from his conversations with the team. Through discussions with Captain Chi-Mu and his fellow teammates, he gleaned insights into a facet of this world. According to others, their superpowers manifested at the brink of extreme pain, madness, or fury, with the intensity of the emotion correlating to the potency of their abilities. For example, Lu Wenxuan, one of his teammates, possessed spatial abilities but had absorbed 3 cursed stones without unlocking new powers. This was rather underwhelming. Currently, he served merely as a resource transporter and kitchen aide in the shop. Although Feng Lingyun Tian's abilities did not lend themselves to direct combat, the inscrutability of souls and the capacity to manipulate others constituted a fearsome power. Unless he encountered someone with the ability to perceive souls, no one could detect him. After all, his soul emitted no sound, nor did it create any airflow or spatial fluctuations. At that moment, he recalled the cursed stones he had consumed, now reduced to mere fragments. And his expression turned solemn. His teammates informed him that these objects were collectively referred to as the octagonal cursed spirit stones by authorities worldwide. Many, for the sake of convenience, simply called them cursed stones. It was said that these stones had appeared on Earth 19 years prior when a colossal meteorite descended from the sky. At that time, it was only 2024. While technology had advanced sufficiently to sustain human life, it was inadequate to obliterate a meteorite of such magnitude. Every nation unleashed its available munitions, even resorting to nuclear weapons. Ultimately, the meteorite was shattered into over 50 fragments, which fell across the globe. During this process, millions of smaller fragments were ejected from those 50-plus meteorites, landing worldwide. Initially, the fragments and meteorites did not cause any significant impact, as their landing sites were quite remote and did not affect urban areas. Experts were merely dispatched to collect and study them. At first, no one anticipated the repercussions of these meteorites. However, the day after their descent, a magnetic field imperceptible to the naked eye emerged at an altitude of 500 meters, resulting in the disappearance of all aircraft flying at that height, leading to catastrophic crashes. Following investigations by high-ranking officials, it was discovered that an unknown magnetic field had developed at high altitudes, severely destabilizing aircraft. Subsequently, pilots were equipped with parachutes and instructed to conduct test flights. Regardless of how many aircraft were launched, once they reached 500 meters, they would encounter signal disruptions and plummet within 10 minutes. This is why all flights and airports have been suspended to this day. Any machinery exceeding 500 meters in altitude would lose functionality, while satellites in space remained operational and undamaged. Terrestrial machines could not receive signals beyond that height. The most alarming aspect was not the absence of aircraft, as people could still survive, albeit with greater inconvenience. As experts began to examine the meteorite, their tempers gradually soured, culminating in one even attacking a colleague with a knife. Through extensive verification, they discovered that the meteorite possessed the ability to corrupt human minds. Following this revelation, the meteorite was sealed away, and various devices were employed to monitor it, yet nothing was uncovered. However, 1 month later, a high-ranking military official, devastated by the loss of his family in a car accident, awakened his superpowers in a fit of grief. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. Subsequently, superhumans began to emerge in various countries and cities, heralding the dawn of an era for those with abilities. Initially, this was perceived as good news. However, it was not long before several soldiers encountered a creature shrouded in dark mist while transporting supplies. They utilized shotguns, handguns, and sniper rifles to attack, yet their efforts proved futile. Ultimately, someone detonated a grenade, finally slaying the beast. Yet, upon its demise, it did not leave a corpse. Instead, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. As the soldiers stood in astonishment, an octagonal black stone fell from the creature's body, rolling before them. They brought the stone back to their base, where experts identified its material as identical to that of the meteorite. Subsequently, various military units were dispatched to search for different types of monsters. Notably, these creatures were most densely concentrated in graveyards and populous urban areas. Ordinary monsters could be eradicated with grenades, while tougher ones required artillery or missiles. As for the more formidable adversaries, they could effortlessly withstand missile strikes. In a moment of despair, when all hope seemed lost, the highest-ranking military official to awaken in Huaxia managed to slay one of these elite monsters with a single strike. From that point onward, superhumans gained significant attention from the military, which began a nationwide search for individuals with abilities. It was also then that, for public safety, information was concealed, and ordinary citizens were prohibited from leaving cities. Outposts were established around urban peripheries to prevent these monsters from invading and endangering the populace. Yet, despite their vigilance, monsters continued to infiltrate. Ultimately, the state captured one of these creatures for examination and discovered that it drew energy from the souls of the deceased or the resentments of the living. Taking shape from that energy, what does Earth have in abundance? Human beings. Every day, individuals of all ages meet their end. Whether through old age, illness, or accidents, countless corpses generate energy post-mortem. As for resentment, that energy is even more profound. Schools that remain open past 10 o'clock, companies with lights aglow in the dead of night, and workers from all walks of life, oppressed. If an energy detection device were aimed at a brightly lit school at 10 o'clock, its readings would undoubtedly soar. The collective resentments of students, workers, and countless individuals in society represent the most immense source of energy in this world. This energy permeates every corner of the globe, absorbed by fragments of the meteorite, coalescing into various monsters. The greater the soul and resentment, the more formidable the monsters that materialize. After discussions among officials and other nations, this stone was named the Octagonal Cursed Spirit Stone, and a worldwide recovery initiative was launched. However, these stones do not emit energy under normal circumstances. Only when transformed into monsters do they become detectable. The only means of reclamation lies in vanquishing these creatures. Known as cursed spirits, it has now been 18 years since the discovery of cursed spirits, and the world has managed to recover a mere 783,412 stones. Moreover, these reclaimed stones have all been allocated as rewards for subordinate abilities, intended to enhance their powers. After all, aside from the threat posed by these monsters, other nations are also stirring with ambition. In this transformed world, is it not an opportune moment for conquest? Should the obstructive nations be eradicated, those that remain shall undoubtedly rise to dominance. Chimu's father, a high-ranking official in the military, was wrongfully imprisoned due to offending a superior and ultimately succumbed to despair. These revelations were shared by his father with him and his mother, who were cautioned to remain silent. After all, he could not protect them at all times. They needed to cultivate a sense of self-preservation. However, upon his father's demise, that very leader visited their home and, in a drunken stupor, violated his mother. Overcome with shame and rage, she took her own life by severing her carotid artery, and in a surge of intense emotion. He awakened his superhuman abilities. To this day, that leader remains alive, residing within the Yunhai military department. His objective is to obliterate that family, leaving no one behind. The members gathered in Blood Moon are either seeking companionship in solitude, burdened by hatred, or simply in pursuit of thrills. Regardless, once one joins Blood Moon, they become comrades, committed to assisting one another in resolving all tribulations. Lu Wenxuan's tormentors comprise 7 individuals. Their families have all been eradicated by members of Blood Moon. Currently, the photographs of 4 members of Blood Moon have been exposed: Kylie, Jiangling, Zhuofeiyu, and Chimu. They have been published on the official website, branded with the title of Notorious Thugs. Little did I expect such captivating events to unfold unbeknownst to me. Feng Linjianshan gazed at the blindingly bright ceiling, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Such occurrences, unless linked to the upper echelons of the state, would remain utterly concealed. This explains why some would dare to demand 200,000 for a single piece of information. These thoughts echoed incessantly in his mind, rendering him unable to sleep. It was not until 4:15 in the morning that fatigue finally coaxed his eyes shut. "Has that brat awakened?" Zhuofeiyu inquired. Puzzled. "Not yet," Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. I checked. He is still sound asleep, in a wonder. When we first heard this news, we couldn't even manage a wink all night. I recall you were giddy with excitement for an entire day and night. Jiang Ling, Lin Shi laughed. Indeed. Such exhilarating events are utterly fascinating. Jiang Ling flashed a devilish grin. Let us wait a bit longer. It's only 3:45 now. The mission doesn't commence until 6 this evening. His participation is essential. Otherwise, it would take considerable effort to eliminate that stronghold. The group awaited 4:55 in the afternoon, at which point Feng Linjianshan, weary, awoke from his dreams. In his slumber, he tread upon a mountain of corpses. Laughing maniacally like a demon, in that moment, he felt like the sovereign of the world. The conference room boasted a bathroom and restroom. After freshening up and donning his shoes and dried socks, he exited his quarters. Due to his character, he habitually donned black attire. Thus, when a shadow appeared, the others mistook it for a cursed spirit in the shop, startling everyone. "Hey, with looks like yours, why wear all black? Wouldn't a splash of color be better?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "I simply prefer black," Feng Linjianshan replied tersely, his voice icy and unwelcoming. However, given that Jiang Ling had saved his life, he managed a polite smile, albeit one that was more ghastly than a frown. "If you can't smile, perhaps you ought to refrain from trying." Lin Shi stifled a laugh, while the others watched with twitching lips. "Since everyone is present, I shall announce today's mission," Chimu said, glancing at the recently awakened Feng Linjianshan, a slight smile gracing his lips as his demeanor turned serious. Upon hearing of the mission, Feng Linjianshan, who had been in a state of semi-consciousness, suddenly became alert, his eyes shimmering with intensity as they fixed upon the captain seated on the sofa. He had noticed that the shop had not opened, and now understood that it was not surprising, given the mission at hand. After all, he had used the conference room to rest, leaving the others to wait in the lobby for him to commence the meeting. Our task this time is to assault a port on the East Coast. It is said that domestic gunpowder dealers have procured firearms and ammunition from Germany. Our objective is to raid the port and steal all the weapons before the transaction takes place. Chimu explained gravely. The adversaries are armed with firearms, including tear gas and sniper rifles. Given the current state of external information blockade and the frequent appearances of monsters, they are not intimidated by our military. It is likely that there are also ability users among their guards. This time, we require one individual to help us identify the snipers and the distribution of personnel. Therefore, Feng Linjianshan, we hope you can participate in this mission. What say you? Chimu turned his gaze toward the youth leaning against the bar. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Linjianshan nodded, his eyes alight with excitement. His motivation for joining this organization was not only to understand the current state of the world, but also to engage in such perilous and adrenaline-fueled endeavors. If firearms are involved, bloodshed is inevitable, is it not? If that is indeed the case, it would be simply splendid. Once again, he could behold the canvas painted in blood. Chapter 17. Exploring the dock. The mission dispatched 4 members, Lu Wenxuan, Zhuo Feiyu, Jiang Ling, and Feng Linjianshan. Before their departure, the seer conducted a divination, predicting a resounding victory. This revelation brought much comfort to the group. Originally, they had anticipated needing at least 7 members, but Feng Linjianshan's possession ability significantly increased their chances of success. They drove towards the east dock, disembarking when they reached 3 kilometers away. Lu Wenxuan utilized his spatial abilities to conceal the vehicle, and the group remained vigilant of their surroundings until they approached the dock. 1 kilometer away, where they found a place to hide. After all, such heavy weaponry would undoubtedly be guarded not just in the vicinity but also from a distance. Feng Linjianshan, you'll need to head to the base and help us pinpoint their sniper positions and the specific distribution of guards. If possible, it would be ideal to locate their weapons storage as well, Zhuo Feiyu instructed, turning to the serious-looking youth behind him. All right, but while I am away from my body, I will be completely defenseless. So I will need your protection, Feng Linjianshan warned. While he was reluctant to trust anyone, he realized his life was saved by them. If they truly intended to kill him, they could have acted in the shop. With a total of 12 ability users, he had no chance of escape, and no worries, little brother. Even if I perish, I will ensure your safety, Jiang Ling replied, offering a sincere smile. The earnest gaze directed at him made Feng Linjianshan feel somewhat uneasy. He could not comprehend why a stranger would show such warmth towards another. Yet, while he thought this, he outwardly expressed gratitude, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, as he spoke. A translucent spirit emerged from his body, causing Feng Linjianshan's form to tilt slowly to one side. Zhuo Feiyu caught him, inspecting him closely and even testing for breath. There was none. It appeared he had indeed left his corporeal form. The trio regarded the unconscious Feng Linjianshan with curiosity. Although this ability lacked combat prowess, it possessed formidable detection capabilities. The ethereal Feng Linjianshan glanced at the intrigued group before soaring towards the distant dock. He navigated through various sized containers, discovering armed enemies lurking in the shadows at numerous blind spots. Among taller containers, some had 2 layers of wood placed in the center, creating a hollow space capable of accommodating a person. Within that hollow, a dark metal object glimmered ominously. It was unmistakable. A sniper was concealed within. Feng Linjianshan searched various warehouses but found no trace of weapons. Aside from vehicles, steel, and seafood, there was hardly any scent of gunpowder. He even submerged himself in the sea but found nothing amiss. After some deliberation, Feng Linjianshan re-entered a previously inspected warehouse for further investigation. This time, he was more diligent than before. Suddenly, a bag of flour tumbled from atop a stack of supplies, crashing onto a wooden stick on the ground. The stick's tip was irregularly shaped, slightly sharp. When the flour bag struck it, one end punctured the bag, causing a cascade of white flour to pour out, enveloping the entire warehouse in a cloud of white dust. As the flour spread, 3 black gun barrels emerged from the shadows. The instant Feng Linjianshan laid eyes upon them, his gaze brightened. Sniper rifles. These fiends have hidden their weapons in flour. How cunning! This method of concealment allows them to easily deceive those in authority with a few bribes, bypassing inspections with ease. Unless investigators were to empty the flour entirely, discovering these firearms would prove exceedingly difficult. It was sheer luck that he had stumbled upon these 3 sniper rifles. The entire dock must be under their control. Could it be that the other warehouses are similarly stocked with firearms? He traversed through the essence of souls, penetrating into other chambers. First, he delved into the corporeal realm of marine delicacies, from which he unearthed narcotics. Through steel, he discovered a copious amount of explosives concealed within metal pipes. Beneath the dual-layered partitions of certain fruits, numerous grenades lay hidden. The plethora of firearms astonished him immensely. If only I possessed spatial abilities, I would, akin to the protagonists in apocalyptic novels, gather them all. A glimmer of avarice danced in Feng Lingyun Tian's eyes. He turned his gaze toward a certain direction, where a light had been persistently aglow. It was likely the domain of the individual in charge here. Being newly inducted into the organization, he surmised that others might harbor distrust towards him. Thus he felt compelled to achieve something significant to validate his prowess. A subtle smile graced his lips as an intriguing scheme began to form in his mind. This plan, it seemed, could only be executed by him alone across the globe. Let me create chaos. After absorbing the energy from the cursed stone, he distinctly felt a unique force coursing within him. A sensation absent before. Navigating through walls, he arrived at a monitoring room. He counted meticulously. A total of 8 individuals, 5 of whom were armed with assault rifles. The other 2 were engaged, one seated before a large screen monitoring the footage, while the other leaned against the counter, cradling a cup of latte. The latter's demeanor unmistakably marked him as the leader of the group. Casting a glance at his watch, the leader spoke coldly. Only 3 hours remain until the delivery deadline. Everyone, stay alert and ensure no one enters this dock. Understood, boss. The man's lips curled into a smile. He relished the adulation he received. Ever since awakening his superpower of armament, he had completely shed his past and acquired the ability to command the elements. Just as he was about to bring the cup to his lips, his hand froze mid-air. A fleeting grayish aura flashed in his eyes, revealing a mocking smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression became rigid, and astonishment washed over him seconds later. He had not anticipated that the person he had possessed was, in fact, a wielder of abilities. He realized this due to the overwhelming supernatural energy he could sense upon his possession, and he had a vague inkling that he might be able to manipulate this power. He closed his eyes. Pondering briefly, moments later, he opened them abruptly, directing his gaze toward his right hand. What was once a flesh and blood arm was now enveloped by a mosaic-like energy, transforming before his astonished gaze into a cannon. At that moment, exhilaration surged within him, and uncontainable joy spread across his face. The surrounding individuals noticed their leader's expression but felt no surprise. Ever since he had awakened his superpower, he often indulged in such displays. However, the current demeanor of their leader was undeniably unsettling. Chapter 18. Chaos reigns. Previously, when he had possessed ordinary individuals, he had noticed no distinct differences. After all, upon inhabiting another's body, he utilized their physicality. Thus their strength and capabilities were naturally aligned. Little did he expect that upon possessing a supernatural being, he could harness their abilities. It was nothing short of astonishing. How intriguing! A smile crept upon his lips as he turned to the nearest guard. Slowly, he raised his right hand, aiming the dark, profound muzzle directly at the guard's head. Boom! A golden energy beam erupted, enveloping the man's body entirely. It penetrated through walls, blasting over 30 meters away, reducing him to a charred corpse. The remaining 6, witnessing their leader's sudden attack on his own, stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Before they could gather their wits, Feng Lingyun Tian redirected the cannon toward another individual. Another beam shot forth, resulting in yet another charred remains. One of the guards, relatively new to the group and lacking any emotional ties to their leader, swiftly drew his weapon, preparing to fire. Yet in the next instant, he was rendered speechless. Their leader, utilizing the armament to condense his hand cannon, suddenly transformed it into a revolver, astonishingly aiming it at his own temple. The leader's lips curled into a sinister, chilling grin. Words echoed in the minds of the 5 like whispers from the abyss. "You shall be next." Bang! The gunshot pierced through his skull, sending him crashing to the ground, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The others remained in shock at their leader's actions when suddenly the new guard raised his submachine gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Amidst the gunfire, he cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha! Let them all die! Let them all perish! How exquisite, these blossoms of bloodshed! It invigorates me. Feng Lingyun Tian executed the remaining 5 teammates, reveling in the splatter of crimson, as if witnessing the most beautiful spectacle on earth, a visage of extreme obsession gracing his features. The room was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire. 35 sharpshooters and 3 snipers positioned outside rushed in. Upon entry, one immediately aimed at the blood-soaked guard. Why did you attack your own? Explain yourself, or we shall execute you on the spot. One sniper had already taken aim, ready to fire. The little guard smirked, dismissively waving his hands as if to say it was of no consequence. I need not explain my actions. If you wish to kill me, allow me to assist you. He extended his rosy tongue, licking the still warm muzzle of the gun from continuous firing, then took it into his mouth. Bang! The bullet pierced through his skull, blood splattering like a grim specter upon the control panel behind him. The 38 intruders exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. What manner of being was this? So utterly unconcerned for their own life. Fortunately, such a terrifying entity was now deceased. While a few deliberated on how to clean up the aftermath, they remained oblivious to the fact that one of their last remaining teammates had drawn a concealed knife, targeting one of their own. The harrowing scream echoed through the monitoring room, prompting all to turn. One teammate was stabbed in the back, blood splattering onto the clothes and face of the person behind him. Feng Lingyun Tian withdrew the knife, swiftly striking down 2 unsuspecting foes in the blink of an eye. In that instant, a horrifying realization struck them. A spy had infiltrated their ranks. As for the individual who had just committed suicide, he was merely a death warrior. Regardless, they could never suspect that he was merely a being capable of controlling others through soul possession. In that moment, each person grew wary of their comrades. Fearful of further attacks from within, a smile crept onto Feng Lingyun Tian's lips as he charged toward another gunman. The man, with a fierce expression, raised his weapon and delivered a fatal shot. Damn it, you think you can kill me? He spat on the lifeless body, disdain etched across his face. However, just as he turned, a companion suddenly lifted a sniper rifle, shooting clean through his chest. You. The man could hardly believe it. They had known each other for at least 5 years, often visiting spas and bars together, only to discover that his companion too was a spy. Having slain yet another individual, Feng Lingyun Tian grinned, ready to attack another, but before he could even chamber his weapon, his life was snuffed out by a single bullet. In less than 30 seconds, 4 comrades had lost their lives. The remaining 34 scattered, ever vigilant against potential betrayal from their OWN. At this moment, they were utterly unaware of who among them had turned against them. After all, the bond between the two who had just slain one another was well known. They had been as close as brothers, yet the two had turned on one another. 500 meters away, nearing the dock's periphery, 3 teammates who heard the gunfire exchanged solemn glances, pondering if their cover had been blown. Let us move, commanded Zhuo Feiyu, as the others followed suit. Lu Wenxuan, carrying Feng Lingyun Tian's body, trailed behind, his expression tense. As the two approached, prepared to strike, they unexpectedly discovered 34 armed guards, their gazes warily fixed upon their comrades. What was happening? Lu Wenxuan queried softly as he caught up. I'm not certain. Let us observe, Zhuo Feiyu replied, brow furrowed. Utilizing his special ability from cutting, perception, he discerned that no hidden snipers lurked nearby. It appeared all guards had congregated in that area. Suddenly, the 3 felt their pupils dilate in shock. They witnessed one of the opposing gunmen raise his weapon and eliminate a fellow guard. The remaining guards, upon witnessing this, opened fire, turning the traitor into a sieve. Moments later, another aimed at a teammate but was shot down by another guard who had been targeting him. This bizarre scene made the 3's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Was this the terrifying power of soul possession? Zhuo Feiyu found it hard to believe. The ability to toy with others as if they were mere puppets was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. The only drawback was that when his soul left his body, his physical form remained utterly defenseless. If an enemy were to discover this, Even a child wielding a pencil could easily slay him. However, if a comrade guarded his body, this ability became utterly unparalleled. Observing the remaining 32, it was evident that their spirits were on the brink of collapse. The pervasive fear of being ambushed by their own at any moment gnawed at their souls. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Feng Lingyun Tian, reveled in the expressions of dread on their faces. Tremble in fear, shiver in terror. Let the slaughter commence. Chapter 19. The first mission concludes perfectly. I can hardly contain myself. As only 27 members remained in the team, one of the comrades could no longer suppress his inner fear and began to fire wildly into the surroundings. Most reacted swiftly, immediately dodging to the sides. Yet the three closest to him were all transformed into a veritable sieve. Those who managed to evade could empathize with his emotions. They too were on the verge of madness. However, considering their own safety, they simultaneously drew their firearms and shot him down. 23 bullet holes were clearly visible on his body, blood staining his garments. Two members had coincidentally found refuge beside the same cover as they dodged. One had just fired and immediately aimed at the other. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man collapsed, utterly devoid of life. Apologies, but for my safety, you must perish. The man was not possessed, yet he feared that the individual beside him was a spy. Since he appeared near him, the only way to ensure his own peace was to render him lifeless. Now, only 22 remained. This scene was vividly observed by 3 individuals in the distance. They understood that these members were being incited by Feng Lingyun Tian. Yet they remained oblivious to how he accomplished it. You all stay here. I shall assist. Zhuo Feiyu cast a serious glance at the two-up brother Yu. You are being unreasonable. It's been so long since I've killed anyone. My hands are itching. Zhang Ling gestured with both hands, revealing a hint of a sickly smile. Zhuo Feiyu glanced at Lu Wenxuan, helplessly nodding. Wenxuan, guard Feng Lingyun Tian's body. No, his form. He rolled his eyes. Having unconsciously referred to it as a corpse. Understood. Lu Wenxuan trembled as he nodded, the distant gunfire genuinely unnerving him. Let us create a ruckus, hee. Zhang Ling stepped forward, snapping his fingers with excitement, shouting. Art is an explosion. Boom! In the next moment, a wave of heat surged around a gunman. Merely a second later, a high-temperature blast erupted several meters around him, obliterating the man into a bloody pulp. Enemy attack. Open fire. Just moments ago, during their internal conflict, everyone was tense. Now, upon discovering the enemy, all firepower was directed toward the two. Rat-a-tat-tat. Machine guns, handguns, and various sounds erupted at the dock. Observing this, Zhang Ling's gaze sharpened, and he immediately sought a hiding spot. Although he managed to evade, Zhuo Feiyu had no intention of doing so. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gripped the hilt of the sword at his left hip. The instant the bullets erupted. He swung his sword. Nothing can escape. All shall be cleaved. Though it was but a single strike, it seemed as if multiple phantoms emerged, and all dozen bullets were cleaved in two, clattering to the ground. In the sky, Feng Lingyun Tian, who had yet to possess another body, initially wished to observe his teammates' combat prowess, only to be astonished by their terrifying capabilities. This Zhuo Feiyu, despite his humble demeanor and gentle voice, wielded swordsmanship that was utterly fearsome. In that moment, a voice echoed in his heart, wow, so cool. I want to learn too. He planned to seek out Zhuo Feiyu as a mentor upon returning, hoping to learn a trick or two. After all, possessing merely the ability to possess was insufficient. When faced with 2 or more opponents, he, lacking close combat skills, would be easily subdued. What manner of monster is this? Continue firing, continue firing. All were horrified, raising their guns to aim at the sword-wielding figure before them. Yet, without exception, every bullet was severed by Zhuo Feiyu's blade, not hindering his advance in the slightest. Zhuo Feiyu charged toward one man. That individual, panic-stricken, raised his gun to strike at Zhuo Feiyu's head, only to have both arms severed in the instant he lifted his hand. Following that, 3 more strikes ensued, cleaving him into 3 sections at the neck, waist, and thigh. Blood sprayed across Zhuo Feiyu's face and garments, resembling a hellish reaper, harvesting the lives of these desperate souls. The first man was slain, and he surged toward the second. Over 20 individuals fired frantically. Either they evaded the attacks or their bullets were sliced apart, utterly failing to injure Zhuo Feiyu in the slightest. Airburst. A crisp snap resonated through the air as a soldier, mid-fire, suddenly felt a warmth in his chest, only to discover a gaping void there before collapsing. Suddenly, a gunman circled around to Jiang Ling's hiding spot, a bullet hurtling toward his head. Seeing that it was about to strike, the bullet inexplicably evaporated a mere half-meter from Jiang Ling. "What?" the man exclaimed, preparing to fire again when he noticed his gun barrel beginning to dissolve. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, obliterating the man into a bloody mist. "Did you think I lacked close combat abilities?" Jiang Ling approached the pile of shredded flesh and kicked it aside, his expression rife with disdain. "If you had been a tad more handsome, perhaps I would have spared you a whole corpse. Alas, you are far too ugly." He stepped upon the mangled visage of the man, grinding the nearly liquefied flesh into a pulp. Meanwhile, after having slain 2 more foes, Zhuo Feiyu found himself surrounded by the remaining 16, all pointing their firearms at him. Above, Feng Lingyun Tian observed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had no desire to assist just yet, wishing instead to see how Zhuo Feiyu would extricate himself from this dire predicament. "You finished now. There's no way you can escape the bullets fired simultaneously from 16 directions." One man laughed maniacally, his finger pressing down on the trigger. "Everyone, fire together, do not allow him to escape." "Kill him!" the 16 roared in unison, aligning their weapons to fire. Bang! 16 bullets shot forth, the sound piercing the air. Observing the bullets approaching from 16 angles, Zhuo Feiyu's eyes narrowed, a flicker of crimson crossing them. He sheathed his sword, bending slightly into a stance. In the next instant, a surge of scarlet malevolence erupted from his being, sending shivers down the spines of Feng Lingyun Tian and Jiang Ling. The Devil's Blade technique. Crimson Waltz. Countless malevolent energies coalesced upon his sword, and with a single sweep, a ring of red malevolence formed. As the circle came into contact with the bullets and the bodies of the 16, it instantaneously cleaved them in two, blood and limbs scattering everywhere. Clang! The crisp sound of sheathing echoed in the stillness, and the malevolence surrounding Zhuo Feiyu dissipated in an instant. He exhaled slowly, revealing a warm smile once again. His eyes curved like crescent moons, devoid of the previous sharpness. "Feng Lingyun Tian, you should be nearby, right?" Zhuo Feiyu lifted his gaze toward the direction of Feng Lingyun Tian's soul, smiling warmly. Feng Lingyun Tian's expression shifted. Can he see me? Unable to communicate with others, he sought out his body, reintegrating into it. Lu Wenxuan, who had been clutching the body, suddenly felt it move, causing his face to pale as he hurriedly retreated against a nearby container. It's haunted. He pointed at Feng Lingyun Tian, terror written across his face. Feng Lingyun Tian's mouth twitched awkwardly. "I'm not dead. I'm merely out of my body, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxuan finally grasped the situation. Having spent so long beside Feng Lingyun Tian without sensing his presence, he had subconsciously regarded him as a corpse. As the other two teammates approached, Jiang Ling was the first to greet Feng Lingyun Tian. "Little brother, you're quite impressive," managing to incite discord among them. Feng Lingyun Tian ignored Jiang Ling and walked directly to Zhuo Feiyu, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Can you see my soul?" He was intrigued. For Zhuo Feiyu had indeed been gazing at his soul moments before. Zhuo Feiyu smiled gently. "No, I cannot see it, but my intuition informs me that there is something before me. I suspect that, aside from your soul, there would be no other possibility, so that's how it is." Feng Lingyun Tian, having previously watched anime, knew that certain swordsmen and warriors could sense energies akin to auras. It appeared that Zhuo Feiyu possessed a similar ability. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for this mission. Congratulations on completing your first task." Zhuo Feiyu extended his hand, and upon seeing this, Feng Lingyun Tian politely shook it. That moment, Jiang Ling rushed over, throwing his arms around both their necks. "I say, you two, let us stow our weapons first. Look, the police have arrived." Jiang Ling gestured towards a direction, and the three turned to see police cars approaching from another side of the dock. At this speed, they would likely arrive in about 10 minutes. "Allow me to lead you. We can conceal the weapons and explosives within the food or some steel containers." Feng Lingyun Tian dashed towards several warehouses. Jiang Ling blasted a massive hole in the warehouse door. To ascertain the presence of weapons, Zhuo Feiyu sliced open every bag of grain, as well as steel and wooden crates. revealing an array of firearms within. There were handguns, sniper rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, gunpowder, an assortment of bullets and shells, everything one could imagine. Even in this chaotic era, where monsters might appear, the regulation of such firearms was exceedingly stringent. To amass such an arsenal suggests that something significant is about to unfold in this city. Wenxuan, it's over to you. Zhuo Feiyu turned to the timid young man who had been lingering in the background. All right, okay. He jogged a few steps, waved his hands, and all the supplies in the warehouse vanished, leaving only some grains that had fallen to the ground. Wow, aren't you quite impressive? Feng Lingyun Tian remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The individual before him had always appeared timid, yet he had managed to gather such a substantial amount of resources in an instant, saving them considerable effort. Thank you, Lu Wenxuan said, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. His cheeks slightly flushed. He believed that as long as he could assist others and be of use, that was enough for him. If he received compliments from others, it would only add to his joy. Especially since this was his first mission, and he had single-handedly instigated discord among their opponents with his remarkable superpower. This is all I can do. I can help gather supplies and such. Lu Wenxuan said with an awkward smile. Don't say that. With you here, Wenxuan, you save us a lot of trouble, Jiang Ling chuckled. The group swiftly collected resources from 7 warehouses and fled the dock just 3 minutes before the police arrived. Captain, there's no one here. Neither here. Report. Southwest direction is clear too. A young man with silver hair and icy blue eyes stood before more than 30 corpses, his brow furrowed deeply. They had received a report of gunfire from a nearby location, and their team happened to be dining 7 kilometers away from the dock, arriving first on the scene. To their shock, they discovered the bodies. The firearms were regulated weapons. Where had this group acquired such an arsenal? Moreover, the manner of death was peculiar, resembling that of victims slain by a superhuman, with neat incisions that, without a doubt, must have been made by Zhuo Feiyu. This group had not been seen for half a year, and yet their return was marked by such carnage. Yi Hanyun's eyes glinted with a cold light, his surroundings subtly imbued with a chilling aura. In this sweltering heat, the bodies would soon begin to decompose. He decided to freeze them first. With that, he extended his right hand, and a wave of cold air emanated from it, enveloping all the corpses on the ground. In mere seconds, the recently deceased bodies, still quivering, were swiftly coated in frost. Within just 3 seconds, the remains and scattered flesh were completely encased in a massive block of ice. Find someone to carry it away, and call for others to check for fingerprints or any traces left behind. Yi Hanyun commanded as he turned to leave, while several team members stood at attention and promptly began to move the hardened ice. After fleeing 5 kilometers, the group donned their masks once more and hailed a taxi, making their way towards the pedestrian street. Upon disembarking, they walked another 4 kilometers to reach the back door of the shop. I need to eat a lot of meat. I'm starving, Jiang Ling exclaimed, glancing at Feng Lingyun Tian. What do you want to eat? I'll ask Brother Lei to prepare it for you. No, thank you. I'll just have something light, Feng Lingyun Tian replied politely, shaking his head. Jiang Ling waved his hand in resignation, but as soon as he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight of the other 8 members inside the shop. Just before they left, the 8 had been impeccably dressed, looking quite dapper, but now they were covered in black soot, their clothes torn and burnt, revealing the high shine of their inner garments. What happened to you all? Zhuo Feiyu and Lu Wenxuan entered, equally astonished. The shop's decor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even the illusions used to distinguish between ordinary people and superhumans had been lifted. Feng Lingyun Tian noticed the alterations in decor, initially recognizing that it was different from what he had seen before. And then he observed the charred marks on the walls, tables, floors, and columns. Was there an invasion? He blurted out instinctively that moment. Lin Mingming, clutching a rabbit plushie, rushed over, her face a mix of shame and anger. Tossing the charred plushie at Feng Lingyun Tian's face, it's all your fault. You owe me for my dress and my plushie. Lin Mingming's eyes reddened, clearly incensed. What on earth happened? Jiang Ling questioned, puzzled about Feng Lingyun Tian's involvement. The remaining 7 members exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement. Wei Yin approached slowly, casting a glance at Feng Lingyun Tian before letting out a resigned sigh. Brother, your dog is truly something else. It nearly demolished our shop. Chapter 20. Cheat has turned into a superpowered dog. Chi-Chi, are you saying this was Chi-Chi's doing? Feng Lingyun Tian stared in shock at the others, noticing their strange expressions directed at him. Go see for yourself. We've already tied it up and muzzled it. Kylie gestured towards the conference room, and Feng Lingyun Tian dashed over. Upon opening the door, he saw Chi-Chi, bound at the limbs, rolling around on the floor, while the conference room's furniture, television, walls, and various items were reduced to charred remnants. Could it be that this creature had knocked something over, causing a fire that burned down the shop? As he pondered this, he reached to remove the muzzle from Chi-Chi's mouth. Lin Shi, noticing this, widened her eyes and immediately attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The moment the muzzle was removed, Chi-Chi opened its mouth and expelled a plume of black flames, igniting Feng Lingyun Tian's hair in an instant. He hurriedly patted at his hair. Fortunately, the flames were small, merely singeing a bit. You wretched dog. Feng Lingyun Tian finally grasped why the shop had turned out like this. While he was astonished that Chi-Chi could breathe fire, that wasn't his primary concern. He swung his fist, landing a blow on Chi-Chi's head, nearly knocking it unconscious. You foolish dog, what mischief have you gotten into? Feng Lingyun Tian growled, his face twisted in frustration. Regaining his senses, Chi-Chi opened its mouth and barked, 250. Feng Lingyun Tian was infuriated and threw another punch. Although Chi-Chi couldn't speak human language, that utterance sounded unmistakably like 250. The other 11 members at the door stifled their laughter at the sight of the dog seemingly berating its owner. Feng Lingyun Tian stood up, bowing in apology. I'm sorry. I will compensate for the items in the shop, that's a certainty. I've already calculated the costs for you, Lin Mingming said, pulling out a receipt that detailed the prices of various tables and sofas. Including the renovation costs, it totaled a staggering 250,000. Upon hearing that astronomical figure, Feng Lingyun Tian's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. He felt an impulse to stew this wretched dog for the damage it had caused. 250,000 to repair the destruction it wrought. Oh my goodness, fine, I concede. Feng Lingyun Tian's lips twitched, his emotions a tumultuous blend. How did your mission go? Did anyone get hurt? Yuna inquired. Carrying a medical kit, ready to assess their injuries, and no worries, none of us were injured this time, Zhuo Feiyu replied with a smile. Indeed, it was all thanks to Brother Yun Tian. His power was truly formidable, causing the opponents to turn on each other, gathering all the hidden gunmen in one place. Zhang Ling added, a hint of excitement in his tone. The others turned to Feng Lingyun Tian, realizing they had underestimated the potency of possession abilities. By the way, what's the situation with Chi-Chi? Why did it suddenly start breathing fire? Feng Lingyun Tian asked, perplexed about the changes in Chi-Chi. I've encountered some supernatural beasts before, like wolves that wield lightning or monkeys with wind abilities. Did your dog not breathe fire before? Chimu raised an eyebrow. No. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easily injured by a monster that day. Feng Lingyun Tian shook his head. Could it be that when it was on the brink of death? Or perhaps already dead, you used your powers to bind its soul and pull it back into its body. In that state between life and death, it might have awakened its abilities, Zhang Ling pondered aloud. At that moment, Zhuo Feiyu turned to Yi Yan. Aren't you a fire wielder? How come you ended up in such a sorry state? Your clothes and hair are all burnt. Wai Yan's mouth twitched as she explained. How should I put this? Let's just say it's embarrassing, I'll be honest. This dog's flames are at a higher level than mine. I attempted to counter its attack with my fire, only to have my flames devoured by this dog's black fire. What? Zhuo Feiyu and Zhang Ling exclaimed in unison. They were well aware of Yi Yan's formidable strength. To think she was outmatched by a mere dog? The conversation reached Feng Lingyun Tian's ears, leaving him astonished as he gazed at Chi-Chi. At that moment, Chi-Chi looked back at him, whimpering in a way that made it appear pitiful. How about we let it go? Lin Mingming, who adored animals, felt her heart soften at Chi-Chi's whimpering. All right then, let it go. The group nodded in agreement. Thank you. Feng Lingyun Tian expressed his gratitude, but before releasing Chi-Chi, he leaned down and warned. If you dare breathe fire at me again, I will turn you into a dog meat hot pot. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi panicked, its head bobbing up and down in frantic agreement, as if to say, I understand my mistake. It had been with its master for several years, and they shared a deep bond. It had only lost control for a moment and had never harmed its owner before. By the way, you should avoid going home for now. I visited this afternoon. And your house has been sealed off. Your parents' bodies have been taken away. You are currently wanted throughout the city, so if you must go out, it's best to disguise your face. Ideally, try not to go out at all. Kai Chu-han adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression cold yet betraying a hint of concern for Feng Ling Yuntian. As a businessman, he viewed human relationships through the lens of profit. Clearly, this young man possessed extraordinary abilities, and it was worthwhile to maintain a good rapport with him. Thank you. But aren't you even a little sad about your parents' deaths? Kylie revealed a mischievous smile. Sad? Why should I feel sad? I cannot fathom the emotion you speak of, Feng Ling Yuntian replied, his expression devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Kylie burst into laughter. Little brother, it seems we are of the same kind. What does that mean? Feng Ling Yuntian asked, somewhat puzzled. What she implied was that she too felt no sorrow when her parents passed away. Moreover, this individual had personally taken the lives of her own parents, which was a rather different circumstance from his own. Kai Chu-han pointed at Kylie with his thumb, his gaze directed toward Feng Ling Yuntian. He took a final sip of his cocktail, picked up his charred suit jacket from the chair, and headed toward the door. I should be going home now. I won't be coming for the next couple of days. Message me if something arises. The shop likely won't be open for a while either. With a creak, the door swung open, and Kai Chu-han departed from the establishment. The remaining individuals exchanged glances at the meeting room. Offering a resigned smile. It seems this place can no longer accommodate anyone. How about staying at my place? Jiang Ling surveyed Feng Ling Yuntian, a slight smile gracing his lips. No, thank you. Feng Ling Yuntian firmly declined without hesitation. He turned and approached Chua Feiyu. Hello. May I stay at your home? His gaze was earnest as he locked eyes with Chua Feiyu. Chua Feiyu hesitated for a moment, then a glimmer of warmth appeared in his eyes, followed by a gentle smile. Sure, no problem. Chapter 21. Can you teach me swordsmanship? Feng Ling Yuntian sat in Chua Feiyu's car as they made their way to a villa in the suburbs. Upon stepping out, he was captivated by the small stream and wooden bridge in the courtyard. The villa, embodying an ancient style, was constructed entirely of wood. After parking in the underground garage, Chua Feiyu led Feng Ling Yuntian and Chi-Chi inside. There are many rooms. Feel free to choose any one. Sometimes they come to stay, so the wardrobes are stocked with bedding. Rest assured, everything is clean, Chua Feiyu said with a smile. Thank you, Feng Ling Yuntian replied, his gaze wandering over the hall, astonished by the various ancient decorations. How much must this have cost? Do you have a fondness for ancient artifacts? He inquired, intrigued. Yes, especially swords. Chua Feiyu nodded. I'm curious about something. Suddenly, he looked at Feng Ling Yuntian with curiosity. What is it? Why did you choose to stay at my home? Wasn't Jiang Ling the one who invited you? You don't have a disdain for his preferences, do you? Not at all. He is a good person. But that wasn't my intention. Feng Ling Yuntian shook his head. As for why I chose your home, there is but one reason. The two locked eyes. And after 5 seconds, Feng Ling Yuntian continued, would you be able to teach me swordsmanship? He hesitated slightly at first, fearing that the other might dismiss his request, but then gathered the courage to speak. Oh? You wish to learn swordsmanship? Chua Feiyu was genuinely surprised. Can you tell me the reason? He was curious why Feng Ling Yuntian, who possessed a unique ability, desired to learn swordsmanship. Because my close combat abilities are extremely weak. In the face of 2 enemies, I have almost no capacity for resistance. I cannot always remain by your side. Even if we continuously team up, I cannot guarantee that I won't find myself alone at some point. Having awakened my superpower with great difficulty, I do not wish to perish easily. So please, I beg you. After uttering this, Feng Ling Yuntian bowed at a 90-degree angle, his expression grave and earnest. Swordsmanship can train my reflexes, stamina, arm strength, and physical agility. It is an immensely practical combat skill. If I can learn sword techniques from this master of swordsmanship, my ability to survive in the future will be greatly enhanced. Time passed slowly, and soon 5 minutes had elapsed. Chua Feiyu remained silent, prompting Feng Ling Yuntian to stay bowed. After another 15 minutes, Chua Feiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Feng Ling Yuntian replied, still not lifting his head, his demeanor calm, his heartbeat steady. You've been silent for 20 minutes, and you remain bent over like this for that long. Do you not harbor any resentment? Chua Feiyu was astonished by Feng Ling Yuntian's response. Resentment? None at all. If you were to say you could not teach me, I would not speak again. If you are willing to teach me, consider it a significant favor owed to you. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will certainly repay you. Feng Ling Yuntian maintained his bowed position, his voice calm. Why should he be angry when the other had neither insulted nor struck him? Interesting, Zhuo Feiyu mused inwardly. Many had sought to become my disciple, some bearing gifts, others offering money, and still others bowing low, all of whom I had refused. Yet here stood this young man, without gifts, without money, and without bowing, merely a simple bow. The tuition was merely a favor owed, which made this situation intriguing. However, he could sense that Feng Ling Yuntian was earnest. The aura he exuded was that of one who had emerged from the battlefield. A palpable aura of lethal intent. Such an individual would either perish early or inevitably become a formidable figure in the future. Ha. All right, I accept this favor. Zhuo Feiyu laughed heartily, patting Feng Ling Yuntian on the shoulder. Really? Feng Ling Yuntian raised his head, his eyes alight with surprise. I am a man of my word, but should you ever complain of exhaustion, I will certainly abandon you. I will not teach a sloth who constantly cries of fatigue. Zhuo Feiyu turned to Feng Ling Yuntian, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Kill him. If Feng Ling Yuntian could not endure even the basic training of swordsmanship, his future prospects would be bleak, and such a person's favor would be of no use to him. Having already dined during their journey home, Zhuo Feiyu, after preparing a bed for Feng Ling Yuntian, guided him toward a room at the back of the villa. Before leaving, Feng Ling Yuntian warned Chi in the room, if you dare to set fire, you'll be having dog meat tonight, which caused the dog to whimper in fear. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, as soon as the door swung open, he was captivated by the array of exquisite swords inside. Choose any sword you like, then we shall begin with basic training, Zhuo Feiyu said as he stood in the center of the training area. Awaiting his disciple's selection, Feng Ling Yuntian approached the wall, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly retrieved a pitch-black sword from the display. The entire sword, from blade to hilt, was entirely black, which delighted Feng Ling Yuntian, who had an affinity for dark materials. His nature was cold-blooded, shadowy, and ruthless, hence his attire reflected the same. Then this one it is. Feng Ling Yuntian drew the sword, but its weight caused it to crash onto the wooden floor. Embedding itself within it, he winced, glancing at Zhuo Feiyu, and awkwardly said, I'm sorry. I will find a way to earn the money to cover the repair costs. At that moment, he felt a pang of sorrow. Today, due to Chi-Chi's antics, he had lost 250,000, and now with the floor damaged, he dreaded how much he would have to compensate. Truly, it was a time of misfortune. Haha, it's fine. I often damage the floors while practicing at home too. Besides, it's partly my fault for forgetting how heavy the swords are here. Zhuo Feiyu chuckled, showing no intention of having the other compensate. Thank you, Feng Ling Yuntian nodded, though he still felt the need to repay the damages. One cannot learn from others while ruining their property, after all, especially without paying tuition. Since you cannot lift the sword, your basic training will consist of just one task. Every morning at 7, you will run 20 kilometers. Upon returning, you shall swing the sword until your arms can no longer rise. In the afternoons, practice lateral jumps to enhance your agility, and in the evenings, continue swinging the sword until your arms are exhausted. This will be your training regimen for the first 3 months. As for combat techniques, once you can swing 1,000 times a day without fatigue after 3 months, I will begin to teach you. Zhuo Feiyu outlined the training plan. His gaze was sharp, devoid of the warm smile he had shown earlier. He resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura that suggested anyone who dared to approach would be subject to 1,000 cuts. Chapter 22. The Vanished Cursed Spirit. A night passed, and Zhuo Feiyu arose at 6 in the morning. After freshening up, he made his way to the training room. As he pushed the door open, he discovered Feng Ling Yuntian sprawled on the floor, sound asleep, which caused a faint smile to appear on his lips. When he left the previous evening, Feng Ling Yuntian had mentioned wanting to practice a few sword swings before resting, and he hadn't expected the young man to have trained throughout the night. Truly amusing. Zhuo Feiyu closed the door behind him, opting not to disturb Feng Ling Yuntian, and instead chose to practice in the courtyard. The fresh morning air invigorated his senses, making outdoor practice quite enjoyable. As he wielded his silver long sword, even without making contact with the grass below, the gusts of wind he generated severed the blades of grass with precision. After 2 hours of training, he concluded his session, returned to shower, and prepared 2 sandwiches. Just then, the training room door swung open, and a fatigued Feng Ling Yuntian emerged, his hair in disarray. I yawned, heading back to his bedroom. His room had an ensuite bathroom, and after washing up, he changed into the clothes he had worn the previous day and made his way to the living room. He still had some money left in his phone, but he refrained from checking it, fearing the police might track him down. You're here. Come eat. Breakfast is ready. I hope it suits your taste, Zhuo Feiyu said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhu, Feng Ling Yuntian replied. Smiling in acknowledgement, he did not find it inappropriate to refer to someone nearly a decade his senior in such a manner. Here, this is yours. Zhuo Feiyu took a plate, placing 2 fried eggs and a hot dog on it before serving it to Chi-Chi. Wong Wong! Chi-Chi let out 2 excited shouts, a wisp of black flame escaping from his mouth as a demonstration of his exhilaration. Your little dog's flames are quite amusing. They are purely black? Zhuo Feiyu remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, if this were in an anime, it would surely be the flames of hell. After the trio finished their meal, Feng Lingjianshan commenced his exercise regimen, as their shop had been burned and was temporarily closed, leading him to stay at Zhuo Feiyu's residence. Another round of overtime, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. That wretched boss and manager. I haven't had a proper rest in a week. Yes, and they don't even pay extra for the overtime. What a disgrace, came the reply. Such individuals deserve nothing less than obliteration. Today, we were supposed to finish at 5, but at 4:55 they announced a meeting. The boss and manager didn't even arrive until 6. And the meeting dragged on until 8, demanding we organize materials and documents from the meeting into a PowerPoint by noon tomorrow. Isn't that just malicious? Your PowerPoint is tolerable. He handed me his child to look after 2 days ago. And during our play, I accidentally broke my phone. When I asked the boss for compensation, the manager claimed it was my fault for not keeping an eye on things. What nonsense! I encountered something equally infuriating today. Do you remember how I often help the HR department ladies move things? Of course, what happened? This afternoon, there was a rather heavy box the boss asked me to move to the office. I asked 2 HR staff passing by for assistance, but they replied, "You're a man. You can handle this small task by yourself." I always politely agreed when they asked for help, yet when I needed assistance, they completely ignored me. What kind of people are they? Speaking of such individuals, I find them utterly disgusting. A woman interjected angrily. I was chatting with a few colleagues about the boss today, merely venting a little. And within an hour, I was summoned to the office. What a bunch of green tea types. As a woman, I find such trash revolting. Just the other day, I forgot to turn off the air conditioning, and a colleague who left later saw it, taking a picture and posting it in the group, costing me a fine of $500. Later, I discovered that person had also forgotten to turn off the AC previously, and I had even helped him switch it off. I hadn't taken a picture to embarrass him, merely reminded him privately. Such people are truly the epitome of green tea. As this group continued to vent their frustrations, they remained oblivious to the octagonal stone nestled within a box in the boss's office. Their negative emotions coalesced into an intangible energy, concentrating within the stone. Suddenly, a dark mist began to seep from the cardboard box, and the once rectangular container began to expand, exploding with a resounding bang. Glass shattered, scattering throughout the office, and some shards even cut a few employees' cheeks due to the blast's force. What happened? A male employee peeked in, eager to discern the source of the explosion. The next moment, his eyes trembled violently, his mouth quivering, and his face turned ashen. The others slowly rose from the floor and beneath desks, and as they noticed the shadowy figure emerging from the boss's office, their legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the ground. In a mere 30 seconds, the 28th floor office was filled with screams, soon descending into utter silence. Light bulbs shattered, and the dimly lit office was left strewn with blood and debris. The cursed spirit let out a furious roar, absorbing the souls and resentments of the deceased, its form gradually swelling until it reached a diameter of 4 meters. It strode forth, shattering the tempered glass, and leaped down to the 28th floor. The week had passed since Feng Lingjianshan's arrival, and on this day, news reached both him and Zhuo Feiyu. 18 individuals had perished overnight in a downtown building. Reports indicated that the time of death was around 11 o'clock at night, while they were working overtime. The manner of death was said to be extremely gruesome. The bodies had been completely dismembered. Discovered the following morning. What is this? Feng Lingjianshan furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhuo Feiyu. Their relationship had grown considerably over the week. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the cursed spirit, Shui Feiyu said, taking a sip of water and eyeing the images on the news. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The presence of a cursed spirit signified the existence of a cursed stone. Ever since Feng Linjianshan absorbed a cursed stone last time, he had eagerly anticipated acquiring another. Tio think it would appear again so soon, Feng Linjianshan thought. It's 38 kilometers away, a bit far, but manageable. We can drive there in an hour. Are you interested? Shui Feiyu inquired, looking at the youth across from him. Naturally, Feng Linjianshan responded with a smile, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He was not fond of an overly peaceful life. Rather, the thrill of danger and the possibility of losing his life invigorated him. An hour later, the two had disguised themselves and arrived at the base of the building where the incident occurred. Due to the death of 18 people, there were no employees entering or exiting the building, save for a team of guards. Suddenly, a man in a pure white police uniform emerged from the building. Feng Linjianshan, hiding in the shadows, frowned as he recognized the individual. Yi Hanyun. What is he doing here? Why is he wearing a white uniform? I didn't expect to encounter the burial spirits here. What a surprise that a day and a night had passed since the incident, and one would assume that evidence collection would have been completed by now. Burial spirits? Feng Linjianshan pondered, perplexed. This was an official organization composed entirely of superpowered individuals, named the Burial Spirits, whose purpose was to bury cursed spirits and restore the world to its original state. They all wore white uniforms, indicating this was a small squad, Shui Feiyu explained. Now I understand, Feng Linjianshan nodded. There's a CAF across the street. Let us take a break there, then you can separate from your spirit body to check if there are any lingering traces inside. Traces? Feng Linjianshan asked, confused. The traces of the cursed spirit, you've experienced it. You should know that feeling. Given that only a day and a night have passed, the aura should not have dissipated completely. Feng Linjianshan closed his eyes in contemplation, recalling the unique resentment and the distinct aura he sensed at the time, and nodded in agreement. They proceeded to a CAF 500 meters away. Choosing a corner table, Feng Linjianshan leaned over the table, allowing his spirit to exit his body and ascend to the 28th floor. The remains had been collected, but the bloodstains remained as they were. The heat in the room created a foul odor, and amidst the stench, he detected a peculiar scent. He passed through the shattered tempered glass, gliding downwards on the ground. Within a chalk outline were two deep impressions, footprints. Curiosity piqued, he spotted Yi Hanyun in a police car and decided to sneak in to eavesdrop on their conversation. Who? Yi Hanyun conjured an ice spike, aiming it at Feng Linjianshan's forehead, causing his face to pale in fright. Upon realizing he was unharmed, he understood he was in spirit form, rendering all physical attacks ineffective. Is anyone there? Yi Hanyun frowned. I might be overthinking this. Having encountered cloaking abilities before, he instinctively attacked behind him. Rubbing his head, he turned his attention back to the computer. Feng Linjianshan, behind him, noticed that Yi Hanyun was reviewing surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the footage cut off just as the monster passed through a narrow alley, and the alley's exit was not captured, as if it had simply evaporated. There were no manhole covers or similar items nearby, making escape through the ground implausible. After all, they had yet to see which cursed spirits possessed special abilities. Boss, we've searched around the building and found no signs of any suspected cursed spirit activity, a female officer in white uniform reported. All right, I understand. This situation is rather troublesome, Yi Hanyun replied, his brow furrowed. The cursed spirits we encountered before would immediately seek out nearby prey after killing someone, yet this one has vanished without a trace. Either we missed some details, or this cursed spirit is different from the previous ones, possessing a certain degree of intelligence and deliberately hiding from us. All city security units are on alert, patrolling 24 hours a day. If anything occurs, notify us immediately. Deploy all superpowered individuals in the police station within a 10-kilometer radius for swift support, Yi Hanyun ordered, and the others complied without delay. Feng Linjianshan departed from the vehicle, floating towards the CAF. That feeling again. It seems like someone is watching. Yi Hanyun furrowed his brow. He retrieved a power detector from his backpack, scanning the car and discovering a new power index aside from himself and his team. Although the index was relatively low, it filled him with unease. What kind of person can move freely beneath my nose? A superpowered individual with cloaking abilities? He accessed the car's surveillance footage, reviewing all recordings from the past 6 hours with remarkable speed. As if shuffling a deck of cards, he could observe the entire surveillance footage. And his astonishment grew even greater. The recording within the vehicle had been specially modified, allowing it to penetrate certain cloaking abilities. Although it could not render the figure fully visible, subtle patterns would emerge. Yet, after reviewing the footage of the car's interior 3 times, he was utterly perplexed to find no trace of the intruder, which truly baffled him. Upon returning to the CAF, Feng Lingyun Tian had just regained his composure when Zhou Feiyu abruptly halted his action of drinking water. He cast a meaningful glance at the young man before him, who slowly lifted his head at "So, have you managed to gather any information?" Zhou Feiyu inquired. "I have indeed discovered something. I sensed the aura you mentioned. Additionally, I also viewed their surveillance footage, which revealed that the creature vanished upon passing through a small alley on Chuyun Road, only to reappear 3 hours later when a group of children traversed the alley. Strangely, there were no anomalies in the vicinity. Were there any manhole covers or the like nearby? None whatsoever, not even a ventilation duct. That is indeed peculiar. From what I understand about cursed spirits, they typically seek out their next target immediately after a hunt, until a superhuman discovers and eliminates them. The fact that this one has left no trace is exceedingly strange. Do you think it is possible that the creature possesses the ability to burrow underground or phase through walls?" Feng Lingyun Tian pondered aloud. Earlier, Yi Hanyun remarked on the creature's unusual behavior. "Impossible. This monster has been around for nearly 19 years. I've never heard of one that can burrow underground. Ordinary cursed spirits can only extend their limbs for attacks, while advanced cursed spirits can unleash energy blasts, but they cannot possess abilities such as burrowing or invisibility. What if? I've watched many anime where some monsters undergo transformations even after centuries. What if the situation is as I described?" Feng Lingyun Tian stared intently at Zhou Feiyu, his expression earnest. That? Zhou Feiyu hesitated to imagine. If the already formidable cursed spirits were to gain superpowers, it would be truly terrifying. Chapter 23. A chilling grudge within a picturesque residential community. A group of children joyfully played basketball. It was not until 5 o'clock in the evening, when their parents summoned them home for dinner, that they began to disperse. "Mom and Dad, what are we having for dinner?" A small boy with black hair and eyes cheerfully climbed onto a chair and excitedly grabbed a rib to eat. Noticing his parents' lack of response, he stealthily entered their bedroom, and before he could knock, he overheard a heated argument. "Will you ever stop? It was just a comment about how you made the food too salty. If you think my cooking is too salty, why don't you make it yourself? If you have that kind of attitude, then don't eat. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. Why are you yelling? What's wrong with yelling? Have you forgotten what day it is? It's our wedding anniversary. And you didn't even bring a gift. Why shouldn't I be upset? In that case, I'll go out and buy you something to make up for it. You kept making me guess, and I can't read your mind. I thought you were angry because I said your food was salty. I don't care. Who needs your gift? Are you done yet? Are you annoyed with me? If you're annoyed, just divorce me, so we won't have to see each other. Can you not speak like that? Can't we calmly go out together to buy a gift? No, if I don't remind you. Would you have forgotten? Stop being unreasonable, will you? I'm already exhausted from work today. I can't think of everything." The boy trembled in fear upon hearing his parents arguing in the room. "If you want a divorce, then go ahead. Fine. I'll go get the divorce papers right now." The woman kicked the door open, only to find her son hiding behind it, causing him to be propelled backward and crash into a chair, crying out in pain. "What are you doing? Don't you have hands?" The man, seeing his son being sent flying by his wife's kick, trembled in rage, his face turning crimson. The woman initially intended to check on her son, but upon hearing her husband's insults, she grabbed a dish from the table and hurled it at him. The room was filled with a cacophony of curses and cries, echoing throughout the entire floor, even reaching the upper and lower levels. Unfortunately, in this era, neighbors rarely communicated, and thus no one intervened. Amidst the chaos, the woman picked up an octagonal stone from the table and hurled it at her husband. This stone had been found by her son after a gathering with classmates, picked up in an alley on his way home. Its peculiar shape led her to display it as a decoration in the living room. The man, taken aback by his wife's madness in throwing something at him, wondered why she was so upset over a forgotten anniversary. Hadn't she also forgotten his birthday numerous times? Just as he was about to catch the stone and throw it back, He was shocked to see it suddenly emit two plumes of black smoke mid-flight. Those plumes transformed into two stout arms that grasped his head and forcibly tore it from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ceiling and raining down upon the floor. The crying child and the woman, who had been preparing to hurl another plate at her husband, were both frozen in shock, subsequently letting out terrified screams. The man's body collapsed in a pool of blood, staining his clothing. Meanwhile, the black octagonal stone was entirely enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, morphing into a colossal creature. The monster stood 7 meters tall, while the ceiling was only 4 meters high. Causing its head to burst through the ceiling and appear in the living room of the 29th floor, a family of 3, enjoying their meal, was startled by the sight of a black head emerging from below and rushed out of their room in fright. "Daddy, Daddy!" The small boy's face turned pale. He could not comprehend why the stone he had picked up had transformed into such a monster. In a frenzy, he dashed toward the lifeless body on the floor but was struck away by the creature's paw. Crashing into the wall, the immense force shattered the child's bones, and his flesh disintegrated, with blood splattering across the wall like an ink painting. His body slumped down the wall to the floor. Motionless, having lost all breath, the woman, witnessing this, trembled in place. She knew she had to escape but found herself frozen in fear. The monster approached her, slowly lowering its head. The concrete from the ceiling crumbled down with its movement, creating a massive pit. You give me back my child." The woman's face turned pale, her lips quivering, and no sooner had she spoken than a black head enveloped her, followed by the sound of crunching as the monster began to feed. The souls of the deceased, their grudges, and various negative emotions transformed into energy, filling the creature's form. Just as the monster prepared to consume the remaining 2, it seemed to sense something, shrinking in size and morphing into a black misty rat that scurried into the sewers. "Damn it! I'm too late." A superhuman clad in a white uniform soared down from above. Upon observing the 2 corpses and the blood in the room, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression filled with fury. "Report to the captain. The special aura we detected has vanished. A family has been attacked, 3 casualties." The man glanced at the dismembered limbs and severed arms on the dining table, a wave of desolation washing over him. "Understood. Return immediately. I'll have others handle it shortly." Yi Hanyun furrowed his brow. He had now confirmed that this monster indeed possessed intelligence. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the bodies in the room had been dealt with, and a video recording had been obtained. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." The footage, retrieved from the living room's camera, had presumably been set up by the family to prevent intrusions. In the recording, Yi Hanyun clearly witnessed the scene of the 3 deaths. Damn it! It truly is that monster. He realized that the creature was identical to the one from the previous day, differing only in size. Though cursed spirits were shrouded in black energy, their forms usually exhibited some variations, such as posture, build, whether they had horns, and the length and number of their limbs. Yi Hanyun observed the creature transforming into a rat and scurrying into the sewers, his brow furrowing deeply. "Attention everyone, seal off all sewers within a 10-kilometer radius. Due to insufficient personnel, we need the police to assist. Ensure they are equipped with firearms and signal immediately upon detecting any anomalies." "Yes, Captain." After issuing his orders, Yi Hanyun drove toward the city center, determined to ensure he could provide swift support in all directions. However, as he drove, he failed to notice a translucent spiritual entity hovering above him, wearing a mischievous expression as it watched him depart. Returning to the restaurant where the 2 were located, Feng Lingyun Tian recounted his observations and experiences before parting ways with Zhou Feiyu once more. He understood that, given his own abilities, he could not confront that monstrous entity. To acquire the octagonal curse spirit stone, he would have to locate it himself, leaving the elimination to Zhou Feiyu. He had no desire to let the authorities get there first. After all, if he did not strengthen his own power, he would inevitably find himself imprisoned one day. Even if they could not uncover the reason for his killings, the fact that he possessed controlled firearms was indisputable. His portrait was still plastered on the official website. Feng Lingyun Tian traversed the land and entered the sewer, where he was greeted by a black, garbage-laden stream. The ground on both sides was also stained with dark muck, emanating a foul stench. Since Feng Lingyun Tian has increasingly employed the technique of astral projection, his abilities have grown remarkably potent. Through the dimly lit corridor, he can discern the scenery 100 meters ahead. Mice! In the distance, approximately 7 or 8 rodents are congregated. As Feng Lingyun Tian glides closer, he inspects them carefully and discovers they are merely ordinary mice, devoid of the one enshrouded in mist, which leaves him feeling slightly disheartened. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching from the nearby turn. He floats over and finds a member clad in distinctive white police attire. These fellows have dispatched someone so swiftly. Feng Lingyun Tian raises an eyebrow and directly merges with the individual. Name: Su Nuo, age 21, a junior in college, with the ability of sound waves. A smile creeps across Feng Lingyun Tian's lips as he comprehends the information and capabilities of the host. Sound waves? A power related to sound. It seems I can utilize this to my advantage. Feng Lingyun Tian activates his ability, and waves of sound ripple outward like ocean surges. The sound waves envelop a radius of approximately 3 kilometers, allowing him to distinctly hear various noises within the tunnel: footsteps of people, the squeaking of mice, and the scuttling of cockroaches. This ability is rather intriguing. It appears that Yi Hanyun had a valid reason for sending this individual down. Unfortunately for them, it ultimately facilitates my plans. Feng Lingyun Tian accelerates forward while striving to minimize noise. He thoroughly surveys the area where the mice are located within the sound wave's reach, yet uncovers no signs of any mist-enshrouded rodent. Along the way, he encounters Su Nuo's teammates multiple times but manages to remain hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, he wishes to avoid conversing with anyone. His primary objective now is to locate that cursed spirit. However, the city's sewer system twists and turns, making it all too easy to become disoriented. To find a mouse no larger than half a fist in such a complex terrain proves exceedingly challenging. As time ticks away, the inquiries and conversations over the headset intermittently arise, yet no one has found any mice resembling the misty one, which leaves everyone feeling perturbed. How could this be, with so many of them searching? How is it possible that the creature remains elusive? Could it have escaped the sewers? Feng Lingyun Tian's mind is filled with questions as he raises this concern. 2 seconds later, Yi Hanyun's voice resonates from the comms. I can confirm that no creature resembling the cursed spirit has exited the sewer. Understood, Captain. Feng Lingyun Tian replies with a tone of gravity. It cannot be found here. Could it be? Feng Lingyun Tian shifts his gaze towards the wastewater. In certain areas, the sewage is shallow, while in others, it plunges several meters deep. Regardless of the depth, concealing a black misty mouse would be effortless. After a brief internal struggle, Feng Lingyun Tian ultimately decides to submerge himself underwater. He extricates himself from Su Nuo's body, awakening to find a bewildered Su Nuo, scanning his surroundings, perplexed about what he had just experienced. Strange, was I just zoning out? He scratches his head, and his bewildered expression elicits a suppressed chuckle from Feng Lingyun Tian. Not bothering with the individual any longer, Feng Lingyun Tian plunges into the foul waters, opening his eyes to assess the underwater situation. Thankfully, the astral form does not come into contact with this water. Otherwise, I would surely be nauseated. He silently laments. He swims along the current and suddenly discovers a section of railing submerged beneath the water. Passing through the railing, he continues onward, and upon rounding a corner, he is abruptly struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure. It is a fear that sends chills down his spine and causes his entire body to tremble. Even Feng Lingyun Tian, who has encountered cursed spirits before, has never experienced such terror from anything. His throat constricts slightly as he turns a corner, discovering a patch of ground. This area is situated in a dead end, with a diameter of only about 1 meter. And there are no openings for passage. The only way is to traverse through the foul waters and railing to return to the previous surface. Through the darkness, Feng Lingyun Tian spots 2 corpses. The bodies appear to be those of 2 women, their flesh completely decayed, resembling burning candles as they drip into the sewage. The surface of the corpses is infested with a mass of milky white maggots, likely numbering over 200, burrowing in and out of the 2 women's flesh, creating numerous cavities. Beneath the 2 cadavers lies a mist-covered mouse, feasting upon the remains of the 2 women. Feng Lingyun Tian is taken aback, the visage of his astral form turning ashen. His astonishment and fear are not directed at the aura emanating from the cursed mouse, but rather at the 2 female corpses, since he is also in an astral state. He can clearly perceive that the souls of the two women have transformed into vengeful spirits, entwined around their decaying bodies. The resentment they exude far exceeds his comprehension. All die. All die. All die. The same voice echoes incessantly in his mind. Were it not for his own madness, anyone else would surely be driven insane by such a mental assault. What could have befallen these women? What harrowing ordeal could have spawned such terrifying resentment? He considers attempting to bind their souls using his abilities to inquire further. However, as soon as he raises his hand, a voice resonates within him. Doing so will lead to your demise. It is a voice that seems to emanate from the depths of his being, as if his sixth sense is warning him against engaging in such a perilous endeavor. Feng Lingyun Tian's throat constricts. He knows that cursed spirits feed on resentment and thoughts of death to sustain themselves. Thus, upon witnessing the two corpses, he realizes a crucial point. Once this cursed spirit completely devours the bodies of these two apparitions, it will undoubtedly transform into an exceedingly fearsome monster. If a normal person's resentment is quantified as 1, the resentment of a murdered soul is 10. The resentment of these two women must surely reach 1,000. They have remained in such a location for months, which would account for their terrifying malice. Feng Lingyun Tian wishes to prevent this creature from consuming the victims, yet as an astral entity, he possesses no combat capabilities whatsoever. The only option is to possess another person to mount an attack. However, the submerged railing is tightly wedged and remarkably sturdy. Breaking through such a steel barrier underwater proves to be a formidable challenge. As Feng Lingyun Tian contemplates his next course of action, the vengeful spirits of the two women suddenly fix their gaze upon him. In that instant, an icy chill surges from his feet to the crown of his head. Despite being an astral entity, he feels as though beads of cold sweat are trickling down his form. His throat constricts deeply, and his finger joints seem to lose all sensation in an instant. The two vengeful spirits transform into countless black ghostly hands, rushing toward Feng Lingyun Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivots and races to the water's surface, slipping through the railing to return to the external sewer. At that moment, Su Nuo is still revolving in place, and upon hearing commotion from below, he peers down into the depths. Feng Lingyun Tian bursts forth from the water, fleeing into the distance, but the pursuing ghostly hands, initially intent on ensnaring the fleeing figure, soon spot a man crouching at the water's edge. The ghostly hands immediately abandon their pursuit and shift their focus. Su Nuo, unable to see the ghostly hands, finds no signs of disturbance beneath the water and prepares to rise. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of binding constricts his body and limbs, rendering him utterly immobile. Help! Help! In a state of panic, Su Nuo cries out. Hearing his companion's voice, Yi Hanyun quickly responds, "What is happening? Where are you? I'll send someone over immediately." Plop! Su Nuo, dragged by the immense force, is pulled into the foul waters, descending into the depths. The headset crackles with static, and no matter how fervently Yi Hanyun urges, no further response is received. In that moment, an ominous feeling stirs within him. It has been a year since anyone in his squad has perished. He never anticipated that such an event would unfold today. He is certain that Su Nuo is in grave danger, but even if there is but a sliver of hope, he will not relinquish it. A command simultaneously resonates through all the teammates' headsets, instructing them to search for Su and As everyone acknowledges and accelerates their inspection of the entire sewer system. He fervently hopes, "You must survive, Su Nuo." The two are from the same school, akin to brothers. Therefore, he is particularly unwilling to see Su Nuo come to harm. Logically, Su Nuo possesses the ability of sound waves, allowing him to detect danger from 3 kilometers away. Under normal circumstances, an accident should be impossible. Could there be some hidden presence beneath the water? Yi Hanyun's brow furrows tighter, forming a deep crease. The presence of intelligent, shape-shifting cursed spirits, coupled with the unknown perils lurking within the sewer, leaves his mind in disarray. He resolves, "I must descend." His gaze sharpens. He had initially intended to wait until the cursed spirit was found before making his move. However, for the safety of his comrades, he must abandon the broader strategy. Earlier, he heard the sound of something falling into the water, so upon entering the sewer, he carefully observes the conditions at the edge of the foul waters. "Captain, I found Su Nuo's shoes," a teammate exclaims over the headset. "Wait, I'm on my way. Yi Hanyun hastens towards the location indicated by his teammate, discovering the sports shoes Su Nuwa had worn that day in his companion's hand. Where did these shoes fall? Yi Hanyun inquires. Report, Captain, they are floating on the surface of the sewage. Lin Yao points to the water beside him. Could it be that the monster is lurking beneath the surface? Or is there some unknown entity at play? Yi Hanyun's brow remains furrowed. Captain, what is the situation with Su Nuwa? 3 more teammates rush over, their expressions filled with urgency. You came at the right time. Long Yu, assist me in parting the waters of this sewage. I need to investigate. Yi Hanyun instructs. Understood. The female team member named Long Yue nodded, her entire being suffused with vibrant azure energy waves. She directed her right hand towards the water surface. And immediately, 2 dark torrents surged to either side, draining all the water within a 3-meter radius and forming a muddy passageway. Iron bars? Yi Hanyun furrowed his brow. After the water was siphoned away, he spotted an iron grate at the bottom of a pit. Wait here for a moment. I shall descend to investigate. Yi Hanyun instructed his team, urging them not to follow. Let me go down? Captain, what if there's danger? Said one of the team members. Indeed, allow me to descend. Several others volunteered, eager to assess the situation below. I have commanded you to stay put. This is an order, Yi Hanyun shouted in anger. He turned and leaped down, his toes freezing the muddy path upon contact. Even the swirling water curtain manipulated by Long Yue was transformed into solid ice walls. Approaching the grate, Yi Hanyun reached out to touch the bars. An intense chill enveloping them and forming sturdy ice columns. The already damp sewer saw its temperature plummet under this frigid aura. With a powerful twist, a sharp sound echoed through the cold, damp tunnel as the steel bars, now solid ice, were easily bent and broken by Yi Hanyun's extraordinary abilities. He stepped through the grate, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. What is happening? Why do I feel so uneasy? He frowned deeply, cautiously advancing. As he emerged from the cave and his eyes met the surface, they widened in shock. Directly before him lay a head, stained crimson with blood. The familiar features unmistakably belonged to Su Nuwa. Su Nuwa! Yi Hanyun's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his furious roar reverberating throughout the entire sewer. Upon hearing their captain's furious cry, his teammates' expressions turned anxious as they yearned to descend and uncover the situation. Yet, recalling Yi Hanyun's warnings, they restrained their impulses. Beyond the severed head, Yi Hanyun's vision was filled with various dismembered limbs and organs, scattered grotesquely across the ground. A sharp crack. The sound pierced his ears as he looked up to see 2 half-consumed bodies dangling in the air. White maggots rained down like a storm, slithering to his feet. He lifted his foot to crush the wriggling maggots, their milky slime adhering firmly to the icy surface. In that instant, the 2 corpses seemed to be dragged by some unseen force. Pulled backward. Peering through the gaps in the limbs, he noticed a pit had formed in the mud and stone behind. Judging by the debris rolling from the pit and the icy surface, it seemed to be a tunnel he had created after unleashing his powers. Where are you running to? Yi Hanyun understood that cursed spirits fed on resentment. Although he could not see the souls of the 2 female ghosts, he sensed 2 terrifying waves of malice emanating from this space, as if they wished to devour him whole. He conjured a 1-meter-long ice spear in his palm and hurled it toward the tunnel. With a piercing sound, the ice spear pierced through the decaying female corpse, striking the cursed spirit lurking behind. However, the anticipated anguished wail did not emerge. Instead, the sound of shattering ice reached his ears. An enraged roar erupted from the cave's depths, yet it did not rush forth to attack Yi Hanyun. Instead, it accelerated the dragging of the 2 female corpses into the tunnel. Damn it! Yi Hanyun concentrated his icy powers once more, launching a spiral of ice blades that cleaved the body in 2. Regrettably, one half was still pulled into the tunnel, disappearing from sight. Clenching his teeth, he removed his shirt and encased Su Nuwa's severed limbs in ice, wrapping them up to carry out of the sewer. Upon returning to the surface, the others were met with the sight of the exposed arm from his clothing, their faces contorted in anguish. Subsequently, the group of 3 remained vigilant to the conditions within the sewer, particularly the ground and walls. That cursed spirit can dig tunnels. Be sure to report any findings to me immediately, Yi Hanyun ordered. Yes, Captain. The others, tears brimming in their eyes, suppressed their inner fury as they replied. Chapter 25. battle with the giant python. The entire ordeal was witnessed by Feng Lingyun Tian, who was astonished by Yi Hanyun's prowess. In an instant, he had completely frozen the waterway, an achievement far beyond that of a typical superpower user. They searched elsewhere because they could not enter this tunnel, but for him, it posed no challenge. A smirk creased Feng Lingyun Tian's lips as he ventured deeper along the tunnel carved by the cursed spirit. When he burst forth from the tunnel, he was taken aback to find himself in the abandoned building he had visited last time. In the corner, a monster was ravenously consuming the two female corpses. Their resentful spirits had been devoured almost entirely, leaving behind none of their former terrifying aura. Observing the snake-like cursed spirit, shrouded in swirling black mist as it gorged, Feng Lingyun Tian's eyes narrowed, and he dashed out of the dilapidated structure towards the restaurant's direction. Back already? Zhuo Feiyu sensed a disturbance in the air and turned his gaze towards Feng Lingyun Tian, who was leaning against the table. Brother Zhuo, we must leave at once. Feng Lingyun Tian quickly rose, lowering his hat's brim, and rushed towards the door. Zhuo Feiyu understood that this lad had located the cursed spirit, and without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and followed suit. As long as they avoided the subway, carrying weapons would go unchecked. Most people would assume they were merely attending a convention. The two hopped into a car, and Zhuo Feiyu immediately sped off in the direction Feng Lingyun Tian had indicated. However, just 700 meters from their destination, a massive pillar of dark light shot into the sky. Soon after, they witnessed the nearby abandoned building collapse with a thunderous roar, revealing a giant python, cloaked in black mist, rearing its enormous frame and surveying the surrounding streets. 500 meters away lay a residential area, bustling with weekend crowds. How could it be so fast? Feng Lingyun Tian gasped in disbelief. He never anticipated that despite his full-speed approach, he would arrive after the cursed spirit had completely consumed the corpses. Damn it, I'm too late. Feng Lingyun Tian clenched his legs in frustration, his eyes ablaze with fury. He believed that even if Zhuo Feiyu possessed the ability to slay the cursed spirit, it would undoubtedly take considerable effort. During that time, Yi Hanyun's official team would surely arrive, risking exposure of their identities and ownership of the cursed stone. Time was running out. Zhuo Feiyu made a sharp turn, retracing their path. He parked the car in a temporary lot a kilometer away, and he and Feng Lingyun Tian exited together. That moment, a police car passed by, containing 5 officers clad in white uniforms. A quick glance revealed Yi Hanyun among them. As expected, the police car blared its sirens and sped towards the cursed spirit. As they advanced, the panicked civilians fled in droves. Upon spotting the police car, their expressions brightened, believing the authorities would surely handle the gigantic serpent. No one knew where the creature had emerged from, nor had anyone ever seen such a colossal python. Yet, they understood that all living beings feared bullets. The officers must have brought a substantial amount of ammunition. Otherwise, they would never dare venture into that area. Yi Hanyun and his companions frowned deeply as they observed the fleeing populace. For 18 years, they had concealed the existence of cursed spirits and superpowers, but now, such widespread chaos could potentially spread nationwide. Even globally. As his mood soured, his phone rang. Answering the call, a solemn voice resonated through his earpiece. Captain Yi, we have detected the situation in your area through surveillance. We have notified the authorities to disable all signals within the city. You only need to deal with the cursed spirit. I will handle the rest. Received. Yi Hanyun replied solemnly. He was uncertain whether this course of action was right or wrong. Keeping the existence of cursed spirits hidden from the public had always been the aim. Was it truly the right decision? Yet, he understood that once the true state of the world was exposed, many would feel unease, potentially inciting turmoil. They parked 500 meters away and proceeded on foot, simultaneously issuing commands through their earpieces. Myself, Long Yue, Lin Yao, Zhang Yi, and Fan Ning will confront the cursed spirit. The others arriving later will maintain order, disperse the nearby crowds, and ensure no one is stranded at home. Everyone must be evacuated from the epicenter. Yes, came the responses from teammates and ordinary officers alike through the earpiece. You 4, follow me. We must annihilate this cursed spirit. Yi Hanyun commanded, his brow furrowed as he conjured a pair of icy wings behind each of the 3 teammates. Watching his captain and the 3 teammates soar into the sky, Zhang Yi summoned a whirlwind beneath him, enveloping his form with gusts of wind as he took flight like a delicate feather. Upon noticing the 5 humans, The cursed spirit's eyes narrowed sharply. As it recognized Yi Hanyun's face, it let out a thunderous roar. Its massive body lunged toward Yi Hanyun, jaws agape, ready to devour him. Light barrier! Lin Yao shone with golden radiance, conjuring a translucent wall of light to shield the captain. The giant serpent barreled through effortlessly, obliterating the light barrier, which shattered into golden droplets that rained down to the ground. Ice blades dance. Yi Hanyun concentrated the icy energy in his right hand and swiftly swung at point 16. Rapidly spinning circular ice blades sliced through the air, aimed at the serpent's body. Upon making contact, the ice blade shattered, scattering white fragments that sparkled in midair. In stark contrast, the serpent remained unharmed, not even feeling a hint of pain. High-pressure water blade, spiral storm. In the midst of the confrontation, Long Yue and Zhang Yi launched their attacks simultaneously. However, apart from conjuring a swirling black mist, they inflicted no discernible damage. Wind Lingyun observed this scene from a distance, his eyes wide with astonishment. The cursed spirit he had witnessed being effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Ling was nothing compared to the formidable foes before him. None of whom were weaker than Jiang Ling, yet they were utterly powerless against a colossal python. Chapter 26. The python's transformation. As he watched the battle unfold above, Wind Lingyun's body trembled uncontrollably. He crossed his arms, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on the distant struggle. Shuo Feiyu noticed something was amiss with Wind Lingyun and frowned slightly. He initially believed Wind Lingyun was merely frightened and intended to lead him away from the perilous scene. After all, with the burial spirit, special abilities team present, he could no longer afford to seize the cursed stone. Yet, when he beheld the frenzy in Wind Lingyun's bloodshot eyes, he found no trace of fear or anxiety. On the contrary, those eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness, as if he yearned to charge into battle against the gigantic serpent. Wind Lingyun had never felt such exhilaration before. His 18 years of monotonous existence paled in comparison to this newfound purpose. As his blood coursed with fervor, the massive python's assault was thwarted by two supernatural beings. It turned its head towards them, its tail lashing out at Long Yue. A curtain of water and light coalesced before her, attempting to withstand the force of the serpent's tail. Yet, in the next instant, the tremendous impact effortlessly shattered the elemental barriers, striking Long Yue's delicate form. What? The four were momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. They knew that either of the two defensive barriers could withstand the blast of a rocket launcher, let alone their combined strength. Yet, they could not halt the python's sweeping attack. Long Yue was hurled backward, on the brink of crashing into a nearby office building, but a torrent of water materialized half a meter away. Suspending her, clutching her bloodied waist, she once more unfurled her icy wings and charged toward the colossal serpent, her right hand encased in a swirling stream of water. With a powerful punch, the water converged into a roaring water dragon. Surging forth toward the python, splashes erupted as the tremendous force sent the serpent reeling backward. Observing that her full-force strike had failed to inflict any harm, Long Yue's eyes quivered violently. This was entirely unlike the cursed spirits she had previously encountered. Their defensive power, offensive capability, and sheer size were on an entirely different level. Suddenly, a flicker caught her attention, and an eerie purple python coalesced within the serpent's maw, spewing forth toward Long Yue. The immense shadow engulfed her entirely, casting the heavens in an otherworldly violet hue. With a crackle, a streak of lightning illuminated the sky, snatching her from the clutches of the energy wave in the nick of time. A terrifying shockwave rent the air. Soaring over 20 kilometers away, striking the outskirts, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, accompanied by a plume of smoke that enveloped hundreds of meters of roadway. The five stared at the explosion in astonishment. Fan Ming's throat constricted, his body crackling with electricity as he turned to Long Yue, his expression grave. "Are you all right?" He noticed the blood seeping from her waist, likely a result of the serpent's tail strike, which may have fractured her ribs. She wished to assure him that she was fine and could continue fighting, but the sudden surge of pain caused her to bite her silver teeth and gasp sharply. It seemed she could not persist any longer. Fan Ming transported her a kilometer away before swiftly returning, only to find the captain and two teammates engaged in a fierce struggle with the python. Yi Hanyun's eyes burned with rage. That earlier energy blast had likely claimed numerous lives. Such colossal cursed spirits had rarely appeared before, typically lurking in remote areas like graveyards, dark and damp forests, basins, or deserts, which explain the prohibition against venturing beyond the city limits. Now, the emergence of such a creature in the urban expanse would have consequences far surpassing those of suburban incidents. Furthermore, this serpent exhibited a higher degree of intelligence than its counterparts. Damn it! Yi Hanyun summoned icy energy, conjuring a spear of ice over 20 meters long. With a swift motion, he hurled the ice spear at the python, which exploded upon contact, scattering crystalline shards. Fan Ning and Lin Yao activated their icy wings, soaring into the sky, unleashing a simultaneous strike of lightning and light upon the serpent's form. A thunderous roar reverberated as a cloud of smoke enveloped the air, obscuring part of the python's massive body. The assault did not cease. Beams of light, bolts of thunder, icy spikes, and gusts of wind relentlessly bombarded the serpent concealed within the mist. The cacophony of explosions ringing out, a furious roar erupted suddenly, and a violent shockwave sent the four spiraling 20 meters away. In that moment, they noticed the python appeared to be gnawing on something within its MW. In the next second, a dark liquid erupted from its mouth, cascading toward them. Their faces paled as they hastily dodged to the sides. The liquid splattered onto the asphalt, instantly releasing a thick plume of black smoke. The haze was not dense, allowing visibility to return within seconds. However, the next moment, their pupils constricted in horror as they beheld the once flat asphalt road dissolving under the corrosive liquid, creating a pit 3 meters deep, 1 meter wide, and over 20 meters in diameter. Chapter 27. Yi Hanyun's full-scale battle. Stand back. I can handle this alone. Upon hearing the cursed spirit's ability index, Yi Hanyun resolved firmly within himself. The three teammates exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by their captain's command, and promptly rejected it. We won't allow it. Indeed, Captain, you shall perish. This command is one we cannot heed, and we resolutely refuse to comply. The three of them stood defiant, causing Yi Hanyun to clench his silver teeth in frustration. He roared with indignation, "This is an order. It must be obeyed." "We shall not." The trio replied in unison, "Captain, we cannot possibly follow your instructions this time. If it comes to it, you may punish us at will upon our return." Fan Ning stated earnestly, "I do not wish to barter your lives for your departure. Rather, your presence here will impede my performance." Yi Hanyun replied coldly, "The ability I am about to employ will affect an area of at least 50 meters around me. So you must vacate the vicinity. Otherwise, you will merely hinder my efforts. Do you understand?" The three were momentarily at a loss upon hearing Yi Hanyun's words. They were acutely aware of their captain's extraordinary powers. Thus, though unspoken, they held doubts regarding his ability to vanquish the cursed spirit. "I shall reiterate. This is an order. Are you truly willing to stand idly by and watch as the city's inhabitants perish due to your indecision?" Yi Hanyun bellowed in fury. After a brief silence, the three nodded in agreement and swiftly distanced themselves from the heart of the battle. They gazed at their captain, who stood alone in the sky. Their eyes filled with concern. "Damned creature, I have never employed this move since its inception. You should feel honored to be my first test subject." A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Hanyun's eyes as the power of ice rapidly gathered around him. His white uniform was replaced by armor forged from solid ice, encasing various parts of his body. Simultaneously, two 20-meter-long icy arms materialized at his sides, each wielding a 20-meter-long blade of ice at a T. That moment, Yi Hanyun resembled a warrior clad in icy armor, radiating an aura of chilling ferocity. Ice demon armament. Yi Hanyun's gaze sharpened, and his power index soared. His earpiece echoed with the AI's announcement. "Detecting Team 67, Captain Yi Hanyun. Power index 4908. Power index 5120.5470.5790. The three distant team members were utterly astonished by the AI's report from the base. The enormous serpent seemed to sense the threat posed by the figure before it, unleashing another torrent of black liquid. Yi Hanyun recognized the terror of this attack and promptly chose to evade. Fortunately, there were no civilians nearby, and even if the surrounding structures were corroded, there would be no casualties. Dodging the assault, Yi Hanyun swung his arm in the void, prompting the icy arm to mimic the motion. Brandishing the ice sword toward the serpent's body, the blade struck the serpent's form, failing to sever it, instead sending it flying a few meters as if it had struck rubber. creating a massive cloud of dust upon colliding with the buildings, fracturing the asphalt beneath. Before the giant serpent could rise, a colossal laser pierced through the smoke, shooting skyward. The speed was too great for Yi Han-yun to evade, leaving him with no choice but to cross the ice swords before him for defense. The terrifying shockwave hurled Yi Han-yun over 300 meters before gradually dissipating. The ice sword in his grasp lay in tatters from the impact. Furrowing his brow and breathing heavily, Yi Han-yun concentrated his icy power to restore the sword to its former glory. He swung the ice sword once more, targeting the serpent's body. He understood that energy-based attacks would not harm this colossal serpent. Thus, he had to resort to physical strikes to slay it. The serpent lunged forward, repeatedly crashing its head against the ice sword. Each time the sword sustained a chip, Yi Han-yun would utilize his icy power to mend it. The rapidly swinging double swords formed a flurry of illusions, propelled by Yi Han-yun's vigorous movements. Yet, simultaneously, his complexion began to pale. Suddenly, he noticed the serpent's slit-like pupils. Fixing his gaze, he swung his sword again, as he observed the serpent continuing its headlong assault against his ice sword. A smirk crept onto his lips as he swiftly adjusted the thickness of both ice swords to match that of the serpent's eyes. Transitioning from slashing to stabbing, he plunged one sword into the serpent's eye. In an instant, a chilling scream reverberated through the sky, and dark blood gushed forth from the serpent's eye, spilling onto the ground. Chapter 28: Theft of the Cursed Stone. The giant serpent thrashed violently, flinging Yi Han-yun several meters away. The excruciating pain was unbearable for the serpent, which carelessly crashed into nearby buildings, reducing numerous structures to ruins within mere seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Han-yun fused the two ice swords into one, crafting a colossal frost sword with a diameter of 50 meters. The roar echoed between the edifices as he maneuvered the icy arms, wielding the frost sword horizontally toward the convulsing serpent. The tremendous impact sent the serpent soaring backward over 30 meters, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Still not severed? Yi Han-yun frowned deeply, having expected that last strike to cleave the serpent in two. It seemed he must attack from within. Yi Han-yun's gaze sharpened, and he launched another assault. The serpent reared its massive form, hissing its dark tongue, filled with murderous intent. However, with its eyes blinded, it could not detect Yi Han-yun's position, resulting in its tail thrashing wildly. Each swing of the tail conjured a fierce gale that buffeted Yi Han-yun's cheeks. Roaring, the serpent unleashed energy waves in a frenzy around it, with each energy wave that struck the ground. Buildings within hundreds of meters were utterly obliterated. He could not allow it to continue its rampage. Yi Han-yun timed his strike perfectly, narrowing the ice sword into a spear, propelling it into the serpent's mouth. As the ice spear successfully penetrated the serpent's body, Yi Han-yun's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right fist. Death thorns. In that moment, the previously erratic serpent abruptly ceased its attacks. Then, dark blood began to ooze from its mouth, flowing across its body. With a thud, its massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while its previously violent aura gradually diminished. Enemy Power Index 4200.2100. 900. Ding. Enemy Cursed Spirit has been vanquished. Upon hearing this news, Yi Han-yun took a deep breath and slowly descended. The other team members, witnessing this, rushed toward him as the duration of the Ice Wings had expired. With all but Zhang Yi making their way over, Yi Han-yun's complexion was ashen, his breathing labored, and just as he was about to touch down, he succumbed to fatigue and plummeted. It must be noted that Yi Han-yun was at least 30 meters high, equivalent to an ordinary person falling from the 10th to 12th floor. Even though the physical prowess of an ability user surpasses that of a regular individual by several folds, such a fall could prove fatal or leave one in a vegetative state. "Captain!" the three exclaimed in alarm, and Fan Ning transformed into a bolt of lightning, catching Yi Han-yun just before he hit the ground with unprecedented speed. "You scared me half to death," Fan Ning exclaimed. Looking at the pale-faced Yi Han-yun in his arms, finally feeling relief wash over him, I asked the captain, "All right?" The others rushed over, only to find Yi Han-yun's complexion gravely poor, causing them to worry. "He should be fine. He's just exhausted," Zhang Yi said, feeling Yi Han-yun's breath and confirming he had merely fainted. However, given the severity of the power depletion, it might take at least 3 days for him to regain consciousness. The group turned their attention to the colossal serpent, which had gradually dissipated into an octagonal cursed stone, a thrill building within them. Such a formidable cursed spirit must possess a powerful stone within. Whether for the captain's use or for submission to the organization, they would surely reap some benefits. You all take the captain home. I will retrieve the cursed stone and return to the base. Zhang Yi declared, as he possessed wind-based magic, enabling him to transport swiftly over long distances. All right, we leave it to you. Be sure to safeguard it. This is a prize for which the captain nearly sacrificed his life. Lin Yao picked up the stone from the ground, smiling as he handed it to Zhang Yi. Rest assured, Zhang Yi replied confidently, patting his chest. He summoned the wind element, lifting himself into the air and soaring into the distance. Handing the cursed stone to Zhang Yi poses no issue. We must also address the concerns of the city's residents. It is certain that the higher-ups will require that individual to erase the memories of the populace again. Lin Yao remarked, is this truly the right course of action? I believe ordinary citizens deserve to know the truth of the world. Worry flickered in Lin Yao's eyes. There is no other choice. As the upper echelons say, it is better to let the populace perish in ignorance than to survive in fear. The two sighed softly, returning to Long Yue's side, each supporting the other as they drove away. 10 kilometers away, Zhang Yi halted his flight and descended into a small grove. He gazed down at the octagonal cursed stone in his hand, a flicker of gray crossing his eyes. He conjured a wind cannon. Excavating a moderately sized pit in the ground, where he buried the cursed stone before taking off again, flying toward the opposite direction of the base, heading to the outskirts that had been initially ravaged by the giant serpent. Upon arriving at the outskirts, he surveyed the ruined structures and heard the sounds of weeping nearby, causing his lips to curl upward. A translucent spirit slowly emerged from him, appearing dazed as it surveyed the surroundings. Completely perplexed by its location, suddenly, a group of refugees rushed toward him, tugging at Zhang Yi's clothing and pleading through tears, "Could you please call the police? Save us, please. Our child is trapped beneath the rubble. My wife's leg is broken. We implore you to send a vehicle." Though they had never encountered a white police uniform, they could still recognize the badge emblazoned upon the clothing. Zhang Yi felt somewhat at a loss and immediately began to reassure the surrounding crowd. Upon witnessing this, Feng Lingyun's lips curled into a slight smile, his soul drifting back to the car several dozen kilometers away. "Brother Zhua, proceed in the direction I provided," Feng Lingyun remarked with a grin. "Did you really manage to steal it?" Zhua Feiyu asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. After witnessing Yi Hanyun slay the cursed serpent, he had intended to leave with Feng Lingyun, but this young man expressed a desire to attempt seizing a cursed stone for himself, leading to his soul departing and inhabiting Zhang Yi's body. Initially believing the task would not be so straightforward, he was now taken aback to hear that this young man had indeed acquired the cursed stone. "How can this be called theft? I took it quite openly," Feng Lingyun replied, hands raised in a dismissive gesture, his expression nonchalant. "Very well." Following Feng Lingyun's guidance, Zhua Feiyu arrived at a small grove, where he unearthed a pitch-black cursed stone from the earth. A slow smile creeping upon his lips, the cursed stone, which he had thought would elude him, had ultimately found its way into his possession. "Yi Hanyun, I cannot thank you enough in gratitude for your efforts. I shall make good use of this cursed stone," he declared. Chapter 29. The cursed stone goes missing. Global turmoil, Dingling. At 6 in the evening, while Zhang Yi was addressing the refugee crisis in the suburbs. His phone rang, prompting him to answer immediately. The sheer number of refugees made it exceedingly difficult to provide aid, even with firefighters and other officers present, especially given the riots instigated by the serpent incident. Amidst this flurry of activity, he had long forgotten why he had come to this place. Upon answering, a familiar female voice emerged from the phone. "Zhang Yi, why haven't you returned yet? Delivering the cursed stone back to the base shouldn't take this long." Long Yu inquired, puzzled. They had prepared dinner but had yet to see Zhang Yi return, which spurred her curiosity to make the call. "I am assisting refugees in an area damaged by the cursed serpent. As for the cursed stone, what about it?" Zhang Yi replied. A look of confusion etched across his face. Upon hearing the first statement, the three on the other end felt a sense of Zhang Yi's righteousness. However, when the second part of his response reached their ears, their expressions shifted to one of horror. What are you saying? Were you not supposed to have the cursed stone and return it to the base?" Long Yu exclaimed in anger. I didn't. I don't have the cursed stone, Zhang Yi responded, incredulity washing over him as his face paled in an instant. Zhang Yi, you haven't been controlled, have you? Lin Yao asked. His brow furrowed. They had not detected anything amiss with Zhang Yi at the time. Previously, they had all participated in escorting missions involving cursed stones. If Zhang Yi truly had no recollection of possessing the stone, there was but one possibility. Someone nearby had ensnared his mind, causing him to forget the events that transpired. Zhang Yi's throat constricted slightly as he recalled that he had inexplicably found himself in this area. Feeling perplexed at the time, however, he had become so preoccupied that he had forgotten this oddity. You're not deceiving me, are you? Did I really say I would deliver the cursed stone myself? His voice trembled, an inexplicable panic rising within him. Would we lie to you? You took the item right before our eyes. Lin Yao and Fan Ning's voices echoed from the phone. Clang! Zhang Yi's phone slipped from his grasp and fell into the dirt. His right hand trembling slightly. If his companions were not jesting with him, then it seemed he truly had been manipulated. Upon further reflection, he realized he had no memories connecting him from the battlefield to this desolate area, as if he had been instantaneously transported here. Yet, he was neither Kakarot nor a spatial manipulator. How could he possess such abilities? Hearing the sound of his phone hitting the ground and the prolonged silence that followed, it dawned on them all that the cursed stone had likely fallen into someone else's hands. Return quickly. Let us head back to the base together. This is no ordinary cursed stone. It is likely we will soon receive a summons from higher-ups to return it. There will be no escaping punishment for this blunder, Long Yu stated solemnly, casting a glance at their unconscious captain, her fists clenched tightly. Their captain had expended all his abilities to barely vanquish the cursed spirit. Yet they had allowed themselves to be caught off guard, leading to their comrade being controlled and the cursed stone snatched away. This blunder was far too grave to be easily concealed. Unbeknownst to them, bases belonging to the cursed spirits organization across the nation were simultaneously receiving various footage. The data had been transmitted from other countries worldwide, and its contents were astonishing. All officials and military leaders associated with the cursed spirits were currently convening to discuss the alarming footage. In the center of the conference room sat a serious-looking man, approximately 50 years old, with half of his hair white and the other half black. His name was Xiao Yi, a military leader who had founded the Cursed Spirits organization 2 decades prior. Coming from a long line of military personnel, he had risen to a high-ranking position at a young age. After awakening his superpower at 32, he had become a pillar of strength for the nation. Surrounding him were several individuals in their 40s, some with ashen faces, others pale, all unable to believe the footage depicted genuine occurrences. Only one person remained seated with his eyes closed, casually perched with his leg crossed. Should anyone mistakenly assume he was asleep during the meeting, they would be gravely mistaken. Despite his closed eyes, the images on the large screen were vividly transmitted into his mind. What are your thoughts on this footage? Xiao Yi's sharp gaze swept over the attendees, a powerful aura permeating the conference room. Are you certain these are not fabricated? A female official queried, disbelief evident in her tone. Do you truly believe I would be unable to discern whether the videos were genuine? Xiao Yi's voice was icy, causing the woman to shudder and fall silent. Commander, if this footage is authentic, the entire world may descend into chaos. A man with superpowers, affiliated with the cursed spirits, spoke gravely. The images before them depicted scenes captured from various countries and regions within China, showcasing countless cursed spirits enshrouded in dark mist. Behind these spirits, others emerged, shedding their shadows to reveal their true forms. Some nearby, cursed spirits, bases had conducted power index assessments, revealing some spirits possessed an astonishing power index of up to 7,600 points. Such a level of cursed spirit had never been witnessed globally until now. Though these cursed spirits were fearsome, they posed little threat to China, which boasted 2 captain-level superpowered individuals. Among those in the meeting room, none had a power index lower than 10,000 points. This was the result of 20 years of accumulated strength. What truly unsettled them were the images received from abroad. In those clips, several beings resembling humans yet entirely unlike them were captured. According to reports from foreign spies, these entities had explicitly claimed to be cursed spirits during a duel with foreign superpowered individuals. Their power indices could not be detected by the most advanced American superpower detectors. It was worth noting that the strongest spatial manipulator in the United States currently boasted a power index of 43,000 points. This indicated that the undetectable beings possessed power indices far exceeding that of the American spatial manipulator. This was the source of their dread. Chapter 30. The Debairu level. According to reports, captain-level superpowered individuals from multiple countries had mobilized to confront the beings disguised as humans. Ultimately, it was said that all those who engaged returned severely injured, with 2 captain-level individuals from Italy and France even meeting their deaths. Presently, these entities seem to be operating solely in the wilderness, showing no signs of invading human cities. However, it remained uncertain whether their emergence had contributed to the alarming increase in the frequency of cursed spirit appearances in recent days. The total number of cursed spirits worldwide had surged by a staggering 130%. Have we discovered any traces of similar humanoid cursed spirits in our country? Xiaoyi inquired of a conference attendee responsible for information gathering. Report to the commander. No relevant information has been found domestically. However, in Yunhai City, a cursed spirit with a power index of 6,420 points has been identified. This cursed spirit has since been slain by Team 67's captain, Yi Hanyun, and its cursed stone should now be en route to the Tianhai City base. Good. Once received, have experts analyze it to determine whether this cursed stone differs from those produced by ordinary cursed spirits. Understood. Next, we must address another matter. Previously, there was only one type of cursed spirit, so countries refrained from classification, referring to them all simply as cursed spirits. Now that we are encountering various types, I believe we ought to implement a classification system. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Just then, the strongest superpowered individual in the United States, the spatial manipulator Edracarlo, transmitted a video file. Xiaoyi, intrigued, opened the video, causing a massive projection to materialize within the office. The file had been sent to multiple recipients, with the dialogue content not specifically addressing any single country. I trust those viewing this footage are already aware of the latest news concerning cursed spirits. It must be said that the prowess of those individuals is extraordinarily formidable. Our nation dispatched 2 captain-level superpowered individuals, yet both returned grievously injured. According to the accounts of those who survived the battlefield, the array of curses that had shed their black mist, alongside the humanoid curses, all possess superpowers. Their physical attributes, defensive capabilities, offensive strength, and speed vastly surpassed those of the curses that were once shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, these humanoid curses exhibit a remarkable level of intelligence, allowing for free communication with us, of course. The purpose of sharing this footage is not to solicit assistance from various nations or to unite our strengths against the curses. Rather, our country was the first to uncover the existence of humanoid curses, which prompted high-level discussions just a few days ago. In my view, it is imperative to categorize the curses to distinguish them effectively. After several days of deliberation, the classification of the relevant curses has been firmly established. TO standardized the grading. This footage was created. I will now inform everyone of the names we have discussed. If there are no objections from any nation, simply send me an acknowledgement via document transfer. After all, it is essential to avoid discrepancies in nomenclature among the countries, as this would complicate matters during the global conference. Xiaoyi listened quietly to the footage, his gaze scanning the crowd with a hint of scrutiny. However, his piercing gaze rendered everyone hesitant to respond. At that moment, the silver-haired man, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them, a silvery aura flickering across his gaze. With a tone of nonchalance, he remarked, "What is there to deliberate? Since they have made their decision, it spares us the mental exertion, does it not? Do you all enjoy making work for yourselves?" The man, named 80, is the only individual in Huaxia capable of erasing human memories and is one of the 2 captain-level superpowered individuals. He reclined with his legs crossed, casually gesturing with his right hand, and chuckled. In any case, it's just a name. It matters not what it is called. Xiaoyi's gaze sharpened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. 80 is neither a soldier nor an official. Rather, he is the son of a psychologist whom he met shortly after awakening his powers. Initially, he suspected he was hallucinating or suffering from a mental illness. Ultimately, after various diagnoses, it became evident that his mental state was sound. Following that, he engaged in numerous discussions with the psychologist's father, inadvertently discovering that 80 also possessed superpowers. 2 years later, when curses emerged, he founded the Burial Spirits organization and brought 80 into its fold. However, This young man has always been resistant to authority, maintaining a carefree demeanor even after all these years. Many find his attitude rather off-putting due to their more traditional views. Yet, in this era where curses and superpowers abound, a captain-level superpowered individual holds greater deterrent power than even a nuclear bomb. 80's sentiments resonate. There is no need for us to argue over a mere title with the Americans. Since they have already established it, let us observe their decision for now. Commander, you are being overly indulgent with him. A high-ranking official interjected, visibly displeased. After all, they are his elders. This young man had barely opened his eyes and, upon finally doing so, sat with his legs crossed while conversing with them. Did he presume this was his own home? Indeed, his behavior is quite disrespectful. Your leniency will surely spoil him. Another chimed in, and soon a chorus of disapproval arose. Bah, a bunch of antiquated minds. I have no topics of conversation with you, 80 retorted disdainfully. What did you say? How rude. Some individuals flushed with indignation, outraged that this young brat dared to call them antiquated. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. 80, you two must remember they are your elders. Please be mindful of your demeanor. Xioi coughed a couple of times, attempting to quell the discord, though his tone carried a hint of favoritism. After all, whether in the military he previously belonged to or in the burial spirits organization he founded, such an attitude in formal settings would warrant severe consequences. Since Uncle Xiao has spoken, I shall refrain from holding it against this gaggle of old fossils. 80 smiled and waved dismissively, placing his legs atop the table. This action further incensed the group of individuals in their 40s and 50s who glared at him, yet they were left powerless to act. Xiao resumed the video, and the conference room was filled solely with the voice from the footage. After several days of research, we have identified the following types of curses. First, the most ordinary, akin to the curses previously ensnared by the Black Mist, which we will continue to refer to as curses. Second, those curses that have shed their Black Mist at this juncture. The footage displayed two distinct curses, both devoid of the Black Mist. It is understandable that you might wonder why we included images of two curses that have shed their mist. The reason is that among these two curses, one lacks intelligence and the ability to wield superpowers, yet its defensive capabilities, speed, and strength are all threefold that of ordinary curses. The other, endowed with formidable physique, can utilize superpowers and possesses significant intelligence, instinctively fleeing and concealing itself when faced with danger, making it challenging to trace its whereabouts. For these two curses, we have assigned two distinct titles. The one on the left, devoid of intelligence and unable to wield superpowers, has been designated as the Mastar-level curse. The one on the right, possessing intelligence and the ability to utilize superpowers, has been labeled as the Incula-level curse. Lastly, we have encountered humanoid curses that even our latest superpower detection device is unable to identify. We have named it the Dabira-level curse. Chapter 31. Absorbing the curse stone upon returning home, Feng Lingyun Tian immediately laid the curse stone he had acquired upon the table. He gazed intently at Zhuo Feiyu, articulating each word. Brother Zhuo, shall we each absorb half of the energy? What do you think? The energy contained within this curse stone is incomparable to the first one he obtained. At least 20 times more potent. Although he yearned to claim it entirely for himself, having resided in Zhuo Feiyu's home without contributing financially, he felt a pang of guilt and need. You may use it for yourself? Zhuo Feiyu replied with a smile. Taken aback by this response, Feng Lingyun Tian could hardly believe that Zhuo Feiyu chose not to absorb the cursed stone. Why not? We acquired it together. Because the acquisition of the cursed stone and the intelligence gathering was solely your achievement. I merely drove and provided transportation. Had I assisted in vanquishing the cursed snake, I would not hesitate to claim my share of the stone, but my involvement was minimal, and thus I cannot in good conscience absorb it. However, I have been living in your home without any contribution, and you have been teaching me swordsmanship. If I were to absorb this cursed stone entirely, he refrained from finishing his thought, as he was averse to incurring debts of gratitude. My allowing you to stay here is because you are a member of the Bloodthirsty Moon, and teaching you swordsmanship is because I believe your potential holds significant value for the future, warranting investment. Therefore, you need not feel any psychological burden. Moreover, in terms of strength, you are the weakest among the Bloodthirsty Moon. Although your abilities are formidable, you have yet to mature and cannot assist us. Thus, this cursed stone is best absorbed by you alone. I will not partake in it, as it is my principle. Things that he desires must either be seized or purchased. He does not require the charity of others. Furthermore, this cursed stone would considerably enhance Feng Yuntian's powers, but would hold little benefit for him, as he had already attained the level of vice-captain. Very well, thank you, Brother Zhua. Feng Yuntian nodded solemnly. Just as he was about to retreat to his room to absorb the stone, Zhua Feiyu suddenly called out to him, "Be cautious when absorbing this cursed stone. Its energy is exceedingly potent. Ensure that you do not exceed your limits, or you risk bodily harm. Also, regarding the task we completed, due to your significant contributions, you will receive a transfer of 500,000 out of course, after accounting for some losses incurred by the shop. The amount will be less," Zhua Feiyu added with a smile. "Bonuses? Is there a bonus for the task?" Feng Yuntian's eyes widened in shock. "Were you not informed? I thought Jiang Ling had already mentioned it to you." Zhua Feiyu replied, equally astonished. Logically, Feng Yuntian's appearance should align perfectly with Jiang Ling's preferences, and the young man should have been incessantly chatting with him. No, he did not mention it. Feng Yuntian felt a surge of excitement. He had initially believed himself destitute, but unexpectedly, he had transformed into a budding millionaire overnight with 25,000 at his disposal. The thought made him want to laugh heartily, but since he was not in his own home, he had to suppress it. Suddenly, a thought struck him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Brother Zhua, could I possibly use your name to obtain a card? I have refrained from turning on my phone for fear of being tracked by the police. Additionally, if I make any transactions with my cards, the police are likely to be alerted, so I am currently unable to use any of my bank cards. That issue? No problem. I will ask the boss to procure a new phone for you and arrange for a shielding system, so your location and information will remain undiscovered. As for the card, the sudden influx of a substantial sum of money into your account indeed presents certain complications. I can assist you in obtaining one, albeit under someone else's name. After all, I too am a wanted individual." Zhua Feiyu shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. "In that case, thank you, Brother Zhua." Feng Yuntian returned to his room, where Chi, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sprang up and excitedly leaped onto him. In a moment of distraction, it inadvertently released a small flame from its mouth, singeing Feng Yuntian's hair once more. Upon witnessing this, Chi swiftly turned and hid inside the wardrobe, too frightened to emerge. That wretched dog! He clenched his fists in frustration, but ultimately let them drop in resignation. One must indulge their own pet. He sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing intently at the cursed stone in his hand. Gripping it tightly. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming and violent energy surged into his body, nearly causing him to burst. Huffing and puffing, he released the cursed stone, his face flushed crimson. He had merely absorbed it for a second. Yet that influx of energy had almost overwhelmed his physical form. It felt as though someone was incessantly injecting blood into his veins, surpassing his body's maximum capacity, threatening to suffocate him. How utterly astonishing! Feng Yuntian pondered the cursed stone in his grasp, realizing he had absorbed perhaps only 1/20th of its energy, and yet it elicited such a profound effect. What incredible power would await him upon complete absorption? His strength would likely increase dramatically. With this thought, the fear of being overwhelmed by energy swiftly dissipated, leaving only excitement and exhilaration. However, as he had not yet fully converted this energy into his own supernatural ability, it seemed he would need a day or two before he could absorb more. Time passed swiftly, and a day later, perhaps due to the exertions of the day, he felt as though merely an afternoon had elapsed before he had completely transformed that turbulent energy into his own supernatural power. It appeared that engaging in physically demanding activities could expedite the conversion of energy. Sensing the supernatural power within him, Feng Yuntian's lips curled into a slight smile as he unhesitatingly commenced his second absorption. Meanwhile, within the Zhongling, Yunhai base, Zhang Yi and his companions faced repercussions for their negligence. After all, although the belongings were lost due to his carelessness, the fact that his comrades had been manipulated right before their eyes without anyone noticing was a grave oversight. Chapter 32. A new ability. Another day passed, making it 9 days since the destruction of the shop. During his second absorption of the cursed stone, Feng Yuntian found that he could only absorb 1/10 of the energy before feeling discomfort, which was a significant improvement compared to before, as he could now accommodate much more supernatural power. However, this time, he did not experience the same sensations as before and did not gain any new abilities. I had thought that every absorption of the cursed stone would yield new powers. It seems I was mistaken. Saihi let out a deep sigh, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although the supernatural energy within him was at least 3 times greater than before. He had not acquired any new abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a concern that had long troubled him. That is, Jiangling, Zhuofeiyu, and the members of the Zhongling organization could all transform their supernatural powers into attacks and release them externally. Yet he could not if Jiangling and the Zhongling members possessed elemental powers that allowed them to release elements for offense. Why could Zhuofeiyu, a swordsman, do the same? If he could unravel this mystery, perhaps he could secure an additional means of survival. With this in mind, he promptly exited his room, with Chi-Chi trailing behind him, curious about what his master intended to do. He first headed to the living room, only to find Zhuofeiyu absent. He then glanced into the swordsmanship room, but the man was nowhere to be found. Realizing it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, he concluded that Zhuofeiyu must have gone to bed and decided to wait until tomorrow to inquire further. Suddenly, the door to a bedroom swung open, revealing Zhuofeiyu with his upper body bare, drying his hair with a towel, his 8-pack abs clearly visible. "Brother Zhuo, have you just finished showering?" Fengling Yuntian inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I heard footsteps by the door and came out to see. Were you looking for me?" Zhuofeiyu draped the towel around his neck, regarding the youth with a puzzled expression. "Yes, I have something I wish to ask." Fengling Yuntian's demeanor became quite serious. Zhuofeiyu raised an eyebrow, his expression also turning earnest as he replied, "Let us discuss this in the living room." He turned and walked toward the living room, retrieving a bottle of cocktail from the refrigerator before glancing at Fengling Yuntian. "What would you like to drink?" "A cola would be fine, thank you, Brother Zhuo." Fengling Yuntian replied with a slight smile and nod. "Very well." Zhuofeiyu produced a chilled can of cola and tossed it across the table. Fengling Yuntian caught it deftly, opened the tab, and took several gulps before settling onto the sofa. "Feel free to speak your mind," Zhuofeiyu said with a grin. "Then I shall be direct." Fengling Yuntian's smile faded, and with a serious expression, he asked, "Brother Zhuo, I would like to know how you managed to transform your supernatural powers into energy and project them externally. I am not surprised that Jiangling and the members of Zhongling can achieve this, as they are all elemental power users. However, your ability is slicing, which ostensibly should not permit such a feat." "This question, huh? It's quite simple. Not only I, but any newly awakened ability user can master this with guidance and a little talent within a month. Would you like to learn?" Zhuofeiyu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. "Absolutely." Fengling Yuntian nodded without hesitation. "Very well, let me teach you. You must visualize your soul, body, and supernatural ability as one cohesive entity. Every movement you make equates to your supernatural ability in action. For instance, your breath, saliva, tears, everything that can be expelled from your body is a manifestation of your supernatural power. When you wish to release your supernatural ability outward, envision yourself as an energy entity fused with that ability, with releasing it akin to fulfilling some physiological need. Does that seem simpler? Of course, directly condensing your supernatural power to attack is impossible at first. Initially, you only need to concentrate energy at your fingertips. Even condensing it to the size of a grain of sand counts as progress. However, most who lack talent may take a month or even years to achieve even this. Once you manage to envelop your supernatural ability around your body, not only will your defense increase, but your speed, attack power, and the hardness of your strikes will also see significant enhancements. By the way, there's another method to expedite your learning of energy release. That is to visit a location related to your supernatural ability. For instance, if you possess fire abilities, being in an area rich in fire elements will bolster your combat strength. The same applies to water and lightning elements. As for you, your supernatural ability is related to the soul. I trust you need not be told where to go." Zhuofeiyu tapped the table lightly with his fingers, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I understand, thank you, Brother Zhuo," Fengling Yuntian replied, his brow furrowing as he turned toward the door. "Here, the car keys. You do know how to drive, correct?" Zhuofeiyu asked. "That I can drive, but I don't have a license." "That's no issue. After all, Jiangling doesn't he have a license either, yet he often sneaks out to drive. Just be cautious and avoid the police. If worst comes to worst, abandon the car. There are plenty of vehicles around. If you run low, just go out and steal another." Zhuofeiyu lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. Fengling Yuntian nearly burst into laughter at this. "All right, He took the keys and returned to his room to change into a black trench coat. At this moment, he was clad entirely in black, and with his icy gaze, he resembled a demon risen from hell. After 2 hours of driving, he arrived at the area devastated by the giant python. To avoid detection, he had parked the car a kilometer away and walked the rest of the way. Over the past couple of days, he had found it rather peculiar that there had been no news regarding the giant python on television, in the news, or online as he drove. He observed the townspeople chatting and laughing, as if the events of the past few days had never occurred. What on earth is going on? His brow furrowed. While he could understand the lack of news online, suggesting someone was suppressing the information, why did the residents of the city seem to have no memory of the incident? He reached the center of the ruins, and a flicker of ash-gray light passed through his gaze, revealing the deathly aura surrounding him. Above the debris, spectral figures floated, wailing and lamenting their unfulfilled desires. Some of the spirits appeared to be as young as 5 or 6 years old, witnessing their mothers weeping at the graves, desperately yearning to touch their children, yet unable to do so. Feng Ling Yuntian stepped forward, seizing one of the women and coldly inquiring, "What happened here?" He intended to ascertain whether these individuals' memories had been tampered with. The woman, startled by Feng Ling Yuntian's icy and devoid of warmth gaze, trembled as she replied, We experienced a gas explosion here. Many lives were lost. An explosion?" He frowned, realizing that the memories of these refugees had been altered. Releasing the woman, he pondered as he ventured deeper into the ruins. Along the way, aside from the woman, he encountered numerous refugees returning to pay respects to their lost loved ones, evoking a sense of life amidst the desolation. Finding an isolated corner, he scanned the area filled with spirits, reached out, and captured a ghostly figure in his palm. It was an adult male, appearing to be around 25 years of age. He gazed at Feng Ling Yuntian, his face a mask of astonishment. He had clearly perished. How could this person before him see him? How could he even touch him? Suddenly, thoughts of his parents, both in their 50s, filled his mind, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He spoke, "Can you see me? If you can touch me, you must possess some kind of yin-yang eyes, right?" He had always enjoyed watching movies and television dramas, particularly horror films, which led him to immediately conclude that the youth before him possessed the power to see beyond life and death. Feng Ling Yuntian remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him. The man, filled with excitement, failed to notice the strangeness in Feng Ling Yuntian's demeanor and continued exuberantly, "Could you assist me? Tell them that their son passed away peacefully. The elderly have been here for 3 days, and my heart aches for them. Please, help me. In my next life, I swear to repay you, even if it means becoming a servant," the man rambled on. But Feng Ling Yuntian did not absorb a single word. He had previously attempted to imagine a fusion of his body with his supernatural abilities, striving to project those powers outward. However, every attempt had ended in failure. Yet, when he activated the soul-binding technique and grasped the man's essence, a peculiar sensation coursed through him. It was this very feeling that plunged Feng Ling Yuntian into contemplation, even as his eyes remained locked onto the man. Abruptly, he clenched his hand, causing the once chattering spirit to emit a tortured scream. "What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go!" The man writhed in agony, ultimately succumbing to the darkness. His soul, once a complete entity, began to twist and contort, eventually transforming into a crystalline spiral that coalesced into a bead imbued with spiritual energy. Feng Ling Yuntian studied the bead in his palm and could not suppress a derisive chuckle. What a nuisance! I was deep in thought, and this fly kept buzzing around, almost disrupting my train of thought. He was entirely indifferent to what the man had said. Ultimately, he was nothing but an irrelevant stranger. The death of such a person held no significance for him. However, the soul bead in his hand evoked a sense of intrigue. When he had grasped the man's essence, he had a vague sense that he could do more. And he instinctively took control. To his surprise, he effortlessly erased that man's consciousness, resulting in a bead rich with soul energy. Could this object be launched? Feng Ling Yuntian's eyes narrowed, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He found an open area and tossed it aside. He did not exert control, yet at the moment of release, the soul bead transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight toward that area. Boom! Dust and debris erupted, creating a crater 5 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. The refugees, who were mourning their deceased, mistook the explosion for a hidden gas leak and fell to the ground. Clutching their heads in terror, witnessing this scene, Feng Ling Yuntian's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. At that moment, he finally comprehended the true nature of his abilities. It was not merely a matter of spirit possession. If he desired, he could even condense the souls of living beings into a terrifying bomb. If one soul could wield such formidable power, what about 2 or 3? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. He turned his gaze toward a distant mound of earth, a smile creeping onto his face as he dashed forward. Standing atop the mound, he surveyed the souls wandering among the ruins. His right hand splayed open, fingers claw-like as he forcefully summoned them. Instantly, the souls within the wreckage began to converge frantically around him. With each soul he ensnared, its consciousness rapidly dissipated, transforming into energy that he concentrated in his palm. It was only after capturing the 17th soul that he finally sensed his limits. It felt as though he bore the weight of a 1,000-pound cauldron, suffocating him. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. As he gazed at the 10-meter diameter soul sphere he had gathered, a wicked smile crept across his pale visage. The residents were drawn to the luminous sphere, instinctively moving toward him, unaware of why they felt the presence of their loved ones within it. Was it an illusion? Feng Ling Yuntian regarded the group of refugees with not a trace of emotion. Previously, he had not exerted any control, and the soul sphere had transformed into a beam. Now, he wondered if he could use his powers to form an actual sphere. With this thought in mind, he acted accordingly, hurling the soul sphere into the midst of the refugees. Their numbers were limited, perhaps around 50 in that moment. It was as if they glimpsed the sun in the darkness. The earth for hundreds of meters was illuminated by the soul light sphere, casting a hauntingly pale glow upon the scene. Their eyes trembled, mouths agape, yet not a word escaped their lips. The 12-year-old boy clutched his father's pant leg, murmuring, "I'm scared." Just 2 days prior, they had returned to their grandmother's home. Their mother had been unable to take leave and had perished in the explosion. Today, they had merely intended to burn some paper money for the child's mother, only to be met with such a spectacle. The light sphere moved swiftly, yet to the onlookers, time seemed to stand still as they remained frozen in place. Boom! In the next instant, a searing white light ascended skyward, centering around the refugees, enveloping the ground in blinding radiance. Thick smoke billowed outward, and the debris flew like bullets, striking the surrounding walls with a resounding thud. Feng Ling Yuntian marveled at the breathtaking scene, leaning back, gazing skyward, and exultantly shouted, "Ha ha 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 ha! Let us see who dares to bully me now." His eyes were bloodshot, and the pounding of his heart echoed clearly even from a meter away. After several seconds, the white light faded, but the smoke showed no signs of dispersing. With a disdainful snort, Feng Ling Yuntian flicked his dark cloak back and turned to leave. As for the deceased residents, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. He had arrived here well past midnight, and with his appearance and abilities exposed, they could not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, they would only bring him endless trouble, and trouble was something he feared above all else. It was absurd that these individuals chose to come and pay their respects in the dead of night. As for this newfound ability, the beam cannon would be dubbed Soul Ray, and the spherical bomb would be referred to as Soul Bomb. Chapter 33. The crossroads after the rain in a subterranean air raid shelter on the outskirts of Yunhai City lay the base of the Burial Spirit Organization. At that moment, alarms blared in their operations room. Warning, warning, warning. An anomalous energy response has been detected 36 kilometers southeast of Yunhai City Center. What is the energy response index? A commander fixed his gaze intently on the red dot displayed on the screen. Energy response detection in progress. Unknown energy response measures 2,475, but detection indicates that this attribute is not of supernatural origin, rather it is some unknown power. The AI's mechanical voice echoed in the operations room. Unknown. Is there a detection error? The commander gasped, surprised. This AI was newly developed. Such errors should not occur. Please do not question my professionalism, the AI retorted. All right, he grimaced slightly. It certainly had character. Is there any way to determine what type of energy this is? Since it must be something existing on this planet, given your detection capabilities, you should be able to identify it. Please hold on. The AI fell silent once more, and after a minute, it continued, detection comparison successful. This energy is classified as soul energy. Soul energy? Is that the essence of a being after death? The commander asked, puzzled. Indeed. Upon hearing this, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Since the emergence of supernatural abilities in the world, it was inevitable that individuals capable of perceiving souls would also arise. This had resolved previous debates regarding the existence of souls. The answer was indeed affirmative. Since the detected energy was soul energy, could it be that a being capable of manipulating souls had emerged, inciting turmoil among the deceased? He recalled that this area had been devastated by the cursed serpent just 2 days prior. Had it not been for the intervention of that individual, who altered the memories of the populace, this event would have undoubtedly triggered chaos. Yi Hanyun must have awakened. Have him take a few people to investigate. His home is only about 10 kilometers away from there. Understood, Commander. The staff members, who had been quietly listening to the conversation between him and the AI, promptly responded, dialing Yi Hanyun's phone. Splashing water cascaded over Yi Hanyun's fair skin in the bathroom, gliding down his throat, collarbone, abdominal muscles, waist, and finally trickling down his thighs. Suddenly, his phone, which was playing anime, rang. Who was calling? He shut off the showerhead, dried his hands, and answered the phone. Captain Yi, please proceed immediately to the previously destroyed area in the southeast. There is an anomalous energy response with an index of 2470-5. Received. Yi Hanyun's eyes narrowed as he promptly hung up, towel drying his hair and dressing swiftly before heading out. He awoke only around 2 o'clock in the morning, having just ordered takeout and finished his shower, when he unexpectedly received notification of a mission. Observing the other occupants of the room, who were still in deep slumber, he chose not to rouse them but instead opted to drive there himself. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the area, his eyes narrowing in shock. Before him lay a vast ruin, a massive pit stretching several hundred meters, with all surrounding buildings having collapsed. This was not the source of his astonishment. He had anticipated such a scenario. What truly astonished him was the presence of a new, deep pit within the larger one, measuring a staggering 100 meters in diameter. This pit could not have been created by a giant serpent. The surrounding soil, humidity, and lingering scent clearly indicated it had been formed not long ago. What manner of creature could inflict such extensive devastation? It was utterly inconceivable. Yi Hanyun wandered about, discovering no signs of life in the area, before turning back to the apartment. On the way, he reported the situation at the scene, which left others equally astonished. A pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Surely, this required an ability index of at least 5,000 points, did it not? Yet, the energy fluctuations at the site were only around 2,400. How could such terrifying destruction occur? It remained unclear who was responsible, but it seemed unlikely that Yunhai City would experience tranquility anytime soon. The commander gazed intently at the large screen displaying photographs Yi Hanyun had taken at the site. Boss, where have you been? As Yi Hanyun returned home, Zhang Yi and the others rushed over. They had been residing at Yi Hanyun's home. With 4 bedrooms available, there was ample space for the 5 of them, as it sufficed for 2 boys to share one room. Earlier, Fanning had gotten up to use the restroom and, curious about the boss's condition, discovered that Yi Hanyun, who had been unconscious for 3 days, had inexplicably vanished. Fearing he had been kidnapped, he promptly awakened the others. Just as they were getting dressed and preparing to go out, Yi Hanyun returned. I received a mission. You all seem to be sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. Yi Hanyun smiled. You're being too distant, Captain. You could have just woken us up. Long Yu hobbled over laughing. She was still wrapped in bandages. She should have been hospitalized. But she had insisted on returning home, and the others had no choice but to bring her back. I asked this from the injuries sustained that day? Yi Hanyun inquired, surprised. Yes. The doctor said it was a dislocation. Not a fracture, so it's manageable. Long Yu nodded. That's a relief. Seeing that you all are fine puts my mind at ease. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. By the way, Captain, what kind of mission is it? Is it dangerous? Zhang Yi asked with concern. It's not too perilous. Just a reconnaissance mission. I suppose we were assigned because we live the closest. It's not dangerous, but we did uncover a potential hazard. Yi Hanyun's expression suddenly turned grave as he opened a video on his phone. Have you seen this pit? He pointed to the 100-meter hole amid the ruins. Yes, what's odd about it? Isn't it just the result of the monster's beam from that day? As soon as this was said, he felt something amiss. The beam emitted by that monster should have obliterated the surrounding ruins. What, then, accounted for this second deep pit? Last night, the AI at the base detected unusual fluctuations, with an ability index reaching 2,470 points. How is that possible? My ability index is 3,600. And I could not achieve even half that level of destruction. That's the peculiar aspect. The AI's detection is infallible. Yet what explains this deep pit? It was less than an hour after the AI registered my arrival. And when I went, there was still some residual energy present. Undoubtedly, that individual had just departed. Could it be that this person possesses some means to unleash destructive power far exceeding their own capabilities? Regrettably, the nearby surveillance was utterly destroyed by the serpent's rampage, and even the adjacent cameras were rendered inoperative due to the initial energy shock. NO1 had likely come to repair them in the last couple of days. Otherwise, something might have been discovered. Yi Hanyun furrowed his brow. While the group pondered these matters, the true instigator, Feng Linjianshan, lay in bed, staring blankly at his hands. He could sense that his abilities were not that formidable. Yet the attack he had conjured had wrought devastation of a 100-meter radius. This indicated that the essence of a living being inherently possessed terrifying energy. As long as enough souls were gathered, he could unleash a destructive force several times greater than his own. This realization was pivotal and could potentially become his trump card in the future. However, this ability came with a grave flaw. It required the absorption of living souls to manifest. This meant it was only feasible in locations abundant with deceased souls. But in this world, there were far more living than dead. In the event of danger, he could hardly select random pedestrians to eliminate for soul gathering. Could he? Although he was indifferent to the lives of a few strangers, they would not afford him the luxury of time. How intriguing this has become! Feng Linjianshan felt a surge of excitement. Finally succumbing to slumber around 6 o'clock in the morning, at 6 in the morning, the air was refreshingly crisp. A light drizzle fell from the sky, washing away the city's clamor. Vehicles of all kinds, cars, e-bikes, tricycles, traversed the road, accompanied by the occasional shouts of breakfast vendors. On the roadside, pedestrians anxiously watched the passing vehicles and the red light that had remained unchanged for nearly 10 minutes. What should I do? I'm going to be late. Indeed, these cars are truly oblivious. Can't they yield to pedestrians? It's been 10 minutes. Why hasn't the green light turned on yet? Amidst the crowd's anxiety, a young boy wearing a mask, with a voice that sounded remarkably youthful, declared, "I've got my order. We can go now." He held a cup of latte, inserted a straw, and happily began to sip. Among the group, a man around 178 centimeters tall, also masked, nodded. Instantly, the 10 of them stepped forward. At that moment, the red signal turned bright, the sudden change catching the drivers off guard, who slammed on their brakes as they watched the group advance into the roadway. Thanks to their quick reactions, the vehicles came to a halt less than a meter from the group. Several drivers sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding a collision. One driver, not particularly good-tempered, rolled down his window and shouted, "Are you blind? If you want to die, get out of the way and don't drag me down with you. This is just bad luck. Almost cost me money." The man spewed curses, his expression clearly displeased. The masked boy, sipping his latte, brushed his silvery bangs aside and mockingly addressed the leader of the group, "Big brother, can I kill him? His words are truly unbearable." The man did not respond but merely shot a glance at the offending driver before striding away, prompting the remaining 8 to follow suit. "Hey, big brother, your silence means you agree, right? Hee hee." The boy quickly finished his latte and tossed the cup onto the street. In the next moment, he stepped forward, vanishing in an instant before the stunned driver. The foul-mouthed driver's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at how the boy had seemingly vanished. However, he was not the only one. Other pedestrians witnessed the spectacle. The boy, now upside down, seemed to defy gravity. His arms contorting as though devoid of bones. In the blink of an eye, he seized the driver's head, twisting his arms back to their original position. The driver blinked in confusion, letting out a surprised gasp as the world seemed to spin around him. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. Blood erupted from his neck, splattering onto nearby vehicles and the asphalt, painting the scene crimson. The boy landed atop the car, holding the severed head delicately on his fingertip, spinning it like a top for several rotations before kicking it into the crowd. Here you go. Don't mention it. He grinned, showing off his pearly whites, fingers mimicking a pistol at his temple before he hopped off the vehicle. Ah, he has killed someone. Quick, call the police, hurry. At that moment, pedestrians who had witnessed the scene screamed in terror. Among them, an elderly man in his 50s, whose vision was poor without his glasses, instinctively reached out to catch what had fallen, unaware it was a head. Upon adjusting his grip, he was met with the sight of a bloodied head staring back at him, causing his face to drain of color as he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Yet, at that moment, who had the time to care? Everyone was fleeing, terrified of becoming the next victim. The old man lay on the ground, trampled by the panicked crowd, his bones nearly shattered within seconds. The boy caught up with the main group and asked a female teammate for a wet wipe, cleaning the blood from his hands. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect to stir up such a big mess so soon after getting off the high-speed train. A boy with purple hair, appearing to be in his early 20s and wearing a matching mask, said nonchalantly, his hands resting behind his neck. It's all Yunya's fault. He insisted on killing someone. A brown-haired girl tossed a coin in her hand. So what if he killed someone? They were bound to die eventually. We merely expedited their release. A man with raven black hair and eyes, dressed entirely in dark attire, spoke coldly, his mask equally obsidian. As a few individuals chatted, they traversed a 50-meter-long intersection. Throughout their passage, not a single vehicle dared to honk. All drivers bowed their heads, fervently praying not to provoke their wrath. Just as they were about to cross the road, a 2-meter-tall, muscular man glanced at a large truck several meters away. That single glance sent the driver into a trembling panic. He felt that if he did nothing, death was inevitable. Resolutely, he pressed the accelerator, hurtling the truck towards the 10 individuals. Once the massive vehicle rolled over a human body, not even the mightiest deity could save them. Imagining the scene of sending 10 people flying, the truck driver felt an unsettling thrill. Bang! In the next moment, the anticipated collision did not transpire. The driver was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. His truck had been effortlessly halted by the towering man, who had merely raised a single hand. How could this be possible? Chapter 34. Bounty ha ha ha. Yunya laughed heartily, clutching his belly. This driver actually thought he could run us over. How utterly ludicrous. He could have survived. But it seems he is determined to court death. The woman who had been flicking a coin suddenly spun it, countless electromagnetic energies swirling around its surface. Observing this, the towering man thrust his hand into the front of the truck and tossed it skyward. The woman's eyes shimmered with a spark of electricity as energies converged on the coin's surface, transforming into a 5-meter-wide electromagnetic beam that enveloped the truck in an instant. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted over 50 meters in the air. A terrifying gale sweeping forth, carrying waves of heat that shattered the glass of nearby buildings. Crash! Amidst the smoke, a charred, twisted piece of metal shot from the wreckage, crashing to the ground and cracking the surface. With currents of electricity still flickering across it, those witnessing the scene were left utterly dumbfounded. Such fantastical feats were only seen in anime. How could they manifest in reality? Moreover, this group was shockingly ruthless. Was there truly not a shred of compassion within them? And that 2-meter-tall behemoth, what manner of monster was he, capable of single-handedly lifting a truck weighing several tons? Initially, they had merely thought the 10 masked figures were engaging in cosplay, scrutinizing their masks without further thought. Little did they realize that the masks concealed their true appearances. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered, vehicles desperately attempting to turn around and flee, turning the intersection into utter chaos. Stampedes, car accidents, and various calamities erupted. What a bunch of cowardly fools, scoffed the violet-haired youth. But with such a commotion, I suspect reinforcements will arrive soon. Let us make our exit. A bespectacled woman with golden hair chimed in. We should hurry. The brown-haired man wearing a golden-brown mask suddenly halted, gazing skyward. There, atop the highest point of a building, stood a man clad in a black trench coat, surveying them from a height of over 100 meters. The man in the golden-brown mask squinted, a ring of stone walls emerging around the 10, encasing them in a semi-spherical stone fortress. In the next moment, the stone walls sank into the ground as if they had never existed, and the 10 individuals vanished from sight. This incident rapidly escalated within an hour, spawning countless rumors. Some spoke of immortal cultivators, others of superpowers, while some suggested an impending apocalypse with the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, these rumors were suppressed by authorities, who issued a statement urging the public to refrain from speculation and assured that they would swiftly identify the culprits behind the violent incident. Meanwhile, over 100 witnesses had their memories of the event erased once more. Inside an opulent villa, the once flat-tiled floor suddenly bulged, a hemispherical stone emerging in the hall. Surrounding the hall were armed bodyguards dressed in black, who, upon witnessing this spectacle, raised their weapons, aiming at the stone. At that moment, a small opening appeared atop the stone wall, gently lowering to the sides before finally merging seamlessly with the ground. The protruding tiles appeared as though no transformation had ever occurred. Not even a crack visible, perfectly aligned. The 10 masked figures materialized within the hall, surveying the armed guards, their brows furrowing in unison. "Heh, boss, may I eliminate them?" Yunya's knuckles cracked ominously, his fingers resembling sharpened steel. Veins bulging, his nails sharp as blades glinting under the light. "Lower your weapons!" A voice thundered from above. A stern-looking man in his 50s, clad in a tailored suit, descended the staircase. Beside him stood another man in a similar suit. Dual blades sheathed at his waist. "These 10 are my guests. Do not act rashly." The man, named Zhuang Han, had been the wealthiest individual in Yunhai City for the past 2 decades. Thus, he was already privy to information regarding supernatural abilities through other channels. "Zhuang, what task do you require of us?" inquired the man in the golden-brown mask, removing his mask to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Their organization was known as Mask, a guild of assassins who utilized their extraordinary abilities for various assassination missions. Typically, only one member was dispatched for a task, yet this time, the entire team had to come to Yunhai City, indicating the formidable nature of their adversaries. "I indeed have a mission for your 10 extraordinary individuals. A shipment of firearms and explosives I had someone bring from abroad was intercepted, and I currently lack clarity on the perpetrator. However, intel from within, Grave Spirit, suggests that the culprits are also superhumans, and their numbers exceed 4 or 5. Although those firearms and explosives were not of great value, it was a matter of dignity and face for him. Hence, even if he had to pay far more than their worth, he was determined to capture the thieves, ensuring they understood the severe consequences of provoking him. As for compensation, beyond the 10 cursed spirit stones promised, he was prepared to offer an additional 10 billion. Ensuring the complete annihilation of that group. If you can capture them alive, I am willing to add another billion for each of you. Chapter 35. Lu Wenxuan on the verge of life and death. "Oh, you reawake?" Zhuo Feiyu, drenched in sweat from his training, halted upon seeing Feng Lingyun Tian approach, smiling as he sized him up. "You look like you've managed energy projection overnight?" Zhuo Feiyu jested, recalling that even he had taken 3 days to achieve it. "Indeed," Feng Lingyun Tian nodded. "Is that true?" Zhuo Feiyu was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Feng Lingyun Tian had accomplished energy projection in a single night. In truth, he had only needed about 3 hours. "The store has been renovated. We can check it out today." Wenxuan should have already moved the new tables and sofas over, Zhuo Feiyu remarked with a smile. "Great," Feng Lingyun Tian nodded. As for training, he could make up for the morning session upon their return. Donning hats and masks, the two drove towards the pedestrian street. Upon parking and approaching the store entrance, they were met with a throng of onlookers, blocking the entrance completely. "What is happening?" Feng Lingyun Tian furrowed his brow. "The door isn't even open yet. Has Wenxuan not arrived?" "Excuse me, coming through." The two squeezed through the crowd, and as they lifted their gazes, their pupils constricted and shocked. The store's entrance. A bloodied boy was impaled by 4 steel spikes through his palms and calves, resembling the fabled crucifixion of Jesus. Blood dripped from his arms and ankles, pooling on the ground and spreading outward as his vitality waned. "Who did this?" Zhuo Feiyu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze icy. Once one joined the bloodthirsty moon, they became a comrade. How could he not feel rage at the sight of his companion treated thus? At that moment, a man in a white casual shirt and gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the crowd. Kai Chuhan, upon seeing Lu Wenxuan nailed to the wall, felt his pupils contract. Without hesitation, he dialed Yuna's number. "Kai Chuhan, why are you calling me?" Yuna was taken aback. After so long in the organization, this was the first time he had contacted her. "Where are you?" "Hurry to the store. Something's gone wrong." Kai Chuhan's brow furrowed deeply. "I'll be there in about 20 minutes. What happened?" Yuna asked. Sensing an undercurrent of unease, Lu Wenxuan has been nailed to the store's entrance. Blood is everywhere, and he looks like he won't last long. What? Yuna gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Yet, she regained her composure within 4 seconds, her eyes sharp as she declared, I understand. Give me 10 no. Just 7 minutes, and I'll be there. After uttering those words, she hung up, flooring the accelerator to its maximum. Simultaneously, she turned the steering wheel, letting one side of the tires make contact with the ground, speeding through the gaps between dozens of vehicles. She didn't even wait for the traffic lights. Drifting recklessly through the intersection, that moment, police cars also arrived. Kai Chu-han turned to the two, pressing his hands on their shoulders as he whispered in their ears, Yuna and I will handle this. Lin Shi and the others should be arriving soon. As for the two of you, it would be prudent to leave this place for now. After all, your photographs have already been posted on the official website. And to avoid being recognized, it would be wise to hide. Shuo Feiyu glanced at the increasingly waning Lu Wenxuan and nodded, saying, I must entrust this to you. We shall enter the shop through the back door and discuss matters further when they arrive. Feng Linjianshin closely followed Shuo Feiyu, casting a similar glance at Lu Wenxuan. Although they were not well acquainted, it was hard to fathom what kind of cruel individual could commit such an act. Nailing someone to the front door. Could it be an enemy? That seemed implausible. Lu Wenxuan's character remained unchanged, far too timid. If he had offended someone, leading to vengeance, it was indeed unlikely. Good heavens, who could have done this? The 4 arriving police officers and paramedics stared wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming. The 6 doctors, refusing to waste a moment, swiftly prepared emergency measures to remove the individual from the door. Kai Chu-han picked up a nail from the ground, examining it closely, only to discover that it was not an ordinary steel nail, but one forged from some form of supernatural energy. The evidence lay in the unfamiliar aura emanating from the nail. Just as the doctors intended to lift Lu Wenxuan away, Kai Chu-han halted them. Thank you for helping him down, but you need not concern yourselves further. Before he could finish, one of the female paramedics anxiously interjected, This is unacceptable. We must take him to the hospital at once. There is still a 20% chance of survival. If we delay any longer, this child may face dire consequences. Kai Chu-han let out a resigned sigh, pressing his right index finger against his brow, and replied, I have a personal physician in my own clinic. Your assistance is unnecessary. Just as the nurse was about to argue, Yuna dashed forth, showing no hesitation as she commenced a rudimentary hemostatic procedure right then and there. The doctors initially contemplated intervening, but upon witnessing Yuna produce professional medical instruments, they were taken aback. When they observed her miraculous method of stemming the blood flow, all 6 doctors widened their eyes in disbelief. Get him inside the shop, quickly, Yuna commanded with utmost seriousness. Her intervention, while basic, had not altered Lu Wenxuan's feeble condition. This cannot be. He needs to be taken to a hospital. One doctor protested, visibly displeased. Although this private physician was quite skilled, such injuries required sterile operating facilities. This shop, freshly renovated, could be hazardous given the uncertainty of formaldehyde levels. How could they possibly bring him in to save him? Kai Chu-han's patience had reached its limit. His own team member was on the brink of death, yet these wretched doctors and police were squandering precious time. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. The doctors and officers gazing at Kai Chu-han momentarily froze, their own eyes reflecting the same golden gleam. You may leave now. The mission is accomplished, and no one is gravely injured, understand? His voice was as frigid as ice, reverberating like an incantation in the ears of those present. Understood. The police and paramedics slowly nodded, dazedly turning to depart. The onlookers were bewildered. Was that it? Was the boy truly not to be taken to the hospital? A man attempted to persuade Kai Chu-han to hand the boy over to the paramedics, but met with a pair of golden eyes, rendering him momentarily entranced as he slowly turned away. The remaining crowd, too, fell under the influence of Kai Chu-han's soul-capturing technique, moving away like puppets on strings. When they regained their senses, they would simply think it was a dream, unable to recall the events of the past hour. Unbeknownst to him, a few dozen meters away, 3 individuals were observing this scene unfold. It seems this is the group. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, adjusting her glasses before turning to leave. Sister Zhu? Shall I go over and eliminate them all? I can sense a powerful presence among them. I wish to engage him in battle, Yunya exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. The previous boy had been far too weak to entertain him. Let us depart. We should report back first. We must avoid alarming them and causing them to flee, a man with deep blue hair stated solemnly. Sigh, fine, this is so boring, Yunya lamented as he kicked a pebble in frustration. Following the two. Meanwhile, they failed to notice a translucent spirit hovering above them, eavesdropping on their conversation. It seems they were indeed responsible, Feng Linjianshan smirked, turning back towards the shop. His reason for investigating was precisely due to the actions of these individuals. With his twisted mindset, he concluded that anyone capable of such cruelty must possess a similarly warped character. Reflecting on how he would react in their shoes, he imagined the expressions of astonishment, anguish, and fury from the surrounding crowd and their companions upon discovering their ally nailed to the wall. Hence, he chose to project his soul outward, surveying 100 meters around him. After all, if he ventured too far, it would be difficult to discern the expressions of the people. Chapter 36. The outbreak of war. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Zhuo Feiyu immediately inquired, "Did you discover anything about the individuals?" "I did find something, but they have already departed. We would not be able to catch up now," Feng Linjianshan replied with a nod. "What kind of people were they?" Kai Chuhan's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern. There were 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman. They all wore peculiar masks of different colors. Masks? At that moment, Jiang Ling and Yi Yin entered the conference room simultaneously, their expressions slightly astonished. "It seems it should be that group." Zhuo Feiyu's brow knitted tighter. "Who are they? Why would they harm Lu Wenxuan?" Feng Linjianshan queried, perplexed. "Little brother, they are part of a killer organization from Modu called the Masked. As you've just become an ability user, you may not be aware. This group primarily engages in various assassination missions, taking pleasure in playing with people's lives. Those who have perished at their hands number in the hundreds, if not thousands. Do you recall the news from 2 years ago? The explosion of the Oriental Pearl Tower was orchestrated by them. Like us, all their members are ability users," Yi Yin stated seriously, devoid of her previous teasing tone. "Regardless, Lu Wenxuan has been with them for nearly 2 years now. With his companions in danger, even if she has a terrible personality and enjoys toying with others, she cannot possibly find humor in this situation. I remember, that incident dominated the trending news for a long time. It occurred at night after the tourists had departed, yet over 100 employees lost their lives on the spot. Even now, it remains a wasteland." Feng Linjianshan nodded, recalling the information he had seen on Dongyin. "What about Wenxuan?" Niu Lei barged into the conference room, his face a mask of anxiety. "Yuna is treating him. With her ability as a doctor, he should be fine." Kai Chuhan responded. Niu Lei turned to look, his anxious demeanor morphing into a fierce glare. "Which damned creature dares to harm Wenxuan? I swear I will cut him to pieces," he roared, seething with rage. Minutes later, Lin Shi, Kai Li, Qi Mu, and Lin Mingming all rushed in, their brows furrowing as they beheld Lu Wenxuan undergoing surgery on the table. Suddenly, Yuna sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. The others turned to her expectantly. "How is he? Is Wenxuan safe? When will he awaken?" They all inquired anxiously, while Feng Linjianshan remained seated on the sofa, fixated on Lu Wenxuan without uttering a word. "His arm and leg bones have been crushed. I have just utilized my supernatural energy to reconnect them. Next, I will need to connect the meridians in his punctured limbs, which may take a while. His life force has stabilized, but I cannot determine when he will awaken. It could be 3 days or even a week. At most, it will not exceed 2 weeks. That's wonderful." The group sighed in relief upon hearing this news, their previously anxious hearts finally settling. However, why did that group target our companion? To this day, it seems we have not had any conflicts of interest with them. Kylie pondered that I suspect it may be related to the arms deal issue from last time. Kai Chuhan replied, "According to reports, the last batch of arms was purchased by the richest man in Yunhai City, Shuang Han. This individual places great importance on his reputation. We took his possessions, which is akin to slapping his face. Given his character, he would certainly not let us off easily. Thus, it is likely that this group was commissioned by him, with the intent to eliminate us. I never imagined that seizing a batch of arms would lead to such severe consequences." Lin Shi remarked with a furrowed brow. "Boss, what should we do?" Jiang Ling turned her gaze to Qi Mu, awaiting his response. "What can we do? They have already come to our doorstep. If we cower any longer, It would only invite ridicule. They might think we are afraid of the masked. Since they have taken the initiative to provoke us and have harmed our people, we have no choice but to go to war with them. Chi Mu's eyes glinted with cold determination, a chilling aura enveloping the conference room. Has there been another battle? And against superhumans? No less. Feng Lingyun Tian felt a tightness in his chest, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. He clenched his legs tightly, forcing down his inner exhilaration. How shall we locate them? Our stronghold has already been compromised, yet we remain oblivious to their base. This does not require our deliberation, given their intent to eliminate us. They will undoubtedly take the initiative to strike. I, Zhuofeiyu, will operate independently. Kylie and Yi Yin shall form a duo, while Kai Chuhan teams up with Lin Shi and Jiang Ling pairs with Feng Lingyun Tian. We will disperse into 5 directions, moving towards the outskirts of the city. I anticipate they will launch an offensive against us. Chi Mu surveyed the group and proceeded with the division. He and Zhuofeiyu possess the strongest individual combat capabilities within the team. Among the others, Kai Chuhan and Feng Lingyun Tian exhibit comparatively weaker solo combat skills, serving primarily to exert control. Particularly, Feng Lingyun Tian requires a companion. Otherwise, should more than one adversary appear, he would stand defenseless. This companion should ideally possess both evasion and combat abilities. Among the group, only Jiang Ling fits this criterion. As for our departure time, let it be set for 10 o'clock tonight. The moment the clock strikes, all 8 of us will set forth in 5 directions. As for Niu Lei, you shall remain here to safeguard Lin Mingming and the others. The members of Mask, number 10 in total, with 9 possessing combat prowess, thus with our 8 striking out, it is highly probable they will dispatch operatives to ambush our store. Of course, there exists the possibility that they may attempt to encircle us with all 9. Rest assured, as long as I, Old Niu, draw breath, I shall ensure their safety. Niu Lei patted his chest, exuding confidence as he accepted the role of protector. Chapter 37. Selecting the battlefield. Where are we headed? Young sir? At 10 o'clock at night, Feng Lingyun Tian had already entered a vehicle with Jiang Ling, departing from the pedestrian street. Jiang Ling, at the wheel, glanced over at Feng Lingyun Tian with a smile. Though the latter's demeanor was exceedingly aloof, one could not deny his striking appearance. Let us proceed to this area. Feng Lingyun Tian activated his new phone, which had signal-blocking capabilities, and set the navigation towards the ruins he had visited the previous day. Jiang Ling leaned forward to take a look, noting that they were approximately 20 kilometers away, a considerable distance. Yet, he refrained from further inquiries. If Feng Lingyun Tian wished to go, then he would accompany him. All right, fasten your seatbelt. We are off. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a grin as he pressed the accelerator, swiftly vanishing from the street. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 proceeded towards the city's sparsely populated outskirts. Each donned hats and masks to prevent detection by the Burial Spirit organization. However, their movements were captured by surrounding surveillance cameras. 2 kilometers away from the store, within a hotel, 10 individuals observed the footage displayed on the computer screen, their faces betraying disdainful smirks. Among them, a woman with the ability to manipulate electromagnetism had been a hacker prior to her awakening. Thus, combining her powers with her technical skills, she could effortlessly control all mechanical devices. Do these fools believe we will launch a frontal assault, prompting such a scattered approach? Scoffed the violet-haired man in a mask. What should we do? Should we pursue them? Inquired the blonde woman. The man in the brown mask furrowed his brow, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Pursue them. We shall split up, since they wish to lure us out. Let us indulge their desires. Fang Zhu, your abilities are memory-related and lack combat strength, so you shall remain here. The other 9 will track them. As for their leader, I shall contend with him. Even though Chi Mu wore a mask and hat, his face was instantly recognizable to him. After all, they had clashed numerous times. He could recognize him even if turned to ash. Yunya, Lin Yining, you 2 will follow the vehicle of those 2 boys. He gestured toward Feng Lingyun Tian and Jiang Ling's car. Xia Su, Ning Shi, you 2 will track those 2 women. Shen Miao, Luo Yang, you 2 will pursue the other 2 men. As for Zhu Ao and Jin Hao, you 2 will handle Zhuofeiyu. That fellow is quite formidable. Do not underestimate him. Although Zhuofeiyu concealed his visage meticulously, alongside Chi Mu and wielding a silver sword, he was the sole individual that matched that description. While Zhu Ao's strength might allow him to contend, caution must prevail. They could not afford any missteps. Even a 1% chance of failure warranted vigilance. Understood, boss. The 8 nodded in unison, with Yunya even springing into the air in excitement. I'm so thrilled. We get to dismember someone again. How should we proceed this time? Yunya chuckled ominously, exuding an unsettling aura. Following the assigned teams, they rushed down the stairs. Upon reaching the street and observing vehicles halted at a red light, the 8 surged forward, selecting 4 cars, smashing the windows, and dragging the drivers out. Seizing the vehicles, they pressed the gas, forcing the cars ahead past the safety line and barreling through the red light in 4 different directions. The 4 drivers, now on their feet, looked after the receding vehicles, cursing as they dialed emergency services. I should take my leave now. The man in the brown mask lightly adjusted his mask, his body transforming into solid rock, merging into the ground and vanishing from sight. This should suffice. Wei Yin and Kylie halted by the roadside, entering a neighborhood filled with unfinished buildings. Isn't this the area where many paid for homes, only for the developers to abscond with their money? Yin remarked. Indeed, it offers ample concealment. Given their intent to kill us, they are bound to appear. This location is an ideal ambush point for us long-range attackers. Kylie responded. Certainly, these buildings will completely obscure our presence. This neighborhood spans roughly 2,000 square meters. Even if a battle ensues, it would be challenging for others to notice. 15 kilometers away from the store. On a flat expanse, Kai Chuhan and Lin Shi had arrived at their destination. Brother Kai, where exactly is this place? It seems to encompass such a vast wasteland. Lin Shi scanned the area, estimating it to be around 500 square meters. This is a plot of land purchased by my company, initially intended for the construction of a shopping mall and subway station. But work has yet to commence. The nearest neighborhood is separated by 2 streets, ensuring that even if a battle breaks out, it will not attract undue attention. Unfortunately, there are few obstructions here. We will have to confront them directly. Kai Chuhan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking in a serious tone. 8 kilometers from the store, within a 3,000 square meter sports arena, Shuo Feiyu entered, sword in hand. The 2 security guards at the entrance furrowed their brows at his approach, advancing to block him. However, before they could utter a word, the figure before them vanished. Momentarily stunned and curious about the sudden disappearance, they were met with a sharp pain at their necks, collapsing one after the other. Upon reaching the gate, Shuo Feiyu discovered it was locked, prompting him to draw his sword and channel his abilities into the weapon's surface before striking down. With a clang that echoed through the still night, the iron gate was cleaved in 2. He pushed the door open, stepping into the arena, scanning his surroundings with a satisfied nod. This place was rarely used, primarily reserved for concerts. In this era, idol worship served as a form of entertainment. Alleviating people's psychological burdens, he found a corner to lean against, resting as he awaited the arrival of his adversaries. Is this the place, young sir? Jiang Ling inquired with a smile. Yes, Feng Lingyun Tian nodded. Glancing at the deep pit he had created yesterday, a faint smile gracing his lips, suddenly, he turned to Jiang Ling, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Why do you always call me young sir? You seem to be at least 2 years my senior. Hee, once I celebrate my birthday in November, I will be 20. As for why I call you young sir, don't you find it sounds delightful? I certainly can't refer to you as little brother, Jiang Ling replied, tilting her head with a grin. Let us find a place to conceal ourselves, Feng Lingyun Tian said, ignoring Jiang Ling's question as he headed towards a section of the ruins. Watch over my body. I will leave it to see where they have positioned themselves. Sure, no problem. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Jiang Ling saluted playfully, a grin on her face. The 2 concealed themselves, with Feng Lingyun Tian leaning against a wall before swiftly exiting his body, soaring back toward their previous location. As long as he could spot the enemy first, he could seize the initiative. Just as he flew 7 kilometers away, he finally spotted a vehicle. However, the front and part of the body of this car were severely damaged, evidently having collided with something. Yunya was at the wheel, exuberantly shouting as he spun the steering wheel, showcasing various drifting maneuvers. Lin Yining frowned, her displeasure evident as she chided, Could you refrain from such reckless antics? It's a waste of time. Don't be in such a rush. The enemy isn't going anywhere. I haven't driven in ages. Let me have my fun for a bit, Yunya replied with a chuckle, disregarding her words. Just as Feng Lingyun Tian approached within 10 meters, Lin Yining's brow furrowed, and she shouted, Stop the car. Startled, Yunya slammed on the brakes. He understood that Lin Yining would not shout without reason. She must have sensed some imminent danger. The two exited the vehicle, scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. There's nothing here. What is going on with you? Yunya queried, looking at Lin Yining with confusion. Lin Yining furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with perplexity. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding magnetic field. Yet why was there nothing now? It was utterly bizarre. Chapter 38. Calamity-type abilities. What is happening? Yunya observed Lin Yining's vigilant demeanor and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of Lin Yining's abilities. Whenever there was a fluctuation of supernatural powers nearby, it invariably caused some abnormal changes in the vicinity. This power could even detect the approximate location of individuals with invisibility abilities. I am equally puzzled. Just a moment ago, I noticed a slight shift in the magnetic field around 10 meters away. Yet there is clearly nothing around. What about now? Is the magnetic field still changing? Yunya inquired. There has been no change. Lin Yining shook her head. Several dozen meters away, Feng Lingyun frowned. The woman on the opposing side could actually detect his soul fluctuations, truly astonishing. However, having discovered this in advance allowed for targeted action. Yunya and Lin Yining resumed their drive towards Feng Lingyun and his companion. Their ability to trace their opponent stemmed from Lin Yining's infiltration of the surveillance systems within a 20-kilometer radius of the center of Yunhai City, sharing real-time updates with the other 7 teammates. Simultaneously, in a park 10 kilometers away from the shop center, Chi Mu's figure appeared on a park bench. Before him, a stone golem slowly emerged from the ground, its rocky exterior gradually peeling away to reveal smooth, fair skin. If an ordinary person were to witness a humanoid rock slowly shedding its outer layer to unveil half a human face in the dead of night, they would undoubtedly faint on the spot. Jiu Yin, it has been quite some time since we last met. Compared to our last encounter, your prowess has certainly grown significantly. Chi Mu smiled faintly, a warm expression gracing his face. Yet a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes was swiftly caught by the other party. Indeed, the last time we met was a year and 3 months ago. Jiu Yin removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome visage. Is it worth it? To provoke us for a mere bounty? Surely you don't believe your companions can truly triumph, do you? Your actions are nothing short of self-destructive, inflicting harm on 1,000 while losing 800 in the process. I have faith in them. Besides, even if they perish, I can always find new ones, can't I? Gu Yin scoffed. The lives of your companions seem utterly worthless in your eyes. Chi Mu chuckled. You have no right to judge me. The reason you sought out those so-called companions was solely to eliminate the one who insulted your mother. That individual is now a high-ranking member of the Burial Spirit organization in Tianhai City. If you wish to kill him, you must invade their base. Do you truly believe your current strength allows for such a feat? I fear half of you would perish within. Jiu Yin burst into laughter. It seems you have done your research on me. Chi Mu rose from the bench, leaving his black trench coat draped over the wooden seat. His expression turned icy as he fixed a steely gaze upon Gu Yin. Enough with the idle chatter. Since you have found me, let us see if you have made any progress during this year and 3 months. Chi Mu's body was enveloped in swirling crimson currents, his originally black eyes and hair gradually transforming into a vivid scarlet. Simultaneously, high above, the milky white full moon began to take on a blood-red hue, ultimately transforming into a crimson orb. Calamity-type abilities, the Crimson Moon. No matter how many times one witnesses it, the sight is always breathtaking. Gu Yan's lips curled into a smile as the earth beneath him trembled, causing distant buildings to shake. Countless citizens, gripped by terror, believed an earthquake had struck, rushing to cram into elevators. Amidst the chaos, cries and shouts erupted, with some resorting to violence to be the first to descend, while others, realizing they couldn't enter the elevator in time, sprinted down the stairs. Jiu Yin was enveloped in a hard stone exterior, the ground around him fracturing, transforming into numerous floating stones encircling him. Calamity-type abilities, the Earth Lord. Interesting. The tremors you can evoke are far more powerful than a year ago. Chi Mu's lips curled into a smirk, and under the illumination of the crimson moon, 2 blood-red horns began to sprout from his forehead, resembling those of the demons depicted in various tomes. Gu Yan's lips curled as he pointed his right hand forward, the floating stones instantly shooting forth like bullets. Chi Mu waved his hand. conjuring a multitude of crimson orbs behind him. As Chi Mu's thoughts shifted, those orbs transformed into beams of laser-like energy, colliding with the incoming stones, resulting in a tremendous roar. The shattered stones disintegrated into countless dust particles, scattering in all directions, filling the air with debris. I must resolve this quickly, Yu Yan's brow furrowed. He understood Chi Mu's superpower, and Chi Mu undoubtedly comprehended his as well. With the passage of time, the curse effects of Chi Mu's cursed moon would only intensify, enhancing his own strength while also affecting the minds of those around him, rendering them mere puppets. Rock iron pillar. Gu Yan raised his right hand sharply, causing stone pillars to rise from the ground. Converging towards the centered, Chi Mu gazed at the impenetrable stone columns encasing him, a faint smile playing on his lips. The next moment, over a dozen massive stone pillars simultaneously crashed towards Chi Mu's position, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Strange, why isn't that guy moving? Gu Yan frowned. With Chi Mu's abilities, he could easily evade that strike. Yet he stood his ground, taking the full brunt of the attack from the stone pillars. As the dust settled, Gu Yan sought to ascertain whether Chi Mu had sustained serious injuries, only to be astounded to discover that the center of the pillar's convergence was devoid of Chi Mu's presence. Are you feeling disheartened? A mocking voice echoed from above, and Gu Yan looked up, his gaze sharpening. Beneath the persistent glow of the cursed moon, Chi Mu's form underwent yet another transformation. A scarlet wing sprouted from his right shoulder, and a blood-red horn emerged once more. How curious! How did you evade that earlier? Even if you can fly, I didn't see you take off just now. Yu Yan was confident in his vision. He was certain that Chi Mu had not fled but had indeed absorbed the full force of his attack. Why Chi Mu now hovered in the air, unscathed, intrigued him greatly. Care to take a guess? Chi Mu's lips curled upward, having no intention of providing an explanation. Since you refuse to disclose, I shall compel you to demonstrate once more. Yu Yan's surroundings surged with countless fragments of stone, enveloping Chi Mu from every angle. Let me see how you intend to evade this time. Gu Yan clasped his hands firmly together, and the airborne debris surged toward Chi Mu. Boom! Countless stones collided, merging into a colossal stone sphere. Following this, Gu Yan clenched his right hand tightly and shouted, "Explode!" In the next instant, the massive stone sphere detonated, a tremendous roar echoing throughout the park, with debris cascading down like rain. Just as Gu Yan believed he had surely inflicted heavy damage on Chi Mu, he caught sight of Chi Mu's figure still seated on the original bench. At that moment, his pupils dilated in shock. He realized that Chi Mu maintained that demonic form, yet contrary to expectations, the trench coat had not fallen to the bench but remained draped over his shoulders. Chapter 39. Moonlit Mirage. What is going on? Gu Yan's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Chi Mu. How did you accomplish that? Gu Yan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Chi Mu had evaded him twice. Moreover, judging by Chi Mu's demeanor, it appeared as though he had never left that bench. Gu Yan frowned, his finger curling slightly, and a sharp earthen spike shot forth, piercing Chi Mu's form. Yet, in the next moment, the figure that had been impaled began to shimmer, gradually dissipating before his eyes. I see now. So that is how it is. I never anticipated it would be an illusion. He lifted his gaze to the blood moon above, his brow furrowing tightly. It seemed that Chi Mu had made significant progress over the year, having mastered the ability to conjure illusions. Yu Yan surveyed his surroundings, noticing another figure clad in black emerging from the trees. At this moment, Chi Mu had grown a second wing, his supernatural aura steadily escalating. Since you enjoy hiding so much, let us see how you will evade this. Gu Yan's body surged with a violent supernatural aura. Cracks began to spread across the ground, causing the earth within a kilometer radius to tremble. The waters of the park's lake erupted in splashes, and the stones on the ground began to dance. As his aura intensified, the entire park surface was covered in fissures. In the next moment, he straightened his posture, raising his hands to the sky, his roar reverberating throughout the space. Explode! Earth explosion star! Instantly, a violent supernatural aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire park in mere 5 seconds. Boom! A mushroom cloud with a diameter of nearly 50 meters shot up into the sky, bathing the entire park in a golden-brown glow. Smoke billowed, debris flew, and the entire landscape was shrouded in mist. Warning! 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 The AI at the Burial Spirit base in Tianhai City sounded the alarm once more. The entire control room was aglow with flashing red lights, indicating the severity of the situation. What is happening? The base commander rushed in from outside, his expression grave as he inquired. Tio the Southwest, there is an extremely powerful supernatural reaction. The supernatural index has reached 12,000 points. The AI responded. What did you say? The commander's pupils widened, resembling bronze bells, his expression one of incredulity. Is it possible to identify the wielder of the extraordinary ability? He inquired hastily. Their low ability index indeed rendered them incapable of such a search. Yet those who surpassed 10,000 points had typically instigated societal panic and had even clashed with their vice captains. Therefore, the national AI had records of these superpowered individuals, and based on the aura of the ability emanating from the opponent, there was a high probability of discerning the identity of the attacker. Searching now, the AI beeped, diligently scanning the emitted aura of power. Upon completion, it announced, the wielder of the extraordinary ability is the captain of Mask. Gu Yin. Is it really him? That group just perpetrated such an act this morning, yet they dare to emerge again at night? Infuriating. The commander's brow furrowed deeply. This individual, responsible for the destruction of the Pearl TV Tower in Magic City, was indeed a formidable adversary, being the only one in the city with an ability index reaching 15,000 points. Even if they mobilized now, the prospect of eliminating Gu Yin seemed utterly impossible. That fellow's escape skills were akin to a mole, capable of burrowing anywhere. Previously, when they deployed 3 superpowered individuals with indices exceeding 10,000 to encircle him in Magic City, he had managed to evade capture effortlessly. Yet why had he unleashed such a powerful ability? Was he engaged in combat with someone? He glanced up at the machine and asked, are there any other fluctuations of extraordinary abilities nearby? Please hold on. I am conducting a search. The AI fell silent once more. Approximately 2 minutes later, it resumed, search complete. Although Gu Yan's ability aura obscured that of the opponent, it can still be confirmed that it belongs to the captain of Blood Moon. Chi Mu. The commander's brow furrowed even deeper. The two individuals, officially classified as extreme villains, would ideally both be incapacitated in a mutual conflict, thus conserving their energy from having to vigilantly guard against these threats. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and turned to open the door. As he stepped out of the control room, he glanced back at several staff members and instructed, send the precise location of the ability aura to my phone. Sir, where are you headed? One staff member replied, I intend to see if I can eliminate them while they are engaged in their mutual destruction. The impact these two teams have had on the nation has been overwhelmingly significant. If possible, it would be best to bury them both at the same time. Should we send Captain Yi and the others with you? No need. He has yet to mature. Accompanying me would only lead to his demise. That fellow possesses extraordinary talent. He is the most gifted superpowered individual I have ever encountered. If all goes as expected, he will swiftly ascend to a captain-level figure. Upon receiving the specific location, the commander harnessed his ability and soared into the distance. Where are the enemies? In a dilapidated residential complex, Yi Yin and Kylie concealed themselves in 2 separate, unfinished buildings, vigilantly observing the entrance of the community. Utilizing their phones for communication, Kylie remarked upon hearing Yi Yan's voice, could they still not have found it? I specifically left traces of my ability on the road. Surely they wouldn't overlook it. Just as the two were conversing, the headlights of a car appeared at the entrance of the complex, followed by a man and a woman emerging from the vehicle. How amusing. They actually hid here. Xia Su sneered, don't let your guard down. They left traces of their abilities all the way here, and this location was likely chosen to lure us in. This area is full of unfinished buildings, and those individuals are undoubtedly hiding in one of them, preparing to launch an ambush against us. Ningxi surveyed the surroundings and explained, Dio, they think hiding will give them the upper hand? How laughable. Xia Su smirked, conjuring a ball of lightning in each hand. He laughed heartily as he hurled both lightning orbs at the 2 closest unfinished buildings. Ha ha ha, died, boom. The 2 lightning orbs struck the buildings simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force that surged through the steel framework. The structures, already half-finished and poorly constructed, combined with years of neglect, collapsed upon being hit by the orbs. Chapter 40. Thunder and Flame Boom. The buildings crumbled, smoke billowing as deafening roars echoed. Xia Su watched the scene with a smirk, conjuring 2 more lightning orbs in his hands. There were 5 buildings in the front row, and since no figures appeared from the first 2, it was certain that the remaining 3 concealed their foes. How long do they intend to hide? Come out, Xiaosu laughed, launching 2 lightning orbs towards the 2 remaining buildings. Inside the 4th building, Yi Yan's pupils quivered as she quickly conjured a fireball to throw forward. The collision of lightning and fire erupted, resulting in a tremendous roar and a brilliant flash of heat in the sky. The shockwave nearly blinded Yi Yan, and fissures appeared in the building around them. Observing the collapsing structure beside her, Kylie furrowed her brow, realizing that remaining hidden was no longer a viable strategy, and leapt from the high rise. She bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall to the ground. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a swirling vortex of crimson blood erupted from the earth, catching her securely. Simultaneously, high above, Yi Yan also conjured flames beneath her feet, gently descending to the ground. Have you finally decided to show yourselves? If you don't come out now, I might just obliterate the surrounding buildings. Xiaosu sneered, arcs of electricity flickering around his hands. Oh, you think forcing us out of the buildings will lead to your victory? Kylie retorted, a smirk gracing her lips as a glint of blood flashed in her eyes. We'll have to see about that, but I can assure you, I will not lose. Xiaosu's eyes darkened as violent lightning surged around him. Take this, he shouted, pressing his hand to the ground. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning surged into the earth, spreading toward Yi Yan and Kylie. The 2 exchanged glances, frowning before leaping into the AI ardent. Yi Yan conjured a fireball, hurling it at Xiaosu. Water barrier! Ningxi raised her right hand, summoning a torrent of water that formed a wall to shield Xiaosu. The fireball struck the water barrier, generating a thick cloud of steam. Blood drop. Kylie bit her already bleeding fingertip again, lightly flicking her wrist as dozens of crimson droplets floated before her. With a gentle tap, the droplets surged forward as if shot from a gun. Lightning net! Xiaosu declared with an air of arrogance, his lips curling into a smirk as he clawed the air with his right hand. A net of lightning materialized before him and Ningxi, intercepting all incoming blood droplets. Under the intense electrical discharge, the blood was vaporized, a burnt scent permeating the air. Blood demon whip. Kylie shaped blood into a small blade, lightly slicing her palm. Streams of crimson fluid flowed forth, coalescing into a whip 3 meters in diameter. She swung her arm, launching the blood whip towards the 2. The whip, initially 3 meters long, suddenly elongated to 20 meters. Crack! The blood whip struck the ground, creating deep cracks in the earth. Yet, Xiaosu and Ningxi's speed was simply too swift, effortlessly evading her attack. Is it only you who can wield a whip? Ningxi's gaze sharpened as she gathered streams of water in her palm, forming a similarly lengthy water whip to lash out at Kylie. In an instant, the blood and water whips collided, splattering droplets of blood and water in all directions. Since you 2 are engaged in battle, then my opponent is you, Xiaosu sneered, arcs of electricity dancing wildly around his hand, sending chills down the spine of anyone who merely caught sight of it. Little brat, let me turn you into barbecued meat. Yi Yan flicked her shoulder-length hair, enveloped in flames. Fiery rain. She thrust her right hand forward, transforming the flames surrounding her into a barrage of fireballs that completely enveloped Xiaosu. Lightning speed. Xiaosu summoned lightning around him, forming 2 arcs resembling shoes beneath his feet. Just before the fiery rain could strike, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. Boom! The continuous explosions rocked the ground, sending debris flying. Yi Yan furrowed her brow as she scanned the area for Xiaosu, but found no trace of him. Behind you. Xiaosu's voice suddenly echoed from her back. Yi Yan's pupils widened, and she swiftly turned, only to see a leg entwined in purple lightning swinging toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, she conjured a fireball on her right arm to block the attack. Even so, the tremendous force sent her flying over 20 meters. Regaining her footing, Yi Yan felt a tingling numbness in her right hand, surprised. Although the lightning had been neutralized by her flames, the sheer power of the kick had still left her arm numb. Truly, this was the prowess of a member from the assassination organization, Mask. Yi Yan turned to Xiaosu, her gaze turning serious. That kick was quite powerful, wasn't it? Xiaosu smirked. I'm 21 this year. I've been training my body since I was 17. and my leg muscles are exceptionally developed. If it were a woman without extraordinary abilities, that kick alone could easily break her arm. Even without the lightning. Indeed, your leg strength is commendable. However, I also train, so dreaming of defeating me with brute strength is futile. Fire burst. Yin clenched her fists, delivering punch after punch. With each strike, a fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters erupted forth. Countless orbs of flame traced sinuous arcs as they descended around Xia Shu, immediately provoking a series of explosive detonations. Where to run? Yin discerned a surge of violet lightning erupting from the smoky chaos, abruptly altering the direction of attack. Yet, Xia Shu, having harnessed the power of thunder beneath his feet, moved with such swiftness that by the time the fireballs streaked across the sky and plummeted to the ground, he had already evaded the epicenter of the explosion. How could this fellow be so fast? Yin furrowed her brow, shifting her assault to unleash fireballs in two distinct directions while simultaneously converging them towards the center. As Xia Shu fled, he frowned upon seeing fireballs materialize both ahead and behind him. Just as the fireballs were about to converge and envelop him, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Soaring skyward, thunder's wrath, he bellowed, pointing his right index finger skyward to Yin the next instant. A colossal thunder spear plummeted from the heavens, aimed directly at Yi Yan's head. Chapter 41. Sword and Axe Disaster. As Yi Yan continued to unleash fireballs, she suddenly sensed a disturbance above her, her eyes narrowing in alarm, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. The conventional means of evasion could not possibly withstand the speed of thunder. Thus, she concentrated a sphere of flame beneath her feet, detonating it to propel herself backward like a cannonball. With flames coalescing in her right hand, she gripped the ground firmly, finally stabilizing her form. Yet, before she could rise, another bolt of lightning descended from above. Gritting her silver teeth, she concentrated another fireball in her right hand, igniting it once more, and her body rolled forcefully into a nearby ruin. Observing this spectacle, Xia Shu's lips curled into a smug smile. Both thunder and fire possessed immense destructive power. However, the speed of thunder far surpassed that of fire-wielding superhumans. Thus, in their clash, relying solely on speed granted him the upper hand. Die! Ha ha! Xia Shu gathered thunderous energy in both fists and swiftly struck downward. Several thunder orbs cascaded toward the ruins, and just as they were about to strike, a serpent of fire burst forth from the rubble, igniting all the thunder orbs in a conflagration. Wei Yin rose slowly. Spitting out the dust from her mouth, her clothing now marred with numerous tears, a flicker of crimson light danced in her eyes, and a surge of ferocious flame energy enveloped her. This Chi Pao is my favorite. How dare you damage it, damn it. Yi Yan's expression turned furious, as flames transformed into serpentine forms, writhing around her. In the next moment, over 30 flames took on a life of their own, morphing into the shape of pythons. Lunging toward the airborne Xia Shu, who had yet to fully descend. This is bad. Xia Shu's brow furrowed. He had thought his previous strike would suffice to eliminate her, which was why he had utilized his thunderous power to leap into the air. Little did he expect that not only would his attack be thwarted, but a swift counteroffensive would be launched against him. At this moment, he had yet to touch the ground, making it impossible to evade the oncoming 30 fire pythons. Damn it! He clenched his silver teeth and enveloped himself in a sphere of thunder, forming a spherical thunder barrier. As the fire serpents struck the barrier, a series of explosive sounds erupted. At times, the explosions illuminated the area, revealing flickers of lightning dancing amidst the flames. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations persisted for several seconds before finally ceasing. Concurrently, a thunder orb flew from the air, crashing down to the ground. As the thunder dissipated, a figure gradually rose from the debris. Xia Shu's skin bore numerous scorch marks from the flames, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. While Yi Yan and the others battled, Zhu Feiyu's location at the stadium was finally met with arrivals. Zhu Ao and Jin Hao approached the security room of the stadium, spotting 2 unconscious security guards on the ground. Their lips curling into faint smiles. This must be the place, Jin Hao remarked with a grin. Let us enter, Zhu Ao replied expressionlessly. Zhu Feiyu could easily slip through the gap created by the door he had severed. But for Zhu Ao, who stood 2 meters tall and was robustly built, it was impossible to squeeze through. This entrance is a tad too small. Zhu Ao's eyes narrowed as he thrust both hands into the iron door, yanking it forcefully backward, tearing it clean from the wall. The sheer force caused a sizable portion of the wall's mortar to collapse. Whoosh, what a display of brute strength! Jane Hao chuckled, following closely behind Zhu Ao as they entered the stadium. Crossing the dim corridor, the two stood in the bright moonlight. The previously shadowy stadium was now illuminated under the silvery glow. Zhu Feiyu, who had been resting with his eyes tightly shut against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within. He slowly rose, gripping the sword in his right hand, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. How interesting. I have two visitors. Zhu Feiyu felt no trepidation as he leisurely walked to the center of the field. So this fellow is the number 2 of Bloodthirsty Moon? Jane Hao assessed Zhu Feiyu, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Zhu Feiyu. Mission, extermination. Zhu Ao uttered these 7 words haltingly before shifting his gaze to Jane Hao. Weapons. Okay. Jane Hao smiled and made an okay gesture with his right hand, before energy in the form of pixels coalesced, forming a massive battle axe extending 3 meters in length. Gradually, the pixels faded, transforming completely into a steel giant axe which thudded onto the grass, embedding deeply into the ground. Zhu Ao slightly bent forward, extending his right hand to firmly grip the axe's handle. With a powerful tug, he effortlessly lifted the giant axe. He examined the weapon, swinging it up and down a couple of times, nodding in satisfaction. What a monster! The weight of this axe must be several tons, and yet this fellow lifts it with ease. Jane Hao couldn't help but marvel. Every time he witnessed this individual, he was astounded by his strength. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I can handle him alone. Zhu Ao's gaze sharpened as he strode forward with purpose. Okay. I have no objections. Jian Hao waved his hand dismissively, finding a corner to sit down. It was indeed a blessing not to have to intervene, sparing him the exertion. With his eyes wide open, he scrutinized the 2 men on the lawn, treating their battle as an amusement. Are you sure you don't want to join forces? Zhu Feiyu smirked, no need. I alone am sufficient. Zhu Ao hoisted the giant axe onto his shoulder, gazing down at the man before him, who stood at least 2 heads shorter. You seem rather confident. I hope you won't end up crying later. That line should be directed at you. The tension between the two escalated, as if an ambush could erupt at any moment. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the venue, refreshing Jane Hao's spirit. Just as he closed his eyes to savor the breeze, a metallic clash echoed. He immediately opened his eyes to see Zhu Feiyu and Zhu Ao swinging their weapons simultaneously, a sword and an axe colliding in a fierce clash. The sound of steel clashing reverberated throughout the stadium, sparks flying from the point of impact. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of a single second, they exchanged 3 strikes, leaving Jane Hao utterly astounded. That guy is actually able to contend with Zhu Ao without falling behind in strength. How is that even possible? His mouth agape in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. After all, this was a man capable of lifting a 40-ton truck. Zhu Feiyu narrowed his eyes, swinging his sword again, still easily parried by Zhu Ao. Don't waste your effort. You cannot defeat me, Zhu Ao stated expressionlessly. With a powerful push, he pressed down on the giant axe, rendering Zhu Feiyu immobile, while his left hand reached for the opponent's neck. Just as he was about to make contact, Zhu Feiyu leaned back, slipping away. Chapter 42. A clean cut. You possess considerable strength, but alas, your use of abilities is woefully inept. Zhu Feiyu's lips curled upward. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable, undoubtedly tied to his supernatural abilities. Zhu Feiyu could sense the energy enveloping the opponent's arms and axe, augmenting their destructive potential. If it were anyone else, a single swing of that axe could cleave them in 2. Allow me to teach you the proper utilization of the energy within you. Standing tall and straight, Zhu Feiyu brandished his sword, fixing his gaze ahead. Zhu Ao's brow furrowed as he took large strides forward, lifting the giant axe high above him, charging ahead. Just as the axe descended, poised to strike, a sphere of milky white energy coalesced around Zhu Feiyu's right leg, granting him complete control as he pivoted and delivered a kick to the blade of the axe. Both Zhu Ao and Jane Hao, witnessing this, had their pupils constrict in shock. Could it be that he was willing to sacrifice his leg? How audacious to confront the axe blade with his bare body. Jane Hao was particularly astonished. He knew all too well how sharp the steel axe he had crafted was, capable of easily severing an iron door. Their minds conjured images of the axe cleaving Zhu Feiyu's leg, blood spraying everywhere. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding bang echoed, and to their astonishment, Zhu Feiyu genuinely managed to block the axe's attack with sheer physical strength. Although the blow was deflected, Zhu Ao's immense power sent Zhu Feiyu hurtling over 30 meters before he finally landed steadily on his feet. How is this possible? Jin Hao sprang to his feet, his pupils trembling violently. He couldn't believe that someone could withstand the force of the giant axe with mere flesh, without even tearing their clothing. He was convinced he must be dreaming. How did you accomplish that? Zhu Ao's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively inquired. It is quite simple, really. It merely involves guiding the extraordinary abilities within one's body to envelop the legs. Zhu Feiyu spread his hands, as if to convey that this was a matter of little complexity. Surely not. You are not incapable of such a task, are you? Zhu Feiyu's lips curled into a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. Jin Hao and Zhu Ao furrowed their brows. They were indeed capable of it, yet they could not block such a tremendous strike as Zhu Feiyu did, without a trace of nervousness. Zhu Feiyu perceived the clumsy application of the formidable man's abilities as equally coarse. The extraordinary powers, a unique energy residing within the bodies of superhumans, flowed through their veins and during combat could be condensed externally for attack. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that merely achieving the separation of these powers from the body would not maximize one's strength. For instance, the towering man before them, though he had attached his abilities to his left hand and right axe, had only managed to channel 30% of his powers to each, totaling a mere 60%. The remaining 40% was unevenly distributed, with some coalescing in his chest, some in his posterior, and others in his legs and feet. His ability to block that strike with his foot was due to condensing 90% of his powers in his right leg, while the remaining 10% fortified his left leg to withstand the impact, thus allowing him to easily deflect the axe's blade. After all, in this world, nothing could rival the hardness of the energy condensed into qi. This method of circulating and controlling one's extraordinary abilities throughout various parts of the body is referred to as zhuan. Zhu Feiyu's lips curled upwards as he concentrated 20% of his power in his right leg and 80% in his right foot, transforming himself into a projectile that shot forth. Zhu Ao's pupils quivered, and he promptly swung his massive axe forward. As the attack neared, Zhu Feiyu gathered 10% of his abilities in both legs, while the remaining 80% concentrated in his left forearm, effortlessly deflecting the axe once more. Following the resistance to the impact, he withdrew the powers from his legs while reducing the left forearm's power from 80 to 40%, ensuring he could withstand the axe's edge without sustaining injury. Zhu Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he concentrated the remaining 60% of his abilities into the hilt of his sword, delivering a powerful strike to Zhu Ao's abdomen, where his abilities were least concentrated. A resounding boom echoed through the arena as Zhu Ao's eyes filled with blood, the axe slipping from his grasp and crashing heavily into the grass, sending up a small cloud of dust. Clutching his abdomen, he staggered backward, and upon retreating 5 meters, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, violently retching and coughing. Ugh, cough, cough, ugh, cough, cough. His face flushed crimson, his massive form trembling upon the lawn. I told you, your methods of wielding extraordinary powers are far too crude. Is this how you fall? Humph, Zhu Feiyu scoffed, holding his sword with a look of derision at the hulking figure before him. Damn it! I'll strangle you! Zhu Ao's furious roar reverberated throughout the arena, charging toward Zhu Feiyu like a war chariot. Wait! Jin Hao, witnessing Zhu Feiyu assume a hoarse stance with his sword drawn, felt a surge of alarm and tried to stop his companion. Yet, Zhu Ao, provoked by Zhu Feiyu's taunts, paid no heed and surged forward, channeling his powers into his hands. What foolishness! Zhu Feiyu shook his head. The opponent had channeled 60% of his power into his hands, leaving the rest chaotically distributed across his body, presenting countless openings. As Zhu Ao approached, his massive arms poised to grasp Zhu Feiyu's head. A chilling, elongated voice resonated throughout the arena. Unyielding. All things shall be severed. Demon Slayer blade technique. Flashing moon. Zhu Feiyu concentrated all his powers into the blade of his sword and swiftly struck. A crimson blade of light transformed into a crescent, piercing through Zhu Ao's waist in an instant. As Zhu Ao, having reached Zhu Feiyu's front, prepared to grasp him, his form halted, and he slowly lowered his gaze to his midsection. There, a clean, precise line of blood severed his body in two, the upper half sliding sideways. How could? Zhu Ao's eyes widened in shock, his words unspoken as his massive upper body plummeted to the ground, rolling twice before completely ceasing to move. Meanwhile, his lower half remained upright on the grass, a fountain of blood erupting forth and staining the surrounding lawn crimson. The arena fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the sound of Zhuo Feiyu slowly sheathing his sword, the metallic clash echoing ominously. Chapter 43. Ice and Water Approaches. Kai Chu-Han adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze fixed on the gradually intensifying lights in the distance. They were certainly slow to arrive, a full 30 minutes behind schedule. Lin Shi rested his palm on his brow, peering ahead. Kai Chu-Han extracted a dark red handgun from his clothing, loading 8 crimson bullets before shifting his attention forward once more. The vehicle halted 200 meters away from the pair, and 2 men emerged from it. Judging by their age, they appear to be around 20-5. It seems our opponents are these 2 fellows. Zhang Miao frowned. However, they hardly seemed formidable. One of them even wielded a handgun, which was rather laughable. Surely they do not think we could be taken down by mere bullets? Luo Yang scoffed. The 2 men approached, stopping 10 meters from Lin Shi and the others. Just as Luo Yang was about to speak, a whistling sound sliced through the air and a red bullet sped toward him. His eyes widened, and his right hand transformed into a paw covered in white fur. The incoming bullet was struck by Luo Yang's palm, embedding itself into the ground. Kai Chu-Han's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Luo Yang's right hand. Good heavens, how could this gun possess such power? When the bullet struck, I felt a sense of impending danger as if my transformation might be undone. Luo Yang exclaimed, then glared at the shooter, shouting angrily, "How despicable, to resort to a sneak attack! How shameless can one be?" He pointed at Kai Chu-Han, his face flushed with rage. If it weren't for his quick reaction in transforming and deflecting the bullet, he would have been done for. Hearing Luo Yang's furious outburst, Kai Chu-Han coldly snorted, adopting a disdainful expression as he retorted, "This is a battlefield. Should I announce my intentions before launching an attack? Hey, I'm about to attack. Remember to dodge. It is utterly ridiculous." You. Luo Yang stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Kai Chu-Han, unable to articulate the rest, his face turning beet red with anger. "Do not lose your composure. Do not be so easily provoked." Zhang Miao patted Luo Yang's shoulder, helping him to slowly regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Luo Yang's eyes. His height of approximately 176 began to swell. Simultaneously, his skin began to change color, white fur sprouting from his surface. As his body expanded, Luo Yang hunched over, unleashing a thunderous roar. Before the astonished gazes of those present, he transformed into a colossal white tiger. Measuring 7 meters in length, he swung his massive paw, casting an angry glance at Kai Chu-Han before shifting his gaze to Zhang Miao. "That little brat is yours. I will handle the bespectacled one." "No problem," Zhang Miao nodded. He understood that the sudden ambush combined with the subsequent taunts had enraged Luo Yang. If he refused further, this fellow might recklessly charge in. "Be careful," Lin Shi, seeing the giant tiger pounce toward Kai Chu-Han, swiftly conjured a water whip, binding the tiger tightly. Just when he thought safety was secured, the tiger's powerful limbs suddenly flexed, shattering the water whip with ease. "Your opponent is me." Zhang Miao, recognizing the opponent's abilities, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It seemed his victory in this battle was assured. Lin Shi was still reeling from the tiger's strength when he heard Zhang Miao's voice. "Very well, I will deal with you first, then assist Kai Gu." With a wave of his right hand, streams of water coalesced around him like spiraling water ladders, enveloping him entirely. "That is highly unlikely. I cannot be defeated," Zhang Miao replied with a smile. "We shall see. After we engage in battle." Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, and he retorted with displeasure. With a swift motion, he sent forth a dozen serpentine water columns, gaping mouths darting toward Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao smirked, waving his right hand gently, releasing a white mist that expanded outward. As Lin Shi felt the chill emanating from the mist, he realized the gravity of the situation. Just as the water serpents were about to strike, they froze mid-air, crashing to the ground in a shower of icy shards. "Do you understand now? Your luck is quite poor. It seems you have crossed paths with me." Zhang Miao chuckled softly at that moment. Lin Shi's eyes darkened. His superpower was water, yet ice naturally countered water. This battle had not even commenced, and he already recognized the formidable challenge ahead. Nevertheless, he maintained a defiant smile, stating, "Is that so? One cannot be too certain. If one believes that possessing a favorable attribute guarantees victory, that would be exceedingly arrogant." Extraordinary ability, Water Blade. With a wave of his right hand, a crescent-shaped azure water blade shot toward Zhang Miao. However, as before, the water froze the instant it approached the icy mist. "Do not waste your efforts. Your extraordinary ability is completely restrained here." Zhang Miao laughed heartily, conjuring a dozen ice spikes to launch forward. Lin Shi sought to manipulate the flowing water once more, only to discover that the newly formed stream immediately began to freeze, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. It was then that he noticed a 30-meter radius around him was shrouded in a mist of ice. Any attempt to gather water would result in instant freezing, rendering him incapable of launching an attack. Realizing this, Lin Shi furrowed his brow and rolled to evade an incoming ice spear. Slowly rising, he found another ice spear hurtling toward him, compelling him to roll away once again. This method persisted for 3 attempts, and Lin Shi suddenly sensed a stiffness in his body. Looking down, he was alarmed to find his palms, clothing, and pant legs all coated in a layer of frost. Was this the work of the mist? The temperature seemed to plummet further. Assessing his situation, Lin Shi dashed towards the edge of the icy fog. "Where do you think you're running?" Zhang Miao raised his right hand, and a shard of ice erupted from the ground. Just as it was about to pierce Lin Shi's right shoulder, he sidestepped to avoid the blow, but the shard's incredible speed still left a gash on his skin. Infuriated, Lin Shi wiped the blood from his shoulder and shouted in anger before charging forward. Meanwhile, Kai Chu-han and Luo Yang had already covered a distance of 500 meters from the two. Bang, bang, bang. After 2 shots were dodged by the White Tiger, one struck his form, eliciting a thunderous roar of pain. Transformed into the White Tiger, he possessed an exceptionally strong physique, making him largely impervious to ordinary bullets. However, Kai Chu-han's bullets, crafted from an unknown material, proved effective against those with special abilities. Even in his transformed state, he could feel pain. Bang! Another shot rang out. Kai Chu-han continued to pull the trigger, only to find his bullets had run out, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He swiftly retrieved a clip of bullets from his pocket and reloaded with remarkable speed. But as he turned, his eyes widened in alarm. The White Tiger's claws were outstretched, barely a meter from his face. Chapter 44. Soul-capturing technique. Kai Chu-han furrowed his brow and immediately discarded his jacket towards the White Tiger. The suit obscured Luo Yang's vision, leading him to flail his claws wildly, tearing Kai Chu-han's shirt and leaving a shallow scratch on his arm. Luo Yang ripped the jacket from his face, roaring in fury as he spotted Kai Chu-han, who had already sprinted 20 meters ahead, and resumed his pursuit. The massive tiger claws struck the ground, creating deep claw marks and resonating with thunderous sounds. Bang, bang, bang. As he realized he was about to be caught, a barrage of gunfire erupted again, striking the formidable tiger body. The intense pain caused Luo Yang to grit his teeth, slowing his pace. Yet, whenever the gunfire ceased, the pain would diminish, allowing Luo Yang to regain speed. For a time, they maintained a distance of around 5 meters. Should Luo Yang catch up to Kai Chu-han, he would employ a series of shots to slow him down, or even force him to halt in defense. "I refuse to believe this guy will run out of bullets. Once he does, I shall tear him apart." Luo Yang seethed inwardly, his eyes suffused with bloodshot veins. "This fellow's skin is incredibly tough. Even the special bullets for ability users cannot penetrate his hide. It seems I will need to enhance the armor-piercing capabilities back at the lab." Kai Chu-han frowned. These red bullets, known as demon bullets, were developed through his investment in a special research laboratory focusing on abilities designed to bypass protective barriers created by ability users. Even if Shui Feiyu were to concentrate all his powers into a protective aura, those bullets would still penetrate. Unfortunately, these bullets are less effective against individuals with exceptionally strong defenses, such as those with strength or transformation abilities. Their destructive power is significantly diminished. It appears your ability merely amplifies the bullet's destructive force. But too bad for you. You've encountered me. Luo Yang lunged forward, his massive form bearing down on Kai Chu-han. Did this guy mistake my ability for an enhancement? Kai Chu-han smirked, rolling to the right just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Steadying himself, he swiftly drew his gun and fired again. 5 bullets struck Luo Yang's tiger body, causing him to bare his teeth in agony. Reloading as he retreated, Kai Chu-han continued to shoot. The once pristine white fur of the tiger began to show charred spots from the relentless assault of the bullets. 8 bullets, then another 8. After reloading 5 times, only 1 clip remained. His brow knitted in concentration. He turned to flee while reloading. Seeing Kai Chu-han cease his attacks, Luo Yang's expression brightened, and he surged forward. As the white tiger drew nearer, Kai Chu-han fired 3 consecutive shots, further slowing Luo Yang's speed. Just as Luo Yang raised his arm to shield against the impending shots, he noticed Kai Chu-han repeatedly pulling the trigger, yet no bullets emerged, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha! It seems you're out of bullets." Luo Yang accelerated towards him, his enormous tiger eyes filled with rage. He was determined to tear this man apart and feed him to the dogs. Without the constraint of bullets, his speed far exceeded before, and in an instant, he lunged, pinning Kai Chu-han to the ground. In desperation, Kai Chu-han quickly concentrated his powers on his shoulders, preventing his shoulder from being crushed by the massive claws of the tiger. "Ha ha! Got you now!" Luo Yang's bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared down at the man beneath him. Though the bullets hadn't pierced his skin, they had certainly caused pain. It felt akin to a strong individual striking a regular person on the head. No injury, but excruciatingly painful. Damn it. Kai Chu-han gritted his teeth. A look of fury etched across his face as he glared at the white tiger. He raised his right hand, gripping his gun tightly, and pulled the trigger once more. Luo Yang, startled, prepared to lift a hand in defense, only to realize no bullets were fired, which prompted a mocking grin. "Ha ha, it seems you don't have a single bullet left. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll just stand here and let you hit me. If you can injure me, I'll let you go. Although you're out of bullets, you can still wield that gun as a weapon. Give it a try. It might just break my skin," Luo Yang taunted, sensing that Kai Chu-han had lost all capacity for resistance. He felt a surge of provocation. Offering the opponent a glimmer of hope only to plunge them into despair was far more entertaining than simply killing them. Wasn't he it? Damn it. Kai Chu-han raised the gun and struck it against the tiger claw, pinning him down. Yet, even bullets could not pierce the skin of the giant tiger, let alone a mere strike. "I'll give you 2 more chances. If you can't hurt me, I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs." "Ha ha!" Just as Luo Yang laughed heartily, Kai Chu-han lifted his gun once more, and with a thunderous crack, a bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the giant tiger's left eye. Blood streamed from the corner of Luo Yang's eye, and the intense agony drove him to roll frantically on the ground, howling in anguish. "How could you have bullets left? How is that possible?" Luo Yang rolled on the ground, his massive claws covering his left eye, glaring furiously at Kai Chu-han. "You want to know? This is how." Kai Chu-han revealed the last 4 bullets, having loaded 3 bullets at the closest exit point and leaving 4 slots empty, then placed 1 final bullet. He displayed the arrangement of the bullets to Luo Yang, infuriating him to the point of boiling over. He had thought his opponent truly out of bullets, only to realize he had been deceived in such a manner. "Why did you not just tear me apart when you had me? Why play this game?" Kai Chu-han wore a mocking expression. He had intended to shoot the moment the giant tiger attacked. But given Luo Yang's playful nature, he had decided to indulge in the game. Bang, 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 bang. Kai Chu-han raised his gun, pulling the trigger 8 times in rapid succession, and 4 bullets shot forth, striking the massive tiger. He glanced at his handgun, tossed it several meters away, and spread his hands. This time, "I truly have no bullets left." As Kai Chu-han discarded his firearm, Luo Yang released his claw from his left eye. His expression filled with rage as he lunged at him. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. Once his opponent produced another gun, he would be vigilant regarding the bullet's trajectory, as long as they didn't strike his eyes. Any other hit would not cause injury. Watching the rapidly approaching, nearly irrational giant tiger, Kai Chu-han removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his left hand forming a claw as it pressed against both sides of his face. His index finger resting between his brows. In the next moment, his dark eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, akin to a magical light that struck at the very soul, reflecting in Luo Yang's right eye. Soul capturing technique. A deep voice, rich with masculine allure, reverberated in Luo Yang's ears, causing his once rapid advance to slow, ultimately halting just half a meter before Kai Chu-han. Chapter 45. 3 against 1. Your enemy is over there. Kai Chu-han's eyes sparkled with golden light as he pointed towards Zhang Miao, who was engaged in battle with Lin Shi. The white tiger's pale blue eyes glimmered with golden light. Turning to follow Kai Chu-han's upon spotting the two in the distance, the white tiger let out a furious roar and charged forward at full speed. Seeing this, Kai Chu-han retrieved his handgun, securing it at his waist and moved in that direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao, engaged in combat with Lin Shi, couldn't help but smirk as he noticed the transformed Luo Yang barreling towards them. "It seems your companion has already been dealt with," he remarked with a hint of mockery, his gaze fixed ahead. Noticing the approaching white tiger, Lin Shi's pupils trembled violently. Could it be that Kai Gu has already fallen? He could scarcely believe that the elder brother, who remained composed and wise in the face of adversity, would perish in such a place. Just as he thought defeat was inevitable, he witnessed the white tiger charging towards Zhang Miao. It swung its powerful right arm, striking out with a paw aimed at Zhang Miao. The sudden turn of events startled him, prompting him to immediately conjure an ice wall before him. The colossal paw crashed against the sturdy ice, creating numerous fissures but failing to shatter it. "Have you lost your mind? Can't you see clearly before you attack?" Zhang Miao thought that Luo Yang had become deranged, thus mistakenly targeting him. Yet before he could react, the tiger's paw came at him once more. The already cracked ice could no longer withstand the tremendous impact and shattered completely. The fragmented ice shards sliced through Zhang Miao's body, leaving behind trails of blood. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Miao quickly retreated, realizing that Luo Yang was preparing to strike again. With the giant tiger poised to pounce, Zhang Miao steeled his gaze. Raising his right hand sharply in an instant, a sharp ice spike erupted from the ground, aiming at the tiger's form. The excruciating pain caused Luo Yang to collapse to the ground, retching violently, yet the golden glint in his eyes showed no signs of fading. At that moment, Kai Chu-han slowly approached the three, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. Upon seeing him, Lin Shi's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Brother Kai, you're unharmed?" His tone was filled with disbelief. Having seen the giant tiger approach, he had thought Kai Chu-han had been slain. It now appeared that the massive beast was under Kai Chu-han's control through his soul-binding technique. "You're not dead?" Zhang Miao gasped upon seeing Kai Chu-han. He noted that aside from a scratch on his arm and a somewhat disheveled appearance, Kai Chu-han bore no injuries, not a drop of blood in sight. "What have you done to Luo Yang?" Zhang Miao roared in fury. "Him?" Kai Chu-han's lips curled upwards as he addressed the white tiger. "Come here, lie down." The white tiger obediently approached his side, submitting to Kai Chu-han's gentle caress on its head. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Shi and Zhang Miao displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. "Are you a controller-type ability user?" Zhang Miao's gaze sharpened, for only a soul-controlling power could achieve such a feat. "Indeed," Kai Chu-han replied, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses with an impassive expression. "Your companion is rather foolish. Upon seeing me draw my gun, and noticing its power exceeded that of ordinary bullets, he assumed I was an enhancer-type ability user, capable of amplifying the destructive force of the bullets. If it weren't for his naivety, I would have found him quite troublesome. His ammunition had been exhausted, and if his soul-binding technique were to face a prepared opponent who turned away from his gaze at the moment of activation, he would have no means to contend with Luo Yang, who would undoubtedly be torn apart at that moment. He had resolved that the latest types of ammunition developed by the research lab must be expedited. Otherwise, should he encounter such a foe again, he might not be so fortunate next time. With those bullets, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Kai Chu-han adjusted his glasses once more, his gaze growing intense. Observing the three before him, Zhang Miao felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Even if his abilities were formidable, capable of countering the water user, it would be nearly impossible to confront three ability users simultaneously. Moreover, one of them was a transforming white tiger, which posed a significant threat to his close combat-deficient prowess. As he pondered, Kai Chu-han issued another command. Hearing their master's order, the white tiger revealed a fierce demeanor. Lunging forward with its limbs, "Damn it!" Zhang Miao cursed under his breath, crystallizing a layer of ice upon the ground. However, the swiftly charging white tiger lost its footing, tumbling out of control as it regained its stance and shook its head. Ready to attack again, its body was suddenly ensnared by a dozen curving ice pillars, binding it to the ground. The white tiger struggled frantically, but the ice pillars were too thick and numerous to break free. Kai Chu-han frowned, glancing at Lin Shi. Realizing the adversary's intent, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of water blades that severed the thick ice pillars. What? Just as Zhang Miao thought he was saved, his pupils contracted in disbelief as he glared at Lin Shi with venomous intent. The freed white tiger roared in fury, striking out at Zhang Miao. In a moment of desperation, he rolled away, only to see a water cannon hurtling toward him. He braced himself against the icy surface, half-crouching as he raised his right hand, unleashing a burst of white energy from his palm that froze the oncoming water cannon into a solid ice sphere. Boom! The ice sphere crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the surrounding ice to crack in multiple places. Before Zhang Miao could catch his breath, a figure in white appeared 10 meters to his left, drawing the previously mentioned crimson pistol from his waist. The figure slowly squeezed the trigger. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Zhang Miao dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately raising his left hand to conjure an ice wall. Yet, the expected gunfire did not echo. Instead, a searing pain erupted from his back. He turned to find his shirt soaked, blood trickling from a 30-centimeter gash. Not far behind him stood Lin Shi, revealing that the earlier attack had indeed been from Lin Shi's water blade. Cursed be it! They feigned an attack, Zhang Miao cursed angrily. Before he could catch his breath, the white tiger lunged at him once more, and despite the agonizing pain in his back, he evaded again, only to be met with a dozen water serpents rushing towards him. Employing the same technique, he froze all the water serpents, but upon turning, he spotted Kai Chu-han not far away, aiming his gun at him. Realizing the impending danger, he cursed inwardly. Having just frozen the water serpents, he was entirely unable to conjure a new ability immediately. Watching Kai Chu-han pull the trigger, he instinctively shut his eyes. However, the anticipated gunfire remained absent. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see Kai Chu-han's mocking expression, and before he could rise, he was struck by a water sphere roughly 5 meters in diameter, propelling him backward. Hurtling through the air for over 20 meters, Zhang Miao coughed up blood, his back and front soaked with crimson stains. He lifted his gaze to behold Kai Chu-han advancing towards him. Struggling to ask, "Why don't you shoot?" His voice dwindled, breaths growing shallow, as he appeared gravely injured and on the brink of death. Kai Chu-han looked down at the fallen Zhang Miao, gradually lowering himself to stand before him. And in a tone laced with mockery, he replied, "Why don't I shoot? Because I'm out of bullets." Pfft. Zhang Miao was so incensed by this statement that he spat out blood, collapsing onto the ground. Motionless, teetering on the edge of life and death, Theo think he had braced himself against the gunfire twice, only to discover it had no bullets. It was precisely to guard against gunfire that he had been struck by Lin Shi's water abilities consecutively. Chapter 46. The Art of Steel Forging. In the silent stadium, Zhuo Feiyu's tall figure stood bathed in moonlight. The crimson blood thoroughly stained his clothing, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon emerging from the depths of hell. This individual was utterly terrifying. Jian Hao gradually rose, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. Zhu Ao ranked third in their team, possessing a remarkably high ability index, and yet he succumbed to a single strike from this foe. What a pity! Your teammate is already gone. Zhuo Feiyu gazed at Jian Hao, who pressed against the wall, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Jian Hao sighed, speaking up, "I know you're formidable, but I never imagined you would be this strong. However, that guy's death just shows his incompetence. I, however, will not be so easily defeated." Upon uttering these words, a metallic gray aura surged around him. Beneath his feet, 2 steel plates, shaped identically to his soles, materialized, and immediately, 2 beams of energy that resembled flames but bore no warmth surged forth from beneath the iron plates, propelling his body into the air. Floating mid-air, Jian Hao's gaze turned icy, his arms outstretched like wings. In a flurry of pixelated images, 14 steel machine guns appeared behind him. The cold barrels aimed at the distant Zhuo Feiyu, and at Jian Hao's command, countless red energy bullets erupted forth. Rat dash a dash tat dash tat dash tat. In the stillness of the stadium, The sound of rapid fire akin to a Gatling gun resounded, sending clouds of dust swirling. As Xue Feiyu dodged, he shattered the incoming energy bullets with his blade. The exploding energy bullets sparkled like miniature fireworks, illuminating the dim stadium entirely. This young man's power could generate something akin to firearms, channeling his inner abilities into energy and firing them through the steel medium he created. This individual's strength far surpassed that of the previous muscular man. If the latter was ranked third, this lad was surely the number 2 of the mask organization. Xue Feiyu furrowed his brow. The relentless gunfire made it difficult for him to close the distance. Jin Hao's expression grew grave. Their strengths were nearly equal, yet he understood one thing clearly. He excelled in ranged attacks, and should his opponent close the gap with Xue Feiyu's south prowess in close combat, he could be swiftly decimated. Thus, he had to remain vigilant to prevent Xue Feiyu from approaching him. Suddenly, Xue Feiyu ceased his evasive maneuvers and charged directly through the hail of bullets. His sword danced wildly, slicing through all the energy projectiles. This man, Jin Hao inhaled sharply. The opponent's reflexes were astonishingly swift. The closer they drew, the higher the probability of being struck by a bullet. Yet Xue Feiyu's swordplay seemed to accelerate with his approach, effortlessly shattering every energy bullet within a meter of his body. As he neared, Jin Hao's flames erupted beneath him, propelling him like a humanoid rocket to a different position. What? Xue Feiyu swung his sword, yet only managed to cleave through a wisp of shadow, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. I am acutely aware that in close combat, I am no match for you. Thus I shall absolutely not grant you the opportunity to approach. If 14 machine guns cannot suppress you, then what of 24? Jin Hao's brows furrowed as he spread his arms wide once more, summoning 10 new machine guns that materialized around him. With a flick of his right hand, the new 10 machine guns hovered in various positions across the stadium. In the next moment, the firepower of 24 machine guns unleashed simultaneously, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. With a whoosh from within the smoke, a figure erupted forth, tendrils of mist swirling around him, leaving behind long trails of vapor. Observing the situation intently, Jin Hao swiftly redirected his aim towards that silhouette. Countless energy bullets erupted from the barrels, surrounding Xue Feiyu. His eyes narrowed as he wielded his sword with astonishing speed, unleashing crescent-shaped red sword chi that shattered the incoming energy projectiles. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Feiyu concentrated his abilities in his right leg and propelled himself skyward. As the attack was about to land, Jin Hao surged upward, propelled by his powers, reaching several dozen meters in height. Simultaneously, a steel cannon materialized in his right hand, targeting below and emitting a beam of crimson light. Boom! The colossal sound reverberated throughout the arena, completely enveloping Xue Feiyu's form, as he beheld the massive beam hurtling towards him. Xue Feiyu's eyes sharpened, and he swung his sword upward with great force. A crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving the beam in twain. Xue Feiyu landed steadily, surrounded by swirling crimson sword chi. Since you favor ranged attacks, allow me to oblige. Grasping his sword firmly, Xue Feiyu gradually raised it behind him, channeling energy into the blade before delivering a powerful strike. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped beam extending 50 meters shot towards the sky, seemingly splitting the heavens in two. The storm generated by the blade's passage rustled the surrounding grass and swayed Xue Feiyu's garments. Jin Hao's complexion paled as he hastily summoned the flames beneath his feet to evade to the sides. Bang! The blade struck the ceiling of the stadium with a thunderous crash. The violent tempest, accompanied by debris, steel, and glass, cascaded downward. Jin Hao quickly dodged, fearing his body might be impaled by the falling shards, while Xue Feiyu remained eerily calm, cleaving through all descending objects with his blade. With a final swing, a massive shard of glass plummeted to the ground, scattering into crystalline fragments under the moonlight, resembling glimmering jewels that created ripples of moonlit white. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Jin Hao gazed upwards, watching as the crimson crescent beam continued its ascent into the sky. Showing no signs of dissipating, it only vanished from his sight after cleaving through a cloud. This GUYS terrifying. Jin Hao's expression was filled with astonishment. Although he had not unleashed his strongest moves, he believed he could not possibly rival Xue Feiyu. He glanced at the utterly destroyed ceiling and the chaotic underbrush before promptly summoning the flames beneath him to flee the stadium. Disappearing before Zhuo Feiyu, as the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Rather than risking a life-and-death struggle with Zhuo Feiyu, he would prefer to escape this place. The audacity of him to flee. Zhuo Feiyu raised an eyebrow, slowly sheathing his sword. He had expected the opponent to fight to the death with him, yet was taken aback by their swift departure. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name on the screen, a faint smile graced his lips as he answered the call. However, upon hearing the words in his earpiece, his expression shifted to one of surprise. In the dimly lit land, the wind howled, and the debris on the ground clattered in response to the gusts. On the sunken ruins, a bright car headlight approached, illuminating the shadowy pit. The car door opened, and a girl clad in a light blue denim hoodie and a boy in blue shorts, a white t-shirt, and light blue sneakers emerged. With two sharp sounds, they shut the doors behind them, and Lin Yining gasped in astonishment at the sight of the enormous pit. Wow, how impressive! Who created this gigantic hole? It's simply astounding. Yunya placed his right hand over his brow, peering into the abyss before him. Wait, what is that? Straining to see through the darkness, he finally discerned something within the pit. He slid down the slope towards the center. As he drew closer, the object became clearer. In the vast pit nearly 2 kilometers deep, there lay an additional 100-meter-long hole. Lin Yining soon followed, and upon seeing the 100-meter-long pit, her brow furrowed. The two pits were clearly not formed simultaneously. The first must have been created before someone else blasted out a new hole within the existing one. How peculiar. In this city, aside from the leader of the Bloodthirsty Moon and the commander of Soul Burial, it seems unlikely that anyone else could achieve such a feat. Could it be that two individuals clashed? In a pit nearly a kilometer deep, it seems only these two could accomplish such a task. As for the 100-meter hole, she herself could achieve that, so it did not overly surprise her. While the two examined the pits, atop a dark, crumbling building, a man in a black trench coat observed them with a mocking expression. His garments and hair fluttered in the wind, producing a rustling sound. That moment, if anyone possessed the ability to see spirits, they would notice vengeful souls swirling around him, howling in fury. These souls were either those slain by Feng Ling Yuntian or the relatives of the deceased. They were filled with rage, yearning to devour Feng Ling Yuntian's flesh, yet were held back by an unseen force, unable to approach. Finally, they have arrived. I've been waiting for this moment. Feng Ling Yuntian's lips curled into a smile as his right hand extended slowly, coalescing a gray vortex. The surrounding souls, drawn by the vortex's pull, rushed into its center, forming a small luminous sphere of souls. As the souls poured in, the sphere's size grew larger, occasionally flickering with dark spirits on its surface. When the 17th soul was absorbed, Feng Ling Yuntian could no longer bear the strain, his face turning ashen, heavy breaths escaping his lips. His gaze shifted back to the two individuals, a subtle smile creeping across his face, appearing particularly sinister against his pale complexion. Below, Jiang Ling's pupils constricted as he beheld the luminous sphere Feng Ling Yuntian was conjuring. He could sense an overwhelming energy contained within that sphere. But how is this possible? Feng Ling Yuntian had only recently awakened his powers. How could he possess such strength? He was unaware that the cursed stone from the colossal serpent slain by Soul Burial had been seized by Feng Ling Yuntian. Mistakenly believing the latter's power to be merely a few hundred points of ability index, Soul Explosive, Feng Ling Yuntian whispered, cautious not to raise his voice and alert the two in the distance. He swung his right arm forcefully, and the 10-meter diameter energy sphere surged forth, demolishing a section of the ruins as it sped away. A deafening noise drew Lin Yining and Yunya's attention, causing them to turn simultaneously to witness a massive energy sphere hurtling towards them, propelled by the collapse of a building. Upon seeing the energy sphere, Lin Yining's and Yunya's pupils quivered violently, their hearts racing with shock. Move aside. Lin Yining urgently shoved Yunya aside, retrieving a coin from her pocket. She spun the coin, infusing it with electromagnetic energy, causing it to shine with a blue radiance akin to stars in the sky. As the energy sphere neared, a colossal pillar of electromagnetic energy burst forth. Boom! The blue electromagnetic beam collided with the Soul Explosive, igniting a flurry of electric sparks, producing an immense roar. As the two forces clashed, the surrounding earth disintegrated, forming yet another vast pit. This is impossible, Feng Ling Yuntian exclaimed, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the opponents could withstand his soul explosive. Observing the confrontation of energies, it seemed they were evenly matched. Originally, his plan was to utilize the terrain's advantage and the opponent's lack of information to launch a surprise attack and obliterate them instantly. However, he never imagined that one of them could wield a similar technique with equal destructive power. After several seconds of continued clash between the two energies, a violent explosion erupted. From a distance, that section of space appeared engulfed by a searing sun, illuminating the entire pit. The scorching winds surged outward, causing the garments of the four individuals to flutter wildly, while their faces bore the marks of cracking skin from the heat wave's assault. Lin Yining and Yunya, positioned closest to the epicenter of the explosion, staggered backward, and as they felt themselves being swept away, they clung tightly to the ground, stabilizing their forms. That was close. After a tense wait of several seconds, the explosive winds finally subsided. Lin Yining slowly rose from the rubble, her complexion slightly pale. Who initiated the attack? Yunya's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the figure atop the debris. A man in black stood amidst the ruins, his trench coat billowing in the tempest. It seems it's that guy. Yunya's eyes narrowed, ready to charge forward, but Lin Yining grasped his arm, halting him. Wait a moment. She observed the figure in black, her expression tinged with gravity. Although the face remained obscured, the figure standing in that particular spot showed no intention of moving, undoubtedly harboring a backup plan, intending to lure them closer. Given this, she could not afford to let her guard down. Should the opponent unleash a second attack of the same magnitude as before, the two of them would truly be buried here. Why? Yunya pondered, perplexed, as the adversary had already revealed themselves, and he was eager to charge in and engage in combat. Moreover, while he relished ambushing others, he despised being ambushed himself. At this moment, he yearned to skin that person alive and display their hide as a trophy in his home. Chapter 47. Yunya's ability. That previous blast was my utmost effort. It is impossible to unleash an electromagnetic beam of equal destructive power again. However, the opponent might not be similarly restrained. If they possessed the capability to fire a second projectile, we would undoubtedly be entombed here. A flicker of trepidation crossed Lin Yinyen's fair face as she gazed at the shadow looming amidst the rubble, uncertain of how to proceed. What should we do? Yunya inquired. Wait a moment. Let me probe the situation first. Lin Yinyen retrieved another coin from her pocket, flicking it with force as waves of electromagnetic energy coalesced upon the coin, launching an electromagnetic beam in the distance. Feng Ling Yuntian, pale-faced yet determined, strained to observe the two figures ahead. His brow furrowed tightly. He had initially believed that his surprise attack would swiftly eliminate them, only to be astonished that they could counter with a similar technique. That strike had drained 98% of his strength, leaving him nearly devoid of any capacity for resistance, and even maintaining his stance felt increasingly arduous. Yet he could not afford to appear on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, the opponent would surely seize the opportunity to strike. Suddenly, a blue light flickered in the distance, and an electromagnetic beam soared through the air toward him. Be careful. Jiang Ling pushed Feng Ling Yuntian down, the blue beam narrowly missing them by a mere 10 centimeters. Are you all right? Jiang Ling glanced back at the electromagnetic beam with concern. I'm fine. Feng Ling Yuntian nodded, casting a wary glance at the two by the pit. It seems that fellow cannot unleash such an attack again. Yunya chuckled. Indeed, otherwise, he would have countered immediately rather than being pushed down and barely dodging. Lin Yinyen and Yunya exchanged glances before dashing towards the rubble. Be cautious. I can fire only 2 more electromagnetic beams before I am spent. The remainder will be up to you, Lin Yinyen urged. Fear not. That fellow appears to have exhausted their abilities. In a one-on-one, I will not be outmatched by another child. Yunya declared confidently, his face alight with excitement. I'll go ahead. With a flick of his hands and feet, his previously straight posture transformed. Resembling a standing werewolf, he leaped forward, akin to a cannonball propelled from its chamber, vanishing in an instant. A fierce gust of wind kicked up clouds of dust, nearly blinding Lin Yinyen. This fellow's speed is astonishing. Just as Feng Ling Yuntian and Jiang Ling rose, yet to choose a new hiding spot, a figure surged toward them like a hurricane, halting 10 meters away. Where do you two intend to flee? Yunya grinned wickedly. eyes glinting with malice. It seems escape is futile. Jiang Ling casually glanced back at Feng Ling Yuntian, chuckling. Upon locating the two, Yunya resumed his original stance. This scene elicited a look of surprise from Feng Ling Yuntian. Could the opponent's supernatural ability be akin to transformation? Who unleashed that attack? Was it you? Or you? Yunya scrutinized the pair, and upon noticing Feng Ling Yuntian's ashen complexion, he extended his rosy tongue to lick his lips. It appears to be you? Yunya's lips curled into a smile, his eyes narrowing as he charged toward Feng Ling Yuntian with terrifying speed. Simultaneously, a cracking sound emanated from his right hand. His once rounded nails transforming into sharp, needle-like points, he swung a claw aimed at Feng Ling Yuntian's face, seeking vengeance for the earlier ambush. Yet, at the moment of impact, he felt a wave of searing heat surge forth. His brows furrowed, and he instinctively retreated. Boom! In the next instant, a torrent of heat surged toward him, enveloping his figure in a thick veil of steam. A silhouette was propelled out of the vapor, performing a backflip and landing gracefully on the ground. How perilous! How perilous! Yunya patted the heat from his body, feeling as if parts of his skin had been scalded, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Airburst! Jiang Ling waved his right hand, causing the moisture in the air to expand, resulting in a massive explosion of steam. Bang, bang, bang. Yunya was hurled backward into the debris, his body a bloody mess. Resembling meat steamed in a pressure cooker, emanating tendrils of heat. Is this fellow truly so weak? Both Jiang Ling and Feng Ling Yuntian exchanged incredulous glances, relieved to see no signs of movement from the other. Allowing them to relax that moment, another figure emerged from the rubble. Feng Ling Yuntian's eyes narrowed, confirming that this woman was indeed the one who had neutralized his soul explosion earlier. Lin Yinyan glanced at the two, then turned to Yunya, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Lin Yinyan frowned, exuding an air of exasperation. Yalla yalla. Yunya laughed, executing a backflip to regain his footing, a disconcerting grin plastered across his half-cooked face. Honestly, your technique is rather ruthless. It nearly killed me. While speaking, the flesh on his body began to twitch unnaturally. His meridians, skin, blood, and vessels, all the damaged and melted areas, began to reconnect, the nearly cooked flesh gradually restoring to its original state. How is this possible? Jiang Ling's astonishment rendered his eyes wide as saucers. What in the world is this fellow's supernatural ability? What kind of ability do you possess? Jiang Ling blurted out, his surprise palpable. Initially, he and Feng Ling Yuntian had assumed the opponent possessed transformation abilities. But which transformation could alter one's bodily structure? To manipulate fully cooked skin, meridians, and blood vessels, and to heal injuries. In merely 30 seconds, Yunya's wounds had entirely mended, leaving no trace of injury, a fact that further astonished the duo. Even Lin Yinyan, as Yunya's teammate, couldn't help but gasp in AWE. No matter how many times one witnesses it. This fellow's ability is exceptionally monstrous. Restoration complete? Yunya grinned, pointing at Jiang Ling. Addressing Lin Yinyan. That fellow is mine. Do not snatch him from me. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the one who ambushed him, but now he found this individual to be far more entertaining. Then it is up to you. My supernatural energy is dwindling, perfect for dealing with that fellow. Lin Yinyan's gaze sharpened, her eyes fixed on Feng Ling Yuntian. Based on the second laser beam she unleashed, it was evident that he had not retaliated, indicating a high probability that his supernatural energy had been depleted. Even if he could still utilize his abilities, he could not possibly wield the same power as initially. Chapter 48, Body Modification. All right. You are now my opponent. Yunya's lips curled upwards, his 10 fingers resembling a spider's limbs, writhing incessantly. In the next moment, with a pop, his 5 fingers elongated, the shapes of his phalanges clearly defined. If not for the prominent veins coursing along his fingers, they could easily be mistaken for iron claws. What in the world is your ability? Jiang Ling was utterly astonished, realizing that the opponent could effortlessly alter their physical structure. There's no point in telling you. Just as Yunya prepared to strike, he couldn't help but smirk at the question, and why ability, as you can see, is called body modification. I can self-transform the cells, bones, and organs within my body, anything contained within me. Not only can I achieve self-repair, but I can also twist my limbs with the ease of an insect." As he spoke, his right hand twisted like a spring, coiling around itself. Such an ability exists? Jiang Ling was taken aback, genuinely astonished for the first time. "Interesting, isn't it?" Yunya flashed a dazzling smile before his eyes narrowed, charging at Jiang Ling a massive claw. A meter long, lunged toward Jiang Ling's head like a scythe harvesting souls. In the next instant, Jiang Ling detonated a burst of steam beneath him, propelling himself several dozen meters away. Simultaneously, he alternated his feet, stepping on the air, and with a series of small steam explosions, he soared high into the sky. "That's how he managed to get to my house," Feng Ling Yuntian mused. Having been curious about how Jiang Ling appeared at the 14th floor window, now it finally made sense. Rising into the air, Jiang Ling smirked. "Your claws may be long, but you cannot possibly reach me at 30 meters above. Indeed, your position is quite high, and under normal circumstances, I could not touch you." Yuan Ye's finger joints twitched slightly, one finger bending and extending upward, aiming for the sky. Just as his finger was about to pierce Jiang Ling's left eye, Jiang Ling swiftly shifted his body. The sharp finger grazed Jiang Ling's left cheek, leaving a clear cut, but that alone sufficed. Yunya grinned, retracting his finger to its original position. Jiang Ling's heart momentarily halted. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have undoubtedly been impaled through the left eye. Ding! The crisp sound of a coin bouncing echoed in the ears of Feng Linjianshan as Lin Yining flicked her fingers, sending a minuscule electromagnetic ray slicing through the air towards him. Feng Linjianshan's eyes narrowed. Having barely regained a tenth of his strength, he summoned a soul using the soul binding technique, transforming it into a dark gray ray that shot forward. Boom! The two rays collided simultaneously, creating a gust of explosive wind. Seizing the opportunity provided by the smoke that obscured his vision, he swiftly dashed towards another ruin, seeking a more advantageous terrain. Lin Yining noticed footsteps gradually receding and immediately plunged into the smoke. Just as Feng Linjianshan was about to turn and hide behind a wall, a sudden chill gripped his heart as he sensed an energy rapidly approaching from behind. A thought of evasion flashed through his mind. But before he could act, a blood hole was pierced through the middle of his left calf. Feng Linjianshan staggered, gritting his silver teeth, forcing himself not to fall, and quickly concealed himself behind a collapsed building wall. Clutching his left leg, the intense pain made him gasp sharply. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, his soul detached from his body, swiftly soaring towards Lin Yining. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Sensing the unusual magnetic field fluctuations, Lin Yining immediately activated the surrounding electromagnetic field, forming a unique barrier that enveloped her. Without time to break, Feng Linjianshan crashed into the electromagnetic barrier, the violent energy engulfing his soul, transmitting excruciating pain that felt as if his body were being torn apart, eliciting a tortured roar from him. Though Lin Yining did not hear his cries, the distortion of the electromagnetic barrier caused her eyes to narrow. Feng Linjianshan hastily retreated, his soul returning to his body. His complexion was paler than before, his right hand pressed against his forehead as he gasped for breath. How could this be? Feng Linjianshan clenched his silver teeth in fury. His soul was unable to breach the opponent's electromagnetic barrier, a first since awakening his superpower. The electromagnetic waves have stabilized? Lin Yining furrowed her brow, the current situation causing her some agitation. She did not believe that the recent magnetic fluctuations were caused by Feng Linjianshan. Having witnessed his abilities, which were identical to her own energy emission type. But what could account for the intense electromagnetic fluctuations? Could there be a hidden third enemy? The moment this thought crossed her mind, her heart skipped a beat. Surely not. If a third party truly existed, wouldn't it be more straightforward for them to reveal themselves rather than hide and use her companion as bait? She found it hard to believe that any capable individual would stoop to such cowardice. If it were not a third enemy, then it could be the residual power that created this deep pit. With this thought, Lin Yining felt considerably reassured. This explanation was far more credible than the notion of a concealed third party. Lin Yining withdrew another coin from her pocket, ready to fire at any moment. Just as she was about to approach the wall, a figure burst forth from behind, gathering a glowing energy sphere in his hand. Clenching his right fist tightly, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a soul ray hurtling towards Lin Yining, which collided with her electromagnetic ray once more. Feng Linjianshan then pulled out a handgun from his pocket, crouching down to aim at Lin Yining's position, and fired a shot. However, instead of the anticipated scream, the sound of crackling electricity ensued. Lin Yining emerged slowly from the smoke, her form surrounded by dancing electromagnetic energy, causing Feng Linjianshan's eyes to widen in shock. He saw his bullet lodged in the electromagnetic barrier, gradually disintegrating into powder. How could this be? Feng Linjianshan's pupils dilated. He was now at the end of his strength, barely holding on through sheer willpower. At this moment, he could manage to release a single soul sphere before succumbing to unconsciousness, becoming easy prey. Yet this woman had not only utilized a formidable electromagnetic cannon to neutralize his soul bomb, but also had enough energy left to deploy an electromagnetic barrier. Feng Linjianshan gritted his teeth and fired 3 more shots. But inevitably, every bullet was consumed by the electromagnetic shield, turning to dust. Chapter 49. Black Flame. It seems you are at the end of your tether. Lin Yining's complexion had grown even paler. She had reduced her energy expenditure to the bare minimum. At the current rate of power usage, she could only fire 2 more minimal electromagnetic rays. Feng Linjianshan pulled the trigger again, only to find his ammunition depleted. In frustration, he hurled the handgun at Lin Yining, but she merely tilted her head aside to evade it. Simultaneously, another electromagnetic ray shot forth. Feng Linjianshan strained his mind, conjuring another soul to collide with the electromagnetic light. The storm generated by the 2 forces knocked Feng Linjianshan, who could no longer support his body, to the ground. He struggled to open his eyes, but everything before him appeared blurry, obscured by a mosaic of colors. It seemed he truly lacked the capacity to resist any longer. Lin Yining's expression softened. Should the opponent persist in 2 more attacks, she feared she might genuinely perish here. Jiang Ling noticed Feng Linjianshan sprawled on the ground, and with furrowed brows, he prepared to assist, only to be struck by an elongated whip-like leg, crashing into a pile of ruins. Jiang Ling rose from the debris, blood seeping from his skin's surface. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying steam explosion engulfed Yunya once more. Boom! Scalding steam enveloped the ground, yet from within emerged a figure with charred skin. Yunya grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his decayed facial skin rendering his once handsome features rather grotesque. You wish to rescue that boy? You must first defeat me. Yunya forcefully plunged his right hand into his chest, extracting a rib and transforming it into a spiked bone blade. He swung the bone blade, the originally short rib extending in an instant, lunging towards Jiang Ling. The critical moment. Jiang Ling utilized the explosion's momentum to evade, staring in shock at Yunya. Do you not feel pain? He could hardly believe that the opponent had directly pierced his chest, forcibly snapping a rib. Of course, it hurts. But the more it hurts, the more exhilarated I feel. To use my own bones to kill and stain them with blood. What could be more thrilling? Yunya chuckled maniacally, extending his crimson tongue to lick the blood from his rib, causing Jiang Ling's scalp to tingle with unease. He thought himself quite deranged, only to discover someone even more so. Casting a glance at Feng Linjianshan, he couldn't help but sigh in resignation. It seemed impossible to save him now. Yet he had not anticipated that a companion he had only recently met would perish in this battle. With his abilities, he could have dragged Feng Linjianshan away to escape, but he was certain Yunya would not afford him the opportunity to approach Feng Linjianshan. His gaze shifted back to Yunya, the intermingling sounds of explosions and maniacal laughter sending chills down his spine. And no matter how powerful his explosive force, Yunya could endure his injuries and continue to fight. Anyone witnessing Yunya's state now would surely scream in terror. In every conceivable way, Yunya resembled a skinned anatomical model, his body radiating heat from head to toe. Suddenly, Yunya's speed surged, akin to a cheetah bursting forth from the steam explosion, reaching Jiang Ling's left side. Finally close to you. Yunya's lips curled upward as his sharp fingers seized Jiang Ling's arm, twisting it with force. The crisp sound of bones cracking accompanied by a pained howl erupted simultaneously, prompting Jiang Ling to immediately dodge to a safe position using the explosion's force. Looking down, he saw that the joint between his forearm and upper arm had completely shattered, twisted a full 180 degrees. From the torn flesh, fragments of the elbow bone were faintly visible, the tendons utterly severed. Damn it! Jiang Ling clutched his left arm, blood trickling down his fingers and staining the earth. Lin Yining observed the battle not far away. a slight smirk gracing her lips. It seems your companion has no time to come to your aid. Do you have any last words? I can allow you to voice them, though I will not assist in fulfilling them. Lin Yining gazed at Feng Linjianshan, who lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of focus, and tossed the coin in her hand. It appears you have lost consciousness, since you can no longer utter a word. I shall send you on your way. Goodbye. A stream of electromagnetic energy coalesced around the coin, launching another electromagnetic ray. A blue ray sliced through the space, aiming directly for Feng Linjianshan's heart. Just as it was about to strike, a shadow surged forth from the dim ruins, positioning itself protectively in front of Feng Linjianshan. A ball of black flame gathered in its mouth, bursting forth with a roar, enveloping the electromagnetic ray and propelling it forward. Lin Yining's pupils trembled as she hastily rolled aside to avoid it. The black flame struck the distant ruins, erupting with a deafening bang, igniting the structure and reducing it to mere remnants within seconds. Who? Lin Yining's eyes narrowed as she regarded the shadow, revealing an expression of astonishment. It was a black and white husky, wearing a fierce expression, with black flames flickering in its mouth. A dog. How could this be possible? Lin Yining exclaimed, her voice drawing the attention of Yunya and Jiang Ling, who halted their battle to look her way. Upon seeing the black and white husky standing protectively in front of Feng Linjianshan, both widened their eyes in disbelief. Chi-Chi, Jiang Ling gasped, unable to fathom why Chi-Chi, who resided at the end of Yunhai City in Zhua Feiyu's home, would appear here, given the nearly 50-kilometer distance between them. Feng Linjianshan struggled to open his eyes, attempting to prop himself up, but found himself utterly incapable. The left calf was pierced, blood flowing incessantly, and coupled with the depletion of his extraordinary energy, the world before him blurred into obscurity. He could only vaguely discern a shadow. Suddenly, a moist tongue licked his face, the warm sensation causing a tremor within Feng Lingyuntian's heart. This familiar feeling, could it be Chi-Chi? But how could it possibly be here? It was utterly improbable. Surely, he must be mistaken. Just as he firmly resolved this thought within himself, a familiar bark rang out, utterly confirming the most unlikely of realities. You silly dog, flee! A bitter smile crept onto Feng Lingyuntian's lips. What could a mere dog do? Though Chi-Chi possessed the power of flames, he had not fed it the cursed stone, so he was certain that Chi-Chi could not possibly contend with this woman. Yet, despite his command, Chi-Chi showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it emitted a low, persistent growl, deterring Lin Yining from advancing further. Upon witnessing the distant buildings reduced to ashes, Lin Yining's heart tightened. The destructive power of this dog was formidable. Given her current reserves of extraordinary energy, unless she struck a critical blow, she could not hope to defeat it. Moreover, she had only one shot left with her electromagnetic ray. Life or death hinged upon this singular strike. Chapter 50. The Undying Dog in the Dimly Lit World. Apart from the sound of the wind, only the low growls of the dog remained. All eyes were drawn to the sudden appearance of the husky on the battlefield. Lin Yining picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Chi-Chi, but it effortlessly dodged with a swift motion. It was too agile. Hitting it would prove challenging. With her final electromagnetic ray, any miss would alter the battle's tide, so she was exceedingly cautious, refusing to allow any mistakes. Look, a flying saucer! Lin Yining pointed at the sky behind Chi-Chi, her expression one of astonishment. Could that possibly work? I must be dreaming, she sighed inwardly, realizing she had no idea how to ensure a perfect hit, and thus contemplated whether she could trick the dog. Yet, after making this move, she felt quite foolish for attempting to deceive a creature that could not comprehend human speech. To her surprise, Chi-Chi actually turned its head skyward, bouncing excitedly and barking joyfully. The world fell silent momentarily, as if a crow flew overhead, cawing, "Fool, fool!" Lin Yining's lips twitched, but she would not let this opportunity slip away. She immediately threw a coin, and a beam of electromagnetic energy pierced through Chi-Chi's body, passing through its heart and embedding itself in the ground. Just as Chi-Chi was excitedly searching for the flying saucer, it staggered and collapsed, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Streams of black blood flowed from its wound, staining the earth a deep black. Oddly enough, why was the dog's blood black? Lin Yining furrowed her brow, a sliver of doubt creeping into her mind. Yet, the dog was dead, and she was now safe. Utterly exhausted, she sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. I can't move anymore. All I can do now is watch that brat Yunya. If he loses, I won't survive either. I truly can't move at all. Supporting herself on the ground, her arms suddenly gave way, and she collapsed. Chi-Chi, what happened to you? Chi-Chi? Feng Lingyun Tian's brows knitted tightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Crawling slowly toward the fallen black figure before him, just as he reached out to touch Chi-Chi's body, an unforeseen change occurred. The bloodied hole in Chi-Chi's body ignited like burning tissue paper, and black flames surged through the wound, rapidly mending the pierced form. In less than 10 seconds, the lifeless Chi-Chi astonishingly stood on all fours once more. Awoo! Chi-Chi glared furiously at the woman on the ground, letting out a deafening roar. What is happening? Lin Yining lay on the ground, and the moment she heard the bark, it felt as though a colossal stone lodged itself in her throat, causing her heart to quiver. Slowly, she propped herself up, her blue-brown pupils narrowing sharply. Before her stood a demonic hound, its entire form enveloped in black flames, with only its blood-red eyes visible. The creature's body loomed larger before her, transforming into a 3-meter-long giant hound in mere seconds. What a joke! Lin Yining's face turned pale, a bone-chilling fear coursing through her. She realized that the husky that had previously fallen was no longer there, meaning the black flame demon hound before her was indeed that same husky. But it shouldn't be alive. Why had it resurrected? A torrent of questions flooded Lin Yining's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Not far away, Zhang Ling, still grieving over Chi-Chi's demise, couldn't help but show a glimmer of joy upon witnessing the resurrection of the now terrifying black flame demon hound. What on earth is that dog? Yunya was equally astonished. The creature's abilities mirrored his too closely, yet it had already exhibited the power to spew flames, making it impossible for it to possess a second power. Lin Yining slowly turned her body, propping herself up on the ground as she crawled forward. I can't die here. I refuse to die. Her eyes brimmed with the will to survive, but after crawling a mere 5 meters, a massive black foot pinned her to the ground, rendering her utterly immobile. The immense pressure forced a cry of despair from her lips, and a mouthful of blood spilled onto the earth. As she turned her head slowly, she was met with a gaping maw filled with white fangs and red gums. Invoking sheer terror, suddenly, a plume of black flames ignited beneath Chi-Chi's feet, engulfing Lin Yining's body within moments, reducing her to ashes. How could this be? Yunya's expression hardened, his brows furrowing deeply. Yet, almost immediately, he shrugged it off, unconcerned. If she was dead, so be it. Yunya chuckled, his gaze toward Chi-Chi growing increasingly fervent. That dog seemed rather entertaining. He glanced at Zhang Ling and promptly abandoned their skirmish. The two were evenly matched, and though he had briefly gained the upper hand by breaking Zhang Ling's arm, the latter had not given him another opportunity to close in. After playing with the same opponent for too long, it inevitably became tedious. Thus, he shifted his focus to Chi-Chi. Yunya dashed toward Chi-Chi's location, while Zhang Ling, noticing this, detonated the space before him. Boom! The explosion of steam obscured Yunya's figure entirely, and the scalding waves caused his skin to rapidly disintegrate. Yet the next moment, from the dissipating steam emerged a figure, its body a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, resembling a demon rising from a pool of hellish blood. Evoking terror at first glance, Yunya altered his physical structure, his muscles swelling instantly. Simultaneously, he swung the bone blade in his hand toward Chi-Chi, but in that moment, a pitch-black hand struck him, sending him hurtling backward into the rubble. Once more, Yunya rose, a slight smirk on his lips. Seeing that expression, Zhang Ling felt an unsettling sensation stir within him. Suddenly, he noticed that the bone blade Yunya held had sunk into the ground, and a chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed, Chi-Chi, get out of the way! In the next instant, before Chi-Chi could respond, a bone blade shot up from the ground below, piercing its throat in an instant. The severed artery gushed forth, staining the dry soil with a pool of blood, releasing a metallic scent. The enormous form collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Chi-Chi twitched a few times, then fell utterly still. Impressive power, but alas, its defenses are too weak, and it lacks intelligence. That brat is certainly more entertaining, Yunya remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he looked skyward. just as he prepared to charge at Jiang Ling. He suddenly heard a scraping sound. Turning back, he beheld the black flame demon hound rising once more, its previously pierced throat engulfed in a swirling black flame, as if the ignited paper was reversing its charred state. Restoring itself to its former condition, this spectacle left both Jiang Ling and Yunya wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 51. Chi-Chi versus Yunya. How could this be? Yunya gasped, bewildered that the demon hound would not die. He launched another attack, driving the bone blade into the ground, and countless sharp bone spikes shot forth, piercing Chi-Chi's form with dozens of bloodied holes. As it fell again, Yunya stared ahead, his shock mounting anew. The black flames ignited once more, rapidly healing the damaged flesh. Yunya couldn't believe his eyes. If he had been pierced like that, he would certainly meet his demise, with no time to heal. But how was this demon hound capable of infinite regeneration? Did it simply not die? Jiang Ling floated above, condensing weak steam explosions beneath his feet. He surveyed Chi-Chi with keen eyes, an epiphany striking him. He began to understand why Chi-Chi could not perish. There was a significant chance that it had already died once, only to be resurrected by Feng Lingyun Tian soul binding. Theoretically, Chi-Chi had tasted death, hence it could not die a second time. Most likely, that dark flame was linked to the power of death itself. If this were the case, Feng Lingyun Tian's abilities were not merely confined to spiritual possession, but rather encompassed something far more profound and entwined with death. Observing Chi-Chi's continuous revival through black flames, Jiang Ling felt increasingly convinced of this theory. Ouch! Jiang Ling slowly descended, but the impact with the ground sent shockwaves through his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Die, die, die. Yunya unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, repeatedly attempting to slay Chi-Chi. Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, his dark eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red hue. Yet, each time he fell to the ground, Chi-Chi would resurrect within mere seconds. This phenomenon instilled a flicker of dread in Yunya, who had always approached combat with a playful mindset. Unlike Lin Yining, whose abilities allowed him to obliterate the very essence of living beings, Yunya found himself powerless to thwart Chi-Chi's revival, no matter how fiercely he attacked. Suddenly, a fireball ignited in Chi-Chi's mouth, enveloping Yunya in searing energy and propelling him towards a desolate ruin. Black flames soared skyward, and in an instant, the structures within that wasteland were reduced to ashes. A figure, engulfed in black flames, emerged slowly from the inferno, its flesh utterly decayed, with remnants of bones faintly visible through the rotting flesh. Yunya revealed a glimmer of white teeth, laughing maniacally. I cannot kill you, but you shall not be able to kill me either. Although the hellhound before him could resurrect, its power level was likely not substantial. Otherwise, even if it coated itself in its abilities, it would be reduced to cinders in an instant. He sensed that this creature's black flames were of an entirely different caliber compared to ordinary fire, as if capable of evaporating the very earth itself. What a formidable adversary! Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Yunya's abilities were indeed troublesome. Had it been another ability user, they would have been reduced to ashes by that last strike. Bang, bang, bang. Not far away, Chi-Chi unleashed 3 more fireballs, all of which Yunya deftly evaded. He drew a rib from his chest once more, launching a simultaneous assault with 2 bone blades. Chi-Chi's blood-red eyes narrowed, transforming into a shadow that vanished in an instant. Yunya's pupils constricted, and he swiftly scanned his surroundings, spotting a shadow racing toward him from the right. Found it. Yunya elongated the bone spikes and thrust them toward the direction of the shadow. Thud! The bone whip struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and a shadow leaped through, soaring into the air. Yunya retracted the bone whip and launched another attack, but Chi-Chi evaded once again, simultaneously unleashing 3 spheres of black flame. The scorching flames enveloped Yunya, once more engulfing him. His flesh, which had nearly healed, rapidly deteriorated under this onslaught. Damn wild dog! Yunya cursed, raising the bone blade high. Just as he was about to strike, a searing sensation erupted behind him. Boom! A massive blast of steam sent Yunya flying several meters, interrupting his attack and propelling him toward Chi-Chi's location. Thud! A pitch-black claw pierced through Yunya's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, and to his astonishment, a smile emerged on his decaying face. Yet, that smile, juxtaposed with his rotting visage, appeared grotesquely horrifying. Is he actually smiling? What a madman, Jiang Ling thought in alarm, realizing that he had always considered himself sufficiently insane, but upon encountering Yunya, he had to concede that he fell far short of the other's level of madness. Chi-Chi swung an arm, hurling Yunya's body into a charred pit. Jiang Ling cautiously approached Yunya, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon discovering that his heart had ceased beating. It must be said. This individual was exceedingly troublesome, utterly unkillable. It appeared that only by piercing his heart could one hope to halt that terrifying regenerative ability. Jiang Ling stroked Chi-Chi's fur, and the now massive creature turned to face him. Sniffing the air as if recognizing a familiar scent from the shop, It extended its rosy tongue to lick Jiang Ling's cheek. In the next moment, Chi-Chi's form rapidly shrank, its ebony fur and crimson eyes returning to their original state. Gazing at the black and white husky, Jiang Ling found it hard to reconcile this creature with the black, immortal hellhound he had just witnessed. Who would have thought that the cursed stone given at the outset would result in such a little monster? Jiang Ling patted the dog's head again, smiling as he approached Fengling Yuntian. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Fengling Yuntian, having lain there for quite some time, regained his vision, no longer seeing a muddled mosaic of shapes. Upon observing Chi-Chi, whose intelligent eyes sparkled and tongue lolled, he smiled faintly, propping himself up to pat the dog's head. He never imagined that his life would be saved by this silly dog. Seemingly reading Fengling Yuntian's thoughts, Chi-Chi bounced on all fours, exclaiming, 250. Both Fengling Yuntian and Jiang Ling twitched at the corners of their mouths. Although they initially intended to reprimand the dog, the realization that it had saved Fengling Yuntian's life made them retract their hands. "Can you move?" Jiang Ling asked. "I can." Fengling Yuntian nodded, but as soon as he attempted to stand, his legs buckled and he collapsed onto the ground. "Let me help you," Jiang Ling chuckled. "I apologize for the trouble." With Jiang Ling supporting him, they returned to the location where the car was stored. After settling Fengling Yuntian and instructing Chi-Chi to sit in the back seat, he took the driver's position, gripping the steering wheel and driving into the distance. Both he and Fengling Yuntian had sustained significant injuries and needed to return to the shop for treatment from Yuna. Chapter 52. Infiltrating the villa. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated, leaving the entire park in ruins, with even the lake overflowing and inundating large swathes of trees. Beneath the scarlet moonlight, residents flocked toward the park. Their eyes glowed crimson, their surroundings marred by red veins, having completely lost their self-awareness. This group of residents had ultimately succumbed to the curse. Fu Yan's gaze sharpened as massive rocks ascended into the sky, then plummeted back to the ground. The bodies of the residents were pierced and flattened, meeting various grisly fates. High above, a figure adorned in a black cloak, with wings unfurled and covered in red scales, coalesced once more, fingers poised to unleash a scarlet ray upon the earth. Rock iron pillar. The earth trembled as a colossal stone pillar shot skyward, shattering the scarlet ray and dispersing the apparition above. Since earlier, all the figures he had vanquished had been illusions. None were the genuine Chi Mu. Yet, he remained unfazed. Maintaining the scarlet moon would deplete the opponent's abilities, and eventually, the true form would be revealed. Meanwhile, in a location beyond his sight, a man clad in a black trench coat observed the unfolding events through a blood-red barrier. Only those with superpowers could perceive this barrier. Others would remain oblivious to any anomalies. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of energy rushing toward him. Silently, he gazed in that direction, and after about a minute, a figure appeared before him. Clap, clap, clap. Chi Mu's lips curled into a smile as he addressed the newcomer. "Isn't this our esteemed commander of Yunhai City, Lord Zhuchangkong? What wind has blown you here? Shouldn't you be engaged in battle with Gu Yan? How come you are here?" Zhuchangkong had initially intended to enter the Scarlet Barrier but diverted upon detecting a surge of energy from a high-rise building. He was taken aback to find Chi Mu, who should have been fighting Gu Yan, standing before him. "You need not concern yourself. You've come all this way. Are you hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate us both while we are weakened from our battle?" Gu Yan's lips curled into a smirk, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. Zhuchangkong's expression hardened. He hadn't anticipated that his intentions would be so easily discerned upon his arrival. Noticing the other's silence, Gu Yan understood his guess was accurate. "Since you've come all this way, You can't leave empty-handed. I currently possess quite a bit of energy. Why not engage in a little spar? Gu Yin proposed with a grin. Zhuo Changkong's gaze sharpened at Gu Yin's words, his right fist clenching tightly. His energy was indeed superior to Qi Mu's, but killing him would not be an easy task. Moreover, he was not the type to disregard the lives of innocent civilians, recklessly unleashing his powers within the city. As the commander, he had a duty to protect the lives of Yunhai City's residents. If you wish to fight, we can go to the outskirts where there are no people. Zhuo Changkong fixed a cold gaze on Qi Mu, his murderous intent laid bare. If it's not urgent, then let us observe the spectacle unfolding below. Qi Mu chuckled. He understood that Zhuo Changkong would not engage in combat within the city, hence his casual suggestion. Zhuo Changkong furrowed his brow and approached the edge of the building. Peering down, his complexion paling instantly. Within the red barrier, scarcely a spot remained intact. The entire park was a chaotic mess of debris and submerged trees. Some water surfaces still bore the park's benches and trees. Inside the barrier enveloping 3 high-rises, residents with blood-red eyes advanced toward Gu Yin, only to be struck or pierced by the falling rocks before they could take more than a few steps. Utterly losing their lives. What on earth are you doing? Cancel the barrier immediately. Zhuo Changkong turned to Qi Mu, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury unmistakable. I cannot help it. My cursed domain has its limits. You can only blame these 3 buildings for being constructed near the park. Qi Mu shrugged. Zhuo Changkong clenched his teeth, channeling his energy toward the barrier. Sensing a formidable surge of power, Gu Yin furrowed his brow, becoming alert. Moments later, he saw a figure clad in a white cloak suddenly materialize from thin air, positioning itself before the residents, at the same time. He utilized his abilities to immobilize the flying boulders and the cursed residents, rendering them completely motionless before turning to face the source of the disturbance. Upon encountering the unfamiliar face, Gu Yin's eyes narrowed as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Commander of Yunhai City, Zhuo Changkong." Zhuo Changkong's icy voice echoed in the space, causing Gu Yin's expression to shift in surprise. He could never have anticipated that he would attract the commander of Yunhai City. After all, the AI designed to assess their abilities had only been developed 3 months prior, and it had yet to gain recognition among superpowered individuals across the regions. Bang, 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 bang. Within a meticulously crafted villa, a man wielding a silver sword severed the front door and slowly stepped inside. On either side, dozens of armed men, equipped with silencers, trained their weapons on him, relentlessly firing shots. Yet, each time a bullet approached, a flash of silver would sweep by, cleaving the projectile in 2 as it fell to the ground. The clattering sounds echoed throughout the villa. The actions of those surrounding him began to irritate Shuo Feiyu, prompting him to pivot and swing his sword, unleashing a blood-red ring that expanded in a flawless 360-degree arc, bisecting everyone in its path. Crimson blood splattered across the tiles and walls, creating a gruesome tapestry. The air was soon filled with screams and wails, resonating through the entire villa. Shuo Feiyu ascended the stairs, each step resonating with a dull thud. He pushed open the door to a room on the 2nd floor, revealing a man in his 50s, clad in a tailored suit, seated in a leather chair. His chin resting on his hands as his icy gaze scrutinized him. Beside him stood a young man, twin blades sheathed at his waist. "Don't think someone would dare intrude upon my villa." "Who exactly are you?" Zhuang Han furrowed his brow, sizing up Shuo Feiyu, as if he recognized that face from somewhere. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He had seen it on the official wanted website, though he had forgotten the name. "What? You send assassins to trouble us, yet don't even know my name?" Shuo Feiyu replied with a smile. "Are you the ones who stole our firearms and gunpowder?" Zhuang Han's brows knitted tighter, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Indeed," Shuo Feiyu shrugged. At this, Zhuang Han turned to the young man beside him, commanding coldly, "Kill him." "Understood, boss." The youth's chilling voice echoed in the room, followed by the sharp sound of a steel blade being drawn. "Oh, you even hired a superpowered individual as a bodyguard?" Shuo Feiyu chuckled. "Humph. This bodyguard was procured at great expense from Dawn, and ranks among the elite among superpowered beings, with an ability index exceeding 4,000 points. To die at his hands would indeed be an honor." "Dawn, you say?" "Their bodyguard team is indeed composed of formidable superpowered individuals," Shuo Feiyu mused, his expression betraying no fear, only a hint of mockery on his lips. "Prepare to meet your demise." The young man brandished his twin blades, his form morphing into 5 phantoms, enveloping Zhuo Feiyu from all directions. Just as he was about to strike, he seemed to perceive countless sword shadows before him. In the next instant, blood erupted forth, 6 bodies reduced to mere fragments of flesh. The gushing blood and dismembered remains fell to the ground, staining Zhuo Feiyu's hair, face, and attire in red. I initially thought they were mere illusions. To find that all 5 manifestations were indeed real is quite an intriguing ability, Zhuo Feiyu remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he kicked aside the remnants at his feet, redirecting his gaze to the man seated in the leather chair. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Han's pupils dilated in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that the bodyguard he had summoned from dawn had been dispatched so effortlessly. How could this be possible? Don't come any closer. Zhuang Han's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the approaching young man, his voice a mixture of fury and fear. When the youth showed no intent to halt, Zhuang Han pressed a hidden button beneath the table, causing cold gun barrels to emerge from the corners of the room, aiming directly at Zhuo Feiyu. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire and the sound of bullets hitting the floor resonated throughout the room, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Zhuang Han watched in horror as the severed bullets fell around him, collapsing onto the ground in a state of shock. The chair toppled, its wheels rolling with a soft clatter. Clang! In the next moment, Zhuang Han and the table before him were cleaved in two, from the center of his crown down to his lower body. His eyes widened in terror, his body collapsing in opposite directions. Blood spewing forth and transforming the study into a macabre canvas. He could not believe that he would meet his end so easily at the hands of this individual. Zhuo Feiyu withdrew the pristine tissue from the bottom of the box, wiping the blade and scabbard clean before turning to depart. As he stepped out the door, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance back at the bisected Zhuang Han, smiling as he remarked, "I do apologize. I once served as a special instructor at dawn. I must admit, I am rather disappointed." The once boisterous villa fell into a profound silence, suffused with an unpleasant metallic scent, emerging from the grand hall. Bathed in the silver moonlight, Zhuo Feiyu dialed a number. "Hello? I have completed the task on my end." A smile graced his lips, though against the backdrop of his blood-stained attire, it appeared ominously sinister. "Good, then you may return to the shop." A familiar voice echoed from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Atop a towering building, Qimu gestured with his hand, dissipating the illusionary realm. The sudden shift caught Gu Yin and Zhuo Changkong off guard. As they surveyed their surroundings, as the curse barrier lifted, all the residents regained their senses, gazing upon the flattened corpses crushed beneath boulders. Terror etched itself upon their faces. My goodness, did this earthquake claim so many lives? A young man exclaimed with horror, "My husband? Where is my husband? What about my child?" People began frantically searching for their loved ones, while some single youths displayed sympathetic expressions before retreating to their homes. The foundation of the building had become slightly skewed. It seemed uninhabitable moving forward, as the risk of collapse loomed. Thus, they needed to swiftly evacuate valuable possessions and secure temporary lodging. Noticing that the public had interpreted the calamity as an earthquake, Zhuo Changkong felt a slight relief. Otherwise, he would have to expend considerable effort erasing their memories. Qimu descended in the elevator, arriving on the first floor as he approached Gu Yin and Zhuo Changkong. Upon seeing him, both men narrowed their eyes, adopting a wary demeanor. Qimu scrutinized the pair before addressing Zhuo Changkong. "Might I ask, esteemed commander, do you intend to confront both of us here simultaneously, or do you plan to return to your base?" Though Qimu and Gu Yin were adversaries, their stance was unified in the face of the authorities, as no one wished to be imprisoned in a facility designed to restrain superpowered individuals. Zhuo Changkong assessed the two, realizing that he could manage one of them, albeit with some difficulty. However, facing both at their peak would leave him with only a 2 to 3% chance of victory. With a resigned sigh, he declared coldly, "This time I shall spare you, but should we meet again, I will surely bury you in this city." With that, he activated his powers, ascending into the sky and vanishing from sight. "That ability is undeniably quite useful," Qimu mused, watching Zhuo Changkong's departure with a hint of envy. Unlike Zhuo Changkong, who could fly with ease, Qimu required the activation of his blood moon domain and the presence of his wings to achieve flight. Turning his attention back to Gu Yin, Qimu smiled. "It seems our little farce has come to an end indeed. Jiu Yan's gaze sharpened. What are you planning? Why have you cancelled the superpowers? Because your task has concluded. Chimu replied. What does that mean? Gu Yan frowned at it. Means your employer has been killed, so there is no need for you to fulfill this assignment. Even if you depart, no one will accuse you of failure. You killed Zhuang Han? Gu Yan's eyes widened in shock. To be precise, it was Zhuo Feiyu who did the deed, Chimu clarified. Our strengths are closely matched. If we were to continue fighting, we might exhaust our powers without being able to vanquish one another, leaving us vulnerable to those from Burial Soul. Thus, I had Zhuo Feiyu eliminate Zhuang Han, thereby freeing you from your mission's constraints and ensuring you are not deemed failures. Very well, it seems we have reached a stalemate once more. Gu Yan sighed, enveloping himself in a shroud of rock as he sank into the earth below. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in the space. Next time we meet, I will certainly kill you, Chimu smirked, turning back toward his car 2 kilometers away. Just as he opened the door to enter, he felt a sudden chill against his skin. Reaching up to touch his face, he discovered it was a droplet of water. Is it raining? He wondered aloud, glancing upwards with surprise. The once bright night sky had transformed, shrouded in dark clouds, and crystalline snowflakes began to drift down, landing gently on his cheeks, sending refreshing sensations through him. How can it possibly snow in October? Chapter 54. The Past of Yunya. 1. Son. This is your new father, and this is his child Li Yu, who is 8 years older than you. He will be your older brother from now on. A woman, no older than 30 with flowing hair, smiled. Beside her stood a man approximately 10 years her senior, along with a 17-year-old youth. You will be my child from now on. Come live with me at my home, the man said, eyeing the 9-year-old boy, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 50 centimeters, with a hint of disdain. He cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated house, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. There was no need to move anything. I have everything I need at home. Let us just sell it as is. He picked up a storybook, only to discover it marred by several water stains and an unknown duration of grease. With a look of disgust, he tossed it into the garbage bin. What are you doing? A child rushed anxiously towards the trash can, retrieving the storybook and carefully wiping it with a tissue, while casting a displeased glance at the man. Oh dear, Xiaoya, what are you doing? How can you shout at your father? The woman's tone was laced with irritation. Her husband, burdened by debts from a powder addiction, had ultimately taken his own life. This man, whom she had painstakingly found through matchmaking, was said to be in the cement business and possessed some assets. Alone, without her husband, raising a child had become exceedingly exhausting. Upon realizing that the man was attracted to her appearance, she proposed marriage. He did not refuse. After all, she had been exceptionally striking since high school. In college, she was even crowned the belle of her department. For many years, her husband had provided for her, shielding her from the elements, leaving her skin fair and smooth. A touch of makeup rendered her indistinguishable from a college student. Yet, despite her allure, many suitors turned her down upon learning she had a child. Finally, she encountered a suitable match who seemed unconcerned about her child, and she was determined not to anger him. But this was a gift from Dad. Xiaoya's face fell, her lips pouting as she lowered her head. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with the child. However, if he wishes to stay at my home, not a single item from this house can accompany him. I will buy him some clothes later to avoid soiling my house. He glanced disdainfully at Xiaoya's cheap, grease-stained clothing, snorted, and turned to leave. Let us go. The woman snatched the storybook from Xiaoya's hands and tossed it onto the table, pulling him towards the door. Yet, little Xiaoya broke free from her grasp and dashed to the table, clutching the book tightly to his chest, utterly unwilling to relinquish it. Let go. The woman snapped, her eyes filled with displeasure. No. Xiaoya held onto the storybook, refusing to release his grip. Let go. The woman slapped Xiaoya's hand, the sharp pain causing the 9-year-old to burst into tears. She tore the storybook from him, ripping it in two before tossing it into the trash bin. Come with me. She yanked Xiaoya's hand, exiting the house, only to find him clinging to the doorframe, resolutely refusing to leave. She kicked him sharply in the rear, causing him to cry out in pain. After considerable effort, she finally dragged Xiaoya downstairs. Without an elevator, it proved to be a strenuous task. She opened the car door, intending to shove Xiaoya into the man's vehicle, only to be met with rejection. The man's new SUV, valued at over $1 million, was not something he wished to sully. Let him sit in the trunk. There's enough space. After we buy new clothes and he bathes at home, he can sit inside next time, he remarked with irritation. Xiaoya, listen to your uncle. Sit in the trunk for now, and next time, you can sit inside, the woman instructed as she placed the sobbing Xiaoya in the trunk before taking her seat in the front passenger seat. Along the way, the three of them chatted happily, the man occasionally stroking the woman's thigh. At a children's clothing store, the woman and the man disembarked, purchasing 3 outfits in Xiaoya's size. During this time, they left Liu in the car to allow the 2 children to become acquainted. Seizing the opportunity while the adults were absent, Liu turned to Xiaoya and asked, "What grade are you in this year?" Xiaoya glanced at him but remained silent, lowering his head. Liu frowned and pressed, "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Xiaoya continued to keep his head down. Refusing to respond, Liu, growing increasingly irate, crossed over the seats to stand before Xiaoya, grabbing his hair and shaking it forcefully. The intense pain caused Xiaoya to cry out once more, his body swaying with the tugging of his hair. "Tch, what a crybaby!" Liu released Xiaoya's hair, still holding a handful of strands, which he flung out like drifting threads, landing on Xiaoya's clothes. He returned to his seat, ignoring the now red scalp and the weeping Xiaoya. Soon, the woman and the man returned, spotting the crying Xiaoya and glancing curiously at Liu. "Why is he crying again? He was just fine when we got out of the car." "Who knows?" Liu huffed, engrossed in his phone. Seeing this, the couple exchanged glances but chose not to comment further. The man's residence was located in an upscale community on the 23rd floor, with a total area of 230 square meters. The woman had visited a few times before, yet the prospect of actually moving in stirred a sense of excitement within her. Upon entering, they were greeted by luxurious sofas and tables, each piece opulent, with walls adorned with famous paintings and antiques. The man glanced at Xiaoya and instructed the woman to choose an unoccupied bedroom. Each room had its own shower, so after reminding Xiaoya to change his clothes, she exited the room. Xiaoya surveyed the unfamiliar space, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. Strange people, strange surroundings, this was daunting. He noticed the clothes on the bed and carried them into the bathroom. It wasn't until an hour later, when the woman called him out for dinner, that Xiaoya finally emerged from the room. Their gazes met, and Xiaoya flinched, lowering his head as he approached his mother's seat. The woman first served her husband a bowl of rice, then Liu, and finally handed Xiaoya a bowl. "Here, Xiaoyu, eat more meat. You're still growing." The woman placed a piece of meat into Liu's bowl. Her smile warmed as Xiaoya beheld that smile. A pang of bitterness welled up within him. It had been ages since his mother had smiled at him. As he ate, memories of his former home flooded his mind, prompting him to sob quietly. The joyful meal was interrupted by the furrowed brows of Liu and his father, who expressed their displeasure. "Can you eat without crying? What's with the tears at the dinner table? If I didn't know better, I'd think I was dead." "Exactly. You're given a good home, good food, and still crying. How annoying, truly nauseating." Faced with the anger of the father and son, the woman quickly apologized. "I am so sorry, I didn't manage the child well." With that, she snatched Xiaoya's bowl, added some dishes, and pulled him back to his room. "You can eat here. Don't upset them again." Her tone was displeased as she closed the door with a bang before returning to the dining table. "From now on, let him eat in his own room. When we have our own child, we'll have to turn his room into a playroom. At that point, we'll just rent a room for him to move out," the man stated firmly, sounding more like a decree than a discussion. "I have no objections. Once this child can work on his own, I won't bother with him. After all, he was merely the son of that man." The mere thought of that despicable drug addict ignited a fire within the woman, directing her anger squarely at the 9-year-old Xiaoya. Chapter 55. Xiaoya's Past, Part 2. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years had gone by. The now 16-year-old Xiaoya had grown to a height of 1.67 meters. In the beginning of these 3 years, the man would have the woman serve Xiaoya fresh meals daily. However, after a few months, he relegated Xiaoya to leftovers, the dishes that had been half consumed and left with remnants of their saliva. Initially, Xiaoya refused to eat out of disdain, but his hunger gnawed at him. He was left with no choice but to swallow his pride and consume what was offered. Suddenly, while dining in his room, Xiaoya heard a commotion from the living room. Curiosity piqued, he opened the door and cautiously peeked out to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. "You useless, wretched woman. 3 years have passed, and you still can't bear my child. What use is there in keeping you and your son?" The man's furious shout echoed in Xiaoya's ears, clear as day. Following this, a sharp slap resounded along with the sound of a plate shattering on the floor. The woman collapsed to the ground, cradling her face as she sobbed softly, "Husband, I'm sorry, I will try harder to give you another son. Please don't be angry. Try harder. How many times has it been? From the time we married, we averaged twice every 2 days. How many times has that been? Has your useless belly shown even the slightest sign of response?" The man kicked the woman again. While Liu chuckled, enjoying the sight of his stepmother being punished. Since their acquaintance, he had never referred to her as mother, always opting for you. Hearing the woman's cries and the man's incessant insults and assaults, Xiaoya's fury surged, and he dashed out of his room. He shoved the man aside and stood protectively in front of his mother, shouting in anger, "You wicked man! Don't you dare hit my mom!" The man, taken aback, turned his ire towards the woman, bellowing, "Is this the son you've raised? Eating my food, living off me, and now he dares to lay hands on me?" The woman, witnessing Xiaoya's defiance, stood and slapped him across the face. Caught off guard, Xiaoya turned to his mother, his mind reeling. He couldn't comprehend why the very person he was trying to protect would strike him. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xiaoya's deep-set eyes trembled as an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. "Hurry and apologize to your father. We have this good life thanks to him. How can you push him away? You ungrateful child, apologize." "I shall not. I am not at fault. Why should I apologize?" Yunya bellowed. Very well, very well. Let us see what this foul woman has raised. Today, I shall not spare you both, mother and child." The man kicked Yunya away, then struck the woman across the face, grasping her hair and mercilessly beating her. Yunya, racked with excruciating abdominal pain, retched repeatedly, yet when he heard his mother's anguished cries, he summoned all his strength and charged forward. He hurled himself at the man, causing him to stagger backward and collide with the edge of the table. Blood trickled from the back of the man's head, the searing pain contorting his features into a grimace. "You wretched bastard, look at the trouble you've caused," the man snarled, seizing the ashtray from the table and smashing it against Yunya's forehead. Instantly, blood stained his brow, and his diminutive frame collapsed backward. The blood pooled on the tiles, and the man's right hand, clutching the bloodied ashtray, trembled slightly. He had actually killed someone. "Xiaoya," the woman gasped. Yet upon seeing her blood-soaked son, she lacked the courage to rush forward and weep. "Father, how could you have killed him?" Liu's face turned ashen, overwhelmed with uncertainty. It mattered not if his father went to prison. What would become of his life? Who would provide for him? What would he eat and drink? I never intended to kill him. I was merely caught up in the moment and lost control." The man sank onto the sofa, cradling his head, unable to fathom what his future held. "My dear, it was not my intention. Can you think of a way to resolve this? Help me out, and I promise to treat you well in the future. I will never lay a hand on you again. Whatever bag you desire, whatever you wish to eat or drink, wherever you wish to travel, I will comply. Please, think of a solution. I do not know either." The woman shook her head frantically, her face pale with fear. "Auntie, you wouldn't consider reporting this, would you?" Liu suddenly interjected. At those words, the man's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing through them. "I would never. He is my husband. Why would I report him? Don't say such foolishness, shall you?" The woman hastily shook her head. As the clock struck midnight, the first snowfall of winter began to fall. The once cool room gradually descended into a chilling cold. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the fallen Yunya was not dead. His fingers twitched occasionally, though the movement was subtle, requiring keen observation to detect. "Father, please light the fireplace. It's rather cold." Liu extended his hands. "Very well." The man approached the living room fireplace and ignited the flames, instantly warming the room. Gazing at the flickering fire, an idea suddenly struck him as his gaze shifted toward the fallen Yunya. "I have a plan." The man's lips curled into a smirk as he addressed his wife. "Come here for a moment." "Very well." The woman nodded, her steps trembling as she approached him. "The promises I made earlier still stand. As long as I am not incarcerated, you shall have endless wealth." The man wore a smile. Gently negotiating with her, I will not inform the police. The woman nodded. She had no desire to return to her previous life. Now, I need you to do something you must. The man's expression suddenly turned serious. The woman nodded, no hesitation in her response. Dispose of your son's body in the fireplace. As long as it is reduced to ashes, there will be no repercussions, and no one will report it. Tomorrow, you can go to school and complete his withdrawal paperwork. This problem will be perfectly resolved. The man chuckled. He truly was quite clever. The woman's face drained of color, unable to fathom that her husband would have her personally incinerate their son's remains. What? You're unwilling. The man's eyes hardened, and the terrified woman immediately nodded. I am willing. I am willing. The woman dared not hesitate, dragging Yunya's body toward the fireplace. During this time, their conversation reached Yunya's ears, solidifying his heart in an icy grip. He never imagined his mother would not even pause to confirm, hastily concluding his demise. He wished to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. As he felt his body being dragged, he yearned to call for help, yet his eyes would not open. Bang! The flames erupted, completely engulfing Yunya's form. As he watched his skin gradually decay. Oozing blood, the man's heart finally found solace. The body was disposed of by his wife. Should the police be notified, both would face imprisonment. Let us return to sleep. The man embraced the woman and retreated to their room. Li Yu, observing the boy burning in the fireplace, felt a chill run down his spine as he turned off the lights and returned to his own room. Bang! Just then, from the pitch-black living room, a charred arm slowly emerged from the fireplace, clawing at its edge. Following that, a completely melted face, resembling sludge, emerged. Chapter 56, Yunya's Past, 3. I am filled with rage. Why must my mother treat me this way? I am in so much pain, so hot, so uncomfortable. Who will save me? No, there is no one to save me. Humanity is nothing but refuse, mongrels, all deserving of death. I feel so uncomfortable, as if countless ants are crawling over me. It itches terribly. I wish to die. No, I cannot die. The true culprit who has reduced me to this state must not continue to live. How can I allow myself to perish? I want them to experience the same, if not greater, torment. Otherwise, I shall not rest even in death. Yunya's heart screamed in madness, blaming the unjust heavens, questioning why his mother would aid someone with no blood relation against him. A life of luxury, with endless wealth, truly worth this? Can it possibly be more important than one's own flesh and blood? With all his might, Yunya slowly crawled towards the fireplace. The once pristine tiles were marred by a long, dark streak. After a brief respite, Yunya noticed that the blood and flesh on his body seemed to possess a will of their own, attempting to heal him, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace, akin to countless insects crawling over his skin, inducing unbearable itching. Gradually, Yunya rose, his charred and decaying form illuminated by the silvery moonlight, appearing eerily grotesque. The snowflakes drifting from the sky and the occasional howling wind seemed to lament Yunya's plight. He found a baseball bat in the storage cabinet and slowly made his way to the nearest room, Li Yu's. The lights were off, and Li Yu, nestled under the covers while playing on his phone, heard the door creak open and curiously pulled back the covers. He assumed it was his father come to speak with him. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a bloodshot-eyed, charred and decaying figure in the dim light of his phone's screen. The grotesque face tilting to meet his gazed eye in that instant. A wave of icy terror surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Overwhelming fear rendered him speechless. Bang! The baseball bat struck his head with precision. Though Yunya did not exert much force, it was enough to render Li Yu unconscious in an instant. Yunya then turned toward the room where his mother and the man were. And before he could enter, he heard bursts of laughter emanating from within. Listening to their voices, Yunya's crimson eyes grew ever colder. He pushed the door open, but the raucous sounds drowned out his approach, and they failed to notice the shadow looming behind them. Observing the figures in the darkened room, Yunya swung the bat down onto the man's neck, causing him to collapse instantly. Clap! As the man fell atop her, the woman uttered in confusion. What? Has it ended? Upon opening her eyes and preparing to shove the man off, she suddenly caught sight of the charred, decaying figure behind her. Before Yunya could act, the woman screamed and fainted. This was for the best, sparing me the trouble. Yunya's gaze hardened as he descended into the basement, where he located 3 fishing nets typically used by the man during his outings at sea. He dragged all 3 individuals into the living room, binding their hands and feet with rope, gagging them, and then ensnaring them in the fishing nets, finally coming to a halt. Theo ensured there were no accidents. He cleared the area of sharp objects that could potentially cut the ropes, creating a blank space. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the bat striking echoed through the living room, awakening the 3 who had been rendered unconscious. What is happening? Why can't I move? The man, realizing he was bound and entangled in the fishing net with a rag stuffed in his mouth, began to thrash about violently. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark figure emerging from the kitchen, wielding a gleaming steak knife, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? What do you want? The man attempted to speak, but found himself utterly voiceless. Initially, he thought the shadow was merely a trick of the dim light. Yet when he beheld the charred, decaying skin and flesh, an overwhelming chill coursed through him. That moment, Li Yu and the woman also noticed the figure, and upon recognizing the grotesque form, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. Losing control of their bodily functions, the foul liquid flowed across the tiles, leaving Yunya feeling somewhat queasy. They were all curious about the identity of this figure, yet not one of them suspected it was Yunya. After all, in their minds, how could someone thrown into the fireplace still be alive? Seeing the man appear to want to say something, Yunya removed the rag from his mouth. After gagging a few times, the man immediately spoke. Hello, though I do not know what you intend to do. I beseech you not to kill us. I am wealthy. How much ransom do you desire? 1 million? Or 10 million? I can provide it all. Yunya observed the terror etched on the man's face, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. I do not desire wealth. I crave a life. Yunya let out a chilling laugh, the searing pain coursing through his body, fracturing his consciousness, plunging him into madness. After all, in this world, there exists no soul capable of enduring the searing flames. Even those who might withstand it would find their sanity irrevocably altered. No woo-woo. Before the man could utter another word, Yunya silenced him once more with a rag. Clutching a knife, Yunya commenced a slow, circling motion around the 3 individuals, the atmosphere thickening with palpable dread. Let us begin with you, he declared, selecting the youngest, Li Yu, for his dark intentions. After all, what could be more exhilarating than forcing one's parents to witness the dismemberment of their cherished child? Absolutely nothing. You tugged my hair with your right hand, did you not? Yunya pulled Li Yu's hand from the fishing net and, with a manic gleam in his eye, struck down with the blade. Crack! Blood erupted forth as a finger fell to the ground. The excruciating agony sent Li Yu writhing on the floor. He yearned to scream, to wail, yet all that escaped his lips were pitiful whimpers. Witnessing this scene, the man writhed in desperation, as if pleading, Do not harm my son, but spare me. Observing the man's frantic demeanor, Yunya's smile broadened, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Li Yu lay on the ground. He finally recognized the identity of his tormentor. Due to the flames that had seared his senses, Yunya's voice bore a slight alteration, making it difficult to identify. However, the mention of tugging his hair left no doubt that it could only be Yunya. Yunya skewered the severed flesh onto a dagger and began roasting it over the fireplace. A rich, charred aroma soon permeated the air, tantalizing the nostrils of the 3. Taste it. It will surely be delectable. Yunya's expression twisted into one of madness as he removed the rag from the man's mouth. Yet, regardless of how much Yunya gestured, the man stubbornly refused to part his lips. In exasperation, Yunya plunged the knife into the man's thigh, eliciting a harrowing scream. Seizing the moment, he force-fed the man the roasted flesh, violently shaking his head to ensure the succulent morsels slid down his throat. He laughed maniacally. Is it delicious? It must be exquisite, surely. The charred texture slid down the man's throat, only to be met with a wave of nausea that forced him to collapse and vomit onto the ground. Observing the mess, Yunya donned a look of disgust. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. He turned to the contorted Li Yu, a playful smile creeping across his face. He approached, yanked Li Yu by his hair, and dragged him towards the vomit. Pressing Li Yu's face into the mess, he rubbed it vigorously while cackling. How does today's meal taste? Noticing Li Yu's pallid complexion, he feigned surprise. Is it unpalatable? If so, then devour it all. Li Yu's face was rubbed in the filth for nearly a minute, and realizing that it merely smeared his features without any actual consumption, Yunya disdainfully tossed him aside. This was merely the beginning. The real fun was yet to come, so be sure to endure. Yunya chuckled darkly, the bloodied kitchen knife glinting ominously. He began to flail Yu's skin in a slow, deliberate manner, the blood and screams amplifying his delight. The woman and man, witnessing such brutality, were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear, losing control of their bodily functions. The mingling scent of blood and decay transformed the room into a nauseating chamber. At some point, the rag fell from the man's mouth, and his cries echoed throughout the room. Yet the soundproofing from the recent renovations ensured that no one above or below heard the horror unfolding. The man watched as his son was reduced from a living being to mere bones, his eyes gradually glazing over in shock. Your son has been dealt with. Now it is your turn. Do try to endure a little longer. Yunya wielded the blood-stained blade, his face splattered with crimson, and with a flick of his tongue, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. A ghastly expression overtaking him, the cold blade continued to carve into the man's flesh until, at last, he drew his final breath. Chapter 57. Blizzard from start to finish, the woman, gazing at the charred figure before her, was utterly stunned, her eyes vacant, even the act of trembling forgotten, as she sat motionless. Yunya turned and cast his gaze upon his mother, his sickly demeanor transforming into one of rage and hatred. He plunged the knife into the woman's palm, the intense pain jolting her back to reality. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yunya removed the rag from her mouth, caressing her cheek. Mother, why did you cast me into the fireplace without even confirming my fate? Why? His eyes were bloodshot, yet his voice remained tender. Crack! He stabbed into the woman's other hand. These hands, the ones that threw me into the flames. Do you comprehend the agony I endured? I felt as though countless insects were gnawing at my very being. I hurt so much. Mother! Crack! Yunya stabbed into the woman's thigh once more. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the charred man before her was her once delicate son. Yunya continued to stab his mother, each thrust accompanied by anguished cries. Why have you treated me so? Why? He persisted until she drew her last breath, continuing his relentless assault. When her face, arms, legs, and torso were riddled with a multitude of bloody holes, Yunya finally ceased his onslaught. He surveyed the three corpses and the scattered remnants of flesh, erupting into frenzied laughter. He had avenged himself. Ha ha ha! I have finally avenged myself. Father, look! I have killed them all. Look at this perfect work of art. Yunya nailed the three corpses to the wall, gazing upon them with the same morbid fascination one might reserve for the crucified Christ. The frigid sensation that had slipped from his cheek was replaced by the resumption of a once stilled heart. Yunya opened his eyes, beholding the snowflakes descending from the sky, his surroundings transformed into a silver frost-laden wasteland. As he slowly emerged from the pit, snow, he gazed at the falling flakes, recalling the sensation of being engulfed in flames. A faint smile gracing his lips, it reminded him of that fateful night 8 years prior, when the snow had fallen just as heavily. But wait, it was only October. It should be swelteringly hot, so how could it be snowing now? Regardless, it was a bit chilly. He needed to find some shelter from the cold. Yunya, his body already tinged with a bluish hue, hurriedly ran towards the city. Although he possessed the ability to reconstruct his cellular structure for self-healing, if the cold were to render his cells inactive, it would spell disaster. Inside the shop, Feng Lingyun Tian and Jiang Ling had, under Yuna's treatment, returned to their former condition. Suddenly, the back door swung open, and Chimu entered, brushing the snow from his shoulders. His expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. This is so strange. How can it be snowing at this time? Within the shop, everyone had returned, each taking turns receiving treatment, save for Zhou Feiyu. How are you all faring? Chimu surveyed the group, noting the bandages adorning their bodies, and his brow furrowed in concern. We sustained minor injuries, but nothing grave, Kai Chuhan replied, glancing towards the warehouse. We captured 2 prisoners in the warehouse. They are still alive. I plan to take them back for research, if you have no objections. None at all, Chimu replied. We suffered some injuries, but so did they. They received a phone call and suddenly departed. Kylie added, and you too, Jiangling and Yuntian? Your injuries seem severe. We are fine, Captain, Zhang Li smiled that I'm all right. Feng Lingyun Tian responded while feeding Chi-Chi beef jerky. That's good. Chimu nodded with a smile. By the way, what is up with this bizarre weather? It's only October, right? Why is it snowing so heavily? Zhang Ling questioned. Outside, the sky was cloaked in ominous clouds, the falling snow completely blanketing the ground and rooftops, transforming the city into a world of silvery splendor. Thank goodness the shop is equipped with ample air conditioning. Otherwise, we would surely freeze to death. Lin Mingming shivered, covering her ears with her rabbit plush. Let's turn on the television. There should be news coverage, she suggested. She switched on the television, adjusting it to the news channel, where coverage of the storm was currently airing. A nationwide blizzard has struck. According to the Meteorological Bureau, this snowfall is expected to last at least a week. Please take necessary measures to stay warm. Chapter 58. Returning home nationwide? That can't be right. Snow falling simultaneously across the entire country? How could that be? Is it snowing in the south, in Guangshan as well? She exclaimed. After all, who doesn't know that snow is an infrequent visitor in the region surrounding Guangshan? Change the channel. There should be some southern programs, Zhang Ling suggested. All right. She began to flip through the channels, but regardless of which CityS news program she landed on, the content remained eerily consistent, as though they had all coordinated the same script. Word for word. In essence, the message was clear. Everyone should remain safely indoors, and the blizzard would cease within a week. However, would this snow truly come to an end? Feng Lingyun Tian absent-mindedly rubbed the head of his peculiar companion, Chi-Chi, before turning his expressionless gaze towards Chi-Mu and inquiring. For reasons unknown, the ominous clouds in the sky instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Who can predict the whims of nature? Once the mission had concluded, Chi-Mu suggested, let us all take our leave in vehicles. Otherwise, after some time, the roads may become impassable. Just then, Kai Chuhan's phone rang, and after he answered, he nodded and turned to Chi-Mu, stating, an associate from my company has come to pick me up. I shall take my leave. Very well, Chi-Mu replied with a nod. At that moment, two men clad in black entered the room, and upon Kai Chuhan's directive, they escorted the two captives away. Witnessing this, Lin Shi and the others exchanged farewells before departing one by one in their vehicles. Let us also take our leave, Zhua Feiyu suggested, glancing at Feng Lingyun Tian. Zhua, I wish to return home with Chi-Chi first. With such heavy snowfall, I doubt there are still officers stationed at my residence. It has been quite a while. Feng Lingyun Tian explained. That is agreeable, Zhua Feiyu smiled slightly, having no objections. Feng Lingyun Tian felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of overstaying in another's home. It was always more comfortable in one's own abode. Then let us return to fetch my sword, and I shall drive you back afterward. All right, thank you, Brother Zhua. I can simply take a taxi when the time comes. Just as the two were preparing to depart, they noticed Chi-Mu still seated in the shop. Zhua Feiyu curiously asked, aren't you leaving? I will stay here for a while to enjoy some drinks before departing. Chi-Mu replied with a smile. Very well then. Feng Lingyun Tian and Chi-Chi returned to Zhua Feiyu's residence to retrieve the black sword, after which they hailed a taxi back to their home. During the journey, he consciously separated his soul to survey the area, finding no suspicious individuals before returning to his body and entering the house. It's so cold, Feng Lingyun Tian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Had it not been for Chi-Chi providing warmth, he would have surely succumbed to the chill in his thin clothing while surveying the situation. Glancing at the human outline drawn in white lines and the labels affixed around the room, he understood that this place had undergone a meticulous investigation previously. He switched on the heating and tore off all the labels, tossing them into the trash before comfortably reclining on the sofa. As he gazed out at the vast expanse of white, an unusual sensation welled within him. The heavy snowfall had arrived so abruptly. Just hours earlier, the temperature had been a balmy 27 or 28 degrees, and now it had plummeted to -17. Would this snowstorm truly last for a week? Feng Lingyun Tian pondered, checking the time. He noted it was already past 1 in the morning, prompting him to wash up and lie down in bed. Until he drifted off to sleep, his mind replayed the events of the day. He had intended to utilize a particular technique to eliminate both opponents simultaneously, yet he was taken aback when they countered with equal force, nullifying his attack and exhausting him. This battle had rendered him a touch wiser. In future confrontations, he resolved to retain some energy for himself, rather than entirely depleting his strength to the point of being unable to walk. Despite the hours that had passed, his complexion remained unnaturally pale. The night passed in silence. Upon waking, Feng Lingyun Tian washed up and was taken aback by the scene outside. The entire city lay buried beneath the snow. The accumulation appeared to be around 3 meters deep, completely submerging the first floor of buildings. This is no ordinary snowfall, Feng Lingyun Tian thought, utterly astonished, unable to fathom the reality of the scene before him. Thankfully, there was heating in the house. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death. I recall there are some winter clothes stored away. I must retrieve them to prepare. He rummaged through his parents' wardrobe, finding the winter attire, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, everything is still here. Observing the still falling snow outside, he felt compelled to venture out and assess the severity of the snow disaster. He donned his winter coat, padded pants, down jacket, and insulated boots, instructing Chi-Chi to stay put before stepping out the door. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, he peered through the glass door of the corridor, only to find it completely blocked by snow. The only way out appeared to be jumping from the second floor. Feng Lingyun Tian scanned his surroundings, noticing others sharing his curiosity, all peering downwards while silently hoping the snowfall would persist, allowing them to skip work. That moment, a man suddenly approached Feng Lingyun Tian. "Aren't you the child from the Feng family? I recall your parents had an incident recently. The police have been searching for you without success." The man, appearing to be in his 40s, scrutinized Feng Lingyun Tian with a puzzled expression. However, his next words rendered him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Who are you? Are we acquainted? Spare me your idle chatter," Feng Lingyun Tian retorted before turning to enter the elevator. Such a piece of work. Lacking manners, the man muttered under his breath, but unfortunately, his words did not reach Feng Lingyun Tian's ears. Had Feng Lingyun Tian heard it, he would have only scoffed inwardly. Manners? That is a concept meant for those we care about. Why should I feign a smile for a stranger? Isn't that exhausting? In his world, aside from Chi-Chi, nothing else warranted his concern, thus rendering the notion of manners irrelevant. Upon returning indoors, a wave of warmth enveloped Feng Lingyun Tian, bringing him immense comfort. Yet, he soon noticed something peculiar. Despite having set the air conditioning to its highest setting, the warmth felt less intense than the previous day. He glanced at the thermometer on the wall, which revealed a temperature of only 22 degrees, a far cry from the 28 degrees of yesterday. The heating system malfunctioning. He inspected the air conditioning unit, confirming that both the temperature and heating settings were functioning correctly, with hot air blowing at maximum intensity. Therefore, the only explanation could be that the external temperature had dropped significantly, causing the indoor temperature to decline as well. How could this be? What could the temperature outside possibly be? Feng Lingyun Tian retrieved a thermometer, opened the window, and extended his hand outside. The biting cold wind, mixed with swirling snow, struck his face, sending a chilling sensation through him. After about 30 seconds, he withdrew the thermometer and examined it closely, his eyes widening in shock. The external temperature had plummeted to -47 degrees. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that this snowstorm would persist for some time, and the temperature was likely to drop even further. Chapter 59. Power Outage Kyoto. In the office of the commander of the Spirit Burial Corps, Xiaoyi sat in a chair, gazing vacantly at the snow scene outside. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Xiaoyi said. The door swung open, and a man clad in white entered, carrying a document in his hands. "Commander, based on the experts' assessments, the outcome of this snow disaster is already determinable," the secretary reported. His brow furrowed, his expression grim. "What is the verdict? Does it align with our predictions?" Xiaoyi asked, rising with urgency, his demeanor serious. Indeed, the secretary nodded, his face growing increasingly somber. "Alas," Xiaoyi sighed, moving to the window to observe the snow outside. A look of desolation crossing his features. "I had pondered why other countries faced such calamities while ours seemed spared. I mistakenly thought we were fortunate, yet it has turned out to be quite the opposite. Commander, what should we do next? This snowstorm shows no signs of abating. The forecast claims it will last for a week. If it continues without pause, countless lives will undoubtedly be lost," the secretary urged anxiously. "Dispatch several ice and fire attribute abilities users, those more resistant to the cold, to see if they can locate that Diablo level entity. Beyond that, we have no other options," Xiaoyi replied, his brow furrowed deeply. With his capabilities, he could affect only 3 surrounding cities at most. The prospect of a nationwide snow disaster instigated by such a formidable cursed spirit was unfathomable. He could not imagine the dire state of Huaxia if this snowstorm were to persist indefinitely. Fortunately, I still have some food at home. Feng Lingyun Tian rummaged through the cupboards, discovering a box of instant noodles, 10 bottles of chilled cola, 3 bags of potato chips, 10 sausages, and a bag of uncooked rice and flour. Additionally, he had an ample supply of cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. These provisions would sustain him for a considerable time. Thus, the blizzard continued unabated for an entire week. During this period, there were no communications or exchanges among individuals. On this day, Feng Lingyun Tian awoke to find the interior of his home exceedingly cold. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover the temperature had plummeted to a mere 12 degrees. He immediately checked the air conditioning, only to find the display light was off. Has it broken? Feng Lingyun Tian pressed the remote several times without response, suspecting the batteries were dead. After replacing them, he confirmed it was not the air conditioning but rather a power outage. He flicked the light switches several times, but there was still no reaction. Could this be due to the blizzard causing a power failure? Surely, the external wiring and circuit boards couldn't have frozen. He inspected the circuit breaker in the room, discovering it had tripped. He attempted to reset it, but it would not stay up. Never mind, I'm a bit hungry. I should eat something. Thankfully, his home utilized natural gas, so as long as the gas tank remained, he could ignite a flame. After preparing a pack of instant noodles and adding a sausage, he filled his belly before serving Chi-Chi a portion of dog food and dressing warmly in his winter coat before stepping out the door. Upon exiting the room, he found himself constrained to descend the stairs, as the elevator had succumbed to a power outage. However, with each step downward, he perceived a chilling drop in temperature, by the time he reached the 7th or 8th floor. The stairwell's walls and floor had been adorned with a layer of frost, presenting a treacherous risk of slipping and plummeting. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he discovered that heavy snow had completely buried it, leaving a multitude of displaced individuals huddled together, wrapped in blankets and winter coats, seeking refuge between the 3rd and 5th floors. Puzzled, Feng Lingyun Tian muttered to himself, what could compel this group to take shelter here? A woman, appearing to be in her 50s and with a pallid complexion, overheard his murmurs and spoke up. We are all here for the same reason. The immense pressure of the snow has shattered the windows, resulting in our rooms being entirely inundated. We have nowhere else to go, she spoke. A wave of sorrow washed over her, recalling how even the provisions in her home had been consumed by the snow. She and her family had attempted to dig their way out with their hands, but their fingers had grown numb from the cold. Others among the group only possessed a few plastic toys belonging to children, rendering them utterly incapable of excavating several meters of snow. I see. Feng Lingyun Tian replied with an expression of understanding, casting his gaze over the beleaguered residents around him, yet feeling no trace of compassion within. Excuse me, young man, the woman implored, glancing at the rosy-cheeked 3-year-old girl nestled beside her. Surely you must have some provisions to spare. My granddaughter has gone 2 days without food. Her husband joined her, his eyes pleading. They had been rebuffed when seeking sustenance from others, for no one could predict when the blizzard would relent. Feng Lingyun Tian regarded the couple with a hint of sympathy and remarked, Indeed, that is a tragic plight. The couple's hearts lifted at this glimmer of hope. Perhaps he would assist them. However, his expression soon shifted, and with a slight smirk, he added, But what concern is that of mine? Having assessed the current situation, he lost interest in lingering and re-entered the stairwell. The couple stared in astonishment at the retreating figure of the young man. They had anticipated a gesture of kindness upon witnessing his smile, yet were taken aback by his refusal and mockery instead. How could someone be so heartless? They pondered. Indeed, he is so young, yet devoid of any sympathy. Old man, did you manage to bring back any food? The woman inquired. No, no one is willing to lend us anything, the man replied, shaking his head. What shall we do? If Jiajia doesn't eat soon, her health will deteriorate. Overwhelmed by their dire situation and the well-being of her granddaughter, the woman began to weep, covering her face in despair. Back at home, Feng Lingyun Tian surveyed the scant provisions remaining, furrowing his brow. These supplies might last another 3 days, after which only rice will remain. I cannot sustain myself on that alone. Chi-Chi, come with me. We must seek out food, he said, affectionately ruffling the head of his husky. A genuine smile crept across his face. In this bleak world, the only source of authentic joy was the presence of this dog. Ow! Chi-Chi barked in excitement, bouncing around in a gleeful manner that made Feng Ling Yuntian chuckle. Dressed in a winter coat, boots, and a hat with ear flaps, he took up his dark sword and led Chi-Chi out the door. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he observed the residents sprawled across the corridor and shattered a nearby glass window. As he and Chi-Chi prepared to climb through, a man's furious voice erupted behind him. "What are you doing?" The man, in his 30s and a resident of the 3rd floor, had also been trapped by the snow and sought refuge there. Although the corridor was freezing, he had managed to bring out bedding to keep warm. However, Feng Ling Yuntian's actions allowed the frigid wind to invade the already bitterly cold space, causing the already trembling occupants to grow even more pallid. "What is the matter?" Feng Ling Yuntian turned to regard the man with a frosty glare. The man, feeling the chill of that gaze, swallowed hard and stammered, "You broke the window. The cold is seeping in. We could easily fall ill, Dado. And what of it? What happens to you is of no concern to me." With a derisive chuckle, Feng Ling Yuntian leaped into the snow. "Let us go, Chi-Chi." "Woof!" Chi-Chi barked and leapt out through the window. As they departed, the man cursed under his breath before retreating to wrap himself in his blankets more tightly. At that moment, someone questioned, "What are they off to do?" "Who knows? I saw that boy wielding a sword. Could he possibly be planning to rob someone? Who can say? With this window broken, I think I shall head to a higher floor." One individual remarked, gathering their bedding and making their way up the stairs. The rest followed suit, climbing to the upper levels. Feng Ling Yuntian and Chi-Chi traversed the glistening white ground towards the largest supermarket nearby. Recalling it from memory, although there was a convenience store at the entrance of their neighborhood, it only sold snacks, which were unsuitable for a proper meal, so he prioritized the larger supermarket that was closest to him. Upon arriving at the buried supermarket, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had previously refrained from visiting due to the exorbitant prices, only to now find himself in a position to take what he pleased. With a swift motion, he shattered a glass panel with his sword and, accompanied by Chi-Chi, entered the store. They found themselves on the 4th floor, which housed clothing. Since it was October, many winter garments had already been displayed. He selected the most opulent store and was astonished to find a down jacket priced at over 20,000. "Have they lost their minds?" he exclaimed. "Forget it. I'll take them all. They are mine." Feng Ling Yuntian stuffed 10 down jackets into bags from the store. Glancing at his haul, he frowned, realizing that while he had secured plenty of clothing, he still needed food. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grinned at Chi-Chi. "Can you grow to that size again, like last time?" Chi-Chi barked in response, and a swirling cloak of black flames enveloped him. His body expanded rapidly, growing even larger than before. Reaching a length of 4 meters, the flowing black fur radiated an air of majesty and power. Feng Ling Yuntian tore apart an expensive-looking thin jacket to fashion a rope, tying all the bags together. He instructed Chi-Chi to crouch down, securing the bags on his back before nodding in satisfaction. Chi-Chi, however, wore an expression of indignation, feeling reduced to a mere pack animal. "Let us go," Feng Ling Yuntian said as they made their way downstairs. The escalators in the entire mall had ceased to operate, so the pair descended on foot. He recalled that the food section should be located in the basement level. Upon finally reaching the 1st floor and surveying the array of food items, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. He selected various meats, seafood, fruits, and an assortment of bread and snacks, filling 10 large bags to the brim. Just as he prepared to leave, 7 men clad in expensive winter coats burst onto the scene. These individuals were security guards for the supermarket, who typically work night shifts. They had been present in the store, expecting the snowfall to cease overnight. However, upon awakening the next day, they found the 1st floor entirely buried. Their dormitory was on the ground level, now likely covered in snow, leaving them no choice but to remain in the store. Initially, they had felt discomfort, but as days passed with no customers, they casually took supplies from the shelves in the basement. Having been engaged in a card game in the break room, they had rushed over upon hearing commotion, only to find someone greedily taking the store's goods. "Put that down and leave, or don't blame us for making you regret it," one of the men shouted. Yet, when he caught sight of the enormous black beast behind the boy, he began to tremble in fear. "So there are still people here," Feng Ling Yuntian observed, feigning surprise. "Want it?" Noticing their trepidation, he smiled while affectionately stroking Chi-Chi. adopting a mocking demeanor. The man opened and closed his mouth, yet no words emerged. Don't want it? If not, I shall take my leave. Feng Ling Yuntian turned as if to depart. But suddenly, one of the men drew a pistol and aimed it at Chi-Chi's head. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated throughout the basement, and the men exchanged gleeful glances as they beheld Chi-Chi collapse. This weapon had been discovered in the boss's office, containing only one bullet. They had brought it for self-defense, never expecting it would be needed today. Ha! Though I know not what this creature is. It is dead now. You, boy, should just... The man's triumphant laughter was abruptly cut short as Chi-Chi slowly rose, his mouth agape in shock, eyes wide as saucers. A black flame ignited at the sight of the gunshot wound. Rapidly healing Chi-Chi's injury, Feng Ling Yuntian's expression darkened as a wave of murderous intent surged through him. Had Chi-Chi not possessed the ability to resurrect, that shot would have spelled its demise. This incident also instilled a sense of caution within him. He must be wary of others wielding firearms in the future. He had not anticipated this danger. Should they have aimed at him? He might have met his end here. You can die now. Feng Ling Yuntian unsheathed his dark sword and charged toward the 7 men like a specter. The rigorous training he had undergone in recent days enabled him to wield the sword with ease, and his agility had improved significantly. The 7 individuals were taken aback, swiftly drawing small knives from their pockets in a bid to resist their opponent. Yet, under the overwhelming force and weaponry, their heads were severed one by one. Blood spilling profusely across the ground, as he gazed upon the 7 lifeless bodies, Feng Ling Yuntian shifted his attention to Chi-Chi, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Are you all right? He inquired. Chi-Chi shook his head. That's good to hear. He pressed a hand to his chest and let out a deep sigh. He then pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, We still need their remains for sustenance. Could you set a small fire to reduce them to ashes? Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, and flames danced down upon the 7 figures, in a mere 8 seconds. The black flames consumed them entirely, turning them into nothing but ash. Even the tiles beneath them succumbed to the heat, leaving 7 distinct depressions. Chapter 61. Dread carrying their supplies, Feng Ling Yuntian returned to the vicinity of the residential complex. Due to Chi-Chi's large stature, which prevented him from fitting into the stairwell, he instructed Chi-Chi to shrink once more and to grasp the 10 bundles of clothing in his mouth, enabling them to slip through the shattered glass. However, as he entered, he noted that the snow had thickened slightly, increasing by at least 10 centimeters since the glass had been broken. Upon entering the building, he exhaled a cloud of mist and ascended the staircase alongside Chi-Chi. To his surprise, he discovered that everyone on the 4th floor had vanished, leaving him puzzled. Yet, upon reaching the 5th floor, he was met with a throng of people, many of whom he recognized from the 4th floor. Upon seeing Feng Ling Yuntian return, their faces contorted in disdain. However, when they caught sight of the provisions and clothing in his hands, their expressions brightened with hope. It dawned on them that he had brought supplies for them. What a good person! They had misjudged the boy. Thank you. Thank you. This must be the supplies you gathered for us, right? Please, just hand them over, and I will distribute them among everyone. There were only 10 pieces of clothing, so they would have to draw lots, but there was plenty of food to feed everyone on the 5th floor. A man reached out to grab the bags from Feng Ling Yuntian, only to be met with a swift kick to the gut, sending him tumbling several meters away, coughing violently. What do you think you're doing? Who do you think fetched these supplies for you? Have some shame, Feng Ling Yuntian scoffed, turning to head toward another staircase. That moment, the crowd realized he had not come to assist them but had brought supplies for himself. Suddenly, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s with striking features, spoke up. What's wrong with you? Why not share some of that food with us? You can't possibly consume all of it by yourself. Indeed, we're all from the same building. It's not right to just look after yourself. You can't just stand by while we suffer, can you? The crowd began to voice their grievances against Feng Ling Yuntian, accusing him of lacking compassion. Yet, in this world, those who possess empathy and cherish relationships are often the most unfortunate. Those who are too polite to refuse requests inevitably become targets for exploitation. Good deeds are overlooked, while burdens are solely placed upon them, knowing full well they would not reject the demands of others. Conversely, those devoid of propriety are not shackled by moral obligations, can refuse requests, and avoid meddling in others' affairs. They soon find their lives transformed into a realm of leisure and vibrancy, free from the weight of trivial matters. Please, could you spare some food for me? A woman approached Feng Ling Yuntian, cradling an infant who appeared to be merely a few months old. Her eyes were red, clearly having shed tears. My child hasn't eaten in 2 days and has developed a fever. Please, save my child. I don't need much, just a piece of bread will suffice. Will you? The woman was deeply distressed, her yearning gaze fixed upon the provisions Feng Ling Yuntian held. You want bread? Feng Ling Yuntian raised an eyebrow. Yes, I beg you. The woman nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. But why should I give you anything? Whether your child lives or dies is of no concern to me. He replied, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humanity? That was extinguished long ago. The woman, who had anticipated a charitable gesture, was taken aback by Feng Ling Yuntian's cold-hearted words. How could you be so callous? Just share a little. It's not like you lack resources. Someone shouted angrily. Oh really? Before the snowstorm, why didn't you go to Gu Factory or Alibaba and ask for money? They have plenty to spare, don't they? Feng Ling Yuntian chuckled inwardly at their naivety. If you don't hand over your supplies today, you'll never set foot on this floor again. A man in his 30s, bearing a scar across his face, shouted in anger. He had been incarcerated in the past, but having turned over a new leaf, he was now on the brink of starvation and could no longer afford to uphold legal constraints. The man brandished a stick, blocking the staircase and preventing Feng Ling Yuntian from ascending. Everyone, let us go. Seize him and the supplies will be ours. Scarface incited the crowd to rob Feng Ling Yuntian. A few individuals began to rise, spurred on by Scarface's encouragement. Observing this, Feng Ling Yuntian sighed, placing 2 bags on the ground as he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, a flash of silver. And blood gushed forth. Scarface's head rolled to the floor, his stick clattering in a cacophony of sound. The splattered blood painted the faces of the onlookers, causing them to recoil in terror and scream in horror. Feng Ling Yuntian let out a cold snort, holding 2 bags in one hand while his sword pierced through Scarface's skull, with one hand clutching the severed head and the other grasping the supplies. He steadily made his way up the staircase. This scene did not go unnoticed by the crowd on the 5th floor, their faces pale with fear. Those who had been blocking the staircase quickly parted, making way for him. This boy must be a demon. This thought echoed in the minds of all present. As Feng Ling Yuntian's figure vanished from view, someone suddenly reacted, letting out a shriek, "Murderer!" The occupants of the 6th floor, hearing the commotion, turned to see what was amiss. However, what they beheld was a bloodied head floating ominously toward them. The sight rendered many pale, with some collapsing to the ground in shock. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed within the staircase as a blood-soaked youth approached. Wielding a dark sword that had pierced the skull in that moment, they realized they were not witnessing a ghost but a murderer. A sense of relief washed over them. Wait a minute, a murderer? As the realization dawned upon them, they gazed at the approaching blood-stained youth, whose once handsome features were now marred by gore, appearing utterly sinister. Everyone recoiled, afraid to draw any closer, lest they too become victims. Amusement flickered within Feng Ling Yuntian as he observed their terrified expressions. Unlike the 5th floor, he faced no obstruction and successfully ascended to the 7th floor. They were acutely aware of the supplies in his possession, but the sight of the bloodied head left them too fearful to approach for a request or a theft. Thus, Feng Ling Yuntian traversed through all the occupied floors, reaching his home on the 14th floor without incident. Upon entering his room, to prevent any potential trouble, he sought out a length of rope to bind the head and affixed it to his door with nails. Having completed this peculiar task, he finally felt at ease enough to enter his room and prepare a delicious meal for himself. Chapter 62. Anticipations after the snowstorm. After preparing lunch, Feng Ling Yuntian commenced the morning exercises he had previously neglected. Unbeknownst to him, his neighbors next door, upon stepping outside to assess the situation, were horrified to find the head nailed at his door, leaving them paralyzed with fear. They contemplated calling the police, only to find the line permanently disconnected, as if the phone lines had been severed. For several days, they dared not venture outside. When Su Kuyang noticed that Feng Ling Yuntian had returned, she intended to greet him, but upon seeing the head at his door, she recoiled in terror. She suspected that the charming Yuntian next door was no longer the same person. Even her parents advised her to stay indoors, As their supplies dwindled, Feng Ling Yuntian resolved to venture out once more. By then, the indoor temperature had plummeted to -28 degrees, while the outside world faced a chilling -58. Frost coated the glass, obscuring any view of the outside. Grasping his sword and accompanied by Chi-Chi, Feng Ling Yuntian stepped outside once more. However, as he descended, he discovered bloodstains scattered everywhere. The group that had been camped in the stairwell had vanished, leaving him puzzled. How strange. Feng Ling Yuntian promptly selected an individual seated nearby. Grasping his collar and inquiring curiously, "Weren't there many people in the stairwell before? Where have they all gone?" The man trembled, as if rendered speechless by fear. His complexion was devoid of color, and he appeared emaciated. Likely having gone without food for some time, he recognized the boy before him, the very embodiment of death. Yet, his overwhelming terror left him unable to articulate a single word. Feng Ling Yuntian released him and, from his pocket, produced a piece of bread, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Tell me, this piece of bread is yours now." The man's throat bobbed slightly, his stuttering ceased. "On the third day after you left." Some couldn't hold out any longer. Others remembered a family that kept several dogs and broke in, killing the family and then cooking them into a dog meat hot pot. Subsequently, such occurrences became incessant. Those desperate individuals stormed into the homes of others, committing unspeakable atrocities of murder, arson, and pillage. In the end, they even resorted to Datu. The man's throat quivered slightly, his teeth chattering as he uttered, "In the end? They actually cooked people. Cannibalism?" Feng Ling Yuntian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was something he had never anticipated, that the phenomenon of eating human flesh would emerge. "Indeed, they cooked people," the man affirmed. "Is this situation prevalent?" Feng Ling Yuntian inquired. Approximately 70% chose this course of action, while the remaining 10%, like myself, refused to partake in cannibalism. The other 20% were almost entirely killed by others. Prepared as sustenance. "Oh, that was the case." Feng Ling Yuntian nodded. The man, observing Feng Ling Yuntian's nod, slowly turned to leave, but felt an urge to stop him, yet hesitated to actually reach out. "Is there something else?" Feng Ling Yuntian asked, puzzled. "You promised the bread." The man's throat moved, hoping the other would not take offense. If it was not possible, he could forego it, provided he wasn't killed, though he knew his own time was limited. "I apologize, I forgot." Feng Ling Yuntian's lips twitched as he tossed the bread to the man. Gratefully receiving it, the man hurriedly expressed his thanks and ravenously tore open the packaging to devour the bread. The surrounding individuals observed this with greedy expressions, yet, due to Feng Ling Yuntian's presence, they dared not snatch it away. Watching the man eat with such fervor, Feng Ling Yuntian questioned, "Why do you not venture out in search of supplies? Do you intend to simply wait and perish?" After finishing his meal, the man pounded his chest and replied, "We lack warm clothing. It is manageable in the corridor, but once outside, we would likely freeze before even finding supplies." Most of these individuals resided in rented accommodations, possessing merely 2 pieces of warm clothing, sufficient for mild cold, but with temperatures plummeting below -50, venturing outside would spell certain death. Observing the attire of these individuals, Feng Ling Yuntian noted that aside from a slightly thicker blanket, the rest were merely autumn garments, offering little warmth. He turned to leave, but upon reaching the 4th floor, he discovered that the snow had already engulfed it. The stairwell was laden with snow, prompting him to return to the 5th floor and shatter a pane of glass once more. As he leaped out the window, he was astonished to find that the heavy snowfall had ceased. The relentless snow had finally come to a halt. Over the next few months, the snowmelt should gradually commence. Contemplating this, Feng Ling Yuntian's brow furrowed. With nearly 13 meters of accumulated snow, once it melted, the entire city would likely be reduced to ruins. Such a scenario would be far more terrifying than a 100-meter tsunami. After all, this was a nationwide snowfall. Should it melt, the entire country would be inundated. Perhaps he ought to consider how to address the impending situation. However, the thawing of the snow would require some time. After such prolonged low temperatures, even with the sun's emergence, immediate melting was unlikely. Not dwelling further on this, he and Chi-Chi made their way back to the previously visited shopping mall. "Big brother, someone is approaching." A young man with dyed yellow hair raised a pair of binoculars. Spotting a figure with a dog in the distance, and promptly alerted his 15 companions engaged in a game of werewolf. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their game and gathered around the yellow-haired man. The leader, a man aged between 25 and 30, took the binoculars and, upon seeing a boy accompanied by a dog, his expression brightened. "Brothers, there's a dog," he exclaimed with excitement. "Really? That's fantastic. We can have dog meat hot pot." One among them began to envision the scene of savoring a steaming hot pot, drooling at the thought. They had arrived at this supermarket the day after Feng Lingyun Tian's departure. This group comprised a band of bikers who typically reveled in racing their motorcycles through the streets. Now, in the wake of the snow disaster, they had banded together to seize the supermarket. Others had previously attempted to procure supplies from this location, only to be met with refusal and subsequently slaughtered by the bikers when they tried to force their way in. Those bodies now lay buried beneath the snow. "Brothers, secure the goods. If they attempt to rob us, just kill them. After all, the surveillance is entirely offline. Even if life returns to normal later, no one will know we were the ones who did it," the leader enthusiastically proclaimed, his large knife itching for action. Chapter 63. Massacre. As Feng Lingyun Tian gradually approached the supermarket, Chi-Chi suddenly began howling. "What's wrong?" Feng Lingyun Tian inquired, confused. "A woof." Chi-Chi gestured towards the direction of the supermarket. "Are you suggesting there are people inside?" Feng Lingyun Tian raised an eyebrow. "A woof." Chi-Chi nodded. With Chi-Chi's prompting, Feng Lingyun Tian became increasingly vigilant as he neared the supermarket. The previously shattered glass had been concealed, forcing him to select a higher pane instead. With a crash, the glass shattered, scattering shards across the ground. Feng Lingyun Tian scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was present before preparing to slip into the supermarket. Just as his head emerged, a figure wielding a kitchen knife leaped down from above. "Ah!" the youth screamed, the knife slicing through the air decisively without hesitation. Feng Lingyun Tian's heart raced, and he swiftly retracted his head. Clang! The crisp sound of the blade striking the ground left a mark on the pristine tiles. The youth, surveying the now damaged knife, shouted, "Boss, I'm sorry, I missed." He scratched his head, his face full of regret. "Forget it. You're utterly useless." The leader emerged from behind a shelf, wielding a cleaver. At the same moment, others began to reveal themselves from behind various shelves. Feng Lingyun Tian counted a total of 16 individuals, all appearing quite young, the youngest of whom was barely 20. Feng Lingyun Tian felt a chill creeping up his neck, instinctively aware of the danger behind him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and the foolishness of his assailant, who had shouted, allowed him to evade the attack. It is vital, when attempting a sneak attack, to refrain from shouting anything that reveals your presence. Such behavior is utterly foolish. "Kid, leave the dog behind and get out of here. In consideration of the dog meat hot pot you're bringing us, we can spare your life. However, the supplies in the supermarket are off limits. If you want them, you'll have to go elsewhere." The leader's gaze fixated on the fluffy husky, envisioning a delightful meal for his band of miscreants. "You want to eat my dog?" Feng Lingyun Tian raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, and if you refuse, you won't survive to leave this place." Beside the man, all 16 companions displayed sinister smiles, brandishing their gleaming silver knives. Should Feng Lingyun Tian dare to turn and flee, they would undoubtedly pursue him, overwhelming him with their blades. "Did you hear that, Chi-Chi? They want to eat you." Feng Lingyun Tian chuckled as he ruffled the dog's head. Chi-Chi understood perfectly that it had once been rather foolish. No, it had possessed a wise demeanor. However, since its revival and acquisition of superpowers, its intelligence had steadily aligned with that of a human child. Now possessing the cognitive abilities of a 12-year-old, it comprehended human speech entirely. Chi-Chi bared its teeth, revealing blood-red gums, its eyes glaring furiously at the 16 individuals before them, emitting low growls. Its body began to swell, enveloped in flames, rapidly growing to a length of 4 meters. As the flames receded, the sight of its massive, black-furred form sent waves of terror through the 16 men. Some, overwhelmed by fear, dropped their knives, the clattering echoing through the air. A monster. One youth turned and fled, disappearing behind the shelves. The others, realizing the danger, attempted to escape, but Chi-Chi denied them the opportunity. Utilizing its immense size, it shattered the glass completely, charging into the supermarket, wielding its razor-sharp claws to reap the lives of these individuals one by one. They dared to think of consuming it. They were truly courting death. It despised those who indulged in eating dog meat. In less than a minute, with the exception of the first fleeing yellow-haired boy, all 15 were torn to shreds and, under Feng Lingyun Tian's orders, their remains were incinerated to ashes. Let me see where that fellow escaped to. Feng Lingyun Tian smirked, slowly unsheathing his sword as he walked towards the direction the boy had fled. The boy, hiding within a locker, trembled in fear, praying he would not be discovered as a monster. Such a massive creature could only be described as a monster. He had never seen a dog so enormous. The boy's face turned pale, feeling increasingly cold. Unbeknownst to him, within his hiding place, in the corner of his bag, lay an octagonal stone. The stone, sensing the overwhelming aura of death and the boy's terror within the supermarket, emitted a faint dark glow. As the cursed stone absorbed the terrifying energy, its radiance intensified. While Feng Lingyun Tian searched for the fleeing boy within the supermarket, he suddenly sensed something approaching from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see the souls of the deceased racing past him at a terrifying speed, heading into the distance. What on earth? Feng Lingyun Tian furrowed his brow and immediately accelerated in pursuit. The 15 vengeful spirits flew towards the dressing room, merging seamlessly with the cursed stone. In an instant, a dark shadow enveloped the cursed stone, with the energy of the vengeful spirits fueling it. A figure rapidly began to grow around the cursed stone. The boy, hidden within the locker, felt an uncomfortable pressure from behind, sensing that something was amiss. Turning his head, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. His heart abruptly ceased to beat. 3 seconds later, the still heart began to thump once more. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly emerged from the wardrobe, trembling as he leaned against the wall, gazing at the rapidly expanding shadow. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until it finally halted at a diameter of 4 meters. The iron wardrobe exploded under the immense pressure of the shadow, causing the young man's legs to weaken, and he fell to his knees, crawling step by step towards the exit. The shadow slowly approached him, seizing his leg and hoisting him upside down. "Help! Help me!" the boy screamed in terror, his heart racing with overwhelming fear. Hearing the cries, Feng Lingyun Tian dashed towards the sound. What followed left him in shock. The shadow opened its gaping maw, engulfing the boy's head in one swift motion, crunching down and devouring him whole. Including his bones, blood gushed from his neck, staining the surrounding ground and walls crimson. Feng Lingyun Tian stared at the headless corpse, his eyes narrowing slightly in death. The nerves of the body still twitched, the boy's limbs spasming as if he were freshly slaughtered meat. The creature hurled the boy's lifeless body into the wardrobe, its gaze toward Feng Lingyun Tian filled with hatred. Strange, this monster seems to harbor an intense hatred towards me. What could be the reason? Feng Lingyun Tian pondered. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This cursed spirit likely absorbed the vengeful souls of those he had just encountered, hence its profound animosity towards him. Chapter 64, Incurable Level. What luck to encounter a cursed spirit. A smirk crept onto Feng Lingyun Tian's lips. Having absorbed so many souls, this cursed spirit's power would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, its form remained shrouded in darkness, suggesting it could not be exceedingly strong. Thus, it should be killable. After all, he had fully absorbed the cursed stone that contained terrifying energy just 2 days prior. Although he could not match the strength of the previous colossal serpent, he was at least very close to that moment. The monster noticed a soul drifting nearby and reached out to grasp it, but Feng Lingyun Tian seized it first using his soul-binding technique. Observing the trembling soul, a slight smile formed on his lips. "Do you wish for revenge?" The boy's soul's eyes narrowed, and he nodded eagerly. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to be killed by that dog. "Very well, but after your vengeance, your soul will completely dissipate. I have no objections." The boy's soul let out a roar, glancing back at the monster, murderous intent seeping into his essence. "Okay." Feng Lingyun Tian nodded, pressing the soul onto his black sword. Instantly, a wave of dark sword energy enveloped the blade, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. This was his new ability, Spirit Attachment. He could transform souls into energy, binding them to his weapon, transforming it into an unyielding evil sword. Once the soul was attached, striking an enemy would damage not only their body but also their soul. Let me see your power. A smile crept onto Feng Ling Yuntian's face, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he stepped toward the cursed spirit, sword in hand. The spirit's crimson eyes flared with fury, and its form dissolved into the ground. What is happening? Feng Ling Yuntian frowned, only to be enveloped by countless black spikes erupting from the earth. He swung his sword, severing the black spikes, which instantly disintegrated into nothingness, while the remaining ones gradually merged back into the ground. This monster possesses supernatural abilities? Upon realizing this, Feng Ling Yuntian felt a sense of urgency. He remained vigilant, and a massive shadowy hand shot out from behind him, swiftly grasping for his neck. Sensing the imminent danger, Feng Ling Yuntian had no time to turn around. Just as the attack was about to connect, Chi-Chi suddenly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the dark hand. The shadow dissipated, merging back into the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, a creature with dark skin, 2 horns protruding from its head, and a humanoid appearance began to emerge from the earth. He glared at the enlarged black dog, letting out an enraged growl. In its eyes, this dog was also a cursed spirit, but why was it aiding a wretched human? The moment Feng Ling Yuntian laid eyes on this creature, his gaze contracted sharply. Hadn't this monster just been entwined in shadows? Why had it now shed them, reverting to a form akin to the previous serpent? Could it be that the shadow had been a manifestation of its own ability, rather than a typical cursed spirit devoid of such shadows? This complicates matters. Feng Ling Yuntian clenched his teeth, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yet, he could not comprehend why this cursed spirit, having absorbed merely a dozen souls, wielded such formidable power. After all, the previous colossal serpent had absorbed the vengeful essence of 2 exceedingly terrifying corpses to reach that level, and those dozen souls, even when combined, could not equate to even 1/15 of one of those bodies. Alas, Feng Ling Yuntian remained unaware that the cursed stone had resided in the wardrobe for a long time. It had been daily absorbing the negative emotions of passers-by and the resentment of the workers. Thus it had already undergone a transformation. Today's 15 souls, along with the boy's fear, provided the final nourishment, enabling it to fully metamorphose into an incurable level. Cursed spirit, however, it had only just transformed. Its powers not yet fully mastered, and it still did not match the strength of the colossal serpent. Given time, it would undoubtedly achieve an extraordinary level of ability. Unexpectedly, encountering another cursed spirit with supernatural powers, Feng Ling Yuntian could not discern whether this was a stroke of bad luck or a fortunate turn of events. He chuckled bitterly. The last serpent had mastered transformation-type powers, while this humanoid creature wielded shadow-type abilities. Compared to the previous entity, this one was far more complex and challenging to contend with. As he contemplated, the figure was once again engulfed by darkness, slowly merging back into the ground. In the next instant, Feng Ling Yuntian felt a surge of energy emanating from beneath him and immediately retreated. A colossal shadowy cage erupted from the ground, completely ensnaring his original position. Realizing his attack had missed, the shadow-cursed spirit retracted its strike and launched another assault. Spikes shot from the ground at a terrifying velocity, surging toward him. Feng Ling Yuntian furrowed his brow, wielding his black sword to sever the approaching shadowy spikes. However, the speed at which the spikes formed was astonishing, and just as he was about to be pierced, he commanded Chi-Chi to retreat. The pair dashed through a cramped storage area filled with various kitchen utensils, pursued relentlessly by the shadowy spikes, which seemed intent on never relenting. The spikes formed from darkness were exceedingly sharp, easily piercing through the iron cabinets and sending their contents flying with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Seeing no hope of escape, Feng Ling Yuntian abruptly turned, channeling his energy into a dark sword strike that severed a large swath of spikes. Simultaneously, Chi-Chi followed up with a fireball, obliterating even more of the spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ling Yuntian leaped onto Chi-Chi's back, crashing through the glass to escape the supermarket. Now 100 meters away from the supermarket, Feng Ling Yuntian glanced back and saw the dark spikes racing towards them with relentless fervor. Causing his heart to shudder, "Damn it!" Feng Ling Yuntian cursed, urging Chi-Chi to run faster. Just then, a black spike shot up from beneath Chi-Chi's feet. Sensing the impending threat, Chi-Chi violently threw Feng Ling Yuntian off its back. As he soared through the air, Feng Ling Yuntian wondered why Chi-Chi had acted this way. only to see the shadowy spike pierce through Chi-Chi's body in the next moment. A shadow emerged beside Chi-Chi, crushing its bones underfoot. Turning its gaze, it fixed its furious eyes on Feng Ling Yuntian. It did not understand why. Upon seeing the boy's face, an overwhelming rage surged within, urging it to kill him. Even if it had to chase him to the ends of the earth, it would not care. Only his death could quell the nameless hatred within. Chapter 65 A Lifeline. Big brother, sister-in-law, thank you for taking us in. A man in his 40s, clad in a thick cotton coat, followed behind a man and a woman. Behind him trailed his parents, wife, children, and mother-in-law, a sizable family unit. He and his elder brother lived in Yunhai City, albeit in two separate neighborhoods. Their home was on the 4th floor, while his brother's was on the 17th. With their residence buried under snow, they had no choice but to seek refuge with his elder brother. To his surprise, his brother agreed to let them stay after his heartfelt pleas. Today marked the day his brother and sister-in-law would help them move. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had ceased, with temperatures hovering around -40 degrees, making it bearable to venture outside for extended periods with adequate clothing. Suddenly, they spotted 3 figures ahead. One appeared quite large, though they could not discern clearly from a distance. There seems to be someone over there, his son pointed out. Probably scavengers. In this situation, looting and pillaging are all too common, the man replied, shaking his head. Since his home had been buried in snow, he had come to recognize the harsh realities of human nature. Even cannibalism had occurred. What more could shock him? Let us steer clear of them to avoid any unnecessary conflict. His elder brother nodded in agreement. All right. The pierced Chi-Chi ignited with black flames, rapidly mending its wounded flesh. Feng Ling Yuntian wielded his black sword, relentlessly slashing at the advancing dark spikes. Suddenly, the shadow-cursed spirit extended its right hand, a powerful dark energy coalescing within its palm. In the next instant, numerous jet-black serpents lunged toward his limbs and body, their gaping mouths tearing at the flesh of Feng Ling Yuntian. He wielded his sword, severing these dark serpents one after another. Yet, the severed heads restored themselves in an instant. In no time, Feng Ling Yuntian found his thighs, shoulders, and waist tightly gripped by these black snakes, blood gradually seeping through his garments. Despicable, despicable. Despite his relentless strikes, they proved futile. That moment, the revived Chi-Chi bit down on the serpents, cleaving them in two. As the shadows dissipated, Feng Ling Yuntian knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The power of this cursed spirit was terrifying, while its destructive capacity was not as formidable as that of the colossal serpent. Its peculiar abilities were exceedingly bizarre. Like a shadow, it could plunge into the ground at will, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The reason it dared to unveil its true form and no longer retreat beneath the surface was because it had discerned that the human before it and the giant beast were utterly feeble, posing no threat whatsoever, which emboldened it to show itself. Should it realize that Feng Ling Yuntian's strength was on par with or even approached its own, it would not dare to brazenly stand in the snow and launch an attack on the two. Chi-Chi and the shadow serpent were entangled in a fierce struggle, sustaining various wounds across their bodies, yet they gradually healed under the black flame's restorative powers. Observing the impossibility of vanquishing this enormous dog, the shadow-cursed spirit emitted a furious roar that resounded like thunder. As Feng Ling Yuntian pondered how to eliminate this cursed spirit, he suddenly spotted 13 figures in the distance, dragging luggage across the snow toward his vicinity. At the sight of this group, it was as though he had glimpsed a lifeline. A faint, sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. Like a wraith, he raised his black sword and charged toward the group, his eyes bloodshot, betraying a look of intense excitement. The party traversing the snow, upon seeing a dark figure rushing toward them, instinctively grasped their weapons in preparation for resistance. What a stroke of misfortune! To think they could detect us from over 200 meters away! A man cursed angrily. When he discerned the approaching figure's visage, he was momentarily taken aback. The one rushing toward them was a mere youth. Yet, the boy's expression was so horrifying. It was entirely unlike what one would expect from someone of his age. Hold your weapons. If we display sufficient ferocity, they will surely be frightened away, the man's elder brother shouted, noticing the trembling fear in the women and older individuals behind them. Be obedient and become my nourishment. Ha ha ha! Feng Ling Yuntian charged into the throng, prompting several men to brandish their clubs and daggers. Desperate to protect their supplies, however, before they could strike, a flash of black light surged past, and their heads fell to the ground. The elderly and weak behind them scattered in panic, yet how could their speed rival that of Feng Ling Yuntian? In a matter of seconds, he had slaughtered all 13 humans, their blood flowing across the snow, staining the pristine white with crimson. Soul-binding, gazing at the souls slowly rising from the fallen bodies. Feng Ling Yuntian coalesced a gray energy in his right hand, and all the souls surged forth into his palm like a fountain. With his gaze fixed on the shadow-cursed spirit grappling with Chi-Chi in the distance, he extended his right hand, aiming at the creature's form. "Die!" he exclaimed, unleashing a spectral gray beam that sliced through the snow, carving a deep trench as it traversed space at a speed surpassing the sound barrier. Reaching the cursed spirit's side in an instant, sensing a formidable threat, the shadow-cursed spirit immediately attempted to burrow into the ground. Yet halfway through its retreat, its head unexpectedly entered the range of the beam's attack. What was meant to pierce through its chest instantaneously penetrated its head. Boom. The beam struck the distance, igniting a massive explosion, sending snowflakes fluttering through the air, cascading gently to the ground. Meanwhile, the shadow-cursed spirit, having sunk halfway into the earth, slowly emerged after its head was pierced, collapsing motionless upon the ground. Simultaneously, its inky form was once again cloaked in a mist-like shadow, gradually dissipating. Feng Ling Yuntian had long speculated about the nature of this mist. Ultimately, he surmised that the fog which enveloped these monsters upon their demise was likely the resentment absorbed by the cursed stone. When the resentment dispersed, the cursed stone would revert to its original form. However, the cursed stone that had absorbed resentment was on an entirely different level compared to one that had not. It was evident that a cursed stone imbued with hatred and resentment contained far greater anomalous energy. Watching the vanishing creature in the distance, Feng Ling Yuntian exhaled deeply. The crisis had finally been averted. Casting his gaze upon the 13 corpses sprawled beside him, he wore a warm smile, saying, "You ought to be grateful to me. I have liberated you from this wretched world, sparing you from enduring hunger and cold any longer." Chapter 66. Reunion. With Su Karen returning to Chi-Chi's side, he patted the dog's head before picking up the cursed stone. Feeling the energy it contained, a joyous expression crossed his face. This cursed stone held at least 60 to 70% of the energy of the previous one. Once he absorbed it, his anomalous index would significantly increase. Splendid! Feng Ling Yuntian beamed with delight, entirely forgetting the pain in his body. In truth, Feng Ling Yuntian was unaware of the tremendous difficulty in encountering a cursed spirit amidst the vast sea of humanity. Yet, within the span of merely 1 month, he had encountered 3, 2 of which were special cursed spirits possessing anomalous abilities. Even Zhang Ling and Lin Shi had only absorbed a mere handful of ordinary cursed spirits, some of which they procured through the underground black market. After all, encountering a cursed spirit was no simple feat. Let us return to the supermarket, gather some supplies, and head back home. Feng Ling Yuntian and Chi-Chi re-entered the mall, collecting snacks, frozen shrimp, and zombie meat, as well as some beef jerky for Chi-Chi, before making their way back to the building. Upon entering the building and ascending to the 7th floor, he happened upon a man in his 30s dragging the corpse of a young man in his 20s toward a room. Upon noticing Feng Ling Yuntian, the man's face paled in fright. He hurriedly lowered his head, dragging the body into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. In the corridor, a long trail of blood extended from the wall to the door. At the end of the bloodstain lay a fallen bread bag. Was that corpse the young man's? Feng Ling Yuntian raised an eyebrow, surprised that within just 2 hours, the young man had met his demise. It seemed he had been dragged inside to serve as sustenance. Nonetheless, at least he had managed to have one last meal before his end, which was better than those who died of starvation or illness without a single morsel. Shaking his head, he had no intention of avenging the youth. Following the previous incident, Feng Ling Yuntian found that not a single soul dared to challenge him as he carried 4 large bags of supplies. Upon reaching the 14th floor and preparing to open the door, a unit diagonally across from him suddenly swung open. Su Karen emerged, peeking her head out, and upon seeing Feng Ling Yuntian, a glimmer of joy illuminated her haggard face. "Brother Yuntian, you have finally returned. Ever since I learned of your parents' incident, I have been so worried about you." Su Karen's voice was filled with excitement, Yet Feng Ling Yuntian could discern the lack of vigor in her tone, reminiscent of a dying person's struggle. Her lips appeared parched, as though she had not had a drop of water in a long while. Indeed, Su Karen's family had exhausted their food supply days ago, and even their gas canister was empty. Now, they could not even boil water, and if this continued, they would not survive much longer. Oh, thank you for your concern. I am fine, Feng Ling Yuntian replied, paying little heed to Su Karen's words, instead focusing on her visibly gaunt and filthy frame. Has your family run out of food? He inquired with curiosity. Yes, Su Karen responded, her expression tinged with disappointment. As she noticed the food and water in Feng Ling Yuntian's hands. Her throat involuntarily convulsed. Brother Yuntian. Su Karen rose onto her toes, unsure of how to broach the subject. However, thinking of her parents at home, she gritted her teeth and summoned her courage, saying, could you spare some supplies for my family? We haven't eaten for several days. Tears glimmered in Su Karen's eyes, hoping that Brother Yuntian would take pity on her. At this point, she and her parents had even consumed the dog food. If it were not for their desperate situation, she would never have resorted to begging. Feng Ling Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, causing Su Karen's heart to tighten. Her parents had already inquired downstairs. The head hanging on the door was indeed hung there by Feng Ling Yuntian himself. If it weren't for her overwhelming thirst and hunger, she would not have dared to greet him again. Feng Ling Yuntian glanced at the items in Su Karen's hands, then at her, before handing her one of the bags of supplies. Here you go. I can always retrieve more later. Feng Ling Yuntian was moved to compassion, which compelled him to provide food for her family. Otherwise, he would not have cared if they lived or died. After all, in his eyes, human life was worth even less than that of a cat or dog. After all, if you save a small animal, it will wag its tail and act cute to make you happy. But what does saving a person bring you? Helping them costs you your resources, wasting your time, and in the end, you might even be taken advantage of. Even if they don't succeed in taking advantage of you, do lawsuits not require money? Do they not require time? Therefore, helping people is inferior to helping livestock. Even a pig knows gratitude. But humans do not. You help one person, and at first, they may feel grateful. As the occurrences became more frequent, the other party would merely perceive your actions as a given. When the time came for you to cease your assistance, not only would they fail to recall the past kindness, but they might even harbor resentment towards you. This is what is known as a grain of kindness repaid with an ounce of enmity. Originally feeling somewhat dejected, Shi Kulian exclaimed in excitement upon hearing this, thank you, Brother Yuntian. She eagerly accepted the supplies, bowed deeply, and then said, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Brother Yuntian. You are truly kind. Upon returning home, Feng Ling Yuntian began to prepare a meal. Before long, 2 steaks and a plate of fried shrimp were ready. Just as he was about to dine, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted in from the neighboring apartment. Puzzled, Feng Ling Yuntian recalled that there was no meat among the supplies he had provided. Could it be that Shi Kulian had deceived him? He furrowed his brow slightly, but then shook his head. Whether it was a deception or not, it was merely a matter of supplies, and he did not concern himself with it. His initial intention in providing the supplies was out of worry. Otherwise, he would not have parted with even a single potato chip. After finishing his meal, Feng Ling Yuntian contemplated the potential events following the melting of the heavy snowfall, thus preparing to venture out once more. This time, his goal was to locate a yacht. Their city was coastal, and by heading towards the sea, he should be able to find yachts buried beneath the snow. Having made up his mind, he declared, Chi, follow me. He grasped his sword, closed the door, and departed once again. However, upon stepping outside, the rich aroma of meat became even more pronounced, emanating unmistakably from Shi Kulian's home. After taking a brief sniff, he turned and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the exterior of the community, he confirmed the direction of the sea and instructed Chi to enlarge, leaping onto its back. At Feng Ling Yuntian's command, Chi propelled itself forward with the force of a hurricane, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the end of the street. Approximately 2 hours later, Chi finally reached the coastline. Gazing at the vast expanse of glaciers and snow, Feng Ling Yuntian felt a sense of certainty deep within. Once the blizzard melted, the city would undoubtedly collapse. Across all of Huaxia, aside from the specially constructed official shelters, everything else would likely be reduced to ruins. Some low-lying cities might even become vast oceans. Chapter 67. News regarding the luxury cruise ship. What an expansive sea of ice. As Feng Ling Yuntian beheld the boundless icy ocean before him, he could not help but marvel in awe. Within his line of sight, there were indeed numerous cruise ships, all encased in snow and frozen waters, rendered completely inoperable. He speculated that there might be yachts beneath the ice layer. But this was not a daunting challenge, as long as Chi-Chi's black flames were present. Even the thickest ice could be melted. Behind him stood a collection of red and white steel cranes, typically used for cargo handling. He shifted his gaze towards a distant white building, approximately 12 stories high, with 4 floors buried beneath the snow, leaving only 8 visible. Feng Ling Yuntian suspected that there might still be some survivors within that building. He sought a concealed spot with Chi-Chi and instructed, "Chi-Chi, I will separate my soul for a while. Please carry my body and hide it well here, understood?" Chi-Chi nodded, and Feng Ling Yuntian smiled faintly as a semi-transparent spirit emerged from his body. Drifting towards the building, passing through the walls, he indeed witnessed a group of men and several women joyfully clinking glasses and conversing. "I have a friend who has several power banks at home. His phone still has battery life. He mentioned that many households in the city are already out of food." As he spoke, he exhaled a breath of alcohol-laden air and continued with a laugh. "Our port is quite fortunate. The seafood we prepared for trade went unwanted, and now we can feast at will, plus we have plenty of generators. Electricity is the least of our worries. Indeed, we often yearn to venture into the city, given its vibrancy. Yet now we realize our port is far better." Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the group, and the room was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. "Grilled skewers are here." A chubby man, about 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing around 170 pounds, with a face dotted by acne scars, emerged carrying a large platter of grilled shrimp and lamb skewers, with remnants of seasoning and grease smudged on his lips. Clearly having just indulged, "Brother Fat, this is fantastic. We were just wondering when the skewers would be ready." A woman with dyed yellow hair gazed longingly at the platter, nearly drooling. "Haha, don't rush. Take your time. There's plenty more." The man referred to as Brother Fat chuckled, patting his ample belly, revealing a grin of yellowed teeth. Feng Ling Yuntian, upon seeing the grilled skewers, felt his mouth water. Thus, he possessed the spirit of a rather handsome man and joined the group in feasting on the skewers. After indulging, he patted his belly in satisfaction. Remembering his pressing matters, he suddenly inquired, "Brother Lin, now that the snow has ceased, it won't be long before it melts, and when it does, the entire city will likely be submerged, right? Our port and this building might not withstand such a deluge." As he inhabited the man's body, the information about the surrounding individuals flooded into his mind. Among them, the man named Lin Chu served as their supervisor, while the one overseeing the entire port was absent from this group. "This is indeed a concern for our leader. He fears a flood capable of engulfing the city will emerge, so he has been devising a plan." Lin Chu replied, "Just the night before the snow arrived, our leader returned from a month-long cruise abroad. That luxurious cruise ship is likely still docked at the western coast of the neighboring city. A few days ago, our leader took a helicopter to that city. He should be back shortly." Lin Chu chuckled. "Oh, that's wonderful," Feng Ling Yuntian exclaimed, genuinely delighted. He hadn't anticipated that beyond the luxury cruise ship, a helicopter could also be discovered, a significant boon. Just then, the sound of whirring helicopter blades resonated in the sky. Upon hearing it, Lin Chu's face lit up with joy. "Is it coming back already?" A woman shouted excitedly. "It must be. That's the sound of a helicopter." Someone else chimed in. The crowd rushed out of the building, their faces alight with excitement as they watched the helicopter descending from above. The aircraft landed on the snow, and a muscular man, appearing rather ordinary yet robust, aged between 40 and 50, stepped out. Behind him trailed 4 subordinates, one of whom had just vacated the pilot's seat. This individual's visage was etched deep into Feng Ling Yuntian's memory. "Leader." Several women rushed forward, embracing the man's arm with expressions of delight. "So, did you find the cruise ship?" "Yes." "Is the ship intact?" They all inquired eagerly as the man felt their soft, yielding touch. A hint of desire flickered across his face. He donned a broad smile and replied, "If you wish to know, come to my room tonight." "Ha ha! Oh, you naughty leader." One woman blushed, playfully swatting the man's shoulder. "Ha ha ha! I won't tease you further. The cruise ship is perfectly fine, and the crew is alive. During my visit, I eliminated quite a few personnel, leaving only those willing to obey my commands. As none of us know how to operate a cruise ship, he continued, we just need to wait here. If the snow shows any signs of melting, we will immediately head to the neighboring city and board that cruise ship. In this society, whoever possesses the greatest strength reigns supreme. At that point, we can become pirates, living lavishly abroad. In his mind, he believed the news only reported nationwide snowfall, thus assuming foreign lands must be safe. How erroneous his beliefs were. The conditions abroad were no better than those domestically. Some countries fared even worse. Chapter 68. Assault. Leader, where exactly is that cruise ship? Feng Ling Yun Tian inquired. It's docked at the western coast of the neighboring Jianghai city, near the Siberian five-star hotel. Currently, the cruise ship cannot move, and even if the crew wished to leave, it would be impossible. They cannot carry away all the food and bedding. This is why I trust those crew members to guard the ship. They can escape, but at most, I could spend some supplies to hire crew members to navigate it. I know people who can operate a cruise ship. However, if they flee into the freezing cold without food, their survival will be a matter of luck. Good luck might see them freeze to death on the streets, while bad luck could lead to becoming prey for others. That is splendid news. Thank you, leader. Feng Ling Yun Tian grinned maliciously. Since that's the case, you are of no further use to me. What do you mean? The leader furrowed his brow. In the next instant, a metal skewer, typically used for grilling meat, shot towards his throat, only to bizarrely bend upon impact. How is this possible? Feng Ling Yun Tian's pupils constricted, a gasp of shock escaping his lips. The man stumbled back 2 steps, a small red dot appearing on his throat. He rubbed his neck, glaring angrily at the subordinate who had attacked him, shouting, shoot him! Kill him! Yes! The men behind him drew a pitch-black gun, aiming for the back of the man's head. A deafening bang echoed across the dock. As the man stared in disbelief at his subordinate, unable to comprehend that they had just attempted to shoot him, Feng Ling Yun Tian was equally astonished. The firearm had proven ineffective just moments ago. When the man issued his command, Feng Ling Yun Tian swiftly switched bodies, only to find that firearms were ineffective. At that moment, he had already arrived at a conclusion, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you an ability user? He had just entered the body and did not have time to investigate the memories, so he was unaware. It was not until a bullet failed to pierce the head of the dock boss that he gradually absorbed all the memories of this body. To his surprise, it turned out to be a body enhancement type. No wonder firearms were rendered useless. Feng Ling Yun Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How did you know? No, who exactly are you? The man's brow knitted tightly. The person before him was certainly not one of his subordinates. I am here to take your lives. Feng Ling Yun Tian's lips curled upwards. It seems you are also an ability user. A mental type, perhaps? Did you control my subordinate? The man's eyes narrowed. He had acquired his superpower only after the city was buried under snow. Initially, he thought he was losing his mind. However, after a series of experiments, he discovered he possessed a body as strong as steel. He regularly worked out, and now with this newfound ability, he could easily beat his enemies to death. What if I said yes? Feng Ling Yun Tian smiled slightly. Release your control over my subordinate now, the man bellowed. Very well, I shall heed your request. Feng Ling Yun Tian nodded with a smile, then withdrew from the body of that subordinate. Immediately, as the boss, the man staggered back a few steps, a flicker of gray flashing in his black eyes. Feeling the power surging through this body, Feng Ling Yun Tian could not help but smile. Although this person's ability was incredibly low, his regular workouts allowed him to immediately possess an invulnerable physique upon gaining this superpower. If it were someone else, even if blades could not penetrate, firearms would still cause some harm. Boss, what's wrong? A woman quickly wrapped her arms around his, a look of concern on her face. Don't touch me. Feng Ling Yun Tian's cold voice echoed in the woman's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. But, did I not say, do not touch me? Feng Ling Yun Tian roared, delivering a punch to the woman's cheek. Boom! The tremendous force sent her flying over 20 meters, her facial bones completely caved in. Boss, what are you doing? That is your woman. Several high-ranking individuals familiar with the man exclaimed in disbelief. They could not fathom that their boss had just sent a woman flying. They knew their boss never hit women. How could this happen? Is that so? Since you are so concerned about her, why not join her? A few men, seeing their boss smirking, had yet to process what he had just said when a wave of excruciating pain struck their faces, sending them hurtling backwards. With that blow, their noses and facial bones shattered. Without medical assistance, they would certainly perish within 3 hours in this weather. The remaining 30 or so subordinates, witnessing the scene, could hardly believe their boss's actions. And thus, they roared in fury, "Boss, do you know what you're doing?" Feng Lingyun Tian opened his arms wide, as if embracing the sky, his head raised as he laughed heartily. "I certainly do. Today, all of you shall die here." Feng Lingyun Tian, controlling the dock boss, stepped forward, snapping the necks of each subordinate. As the remaining subordinates realized their boss was truly going to kill them, they hastily armed themselves and initiated a counterattack. With more than 20 of them combined, could they not overpower this killing machine before them? Yet, they were gravely mistaken. The man's body was incredibly resilient, and objects like steel pipes and kitchen knives could not penetrate his skin at all. Under Feng Lingyun Tian's relentless assault, in less than 2 minutes, aside from the subordinate who had just exited the driver's seat, all others had their necks snapped. Little Master, there's more in the next chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Observing the crimson liquid pooling around him and the sprawled bodies, Feng Lingyun Tian revealed a satisfied expression. The remaining subordinate looked at his boss, trembling violently. "Am I going to die?" He could not believe that the other would kill everyone except him. Feng Lingyun Tian smiled, whistling sharply. Upon hearing the whistle, Chi-Chi rushed over. 30 seconds later, a dark shadow leapt from behind a small building. Appearing in the snowy expanse, the subordinate, witnessing the enlarged Chi-Chi, trembled in terror, repeatedly uttering the word monster. Feng Lingyun Tian walked towards Chi-Chi with a smile. Initially, Chi-Chi was somewhat wary, but upon seeing that familiar smile, it realized this was its master. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "This is merely my ability." Feng Lingyun Tian chuckled, withdrawing a black sword from his waist. He randomly selected a Type L ability, affixing it to his sword, then slowly plunged it into his own neck. The fallen subordinate, witnessing his boss's actions, turned even paler with fright. "Monster." At that moment, he could only think one thing. What a freak! How could anyone stab a sword into their own body and still smile so chillingly? This was beyond what any normal person could do. Terrifying. Feng Lingyun Tian's lips slowly curled upwards. Then he withdrew the sword and tossed it to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, thoroughly staining the ground. At the same time, he also released his control over the man. The lifeless body immediately collapsed backwards, devoid of any further movement. Chapter 69. Mastering Helicopter Piloting. Feng Lingyun Tian, having detached from the man's body, directly entered the trembling driver nearby. He closed his eyes, searching his mind for all relevant information regarding piloting. Approximately 3 hours passed before he finally exited the man's body. Returning to his own, holding the black sword, Feng Lingyun Tian slowly approached the driver. However, he did not rush to kill him. Instead, he pressed the blood-stained tip of the sword against the driver's throat, speaking in an icy tone. "Do you wish to live?" The man gazed at the unfamiliar visage before him, recalling his boss's previous words, realizing this was the one who used superpowers to control his boss to commit murder. After all, since their boss acquired superpowers, he had boasted before them several times, "I want to live." The driver nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay might prompt the other to change his mind. Feng Lingyun Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a sinister smile. "I can spare your life, but on one condition. You must teach me how to pilot a helicopter. As long as you teach me, I will not kill you." Although Feng Lingyun Tian had absorbed knowledge regarding helicopter operation, he had never piloted one himself. He did not want to risk a crash due to his inexperience with such a machine. "What? You're unwilling?" Seeing the driver remain silent, Feng Lingyun Tian assumed he was reluctant and pressed the sword tip into his skin by a millimeter. A sharp pain surged through him, snapping the driver back to reality. He frantically nodded in agreement. He had been too astonished that the conditions were so simple. Previously, he had thought the other would make him serve him or impose some exceedingly difficult task. In fact, he had even considered selling his body. After all, he was only 24, and he still looked fairly handsome. Perhaps the other would take an interest. He could do anything to stay alive. Yet, he never expected that the other merely wanted him to teach him how to pilot a helicopter. That was quite manageable. Feng Lingyun Tian checked the driver's body and found no knives or weapons, which put him at ease. He even discarded a discovered nail clipper. Thus, at his request, the driver took the passenger seat while Feng Lingyun Tian occupied the pilot seat. They spent a full 2 hours until darkness enveloped the sky, before finally mastering the art of helicopter piloting. As they disembarked from the helicopter, the driver, trembling with fear, spoke up, "Is it all right now? Can I leave?" His throat quivered slightly, fearing the other would not honor the agreement. "Hold on, I noticed you had lamb skewers and a lot of seafood during the day. Where did you put those? And where are the generators? Just tell me, and you can leave," Feng Lingyun Tian said with a smirk. "All right," the driver nodded, pointing towards several large warehouses. "Those warehouses are for storing seafood. The 2 over there contain beef and lamb, while the generators are in another warehouse. I'll take you there." Feng Lingyun Tian followed closely behind the driver as they made their way to a metal door 300 meters away. "This is the warehouse, but I don't have the key." The driver shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "No matter." Feng Lingyun Tian narrowed his eyes, swinging the sword to sever the door. This display of strength dealt another blow to the driver's already shaken psyche. "You go in first," Feng Lingyun Tian commanded, wary of a potential ambush from behind. "All right." The 2 entered the warehouse. One after the other. The driver pointed to one side. "This area contains diesel and gasoline generators, about 20 of each. The other side holds the gasoline and diesel, all sealed in bottles and boxed." "What is this?" Feng Lingyun Tian inquired, noticing an unopened box. "Oh, this, I just remembered. It seems this was a micro-nuclear power generator that our doc's big boss brought back from abroad last month. And there's only this one. He said he would come back for it, but he hasn't returned since," the driver explained. "I see, then I shall take this, and we can move some gasoline as well." Feng Lingyun Tian chuckled, pleasantly surprised to encounter yet another valuable find. This time, his haul was truly substantial. Seated in the helicopter alongside the now reverted form of Chi-Chi, he commanded the pilot to assist him in transporting his goods. Once the gasoline, micro-nuclear power generator, and an assortment of seafood were securely stowed, he nodded in satisfaction. Although he wished to carry even more, the helicopter had weight restrictions, and exceeding them could lead to a catastrophic accident. "May I leave now?" the pilot stammered, his anxiety palpable as he gazed at Feng Lingyun Tian. "You may," Feng Lingyun Tian replied, a warm smile gracing his features as he leaped from the helicopter. However, the pilot felt a shiver of fear at the sight of that charming visage. "You're free to go," Feng Lingyun Tian affirmed with a nod. Just as the pilot sighed in relief, a flash of darkness swept past, and his head slowly rolled away from his body. Blood gushed forth, splattering Feng Lingyun Tian's cheek in a grotesque display. With a smirk at the fallen pilot, he wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it with deliberate calmness. "My sincerest apologies. Agreements are a courtesy reserved for the refined, and I lack refinement, thus I see no reason to uphold them." He turned and re-entered the helicopter, which soon roared to life, soaring into the distance. He had no intention of killing the pilot initially, but the thought of leaving behind the many cattle, sheep, and seafood gnawed at him. Should the pilot depart, gathering a group to strip the place bare would become a considerable challenge. Hence, to satiate his own hunger, he was compelled to eliminate the pilot. After all, with the heavy snow not likely to melt for another 2 to 3 months, his sustenance depended entirely on these freshly slaughtered resources. Far superior to the lifeless meat found in supermarkets, as he piloted the helicopter toward the community, he glanced back at the generator, his heart swelling with joy. Since the day following the power outage, he had been deprived of electricity while engrossed in novels, which had nearly driven him to madness, leaving him to focus solely on exercise. However, it seemed that as temperatures rose, people had begun to emerge in search of supplies. Upon spotting the helicopter, they waved frantically, mistaking it for an official rescue operation. Yet, Feng Lingyun Tian paid them no mind. The plight of these strangers was of no concern to him. The crowd chased after the helicopter for several dozen meters, only to lower their hands in disappointment when it vanished from view. Upon landing on the rooftop of his building, some nearby residents gathered, and those from his own building, upon realizing the helicopter had landed on their roof, braved hunger and cold to ascend. Steadying the helicopter, Feng Lingyun Tian unloaded the cattle, sheep, seafood, and generator. Just as he prepared to depart, he heard the echo of footsteps in the corridor. He set down his cargo. gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and narrowed his gaze at the large door. Chapter 70. Intimidation. Thundering footsteps surged up the stairs, a crowd of people bursting through the door, only to freeze in terror upon recognizing a familiar face. Their expressions turned ashen as they skidded to a halt, but the push from those behind them sent them tumbling to the ground. "What are you all stopping for?" the group behind grumbled, annoyed at the sudden halt of those in front. But when some caught sight of the familiar face, their pallor worsened, and they soon noticed the boxes inscribed with English and the meat and seafood strewn on the floor. "A generator! There's a generator!" exclaimed a man fluent in English, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wonderful, with a generator, we can have power and heat water." Some in the crowd embraced each other in joy, only to recoil in disgust upon realizing they were hugging a stranger. "Get off me!" Feng Ling Yuntian brandished his black sword, its tip directed at the crowd, though they had initially considered retreating. The sight of the generator and the 2 large packages of seafood ignited their desires. Yet, fear of the youth's ruthless reputation held them back. They knew that any attempt to approach would likely end with their heads skewered. As they hesitated, another group of people rushed in from nearby buildings, having seen the helicopter on the rooftop. Unfamiliar with Feng Ling Yuntian, they charged out, believing the earlier arrivals were military personnel come to rescue them. Instead, they were met by a youthful figure, and the sight of the box and meat on the ground sparked their greedy glances. Feng Ling Yuntian showed no mercy. He unleashed his sword upon them. Among the 7 closest, for were cleaved in 2, one his head severed, while 2 others paid the price with severed arms. The 2 who lost their arms screamed in agony, blood staining the snow-covered rooftop, causing those who had not yet arrived to retreat in fear. "Little brother, let us not escalate this. We are merely anxious for food. We acted impulsively," one man from another building stammered, sensing the youth's ruthlessness. He had initially thought the helicopter was a rescue operation, but seeing the young man's decisive actions filled him with dread. He had intended to return home, but the sight of the 2 large packages of meat was too tempting to resist. Feng Ling Yuntian remained unresponsive, his gaze icy as it bore into the man. The man's throat tightened, and he continued, "Child, the snow has ceased, and the temperature has risen to around -40 degrees. It is no longer lethal. Order will likely be restored soon. Have you considered the consequences of your slaughter? Perhaps you could distribute some food, and we will keep this incident under wraps." "Oh?" Feng Ling Yuntian's lips curled into a sinister smile. The man misinterpreted this as agreement, but the next words sent his heart plummeting. "What if I simply kill you all? Would that not also remain a secret?" Feng Ling Yuntian's wicked grin widened. Everyone quaked internally, cursing the man for provoking this demon. "I will give you 10 seconds to vacate the 14th floor. After that, if anyone dares to appear before me, do not blame me for my cruelty." With that, he began his countdown, his frigid voice resonating across the rooftop, prompting everyone to flee downstairs in a frenzy. 7, 6. As he counted, panic spread among those still huddled on the 26th floor, with some shouting, "Hurry up, the ones in front, move faster." Some heard the approaching footsteps and, in a desperate bid, pounded on doors, pleading for entry. Yet, who would willingly open their doors in such perilous times? With no one willing to let them in, they sought refuge in corners, hoping Feng Ling Yuntian would descend the stairs without seeking them out. In truth, they were overthinking. The footsteps merely echoed Feng Ling Yuntian's rapid pacing, his breath serving as a psychological weapon. He had no intention of chasing them down, only to return upstairs with his belongings, a futile endeavor. Once he returned home with his spoils, he encountered not a single soul along the way. Feng Ling Yuntian settled onto his couch and unwrapped the generator. Inside lay a remarkably refined, technologically advanced machine, predominantly red, with a dial on top indicating voltage and 5 adjustable settings. Opening the fully English manual, he began to study it diligently, realizing the lowest setting was meant for home or store use, while the highest could power an entire building. With a grin, he followed the manual's instructions to connect the generator to his home. And as the long-awaited lights flickered to life, a wave of tranquility washed over him. He switched on the air conditioning, and once the room warmed, he shed his heavy coat and sat down to charge his phone. About a minute later, the device finally lit up, and as he opened it, a flurry of notification sounds erupted. Glancing at the source, he saw messages from Green Bubble and tapped to open them. In the class group chat, A lively conversation unfolded among a dozen or so classmates. Upon reading, he discovered many possessed power banks, and some even secretly kept 5 spare phones at home, swapping them out whenever their parents confiscated one. It seemed he was the only one with a single phone. Feng Ling Yuntian couldn't help but grimace. The absence of novels and games these past few days had left him feeling stifled. Now that the heavy snow had ceased and temperatures were comparable to those in the northeast, his parents had braved the cold to search for supplies. Zhang Mingdao, my mother has long been an aficionado of online shopping, and our home is now brimming with an abundance of snacks, some of which have unfortunately spoiled. Initially, I had contemplated discarding them, but in retrospect, I am grateful I did not, for otherwise, my family might have starved by now. I am left wondering when this heavy snowfall will finally melt away. Allow me to share that my brother, a member of the military, has managed to keep his phone charged. According to his updates, it is rumored that a rescue team will soon emerge to escort us to a shelter. He mentioned that the higher authorities suspect that once the snow melts, it could result in nationwide flooding, potentially causing all structures to collapse, leaving only the underground shelters as sanctuaries. Is that truly the case? How splendid, however. He also relayed that due to the sheer number of citizens in our nation, the shelters will be unable to accommodate everyone. Therefore, they plan to abandon those aged 50 and above, prioritizing the rescue of those under 50. Given our youth, we are likely to be among the first group of refugees to enter the shelter. Exclaimed Li Ran with excitement. Could this be excessively cruel? To abandon all those above 50? After all, those are lives. A compassionate girl named Su Lily voiced her concern through a voice message, her urgency palpable. At such a time, should we concern ourselves with others? It is sufficient that we may save ourselves, retorted Feng Yun. Speaking of which, I heard the sound of helicopters nearby just now, although I did not see them and cannot ascertain if it was indeed the rescue team. Feng Yun added, he resides in the same neighborhood as Feng Ling Yuntian, yet he had not seen or spoken to him in days, assuming that his phone must have died out of course. It is also possible that he did not survive the harsh 2 weeks of cold and has perished. I hope they arrive soon. I can hardly endure another day like this. This is my last phone, and my power bank is depleted. I estimate that if I conserve it, I can last at most 2 days. I want to say more. I shall turn off my phone now, declared Lu Mingjiang. Just as he was about to shut down his device, a message popped up unexpectedly. He instinctively glanced at it and gasped. This guy is still alive? Oh? The group chat is quite lively. You fellows seem to have ample battery life. Why have I not seen anyone else chime in? Feng Ling Yuntian quipped while retrieving an electric grill from his home, preparing to marinate the meat he had set aside for a sumptuous barbecue feast. Chapter 71. The Midnight Intrusion. How is it that you are still alive? I thought you had perished since you haven't sent a message in the group. Feng Yun remarked. I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. Feng Ling Yuntian replied, pouring oil and adding barbecue sauce to the plate before laying the meat slices onto the electric grill, while others struggled to find food. The sizzling sound of oil echoed throughout his home. The vibrant red beef rapidly transformed to a delectable white hue as he dipped a piece into the marinade, savoring it with immense satisfaction. By the way, I heard that Zhou Jinrui was severely injured in prison and died before he could reach the hospital, Lu Mingjiang mentioned. Oh, really? That is indeed a cause for celebration. Feng Ling Yuntian responded with a seemingly indifferent smile. Li Ran, you mentioned that a rescue team will soon arrive. Is that information reliable? Another inquired. This is what my brother informed me, and it is undoubtedly true. It is likely to happen within this week. My parents have returned and found plenty of chips and dried fruits. We can persist for a while longer, Zhang Ming replied with a grinning emoji. I suspect that the Northeast is currently the most comfortable place, as they are always stocked with various winter garments and supplies. With the temperature plummeting to -40 degrees, it is hardly different from their winter climate. Indeed, it has been ages since I last had meat. I long for it so much. I feel the same. But without electricity, how can I cook? My home does not utilize natural gas. Upon noticing the sudden discussion about meat, Feng Ling Yuntian donned a teasing expression and snapped a photo, posting it in the class group chat. Alas, this meat is quite greasy. I am feeling a bit overwhelmed. If only I had some milk tea, he added with a sigh emoji. When the classmates in the group saw the photo of the barbecue, their eyes widened, and they all exclaimed in unison, "What the heck? Wait, how do you still have meat? No, where did you get the electricity?" They were bewildered by the sight of the electric grill. "My family has a generator," he replied. though this meat is a bit difficult to chew. You are inconsiderate. We are surviving on snacks we scavenged from the supermarket, and here you are feasting on barbecue. Father, could you spare me a bite? I would brave the cold to come to your house for just a taste. Yes, father, please share some with us. Feng Lingyun Tian found their messages amusing. When he had been bullied in the past, they had not even attempted to intervene. That is not an option. This meat is too tough, and I fear for your dental health. For your own sake, I shall handle it myself. Delicious. After finishing his meal, Feng Lingyun Tian retrieved the cursed stone he had obtained earlier in the day. He immersed himself in the energy contained within the stone, voraciously absorbing its power. Simultaneously, a gray aura began to manifest around his body, occasionally revealing the expressions of terror from those he had slain, as if their resentment had seeped into his very essence. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching the door. It was now 11 o'clock at night, a time when he would typically be resting and bedis someone there. Since acquiring his superpower, his hearing and vision had intensified manifold, allowing him to discern even the faintest whispers. Are we truly going to proceed in this manner? That person is a merciless demon. What are you afraid of? He is probably asleep by now, as long as we can pry open his door with a wire and decapitate him while he slumbers. All his belongings will be ours. They had witnessed the 2 large bags of meat from earlier, which would suffice for the 5 of them for a week. As they recalled the evening's bounty, their faces lit up with greedy anticipation. Although they had consumed meat recently, it had been a mere goat, far inferior in flavor to beef or lamb. Upon overhearing their conversation, Feng Lingyun Tian could not help but smirk. He sat on the sofa, holding his black sword, waiting for them to open the door. He was eager to see their expressions upon entering. The anticipation was thrilling. Click! The lock made a sharp sound, followed by excited exclamations from the doorway. Bro, I got it open. Fool, keep your voice down. What if you wake the demon? One man slapped his companion on the head. My apologies. I was too excited. Strange, why is there light coming from inside? The man pushed the door open, revealing a faint glow that piqued his curiosity. As the door slowly opened, a figure clad in black emerged before the 5. He wore a sly smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of mockery. However, to the 5, this smile appeared as that of a demon, sending shivers down their spines. They could not fathom why this young man was still awake at 11 o'clock. Perhaps he was uncomfortable in his bed? Welcome, Feng Lingyun Tian said with a slight bow, his hands outstretched, his cold voice resonating within the room. If I were to claim that I was here to inspect your lock for damage, would you believe me? The leading man's lips twitched as he attempted to concoct an excuse to leave. What do you think? Feng Lingyun Tian replied with a smirk. Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more riveting. Upon realizing the gravity of their situation, the man's expression hardened. He understood that if they did not eliminate this boy today, it would be their own lives at stake. With a fierce command, he charged forward wielding a cleaver. Brothers, follow me. Once we kill him, this house will be ours. The others, cognizant of their predicament, brandished their knives and rushed forward. Yet, in an instant, the 5 were struck down by an overwhelming force at their necks, promptly rendering them unconscious. Feng Lingyun Tian regarded the fallen figures with a look of disdain. He had initially intended to kill them outright, but reconsidered, not wanting to stain his room with blood. Instead, he bound them together with rope and began dragging them downstairs. After descending 2 flights, the 5 regained consciousness due to the jostling. Spotting the figure in black pulling them along, they began to plead for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I should not have targeted you. Please spare us. I have an elderly mother and a 5-year-old child. They cannot survive without me, they all cried out, offering their pleas, even invoking their fathers. But Feng Lingyun Tian remained utterly disinterested. It was only when he brought them to the 5th floor that he released the ropes binding them. Why then? Their bodies were stained with blood, their skin bruised and battered. Everyone, get out here. Feng Lingyun Tian's furious roar echoed through the 5th to 8th floors, awakening all the residents who had been sleeping in the hallways and their homes. As they opened their doors, bleary-eyed and fatigued, Feng Lingyun Tian shouted again, rousing them from their slumber. When they beheld Feng Lingyun Tian, a face turned ashen with terror, utterly bewildered as to why this demon had summoned them in the dead of night. Chapter 72. A Lesson in Brutality. Little brother, this young man. Why have you called us out at such an hour? Recently, the temperature had finally risen, allowing everyone to venture out in search of supplies. This late at night was a time for rest, yet they were abruptly summoned, causing irritation among them, though they dared not express their displeasure to the man before them. Oh, it's nothing, merely a demonstration to serve as a warning. Feng Lingyun Tian brandished a black sword, dragging it across the ground. He circled the 5 men bound by ropes, sneering, "I am aware that you have set your sights on my supplies, and some among you even contemplated breaking into my home to kill me. These 5 individuals are the ones who attempted to invade my residence tonight to seize my resources. I have gathered you all here merely to show you what fate befalls those who dare to covet my possessions. Should anyone harbor similar thoughts in the future, know that your end will mirror that of these 5. With that, Feng Lingyun Tian swung his sword, stripping away a layer of flesh from the lead man. Blood and flesh splattered onto the floor, painting the tiles red. The man writhed on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Next came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strikes, until Feng Lingyun Tian finally ceased when the man was reduced to a mere skeleton. Within the 5th floor, a profound silence enveloped the room, occasionally interrupted by the sound of people swallowing their saliva. They could hardly believe that, in front of so many witnesses, one man had been flayed alive. The 4 remaining subordinates, bound just like their leader, were so horrified by the sight of their boss being stripped of flesh that they erupted into maniacal laughter, seemingly spiraling into madness. Clearly, their mental state had deteriorated. Yet, Feng Lingyun Tian showed no mercy, continuing until all 4 were reduced to mere skeletons before sheathing his sword once more. Anyone who dares to covet my possessions will meet the same fate as these wretches. Feng Lingyun Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He then pointed casually at a man around 30 years of age, commanding, "You, clean up the meat and blood here, then head to my residence to collect a stake." After all, he passed by this place daily, and the sight of blood and flesh was quite distasteful. "Adopt me?" The man, bewildered, pointed to himself. "Yes, you," Feng Lingyun Tian affirmed with a nod. "All right, no problem." The man hastily agreed, glancing at the expressions of those around him and realizing the intended effect had been achieved. Before turning to head upstairs, by 9 in the morning, as Feng Lingyun Tian was practicing with his sword, he heard a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found the very man from the previous day. The man's expression was tense, and upon seeing the sword in Feng Lingyun Tian's hand, he instinctively took a step back. "Is everything cleaned up?" Feng Lingyun Tian inquired. "Yes, young master." The man nodded vigorously, even using a term of respect. Feng Lingyun Tian tossed him a piece of steak that had been cooked and cooled in the morning. Upon receiving the steak, tears of joy streamed down the man's face as he frantically began to devour it in the hallway. It had been ages since he had tasted meat, and to his surprise, he was able to enjoy steak today. He had expected to receive a raw steak, yet he was presented with one that was already cooked. Though it had cooled, it remained incredibly delicious. After finishing, the man frantically bowed in gratitude to Feng Lingyun Tian before rushing downstairs. Another day passed, and as Feng Lingyun Tian was having his lunch, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Approaching, he peered through the peephole and saw Su Keilang, prompting curiosity about her visit. Opening the door, Su Keilang's face lit up upon seeing him. "Dio, you need something from me?" Feng Lingyun Tian inquired, frowning. Brother Yun Tian, the snacks you gave my family are all gone. Could you possibly spare some more?" Su Keilang asked, somewhat embarrassed, recalling how they had succumbed to hunger and consumed everything within 2 days. "I see." Feng Lingyun Tian nodded but noticed that Su Keilang held nothing in her arms, prompting a curious question. "Strange, don't you usually carry some?" Su Keilang's expression froze, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Suddenly, recalling the scent of meat she had detected, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Your family didn't he eat it, did they?" She felt a nagging suspicion. After all, if they had consumed all the snacks in 2 days, it implied they truly lacked supplies. Coupled with the meat aroma she had perceived the other day, she guessed that Su Keilang's family must have devoured it. "Was cooked by my parents." Su Keilang's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Although she had also eaten, she truly cherished the food. "I understand now." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng Lingyun Tian's gaze. "Brother Yun Tian, could you possibly spare a bit more food from your home?" Su Kailang implored with pleading eyes. No. Feng Lingyun Tian coldly rejected her. Why not? Didn't you give some last time? Su Kailang asked in surprise. She was aware that Feng Lingyun Tian had refused many requests but had agreed to assist her family, thinking he harbored some fondness for them. Feng Lingyun Tian observed Su Kailang's astonishment and smirked disdainfully. He seized her collar, locking eyes with her. Do you wish to know why I provided your family with supplies that day? It was all out of respect for you. If it weren't for my fear of starvation, why would I have been so charitable? How ridiculous. I never expected that instead of perishing from hunger, you would end up cooking it. He turned cold. Since it's already gone, I have no reason to provide your family with anything further. Let your parents figure it out. If they cannot, then they may as well perish. With a derisive chuckle, Feng Lingyun Tian turned to close the door, only to hear Su Kailang's furious shout from behind. Are our lives not worth more than a dog? Feng Lingyun Tian turned to face her. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage as she glared at him. He did not turn back but shot her a cold, indifferent glance. You are absolutely right. In my eyes, the lives of your entire family are indeed worth less than a dog. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut, leaving Su Kailang outside, dazed, staring at his door, unable to move for a long while. This is too much. When she finally regained her senses, she turned and returned home. Su's father quickly inquired, So, did he refuse to give anything? Su Kailang shook her head, saying, The neighbor said we cooked it, so he is unwilling to provide us with more supplies. Even the supplies from last time were given out of fear of starvation. At that moment, she no longer referred to him as Brother Yunqian but simply as the neighbor. What does it matter if it's just a dog? Can it possibly be more important than human life? Su's mother also displayed displeasure. Forget it. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on ourselves. I'll bundle up and head out to see if I can find any supplies, Su's father sighed. Since the neighbor was unwilling to help, he could not let his family starve and reluctantly braved the cold to search for resources. Chapter 73. The arrival of the rescue team. Another week passed, and while Feng Lingyun Tian was practicing with his sword, he heard the sound of car horns outside. Simultaneously, a solemn voice echoed from downstairs, announcing through the vehicle's loudspeaker. The voice resonated throughout the entire community, reaching even the nearby residents. Within half an hour, everyone is to gather at the entrance of Jingyue community for the distribution of winter supplies and rations. We will transport all survivors to the underground shelter established in the Western War Zone. Please assemble in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone except Feng Lingyun Tian displayed expressions of joy and disbelief. They had not anticipated the arrival of a rescue team. Unlike Feng Lingyun Tian, the others fervently prayed within their hearts that this was not a dream. Some even slapped each other to confirm their reality, and upon realizing they were not dreaming, they embraced one another in excitement. However, when they regained their composure, they discovered they had embraced a stranger who appeared disheveled and promptly pushed him away in disgust. It took them less than half an hour, with some arriving in under a minute. To reach the entrance of the community, gazing at the 10 military vehicles and the armed soldiers, warmth surged within them. The country had not forgotten them. Some even shed tears of joy. They rushed forward, eager to be the first to board the vehicles. Everyone, form an orderly line and maintain discipline, or face consequences for disrupting military order. The rescue team leader, Li Ming, bellowed. Yet, the crowd paid him no heed. Continuing to surge forward in a chaotic frenzy, Li Ming furrowed his brow, casting a glance behind him before nodding slightly. The soldiers behind him raised their weapons and fired a shot into the air. The panicked crowd trembled at the sound, turning in fear towards Li Ming, who stood atop the vehicle. I said, Everyone, form a line and register one by one. If anyone pushes forward again, don't blame the bullets for being indiscriminate. Li Ming's brow remained tightly knit, showing no mercy towards the refugees. Under the threat of gunfire, the crowd complied, forming an orderly line, no longer daring to shove forward. Meanwhile, Li Ming glanced behind him and commanded, Send 5 squads, each consisting of 7 individuals, to inspect the surrounding buildings for anyone who might still be hiding in their rooms. It is imperative that we bring everyone out. After all, they represent invaluable labor. A smirk of disdain crept upon his lips as he surveyed the refugees below. Understood, Captain, came the reply. The refugees watched with curiosity as the 5 squads of 7 rushed into the building. wondering what their intentions were. Yet, their concern was minimal. As long as they could accompany the rescue team to safety, that was sufficient. The Jingyue community comprised a total of 22 buildings, with Fengling Yuntian residing in the 14th. Due to the overwhelming number of refugees, the registration process for each individual would likely extend into the night, providing ample time for a thorough search of every floor. When they reached the 14th building, the moment they entered through the 5th floor window, the expressions of the 7 soldiers beneath their riot helmets froze, their faces visibly paling. In the hall, 5 skeletal remains lay, their flesh entirely stripped away. This week, Fengling Yuntian had not ventured outside and was unaware that when he had instructed that man to clean up, he meant to remove everything, including the skeletons. However, that man had assumed Fengling Yuntian only wanted the flesh removed, leaving the bones to serve as a grim reminder for others. Thus, the current scene unfolded. "What in the world is this? It's utterly revolting," exclaimed a young officer, nearly retching his breakfast. "They must have been butchered for sustenance." An older soldier remarked, "Given the recent cold, many have perished from hunger, resorting to cannibalism for survival. I still can't accept this. It's too grotesque," another soldier lamented. "Let us just check each room. I doubt anyone would refuse to leave with us. After all, on the surface, we are the heroes here to save them." The captain might be concerned about potential villains accustomed to this lawless society, reluctant to leave and hoping to seize power for themselves. But they had already searched 2 buildings without uncovering any hidden residents. "Stop dawdling. Let us finish the inspection and return," one sighed, and they began their methodical search floor by floor. Accustomed to regular exercise, climbing numerous floors was a breeze for them. Upon reaching the 14th floor, where the remaining apartments had already been checked, they curiously noted that the other residents, in their haste to leave, had neglected to lock their doors. Except for one, which was securely shut. Exchanging glances, the 7 gripped their weapons and aimed at the door, one of them breaking down Fengling Yuntian's entrance. Sitting on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning while savoring barbecued meat, Fengling Yuntian heard the gunshots and furrowed his brow, glancing toward the door, only to be confronted by 7 armed soldiers bursting in. They aimed their weapons at him and shouted, "Don't move." Yet, upon seeing the barbecued beef and oysters on the table, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva in longing. Fengling Yuntian was taken aback by their sudden intrusion. He had been observing the situation below for 10 minutes from the window and detected no unusual activity. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story gets more thrilling," he thought. Yet, these individuals were inspecting each home. This was unusual. Would a rescue team genuinely go to such lengths to ensure no one was left behind? After all, this was akin to a post-apocalyptic scenario, and he found it hard to believe anyone would be so altruistic. "Look at this guy, enjoying his feast while the rest of us are starving. He is so fortunate to have meat and seafood at a time like this," someone remarked, noticing the fresh seafood still thawing on the table. Regardless of how one viewed it, it was undeniably fresh. "Focus. We have a mission," another retorted, but even he felt his throat involuntarily twitch at the enticing aroma. However, remembering their duty, he quickly asked, "Why don't you come down and register?" Fengling Yuntian assessed them, his expression unreadable as he responded, "As you can see, I have a generator, electricity, and food. I don't require rescue. Kindly leave my home." He struggled to suppress his anger, fully aware that no matter how swift he was, it could never rival the speed of 7 rifles. The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing understanding, yet what they said next made Fengling Yuntian's brow furrow. "Young man, while you may be comfortable now, the future is uncertain. For your own safety, it is best to accompany us to the shelter, but I truly do not need to." Fengling Yuntian insisted once more, "But it is not up to you. We have an obligation to protect every citizen. Since we have found you, we must take you with us. Furthermore, your generator is a rare asset. Each base has a limited supply, so for the nation's interest, it must be confiscated and of course, you won't be left empty-handed. You will be compensated with supplies valued at 500 before the apocalypse. Do not underestimate this. It is enough for a person to survive on for a month." Chapter 74. Reporting faced with the 7 soldiers wielding rifles, ready to fire at any moment, Fengling Yuntian inwardly sighed. When he first spotted them, he had considered fleeing in a helicopter, but the thought of leaving the comfort of his home for the cold, barren world outside dissuaded him. He assumed they were merely gathering people for evacuation, but he never anticipated they would methodically search every apartment. It became evident that this shelter was vastly different from what others had envisioned. As he contemplated transforming Chi-Chi to carve a path to freedom, he received a message in their group chat on his phone. "May I see your phone?" Feng Ling Yuntian asked. The 7 soldiers exchanged glances and nodded, permitting him. Upon opening the message, he recognized the sender as Chi Mu. The content read, "If there is a rescue team nearby, voluntarily apply to enter. There will be tasks for everyone to complete within the base. Please delete this message immediately after reading." Following that were a series of inconsequential remarks meant to obscure the true intent that, of course, those within the organization who had already been identified by Burial Spirit were not concerned about revealing their identities. As they all possessed custom-made human masks from Yuna.as for Feng Ling Yuntian, even if he had fired a weapon, in the current circumstances, killing someone hardly constituted a crime. He promptly deleted the message and glanced at Chi-Chi beside him. "Can I bring my dog along?" The 7 soldiers nodded, internally astonished that while some were resorting to cannibalism, this individual had managed to keep his dog fat and healthy. "Very well, I will accompany you," Feng Ling Yuntian replied, confident that they would not dare harm Chi-Chi. Given Chi-Chi's combat prowess, unless they used missiles to obliterate it completely, it was impossible to kill. Moreover, in such a vast base, Chi-Chi's meager size would hardly be worth anyone's appetite. He watched as the soldiers began to remove the meat from his home and locate the generator, his brow furrowing further. Upon spotting the generator, they exclaimed, "A new model micro-nuclear generator from 3 years ago? Where did this kid acquire it?" All eyes turned to Feng Ling Yuntian, filled with scrutiny. "I found it. Do you believe me?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "Since you are unwilling to share, we won't press further. Having this is sufficient. We doubt you have a second one." The 7 maintained their focus on Feng Ling Yuntian as they escorted him out, while 2 others continued their search upstairs. Observing their actions, Feng Ling Yuntian felt a tremor of anxiety. They wouldn't be heading to the top floor, would they? If they did, his helicopter would be exposed. He silently prayed they would finish inspecting the 27th floor and return. Hoping they would not ascend to the rooftop, as he was guided downstairs by 5 soldiers, standing at the back of the line. They positioned themselves around him to prevent any escape. This unfolding scenario did not escape Li Ming's notice. Indeed, some individuals were unwilling to accompany them. Regrettably, they had only discovered one such person. He had anticipated finding dozens, if not hundreds, unwilling to leave. Among the neighboring squads, Feng Ling Yuntian's classmates from the same community recognized him and displayed their displeasure, feeling it was unjust that he alone enjoyed the luxury of food while they went hungry. If not for the timely arrival of the rescue team, their own supplies would have run dry. The city had only recently emerged from a month of being buried in snow, and the frigid temperatures, dropping to -60, had persisted for less than 2 weeks. For those who had been frugal and still possessed rations at home, survival was still feasible. At that moment, Feng Yun appeared behind him, asking, "Why are you just coming out now?" Feng Ling Yuntian wondered if Feng Yun, like him, was reluctant to go to the shelter. "Why, parents and I were asleep. But I was awakened when someone banged on our door." Feng Yun pondered aloud. "Isn't it strange that the rescue team is going door to door? They seem overly thorough. I share your confusion." Feng Ling Yuntian agreed with a nod. Suddenly, some residents from the same unit noticed Feng Ling Yuntian and recoiled in fear, inadvertently disrupting the line. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed once more, causing the bodies of those nearby to tremble in fear. "What are you doing over there? Did I not instruct you to form an orderly line? Do you wish to die?" Feng Ming bellowed. "Why, yes. We apologize, esteemed officer. It was not our intention." The refugees, visibly shaken, sank to the ground, their faces as pale as death. "What is going on here?" He observed the expressions of this group, filled with sheer terror, as though they had witnessed something truly horrifying. "It is him, that little devil." A woman pointed at Feng Ling Yuntian, her child having perished from starvation on the 5th day of the heavy snowfall, ultimately forced to be consumed by her in a desperate bid for survival. "What has he done?" Li Ming inquired, gazing at Feng Ling Yuntian in confusion. After all, he was merely a remarkably handsome young lad. The only peculiarity was that despite his slightly soiled clothing, his spirit appeared remarkably vibrant, his face devoid of any dust. "He is a demon," the woman exclaimed, But her accusation faltered under the weight of a glance from Feng Lingyun Tian, causing her to shudder, yet emboldened by the presence of the officer above. She mustered her courage to retort. This fiend is a true monster. When the blizzard first struck, we saw his abundance of supplies and requested a share, but not only did he refuse, he resorted to murder my child starved to death because there was nothing to eat. As she spoke, she rubbed her abdomen, as if her child had become a part of her very being. Indeed, this wretch is a demon. Just a few nights ago, he summoned us in the dead of night and, before dozens of witnesses, brutally skinned 5 individuals alive, a display of inhumanity. Another man shouted in fury. They hoped these officers would deliver justice upon this monster. Upon hearing their words, Feng Lingyun Tian instinctively stroked Chi-Chi's head. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, he must find a way to escape. He was gambling now, questioning whether these officers were truly there to aid them. Feng Ming, upon hearing the crowd's accusations, allowed a smirk to grace his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. He never imagined such a seemingly gentle and attractive youth could be so ruthless. Chapter 75. The performance, is that so? Feng Ming replied with a sardonic expression, casting his gaze towards the young man not far off. Officer, why waste words with such a person? Execute him on the spot. The individuals within Building 14, previously intimidated by Feng Lingyun Tian, clamored for the immediate demise of this demon. Observing this crowd, Feng Lingyun Tian suppressed his inner fury, donning an expression of innocent despair. That wrong demeanor, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, proved exceedingly deceptive. Had it not been for the numerous witnesses, one would hardly believe he was a bloodthirsty killer. Officer, you are unjustly accusing me. I am merely a high school dropout. Hardly the monster they claim. As for why I killed, after I painstakingly retrieved supplies, this mob descended upon me, even brandishing knives as they stormed my home, intent on dismembering me. If I had not fought back, I would not be standing here now, robbing supplies. Do you have an abundance of resources at home? Feng Ming raised an eyebrow. A nearby officer escorting Feng Lingyun Tian approached swiftly and whispered a few words into Feng Ming's ear, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he scrutinized Feng Lingyun Tian anew. Indeed, officer, I only acted in self-defense. I am not nearly as fearsome as they depict. Woe is me! The more he spoke, the redder his eyes became. Deserving of an Oscar for his performance, I was merely protecting myself. They are the true scoundrels. Among this crowd, a minority survived by rationing their remaining food, while the majority had resorted to killing several individuals, consuming their flesh to endure. If anyone should be executed, it should be them. I am merely an innocent, pitiable youth striving for survival. Dear officer, do not heed their baseless accusations. The residents of Building 14, witnessing Feng Lingyun Tian's current state, found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of what was genuine and what was a fade. Had they not witnessed his acts of murder, they might have been persuaded. Very well, let this matter pass. After all, killing in self-defense is justifiable. I shall not pursue this further. Now, please return to your lines. Feng Ming waved his hand dismissively. The remaining residents felt a wave of despair wash over them. While they too had taken lives, it was swift, and to quell hunger, their victims were granted a swift end. But this man, he had flayed individuals alive. In terms of cruelty, he was undoubtedly the greater villain. Yet, with the officer's assurance of no repercussions, they had no choice but to return to their lines, quietly awaiting their turn. However, when they turned to glance at Feng Lingyun Tian, they were met with a glimmer of icy malice in his eyes, causing them to recoil in fright. Surely, he would not dare to kill them within the shelter. Behind Feng Lingyun Tian, Feng Yun gazed in astonishment at the familiar visage before him, incredulous that the once timid boy, standing at a height of 180 centimeters and too afraid to confront Ma Su, who stood at 168 centimeters, now possessed the audacity to take a life. Truly remarkable. He was not overly surprised, for during this time, in a bid to protect his family's provisions, he too had wounded others. In such extreme conditions, lacking medicine, infection would inevitably lead to death. The registration process proceeded smoothly, as the majority were young individuals ranging from their teens to those in their 40s. Yet, at that moment, a sudden roar erupted from another registration line. The crowd turned to find an elderly man, with a third of his hair already turned white, appearing to be between 60 and 65 years of age. Why can't I enter the shelter? Am I not human just because I am old? The old man raged, coughing several times from the intensity of his emotion. Father, please calm down. His child hurriedly patted the old man's back, casting a pleading glance at the registering officer. Officer, I implore you to allow my father entry. He has served in the military and fought in battles, just like you. Are you all deaf? Did I not make it clear? The base does not accept anyone over the age of 50. Those exceeding that age are strictly prohibited. Do not waste others' time. Hurry and move your father aside. The registrar waved dismissively, indicating that the man should pull his father away. Upon hearing this, the elderly man grew indignant, defiantly sitting on the ground, declaring that if he was not allowed into the shelter today, then none would be able to register. Observing the obstinate old man, Fong Ming subtly gestured, mimicking a slicing motion. The next moment, a loud bang rang out, and the old man's head was pierced, his body slumping backward. The sight sent the others into a frenzy of screams. Annoyed by the commotion, the officers fired another shot into the air, silencing the previously raucous environment. Silence! Silence! Fong Ming roared, demanding that everyone maintain order. As long as they did not interfere with the rules he had set, they would not be fired upon. Thus, he urged them to register in an orderly fashion. Hearing the officer's command, the crowd settled down, having grown accustomed to death. Even the gunfire did not provoke much surprise, merely a momentary shock from the abruptness of it all. Meanwhile, in another line, an officer was addressing a man who appeared youthful yet bore numerous wrinkles. Officer, I am not 50. I am only 46, in excellent health, absolutely fit for service. A man with a head full of black hair exclaimed. Do you have identification? The officer inquired. My ID was buried in the snow. The man shook his head, lamenting the loss of his identification beneath the snowdrifts. In that case, I cannot register you, the registrar stated. Why? The man cried out. Because your appearance suggests you are 60, that is simply due to my prematurely aged looks. I am freshly 49, and to be safe, I even understated my age a bit to ensure entry into the shelter. Alas, I underestimated the toll of my wrinkles. Having worked in construction from a young age, his skin had aged poorly, making him appear several years older than his peers. Officer, I assure you I am not 60. I do not care. Unless you produce your ID, you must leave the line. I do not care how old you claim to be. I will only judge based on your appearance. The officer resolutely denied him entry, standing firm against the man who appeared older than 50. Chapter 76. Collective protest. Among the other lines, individuals exceeding 50 years of age, or those who, though under 50, bore an aged appearance, were similarly denied entry into the shelter. The man whose father had been shot planned to voice his anger but feared that doing so would jeopardize his own chance for refuge. Thus, he could only apologize silently to his father and comply with the registration process. However, as the number of elderly individuals being turned away grew, those rejected gathered together in protest. Why are we not allowed in? We are healthy, physically capable. Even if you make us work, why can't we register? We protest. A throng of people raised their hands, shouting fervently. After all, they had no idea how long the 40-degree below temperatures would persist. Typically, their winters only reached a low of -18 degrees. In such frigid -40-degree weather, they were uncertain how long they could endure. Should they fall ill without medicine, with hospitals closed, their fate was sealed. Thus, this rescue team represented their only hope for survival, and they could not afford to forsake it. They thought to themselves, if one person dares to kill, would they also dare to slay nearly 50 of us? They are soldiers, and it is inconceivable for them to disregard the lives of the populace. Observing the raucous crowd, Fong Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I consent to allow you to register. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged and elderly individuals rejoiced, believing their protests had borne fruit. However, the price to pay is the disqualification of one of your family members. What do you think of that? The moment these words were uttered, all eyes widened in shock. Some who were typically domineering at home immediately sought out their sons, demanding they relinquish their spots as a means of repaying their parental gratitude. Yet to their astonishment, their sons flatly refused. Dad, I'm sorry, but I also wish to enter. I cannot cede my place to you. I truly apologize. You unfilial wretch, I'll beat you to death. Just as he raised his hand to strike, A bullet pierced through his chest. He stared in shock at the soldier on stage, then slowly collapsed to the ground. Dad. Tears welled in the man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. After registering, he dashed into the line for refuge. Meanwhile, he silently vowed, Dad, may you rest in peace. If I am to be your son in the next life, I will honor you, provided that the apocalypse does not occur. Watching the elders being rejected by their families, Fong Ming displayed a mocking smile. He understood that anyone who had survived for over a month in such weather must possess a certain ruthlessness. They would never willingly offer their life-saving spots to others, even if that person were their own parents. I have raised this child for so long, and now, at this life-and-death juncture, he actually disregards his old father. How outrageous! The elderly were collectively disheartened, feeling their children were exceedingly unfilial. However, if they were to give up their chances, how long could their children survive? When the snow melts and floods engulf the land, would they even endure? Enough. If you continue to make a racket, none of you will live, Fong Ming bellowed. Yet the distraught elders were unwilling to retreat, remaining in place lamenting. Driven to the brink of tolerance, Fong Ming seized a firearm from his subordinate and began shooting them one by one. Observing that the adversary intended to leave no survivors, some elderly individuals immediately turned and fled. Fong Ming aimed his gun at the fleeing figures, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As he taunted, Run. If you can escape my shooting range, I may spare you. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted, but as they reached the edge of the shooting range, they were all met with a bullet to the head. The soldiers on stage, witnessing this, praised, Captain, your marksmanship remains impeccable. Ha ha, with more practice, you too could achieve this. The young individuals below felt a wave of anxiety. Were these people truly here to save them? Why did it feel as though they had walked into the jaws of a tiger? At this moment, Fong Lingyun Tian also realized that this group was undoubtedly not merely here for a rescue. Otherwise, even if they did not take those people away, they would not execute them all. The attitude displayed suggested that shooting those individuals was akin to a game for them. All right, now no one should dare to stir up trouble, Fong Ming said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a large cloud of smoke. Casting a disdainful glance at the group of refugees below. These folks do not seem to be virtuous. Fong Yun softly remarked. Indeed, Fong Lingyun Tian nodded, then curiously inquired, By the way, where are your parents? He recalled that Fong Yun had been with his family. Upon mentioning this topic, Fong Yun's expression darkened considerably. A bitter smile graced his lips as he revealed that his parents had gone to retrieve a distressed relative and had never returned. He had mourned for quite some time and had even searched for them, but to no avail. After all, in a world blanketed in white, where could one possibly find individuals as small as ants? Well, Fong Lingyun Tian shrugged, surprised to find that this young man was indeed quite unfortunate. He wondered which calamity had befallen his parents for the entire family to vanish. But it's all right. I can still manage well on my own. Fong Yun shook his head. In the past, he had relished teasing Fong Lingyun Tian for being a tall man at 1.80 meters who dared not fight back when beaten, bringing shame to men. Yet now, he no longer harbored such sentiments. As the registrations continued to conclude, when it was Fong Lingyun Tian's turn, the registrar glanced up at him, momentarily startled. Though the young man bore some grease stains, they were not easily discernible due to his dark clothing. However, this lad was different from the others. His cheeks were exceptionally clean and fair, piquing the registrar's curiosity. Name, age, the registrar asked, astonished. Fong Lingyun Tian, 18. Fong Lingyun Tian? Your surname is Fong? The registrar asked incredulously. Yes, my surname is Fong, and my first name is Lingyun Tian, Fong Lingyun Tian replied, expressionless. All right, registration complete. Please proceed to the back of the queue and wait. Fong Lingyun Tian nodded. Glancing at the group gathered in the snowy expanse, he approached and discovered that apart from the military vehicles meant for traversing the snow, there appeared to be no other transport available for them. What is this situation? As the skies darkened, the registrations finally concluded. The tables were stowed and placed inside the military vehicles, with all soldiers standing in the cargo area, guns raised and aimed at the registered refugees. Fong Ming sat inside the vehicle, taking up a loudspeaker to announce, Everyone listen closely. The base in the southern district is located 150 kilometers from here. Due to a lack of vehicles, you will need to walk there. Rest assured, we will provide you with rations along the way. So you shan't go hungry. At a walking pace of 50 kilometers per day, you should reach in approximately 3 days. What? The crowd erupted in terror. They were already exhausted, and the thought of walking in such weather was nearly unbearable. It is known that a person walks at about 5 kilometers per hour under normal circumstances. This implied that they were expected to traverse for 10 hours each day. They feared they would freeze to death on the road before even arriving. Feng Ming had anticipated this reaction. Even in the past, asking someone to walk for 10 hours daily was unacceptable, let alone in the current weather. Clearing his throat, he smiled. Do not worry. We have prepared military coats for each of you. They will keep you warm and prevent you from freezing to death on the journey. Of course, he had left out one crucial statement. Should you lag behind due to fatigue, do not blame them for leaving you in the icy wilderness. No one would bother with a burden. Upon hearing the officer's words, the crowd reluctantly accepted, yet the prospect of walking such long distances still left them unwilling. Perceiving their hesitation, Feng Ming mockingly added, "If anyone is unwilling to go, you may stay behind. However, when the snow melts and the cities are swept away by floods, whether you can survive is another matter." Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale. Some had already considered this possibility and reacted with merely a slight change in expression, while others, who only focused on the present, trembled in fear at his words. Indeed, how could they have forgotten? Once the snow melted, the consequences would be unimaginable. All cities would be engulfed by torrents several meters high, reduced to ruins. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to the arduous journey of 150 kilometers. Subsequently, everyone proceeded to the last vehicle to collect their coats, one for each, hastily ensuring that all were distributed within 15 minutes. Under the soldiers' guidance, everyone crowded toward the final cargo area. When the door opened, it revealed an overflow of green military coats. Upon sighting this, some individuals' faces lit up with excitement as they rushed forward to snatch them, only to be met with a swift kick from the soldiers. "What are you in such a hurry for? We will distribute them to you. Do not act recklessly," the soldiers admonished. Those who had been kicked down stood up without anger, instead smiling and nodding. They were simply worried that the coats were limited, and if they delayed, they might miss out. The soldiers quickly distributed the coats, urging them to leave promptly to avoid delaying the overall progress. Feng Yun stood in line with 3 classmates from the same community. Noticing Feng Lingyun Tian standing still in the open snowy field, he curiously approached. "Why aren't you going to collect yours?" Feng Yun asked, puzzled. "Yeah, aren't you afraid they'll run out if you don't go?" Zhang Ming added. Feng Lingyun Tian glanced at the throng of refugees and the faint stench lingering in the air. Wrinkling his brow slightly, he then looked at the expensive thermal clothing on his body, unzipping it to reveal the soft white fleece lining inside that appeared exceedingly warm. The 4 of them stared in awe. Momentarily at a loss for words, "I suppose I should just obediently queue up," Zhang Ming muttered, turning to leave. Feng Yun and the others likewise turned away, finding such individuals utterly detestable. After approximately 17 minutes, all but Feng Lingyun Tian had collected their coats, leaving around 20 still remaining in the cargo area. Several soldiers looked at Feng Lingyun Tian, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you coming to collect yours?" "I don't need it." Feng Lingyun Tian replied, his expression unchanging, "If you are cold later, we won't be distributing any more." The soldiers closed the door and returned to the vehicle. Everyone followed behind, and now, let us set off. Feng Ming commanded through the loudspeaker, once all had received their coats. "What?" All present were once again taken aback, gazing at the dim sky. Apart from a sliver of moonlight, the entire city lay shrouded in darkness. As night had fallen, the temperature plummeted to around -50 degrees. Even the insulating warmth of the military overcoats felt inadequate against the biting cold. Particularly unbearable was the frost that pierced through their feet. "Chief, you must be jesting," one exclaimed. "Indeed. We should be departing tomorrow, right? At this hour, it must be at least 8 o'clock. We've been standing all day. We need to rest." The crowd erupted in protest, believing the commander had erred or was merely toying with them. "Do you think I would jest with you?" Feng Ming replied with a cold smirk. "The 3 days I mentioned commence from today, which means we must set off immediately. Enough with the delays. If you expedite your pace, you might complete the 50 kilometers before 3 in the morning, allowing you to rest until 10 o'clock. With that, Feng Ming's lips curled upward slightly. Am I not being exceedingly generous? No need to thank me now, let's move. With that, 10 modified military vehicles roared to life, their engines rumbling as they began to roll forward. Their speed was not particularly swift, and as long as the populace kept moving, they could easily keep up. However, after traveling a mere 20 meters, Fong Ming noticed a multitude of individuals had yet to budge. He glanced into the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. He seized the megaphone once more and inquired, "Do those at the back have any objections to my orders?" Nearly two-thirds of the crowd gathered together, launching into a fervent protest. "We have no strength left. We are hungry. We need food. We are too exhausted to depart until tomorrow." Over 1,000 voices raised an uproar echoed throughout the community. A few of the most vociferous among them incited others who were still following the vehicles to join in their dissent, firmly believing that sheer numbers would compel compliance. Observing those few dozen individuals, Fong Ming commanded through his earpiece, "Eliminate the most vocal dissenters." Understood. Soldiers stationed at the rear of the vehicle raised their rifles, aiming at the loudest instigators. Upon seeing the ominous barrels pointed in their direction, a chill ran through the crowd. Then, with a series of thunderous gunshots, blood sprayed from the chests of those few as their bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. The shrieks reverberated throughout the neighborhood, leaving everyone stunned by the soldiers' ruthless actions. From now on, anyone who incites unrest will meet a similar fate, Fong Ming sneered. Following this chilling display, no one dared to protest further. They obediently followed behind the vehicles. The throng trudged through the white snow, leaving a trail of footprints that resembled a flowing river. Chapter 78. Distribution of food at 10 o'clock in the evening. A group set forth towards the edge of the city. After departing from the vicinity of the community, they had been marching for 2 hours. Due to prolonged nutritional deficiencies leading to extreme fatigue, their strength was rapidly waning. They gasped for breath, the white mist swirling around them. From above, it appeared as a vast cloud of smoke. The frigid wind pierced their throats like needles, causing excruciating pain. "My feet are freezing. I want to sleep. How far have we walked now?" "I have no idea." A group struggled against the biting cold beneath their feet, plodding after the vehicles ahead. After another 2 hours passed, some could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. Upon noticing that those behind had ceased to move, Fong Ming ordered a halt and descended to investigate. Upon discovering someone unconscious and suffering from a high fever, he displayed a look of disdain. "Commander, please save my wife." A man in his 30s rushed forward, dropping to his knees in supplication. "My wife is burning with fever. I beg you to let her rest in the vehicle for a while and give her some medicine to reduce her fever." The man's face was etched with anxiety, clearly deeply concerned for his wife. Fong Ming assessed the woman's condition and frowned slightly. "I cannot make exceptions. If I allow her on the vehicle, what will stop others from feigning illness? If she cannot continue, she must be left behind. We cannot let her delay the progress of the group. As for the medicine, in this situation, every pill is invaluable. I cannot waste it on someone barely clinging to life." Fong Ming's icy voice echoed in the man's ears, leaving him in shock as he gazed at the soldier before him. "Is this truly the military? How can they be so cold-hearted?" As Fong Ming turned to leave, the man clung to his leg, crying out frantically, "Please, save her. It's just one pill. I beg you. Let go." Fong Ming barked, but the man only tightened his grip. In a fit of anger, Fong Ming drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the man's arm. The searing pain forced the man to release his hold, and he collapsed in the snow, writhing in agony. Fong Ming turned his back and instructed the soldiers in the vehicle, "Leave that man behind as well. In this weather, he has no chance of survival with a gunshot wound." Without medicine to combat infection, the likelihood of death was merely a matter of time. Fong Ming returned to the vehicle and picked up the megaphone, declaring, "Everyone, keep up. Those who fall behind are of no concern. If you do not wish to rest sooner, you may delay as long as you like, but you must cover 50 kilometers in a day. If it takes you 20 hours to complete, you will only have 4 hours to rest. If you can finish in 8 hours, the remaining 16 hours will be yours to rest. The rest," though deeply disheartened, hastened to keep pace with the vehicles, while the fallen couple was left unattended. As time trickled by, it reached 2 o'clock in the morning. The extreme cold left all but Fong Lingyun, Tian, and Chi-Chi shivering uncontrollably. Their feet had grown sweaty from prolonged walking, but the sweat quickly froze in the frigid air, rendering their shoes cold and damp, as if they were treading upon a wet carpet pulled from a freezer. As they walked, the crowd rubbed their feet to stave off the numbness. Some even flushed red, displaying clear symptoms of fever. Gradually, one by one, individuals succumbed to the harsh conditions, and soon the group lost another 10 or so members. However, for the 2,000 strong, this had no impact. They continued their march. "Commander, how far have we gone?" someone stammered, jogging up to the soldiers on the vehicle. "Let me check," a soldier inquired via his earpiece. And upon receiving a reply, he expressionlessly stated, "Currently, we have covered 35 kilometers, meaning we still have 15 kilometers to go." Ah. The inquirer's face paled, and he nodded, "Thank you. You're welcome." Upon returning to the crowd, he was immediately bombarded with questions. "So, how far have we gone?" 35 kilometers. "We still have 15 kilometers left," he responded helplessly. Once a marathon runner, he was in better shape than most. How could this be? 15 kilometers? Can I really hold on? Enough talk. Save your strength. They glanced back at those who had collapsed, silently praying they would not succumb as well. To faint in such weather would mean never waking again. Feng Lingyun Tian and Chi-Chi walked alongside 4 classmates, noticing that the once fragile individuals now exhibited no signs of exhaustion, which surprised them. "Aren't you tired?" Zhang Ming asked in confusion. "Not at all." Feng Lingyun Tian replied with a glance. "But your dog is still alive. It seems your supplies are quite abundant." Beside Feng Lingyun Tian, Chi-Chi appeared radiant and full of vigor, clearly having eaten well during this time. Far better off than many others. Yet they also noticed that despite not being in the main group, a palpable sense of greed emanated from the crowd, their eyes fixated on Chi-Chi. They could even hear the rumblings of hunger from those nearby. Finally, at 4:15, the entire group reached the 50-kilometer mark. Observing the recorded distance on the vehicle, Fang Ming stretched with a smile. He had dozed off in the vehicle, and if not for his subordinate waking him, he might have slept until morning. He picked up the megaphone and cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully completed 50 kilometers. We will now distribute food, and after eating, you may rest until 10 o'clock tomorrow." At this, a wave of joy washed over the crowd. Food was on the horizon. As a military vehicle opened to reveal 20 large containers inside, the crowd's expressions turned greedy. "Form a line. Those who receive their food should quickly step aside to avoid wasting time." Fang Ming commanded as his subordinates began to distribute the contents. The moment the containers were lowered, the throng surged forward, eager to be first in line. Observing the chaotic mass of people, Fang Ming fired his weapon to instill order. Prompting the refugees to settle down, as the lid of the container was lifted, the soldiers retrieved disposable plastic bowls from another vehicle, preparing the first serving. The recipient of the first bowl dipped a finger into the food and tasted it. Savoring the moment, a faint hint of saltiness lingered, accompanied by a subtle fishy taste, yet the texture bore a striking resemblance to tofu. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is this peculiar substance?" He was genuinely baffled. The item in his hand resembled tofu, yet its flavor was entirely different, even possessing a slight elasticity that left him utterly perplexed. Why engage in such lengthy discourse? Do not impede others from obtaining their meals. "Step aside quickly." A soldier, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively, prompting the man to reluctantly withdraw. He mused to himself, as long as there was something to eat, why concern oneself with trivialities? When the individuals behind him received their similarly tofu-like dinner, they too felt a surge of curiosity, but hunger prevailed, and they refrained from asking further questions. After all, taking a couple of bites revealed that the taste was not entirely unpleasant. Chapter 79. Shadows in the Snow. Before long, it was time for Feng Lingyun Tian and his 4 companions to collect their food, at the forefront. Su Hao furrowed his brow at the bowl containing the tofu-like substance. "What on earth is this? The flavor seems rather odd. It couldn't possibly be spoiled, could it?" He had no desire to be abandoned due to an upset stomach. Whether one chose to eat or not was of little concern to the soldiers, who were disinclined to provide explanations. "Please, don't take offense. I merely asked," Su Hao said, turning to his 4 classmates with a troubled expression, uncertain whether they would be able to stomach such a dish. Subsequently, all 4, including Feng Lingyun Tian, received their bowls of the white, tofu-like food, and expressions of distaste emerged among them. The other 3, having nothing else to eat, could only muster the fortitude to swallow it down bit by bit. As they consumed more, it seemed somewhat less difficult to swallow. "What do you think, Chi-Chi? Are you willing to eat?" Feng Lingyun Tian extended his disposable bowl towards Chi-Chi, who sniffed it and promptly turned away in disdain. This only strengthened Feng Lingyun Tian's conviction that while the food was undoubtedly non-toxic, it was far from being crafted from any reputable ingredients. Without hesitation, he passed the bowl to his classmates. Asking, "Will you eat this?" He had initially contemplated discarding it, but reconsidered and decided to offer it to them. "Aren't you eating?" Feng Yun queried. He understood Feng Lingyun Tian's perspective. While the sight of the food was indeed unappetizing, once ingested, one would find the flavor barely tolerable. At least it was infinitely superior to canned salted fish. "I refuse to eat this," he replied, shaking his head as he retrieved 2 packets of bread from his clothing-wrapped pockets. He and Chi-Chi each took a share, and after finishing, they reclined beneath a bare eave to rest. The food from home had been seized by that group, leaving only these 2 packets of dry noodles behind. However, the identity of the material used in the food was something he could never bring himself to consume. As the group finished their meals, they sought shelter in a nearby building to rest. Surrounding them were dozens of armed soldiers, stationed to prevent anyone from escaping. These soldiers would rotate to ensure proper rest. At this moment, Feng Lingyun Tian had not yet fully succumbed to slumber. Noticing that apart from the soldiers, everyone else had drifted off, he experienced an out-of-body sensation, inhabiting the form of a nearby soldier. A slight smile graced his lips as he concocted an excuse to venture outside in search of supplies. Ultimately, he discovered over 30 unopened packets of biscuits and 2 bags of toast in a CAF located 3 kilometers away. Concealing the bounty within his clothing, he returned to Feng Lingyun Tian's side. Unzipping his jacket, he stashed the food inside before resuming control of the soldier and rejoining his group. Upon seeing him return after nearly an hour, his comrades teased, "We thought you had fallen into a latrine." "Ha." To avert suspicion, Feng Lingyun Tian forced a smile and replied, "Ha. The cold weather made it a bit challenging." "All right, return to your post. It's nearly time for the shift change. If you're caught slacking off, you'll be on duty for several more hours." "Understood." Feng Lingyun Tian resumed his original position, securing his weapon before relinquishing control of the soldier's body. The soldier blinked in confusion, momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure. Reasoning that he must have dozed off for a brief moment, back in his own body, Feng Lingyun Tian felt the weight of sufficient provisions for a day, a satisfied smile crossing his lips as he closed his eyes. At 10 o'clock the following morning, the blaring horns jolted everyone awake. They shook their bodies and rubbed their eyes to gradually adjust. Simultaneously, the large barrels used for distributing food were once again brought forth by the soldiers. Once more, they were met with the same milky white substance as the previous day. After breakfast, the group set off again. However, after a night spent in the frigid environment, their strength had diminished even further than the day before. During the first hour, over a dozen individuals succumbed and collapsed in the snow. Having experienced low-grade fever since the previous night, they had no medication to alleviate their suffering and could only endure. At this moment, they could bear it no longer and fell entirely into the snow. The other members of the group observed the abandoned civilians, but made no effort to assist. If only someone were willing to carry them, there would be a chance for survival. Yet, already fatigued, the act of lifting even one person would risk their own lives. As a few members trudged onward around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Ming, seated in the vehicle, suddenly caught sight of a dark shadow in the distance. The silhouette lay on the snow, its form subtly writhing, seemingly gnawing at something. What could that be? He raised binoculars to his eyes, and his pupils constricted in shock. Through the military-grade optics, he distinctly observed that the creature being devoured was a tiger, and the one feasting upon it was a cursed spirit. Good heavens, why would such a creature appear in this desolate place? Being a member of the military, Feng Ming was well aware of what a cursed spirit was. Moreover, he possessed a modicum of supernatural ability, albeit a rather feeble one. Hence his lowly position within the military, tasked with escorting refugees. All units, halt! Feng Ming refrained from using the horn, opting instead to open the window and issue commands to the soldiers behind him, fearful of disturbing the cursed spirit engrossed in its meal. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that cursed spirits possess an acute sensitivity to resentment and negative emotions. The palpable negativity emanating from the 2,000 people behind him served as the most exquisite nourishment for a cursed spirit. Mere seconds after he commanded the halt, the cursed spirit, Having detected the intoxicating scent of resentment in the air, paused its meal, hunched its body, and slowly turned its gaze towards them, excitement flickering in its eyes. This is bad. A chill ran down Fong Ming's spine, and in the next instant, he witnessed a shadow darting towards them like a ravenous wolf. As it ran, it used the snow-covered ruins as a springboard to gain speed. Prepare for battle. Target the approaching, cursed spirit. Open fire, Fong Ming ordered, his expression darkening. This was his first encounter with a cursed spirit. His knowledge stemmed from the research facility dedicated to cursed spirits located in the lower levels of the western base. They had even been fortunate enough to witness live specimens during a previous opportunity. Yet, he could never have imagined that he would actually face one in reality. Chapter 80. Borrowing your soul for a moment. What is happening? What on earth? Why has the convoy suddenly come to a halt? It seems the frontmost vehicle has stopped, and someone appeared to have spoken, but the distance rendered their words inaudible. A military snow vehicle measures approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. With 10 vehicles lined up, the total length amounts to around 80 meters, with several meters of space between each, creating a distance of nearly 200 meters from the foremost vehicle. Thus, even if those at the front spoke loudly, it would be difficult for Fong Lingyun Tian to discern their words. However, this distance posed no issue for him. He overheard the officer's command. Everyone, fire. What could possibly be occurring? Was the convoy under attack? Just as he contemplated crossing the vehicles to see what was amiss, he was barked at by the soldiers in the last vehicle. What are you doing? Return to your place. Reluctantly, Fong Lingyun Tian complied and retreated. Up ahead, soldiers from 5 vehicles disembarked, aiming at the oncoming dark figure. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as bullets tore through the icy air, flying towards the shadow. The dark figure deftly evaded many of the bullets. Yet a few still struck its form. Remarkably, those bullets failed to inflict any harm. The black figure surged forward across the pristine snow. Seeing this, Fong Ming grasped a sniper rifle, lining up the dark figure in his sights. Without taking careful aim, he fired a shot. The bullet whistled through the air, but the shadow nimbly dodged it. Just as it believed it had evaded the projectile, it failed to notice that the bullet had inexplicably curved. Returning to strike it from behind, bang! The bullet hit its mark, the force causing the dark figure to stumble momentarily. It turned to glance at the bullet that had fallen to the ground, then resumed its charge towards the vehicle brigade radiating negative energy. How is this possible? Fong Ming exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his supernatural tracking bullet could not inflict damage on such a seemingly minor cursed spirit. He fired several more rounds, and despite the sniper bullets mingling with the barrage from the others, they all struck the cursed spirit. Yet none had any effect. In an instant, terror engulfed everyone as they frantically reloaded their weapons to resume firing. It was not that Fong Ming's bullets lacked the capacity to penetrate the cursed spirit's body. Rather, it was that his bullets were devoid of any supernatural energy. Had his bullets been infused with such power, the first shot would have already dispatched that ordinary cursed spirit. Unfortunately, he had never systematically learned the methods to control the supernatural energy within his body. Quick! Fall back! Retreat! Fong Ming commanded, and everyone began to withdraw while continuing to shoot. Suddenly, the cursed spirit lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to a soldier who was in the midst of retreating and firing. Its pitch-black hand shot out, effortlessly piercing through the soldier's body in the blink of an eye. Crimson blood stained the surrounding snow, and the cursed spirit flung the lifeless corpse several dozen meters away. It stepped forward once more, employing the same method to eliminate another soldier in a fleeting moment. The soldiers retreating while firing met their grim fates, and those in the vehicles behind them hastily disembarked to join the fray. The air was filled with the cacophony of screams intertwined with gunfire. Echoing throughout the pristine city, the refugees, upon hearing these sounds, felt their hearts tremble with anxiety. They recognized the cries for help and the screams of terror amidst the gunfire, sensing that some horrific event was unfolding ahead. The situation felt decidedly amiss. Fong Lingyunshan furrowed his brow. Something capable of eliciting such screams from numerous soldiers could not possibly be a mere triviality. Could it be an ability user? But why would an ability user attack military vehicles? If it wasn't an ability user, then what could it be? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Could it be a cursed spirit? The only entities that could provoke such a reaction from soldiers aside from ability users who could disregard hundreds of firearms, were cursed spirits that were unfazed by ordinary bullets. Feng Ming and the others hastily retreated, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon the cursed spirit, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Damn it! How can this monster be so terrifying? Feng Ming roared in frustration, his face flushed with anger. In just a minute, approximately 20 soldiers had perished, leaving him at a loss on how to report this to his superiors. When he had been granted the opportunity to observe earlier, witnessing the cursed spirit bound and treated like a lab rat, he had assumed it to be weak and had looked down upon it, thinking it was merely a new life form shrouded in black mist. Yet now, facing a true cursed spirit, he realized that it was not the cursed spirit that was weak, but rather the research facility's control methods that were excessively powerful. As the cursed spirit approached rapidly, Feng Linjianshan finally discerned the creature slaughtering the soldiers amidst the crowd. Observing the soldiers, who were utterly helpless against the cursed spirit, a disdainful smile crept across his lips. These fools could only bully ordinary people. When confronted with even the weakest of cursed spirits, they were rendered utterly impotent. He could remain indifferent, but it seemed this squad was truly on the brink of annihilation. Earlier that morning, he had received a message from Chimu, which outlined the reasons for their mission and the existence of the research facility. According to the message, the facility housed a vast number of cursed stones. They had sought out these cursed stones and imprisoned thousands of innocent individuals in the basement, forcing them to provide a continuous source of energy for the stones. Once the cursed stones in each room transformed into cursed spirits and reached a certain level of potency, they would dispatch an ability user stronger than that cursed spirit to eliminate it and extract the energy-laden cursed stone. Ultimately, that stone would be absorbed by other ability users, augmenting their own powers. This practice could be considered the most basic form of nurturing a ghoul. Their mission was clear. Regardless of where they would ultimately end up, they needed to find a way to infiltrate the research facility and steal all the cursed stones. According to Chimu's information, there were over 200 cursed stones, each containing energy equivalent to that of a cursed spirit boasting between 2,000 to 3,000 points of supernatural power. With such a significant quantity of cursed stones, even extracting half would suffice to elevate their entire organization to a terrifying level of power. Feng Linjianshan felt a surge of excitement upon receiving this news. If they could retrieve all of them, each member of their organization could potentially receive at least 20 stones. Even if the energy contained within these stones was not entirely pure, it would still equate to acquiring at least 2 to 3 cursed serpent-level stones. Therefore, he could not allow all these soldiers to perish. He had to save them. However, the prerequisite was that he must not expose himself. He glanced at the 4 followers trailing closely behind him, noticing their curiosity directed toward the front, oblivious to his presence. With a lightened step, he gradually retreated to the rear of the crowd. He gently tapped a refugee on the shoulder, donning a bright, sunny smile. The touched refugee shuddered, turning to face an unfamiliar visage. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, his apprehension easing upon seeing the non-threatening expression. Yet, the next statement left him utterly bewildered. Feng Linjianshan revealed his pearly white teeth. Grinning, "I apologize, but I need to borrow your soul for a moment." "What?" The man was momentarily taken aback, entirely unsure of the meaning behind those words. But before he could voice his confusion, Feng Linjianshan placed his hand atop his own head. The man furrowed his brow, ready to erupt in anger. After all, who suddenly touches another person's head without introduction? But before he could speak, his pupils dilated, as an immense force seemed to tug at the very depths of his soul, causing his eyes to rapidly lose focus. Feng Linjianshan extracted the man's soul, merging it with his own supernatural power, transforming it into an energy entity. In the next instant, he converted the energy entity into a beam of light, which soared through the air above the military vehicle and accurately struck the cursed spirit that was currently slaughtering the soldiers. The cursed spirit, previously engaged in its rampage, abruptly halted its movements, and every bullet fired at it struck true. The tremendous impact sent it reeling backward, and the black mist enveloping its form began to dissipate rapidly, ultimately revealing an octagonal, peculiar stone. Chapter 81. The Living Dead Did it work? Feng Ming stared in astonishment at the fallen cursed spirit, his expression brimming with exhilaration. As for Feng Linjianshan's strike, its swift passage and concealment within the bullets rendered it unseen by anyone. However, what he soon discovered was something peculiar. The black mist surrounding the cursed spirit gradually faded, transforming into an octagonal stone. This object was something he had never encountered in the 3 years since becoming an ability user. And he was completely unaware that such a thing would manifest upon slaying a cursed spirit. But it made sense. A power that could only rely on firearms for precision attacks would be of little consequence. Even the most commonplace elemental ability users possessed destructive capabilities that far surpassed his own. Regardless of any potential rewards, the higher-ups would never disclose such information. Holding the cursed stone in his hand, he could not help but let out a deep sigh, lamenting the limitations of his abilities. In truth, had Feng Lingjianshan not joined the organization, or had Jiang Ling not come to his rescue. Even if he had survived the cursed spirit's onslaught, Qi would have perished at its hands. And he, yearning to uncover information about that monster, found himself utterly powerless in this isolated city. Although he could purchase the information, the value of details concerning cursed spirits in this city was undoubtedly over 200,000. Even if he abstained from eating and drinking, a young adult with no work experience would take over 4 years of labor to accumulate enough funds. Assuming a maximum monthly wage of 4,000, and this was merely for acquiring a single piece of information. "What is this thing, Captain?" a soldier inquired. "I have no idea. Let's take it back and ask." Feng Ming replied, placing the item back in the vehicle and gazing at his fallen comrades, instructing everyone to bury them. Understood. The soldiers looked upon their former allies with profound sorrow and anguish. How could they have encountered such a monster? They retrieved tools capable of digging through the snow, such as riot shields and sticks. Anything long enough to penetrate the snow was employed in their efforts. This endeavor consumed a full 2 hours. During this time, the soldiers from the last vehicle were tasked with keeping an eye on the refugees. "Oldly, what do you think is going on with them?" one man asked, perplexed, pushing against the neighbor behind him. The two had registered together and had often looked out for one another during the bitterly cold winter, fostering a decent relationship. Yet, with this slight nudge, the man referred to as Oldly suddenly toppled to the side, his body motionless. The man gasped, hurriedly bending down to check, discovering Oldly's eyes wide open, yet his pupils had lost all focus. Feeling his neck, the warmth remained, and his pulse still beat, yet he lay there, utterly still. This bizarre situation sent him tumbling backward in shock. The commotion drew the attention of nearby refugees, who gathered to observe Oldly's condition. Yet, without exception, all were left stunned by the strangeness of it all. This was akin to being in a vegetative state. Yet how could a perfectly healthy person suddenly become a vegetable? Could it be the frigid temperatures had rendered him incapable? But that seemed implausible. Those who knew Oldly understood that he had immigrated from the northeast, having survived temperatures as low as -60 degrees without issue. How could he be rendered immobile by a mere -40 degrees? It was too eerie. Noticing the commotion among the crowd, the soldiers from the 10th vehicle disembarked, coming to investigate the situation. After all, if only a handful of individuals venture outside, there exists a considerable risk of assault from refugees. What transpired? They brandished firearms, prepared to unleash lethal force at the slightest provocation, while simultaneously inquiring about the commotion. Upon sighting the soldiers, the refugees hastily parted to create a path, bewilderedly explaining, "Commander, look at this individual's condition. He is undeniably alive, his body still warm, yet he appears utterly devoid of consciousness. How bizarre! It is almost as if, akin to scenes from a horror film, a living soul has been consumed. Let me see." A military officer stepped forward, peering into the man's eyes, then removed his gloves to check his pulse, feeling equally astonished. The individual before him was indeed alive, yet he resembled the lifeless in every respect. However, considering it was merely an incident involving a refugee, he deemed it unworthy of reporting to his superiors and chose to disregard it. He cast a glance at the refugees, cleared his throat, and stated, "I am uncertain of the circumstances, but is it not simply a case of a deceased person? Why the fuss? How many have perished on the road without you all showing such concern? Now, disperse. We must prepare to depart shortly." Yet, the manner of death was indeed peculiar. Some remained unsatisfied, pressing for answers. "And what of it? Do you plan to linger and clarify his condition before we set off?" The man fell silent, realizing the futility of his inquiry. "Since you have no intention of staying, why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Does it pertain to you?" the soldier barked angrily before turning away. The soldiers returned to their vehicles, leaving the bewildered refugees behind. Feng Linjianshan observed the clamor of the group, a slight smirk playing on his lips, betraying a hint of amusement. It was indeed strange. The individual should be alive, yet lacked awareness. Yes, such occurrences are typically confined to the realm of cinema. Were this an anime, one might surmise that their soul had been forcibly extracted. He chuckled. Yet, this was no anime. How could such a phenomenon transpire? Driven by curiosity, Feng Linjianshan's 4 classmates, who had ventured into the crowd, returned to their original positions. They looked at him and asked, "Aren't you curious? Don't you wish to take a look?" "I have no interest. You can observe it for me," Feng Linjianshan replied, shaking his head. He turned away, internally scoffing, and no matter how hard they speculated, they would never uncover the truth behind that man's condition. Ever since Feng Linjianshan absorbed the cursed stone imbued with dark powers, his soul-binding technique had grown immensely stronger. Previously, he could only confine the souls of the deceased in his grasp. Now, he could forcibly extract a soul from a living body. The individual from whom the soul was extracted would fall into a state akin to that of a vegetative person, consciousness and thought absent, yet body temperature and pulse identical to their former selves. As if a living corpse. This ability he aptly named Soul Extraction. Chapter 82. The factory. After the soldiers had buried their fallen comrades, weighed down by sorrow, they sought to rest, only to be denied by Feng Ming. He had already informed the higher-ups that they would arrive on the 3rd day, and any deviation from this timeline would surely incite the ire of the strict overseer of time management. Thus, despite their despondence, they pressed on with haste. Due to diminished stamina and the 2 hours spent interring the bodies, they did not complete the 50-kilometer trek until around 12:30 a.m. Compared to the previous day, an additional 100 individuals had fallen behind, indicating that more would likely lag tomorrow. It would be a considerable achievement if they arrived at the refuge with 1,700 survivors. As everyone received their rations. Feng Linjianshan did not bother to join the line. When his 4 classmates returned with their meals, they found him in a corner with Chi-Chi, sharing cookies and bread. This rendered the tofu in their hands suddenly unappetizing. They rushed over, calling out for a piece. "Father, just one will suffice, I beg you. Just a piece. I too, just a piece. When Ma Su bullied you, I defended you." One chimed in, though it was clear Ma Su had disregarded the plea. Seeing their eagerness, Feng Linjianshan relented and handed them 4 cookies. As they received the treats, their hearts soared with joy at the chocolate flavor, something they had not tasted in ages. "These are the last few cookies I have. Originally meant for myself, but here you go," Feng Linjianshan sighed. Hearing this, his classmates felt a twinge of guilt but were simultaneously filled with gratitude. "Brother, father, if you ever need anything, I am at your service." One declared, "Yes, father, I'll assist you too, as long as you don't send me to my doom." Another added, "Me too." Even Feng Yun timidly scratched his cheek, offering, "I can help if needed." Feng Linjianshan regarded his excited yet remorseful companions, playfully rubbing his frozen, rosy-nosed eye. In truth, he still possessed a dozen cookies, but he knew that such a statement would elicit their gratitude, potentially leading to assistance in the future. As for sustenance upon entering the base, he was unconcerned, by merely attaching himself to other officers. He could have them stash food in discreet locations for him to retrieve later. As the night passed, the convoy set off again at 11 o'clock after their meal. Today, they spent 13 hours traversing the 50 kilometers. By the time the clock struck 5 past midnight, they found themselves halted in a dimly lit, desolate snowy expanse with nothing in sight. Curiosity gripped everyone. Had they reached the base? But where was it? While the refugees surveyed their surroundings, Feng Ming at the forefront began to rummage through the snow. Seemingly having found something, a flicker of joy crossed his face as he cleared away the top layer of snow and retrieved a sealed metal box containing a walkie-talkie. Connected by an unknown wire. "Report, Rescue Team 096 has returned. Please open the base gates immediately," Feng Ming instructed. A voice crackled from the walkie-talkie in response. "Acknowledged. We are opening the gates now." Feng Ming returned the device to its place and sealed the box once more. After a brief pause, the ground beneath them trembled violently, akin to the force of a magnitude 5 earthquake. Soon, the snow before them began to rise slowly, as if lifted by some colossal entity. As the snow ascended, a radiant white light emanated from beneath, illuminating the surrounding area. The tremors intensified, and it became apparent that beneath the rising snow lay a massive metal plate, over 30 meters in diameter, from which the brilliant light was originating. With a resounding boom, the sound echoed across the white landscape as the snow cascaded from the metal plate, revealing a vast passageway glowing with white light before them. Feng Ming returned to the vehicle, and one by one, military trucks entered the illuminated entrance, followed by the stunned refugees. The blinding light caused discomfort to their eyes, unaccustomed to illumination after such a long period of darkness. They squinted, rubbing their eyes until they could slowly reopen them to a clearer view. Before them lay a staircase leading approximately 5 meters underground. As they descended, they found themselves in a metallic corridor that stretched straight ahead. Curiosity piqued, they examined the passage, which was lined with white light tubes connected to the depths on either side. Concurrently, they noticed peculiar doors with varying numerical designations, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The corridor extended roughly 500 meters, and upon reaching its end, they entered a parallel tunnel marked by additional numbers. Feng Ming instructed the group to wait while he led his subordinates to open the numbered doors. Parking 10 modified snow military vehicles inside. It became clear that each door led to a separate parking garage. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Feng Ming ordered his subordinates to ensure the refugees were secure, guiding them in batches to the immense central elevator. Given that the elevator could accommodate a maximum of 100 individuals at a time, they would need to make at least 20 trips to transport everyone. It feels as if they are treating us like prisoners, Feng Yun remarked with a frown. I share that sentiment. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Feng Linjianshan, listening to their conversations, paid them no mind, instead fixating on the numbers displayed within the elevator, pondering which level they would be sent to. At the top of the elevator, 9 digits were displayed, indicating a total of 9 floors in the base. This meant that aside from the entrance level, there were 8 additional floors. As the lights ceased their flickering, Feng Linjianshan noted that the previous group had disembarked at the 5th basement level. According to Qimu, the research lab housing the cursed stones was located on the lowest level, implying they needed to traverse through levels 6 to 8 before reaching the 9th basement level. While Feng Linjianshan contemplated this, the second batch of refugees was escorted by 10 soldiers back into the elevator, which had returned to the top. Following closely were batches 3, 5, and 8, until finally, the 17th group arrived. At which point the number of individuals on the negative first floor had diminished to just over 80. With 10 soldiers overseeing them, the number of refugees dwindled to a mere 70. They escorted Feng Lingyun Tian and a few others down to the negative 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a pungent odor of rust mixed with oil wafted into their nostrils, causing everyone to furrow their brows in discomfort. When they beheld the scene outside the elevator, they were astounded to discover that they had arrived at a colossal power plant. Before them stood countless refugees clad in tattered clothing, tirelessly shoveling coal into enormous furnaces. Not far away, there were small assembly lines for coal production and factories manufacturing screws. The refugees who had been brought down earlier had vanished without a trace, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Feng Lingyun Tian surveyed the scene and finally comprehended why they had been brought to such a place. This group of individuals was not the benevolent rescuers they purported to be. Rather, they were likely seeking free labor, actively scouring for those in dire straits. After all, the food they provided was merely a white substance of unknown origin. If it could be exchanged for a steady supply of labor, it would indeed be a highly profitable transaction. Chapter 83. Accommodations. After the soldier who guided them handed them over to a factory supervisor, he led Feng Lingyun Tian and the other 70-odd individuals deep into the factory. Along the way, Feng Lingyun Tian observed the employees within the factory and noted their pallid complexions. Some individuals, having fainted, were carried away by 2 others, their fates uncertain. May I inquire as to where this is? Is it a shelter? The temperature here had soared to over 30 degrees due to the blazing furnaces, prompting many to sweat profusely and shed their clothing. This comfortable warmth felt as if it had not been experienced for centuries. Except for Feng Lingyun Tian, everyone else wore expressions of bliss. Indeed, this is the Southern District shelter, the supervisor explained with a beaming smile. Yet to Feng Lingyun Tian, there seemed to lurk a hint of mockery within that smile. Wonderful! Tears of joy streamed down everyone's faces as they realized they would no longer suffer from the cold or hunger. At that moment, they believed that the factory workers outside were merely wrongdoers sent here for punishment. While they themselves were ordinary citizens destined for a life of comfort, they began to fantasize about their forthcoming idyllic existence. However, when the supervisor led them to the dormitory and they beheld the interior, their expressions turned peculiar. The room, approximately 150 square meters, was crammed with triple-decker bunk beds, each capable of accommodating 3 individuals, all constructed of steel and appearing painfully rigid. The space was sullied with grease, and even before entering, a noxious odor assaulted their senses. Within this area of over 100 square meters, there were precisely 50 bunk beds, some already occupied by individuals. Judging by the military coats at the bedside, they must belong to the refugees who had journeyed here with them. From now on, this will be your residence. Although the passage is somewhat narrow, you can still squeeze through sideways, the supervisor remarked with a slight smile. A trace of derision flickering in his eyes, a group of oblivious fools, believing they would enjoy a good life here. How naive is it possible to change locations? I am a girl, how can I sleep among a group of men? What if they attempt something inappropriate at night? A woman in her mid-20s spoke up, her gaze darting nervously to the men beside her, her body trembling slightly. Forget it. This arrangement is predetermined. Other locations also feature mixed-gender accommodations. It is impossible to assign you a separate room. This is not your home, the supervisor retorted sharply. All right. The woman trembled slightly, frightened, and reluctantly relinquished her request. Initially, she had hoped to inquire about the possibility of a single room if they agreed to change her accommodation. But now she didn't dare to ask at all. Everyone placed their belongings inside. You are to rise at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for work, the supervisor commanded, surveying the group before him. Work? What work? The refugees looked momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to grasp what had been said. Didn't he hear me? Allow me to repeat myself. All of you are to gather at the factory at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Someone will escort you to your respective positions, the supervisor sneered. Do you truly believe that a shelter would support over 1,000 individuals without expecting anything in return? Are you also deluded? Upon hearing this announcement, the group's excitement plummeted. They had anticipated that arriving at the shelter would usher in a life of comfort and enjoyment, only to discover that they were expected to work the very next day. This struck a nerve with those who had long been accustomed to the grind of labor, having not worked since the icy weather descended. They genuinely dreaded the prospect of returning to work. Seemingly reading the thoughts of the crowd, the supervisor smiled wryly. You are welcome to abstain from attending. However, should you be discovered, you may envision the consequences for yourselves. It is not merely a matter of dismissal, but far graver than that. Uniforms will be provided on the beds. Remember to wear them tomorrow, the supervisor added before preparing to leave, only to be halted by a voice from one of the refugees. Is there something else? He turned to see a man in his 30s. May I ask if there is food available? We have been traveling all day without a meal, he pleaded, clutching his rumbling stomach. Food? It is all gone now. If you wish to eat, you must wait until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You will work from 6 to 8, then have 10 minutes for breakfast, which will be served in boxed meals. Lunch will be from 1 to 1:10 in the afternoon, also for 10 minutes. Dinner will be at 8 in the evening, at which point you may eat as you please, the supervisor explained the factory's meal schedule. Wait a moment, you just said that work starts at 6 in the morning, and we only get 10 minutes for each meal? Until 8 in the evening? A voice inquired incredulously. Indeed, is there a problem? The supervisor replied with a smile. Upon hearing the confirmed response, silence enveloped the room. Working from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evening translates to 14 hours of labor, with only 2 breaks of 10 minutes each. This meant they would be required to work for 13 hours and 40 minutes each day. This was no mere job. It was akin to a death sentence. A chorus of protests erupted as everyone raised their hands in dissent, the clamor gradually overwhelming the dormitory. The other employees residing nearby exchanged resigned glances at the uproar. Everyone here had protested before, yet no one was willing to listen. Should the situation escalate, they might even be subjected to a beating. Hearing the commotion from the neighboring dormitory, those already asleep within their rooms stirred awake, shaking their heads in exasperation. Who is making such a racket? The dormitory manager and 10 security personnel armed with electric batons rushed over, brandishing their weapons at the newly arrived refugees. What nonsense is this at such an hour? Do you think I want to teach you a lesson? The dormitory manager shouted angrily, waving his baton threateningly. What are you all shouting about in the middle of the night? Chapter 84. Negative third floor. Ah, is that not Manager Lin? What brings you here? The dormitory manager approached with a fawning demeanor. He retrieved a yellow Crane Tower cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Manager Lin. Where did you get this? Manager Lin accepted the cigarette, lighting it with the dormitory manager's assistance. Astonished. Hee, my cousin is in the military. He told me he found it at a convenience store while bringing back refugees yesterday and gave me a pack. The dormitory manager chuckled. I see. Having relatives in the military certainly has its perks. Alas, I am but a mere manager overseeing this group of refugees. The man sighed. Oh, do not say such things. You oversee thousands within the factory, which is tantamount to commanding a small army, the dormitory manager flattered. He refrained from mentioning that he was only slightly below the factory director and deputy director. After all, compliments should highlight the positives. Haha, I appreciate your words. You truly know how to flatter. Manager Lin patted the dormitory manager's shoulder. Smiling. Let us go. I shall treat you to a late-night meal. Certainly. The dormitory manager beamed, knowing that the restaurants still open were exceptionally pricey, and he could only afford to dine there once every 2 weeks at most. You lot? Ensure that this rowdy bunch is well taken care of, so they dare not stir up trouble again, the dormitory manager commanded, glancing at the 10 men clad in security uniforms behind him. Yes, as Manager Lin and the dormitory manager departed, the 10 men brandished their batons and charged forward, mercilessly beating the 20 or so individuals at the front of the crowd. These individuals were well fed and had not suffered from the cold. They were no match for the refugees who had traversed 150 kilometers, their strength nearly depleted in no time. Anguished cries filled the air as the 20 or so were left bruised and battered. The remaining 50, witnessing this, dared not intervene, as the ones being punished were not their kin. It was wiser to avoid entanglements. As for Feng Lingyun Tian, he had already reclined on a bunk while the others were being beaten. He glanced over, acknowledging that while the treatment was egregious, they were not entirely disregarded. The beds were clean enough, and sleeping in clothes was acceptable. He shifted slightly to the side, allowing Chi-Chi to nestle beside him, and promptly closed his eyes. Simultaneously, a translucent spirit emerged from his being, burrowing into the floor below. Upon his successful arrival at the 4th basement level, a subtle smile of triumph graced his lips. With his exceptional abilities, no matter how stringent the defenses, they posed no obstacle to him. He surveyed the 4th basement, discovering that it resembled the 5th, both functioning as factories. The refugees laboring within appeared to have been transported from other cities, indicating that the gathering of displaced individuals extended beyond just Yunhai City. Feng Linjianshan once again infiltrated the floor, descending to the 3rd basement. As he emerged from the ground, he was taken aback by the stark contrast before him. The entire 3rd basement was a corridor, impeccably tiled and devoid of any unpleasant odors. His spirit soared toward the depths of the passage, and as he rounded a corner, he was startled to encounter a squad of soldiers clad in white uniforms. The distinct style of their attire and the white insignia were instantly recognizable to him. They belonged to the Zangling organization. What on earth were those Zangling individuals doing here? Feng Linjianshan gasped. He counted 8 members in total, their appearances differing from those he had previously encountered, suggesting they were a different faction of Zangling. Suddenly, one of the squad members spoke, prompting Feng Linjianshan to perk up his ears for a clearer listen. It was indeed astonishing how formidable this snowstorm had turned out to be, even burying the headquarters of Zangling in Yunhai City. Yes, the headquarters is situated above ground and is not particularly tall. So being buried is somewhat unavoidable. Fortunately, when the eerie existence of the cursed spirits was first discovered, the government established underground shelters across various regions as a precaution. I recall that these shelters have stood ready for 7 years without being utilized until now. Indeed, who would have imagined that the day would finally come when they would be needed? Feng Linjianshan nodded in understanding, realizing that this shelter had been constructed by the state long ago but had remained unused. 19 years ago, when the cursed stones descended upon this world, disrupting electromagnetic waves and rendering aircraft inoperable, the government had anticipated such a day. Yet, the apocalypse had arrived with such startling abruptness. Why, when nothing seemed amiss 19 years ago, did such a terrifying snow disaster manifest at this particular moment? Feng Linjianshan chose to follow this group, eager to discern their intended destination. After making 7 turns, 2 of the 8 parted ways with the rest of the group. With smiles, they said, "We'll take a break first." All right, the remaining 6 nodded in agreement. They had just returned from a bar, and with no need to hunt cursed spirits, they found themselves at leisure, typically patrolling the third basement to deter any intruders. However, such concerns were nearly unfounded. Who could possibly penetrate the layers of defense to reach their third basement? Each elevator required fingerprint authentication, accessible only to official military personnel and them. As he watched the two extend their hands to touch the pristine fingerprint scanner. The door began to rise with a soft chime. Feng Linjianshan trailed behind them into the room, instantly captivated by the immaculate dormitory. The room was predominantly white, with beds featuring comfortable spring mattresses and pure cotton bedding. It appeared exceedingly cozy. Not only was there a projector and outlets for charging and boiling water, but the electronic screen in the room also displayed the current temperature. 26 degrees. What a delightful temperature for sleeping beneath the covers. These individuals lived in such comfort. Upon reflecting on his own living conditions, he felt as though he had stepped into a pigsty. A sneeze escaped Feng Yun, who resided on the 5th floor. His classmates nearby inquired, "What is wrong? Are you coming down with a cold?" "No." Feng Yun shook his head, uncertain of the cause of his sneeze. Could someone be speaking ill of him? But that seemed implausible. He dismissed the thought, attributing it to perhaps something having gone down the wrong pipe. "Is there any way for me to reside here as well?" Feng Linjianshan furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He was averse to filth. Unless absolutely necessary, he could never bring himself to sleep in such a dirty, oil-stained environment. Thus, for the sake of his own peace of mind, he had to successfully move into the third basement. He decided to ponder this matter further tomorrow. For now, he wanted to explore what lay in the second basement. Feng Linjianshan submerged into the floor, descending to the second basement. Upon entering, he was confronted by a group of individuals pushing several carts laden with human corpses and an assortment of insects, making their way deeper into the corridor. Seeing this, Feng Linjianshan's brow knitted slightly in concern. The group did not cover the bodies, leaving the insects and corpses fully exposed to his gaze. Intrigued by their actions, he possessed the ability to attach himself to one of the workers, joining the others and pushing the cart toward the door at the end of the passage. Chapter 85. The Food Processing Factory. Upon reaching the door, a staff member conducted a fingerprint verification, and the entrance slowly creaked open. After traversing through the first door and walking several meters, they encountered a second. "Everyone, put on your masks," one person instructed, retrieving a white mask from his pocket. Once everyone had donned their masks, he proceeded with a second fingerprint verification. As the second door swung open, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Even with masks, the odor was far from contained. Feng Linjianshan lingered at the rear. Pushing the cart as they entered, in the center of a circular bridge stood a massive round mixer. Following closely behind the others, he arrived at a food discharge point, where the human corpses and insects were unceremoniously dumped into the machine. Upon entering the mixer, these remains were pulverized into a slurry, flowing into another machine. Mixed with water and some unidentified substances, it subsequently passed through a filter that separated the still undissolved meat remnants. Soon after, the filtered liquid flowed into a pipe, emerging from another machine's outlet. Feng Linjianshan gazed in horror at the sight of vats filled with a white, viscous substance resembling tofu. The realization struck him with profound shock. A wave of revulsion swelling within him, it became clear that this fake tofu was concocted from human remains and insects. He could hardly fathom that the upper echelons here would dare to serve such fare to the refugees. If it were mere scraps of rotten vegetables or spoiled rice, he might have understood. But how could anyone stomach what lay before him? After all, he could scarcely manage to eat fried insects. Even the sight of them made him jiji. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having initially hesitated to consume that bowl of tofu. Otherwise, he would likely be retching now. "Every time I witness this production process, I feel nauseous," one person suddenly lamented. "Indeed, we are fortunate that we don't have to eat this," another replied. Their usual meals consisted of simple grain buns or boiled corn, most of which had already soured. Yet, regardless of the quality, their rations were still vastly superior to what the refugees were served. The group pushed their cart out of the food processing factory, and at that moment, Feng Linjianshan detached from the body of the worker. His spirit soared toward the distant canned goods, scrutinizing them closely. If he had any lingering doubts earlier, he was now 100% certain that these were the provisions distributed to them by Feng Ming's group during their travels. How utterly revolting! Feng Linjianshan felt an intense desire to destroy this factory, not out of a sense of justice for the refugees, but purely because its operations were offensive to his palate. Just then, a door behind him swung open, and over 20 individuals emerged from a freight elevator, hauling buckets of fake tofu. Driven by curiosity, he followed them into the elevator, which stopped once at the 4th floor and once at the 5th. Exiting alongside the group on the 5th floor, they walked a short distance to a dining hall filled with tables and benches. The individuals unloaded over 40 buckets of food from the elevator, placing them on the serving area floor. One of them wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "These things are quite heavy." Indeed. Another responded, "We should return to rest. We need to get up early tomorrow to serve those wretched refugees." The group laughed as they departed. Their circumstances were hardly better than those of the refugees. At least their food was not made from insects. They harbored discontent with their lives, yet felt powerless to change their situation, deriving their only solace from the knowledge that others were worse off. After all, when one is in dire straits, the awareness that someone else bears an even heavier burden can provide a modicum of comfort. It is a sad reflection of human psychology. It seems this is indeed the dining hall, Feng Linjianshan thought, his gaze sharpening as he became increasingly resolute in his intention to reach the 3rd basement. As for how to gain entry, that would have to be determined later. Feng Linjianshan returned to the 2nd basement, subsequently delving into the depths of the 1st basement. Surely, this must be the research facility. Emerging from the ceiling, he surveyed the pristine corridor, preparing to search for any rooms housing cursed stones. As he passed several rooms, he noticed they were occupied by individuals from the Zangling organization, all clad in white attire. The rooms are equipped with desks, chairs, and computers. Rather than resembling a research facility, they evoke the atmosphere of an office space. As he passed by one of the rooms, he suddenly heard a commotion from within, a sound that felt strikingly familiar. Intrigued, he promptly slipped inside to discover the source of the noise. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a familiar face. Yi Hanyun. How could it be him? Feng Lingyun's heart raced with surprise, only to be interrupted by the clamor around him. "What you're doing is wrong. That is a human being. A human. How can you turn them into food? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Yi Hanyun's eyes were bloodshot, a fury boiling within him. Earlier that evening, after finishing his meal, he had wandered about and chanced upon a group of people pushing a cart into the elevator. Initially, he paid it no heed, but as they entered the elevator, the cart jolted, and a hand slipped out from beneath the covering bag. The hand was pitch black, adorned with scales resembling those of a reptile. This bizarre hand instantly captured his attention. Driven by curiosity, he followed the group through another elevator, concealing his presence as he trailed behind them. He was deeply curious about the nature of that strange hand. It resembled a human hand, yet it was not entirely so. He had previously suspected it might be the work of cursed spirits, but all cursed spirits disintegrated into cursed stones upon death, without exception, so it could not be their remains. As he followed the group through 2 large doors, he was horrified to witness them personally pushing over 30 corpses into a blender. At that moment, Yi Hanyun thought nothing of it, assuming it was merely a means of disposing of the bodies. After all, leaving corpses unattended could easily lead to a plague. However, when he saw the white substance flowing from the pipes at the far end, his heart plummeted. How could he not know what that was? When he arrived at this refuge, he had previously visited the 4th and 5th floors, even arguing with the management to ease the burden on the workers. To no avail back then, he had also been to the cafeteria. Observing a group of people consuming that white substance, he had been curious enough to want to taste it, only to be stopped by Manager Lin, who claimed it was in limited supply and that one more person would deprive the others. He initially thought it was a form of nutrient, akin to cat food, especially given the difficulty of procuring ingredients during the snowbound city. Little did he expect that the food was made from corpses. He confronted the employees handling the bodies, only to learn that it was an order from above. This led him to this very moment, questioning the leadership about such actions. Chapter 86. News from Kyoto Divine Retribution? What is that? A high-ranking official in a white uniform chuckled. He was a senior member of the Burial Spirits organization, Yuhai City branch, named Gao Kongqing, aged 47, with a power index of 7,200 points. I have never believed in such notions of divine retribution. He pulled a cigarette from a drawer, lit it, and smiled at Yi Hanyun. As for those people, since they are already dead, why not put them to some use? It is far better than wasting our time burying them, don't you think? In the current situation, food is scarce. If we can create sustenance from them to fill the stomachs of those refugees, they would surely be grateful in spirit, at least knowing they helped their fellow beings before their demise. Listening to these words, Yi Han-yoon's expression darkened with rage. Are you even human? Mind your tone. Ultimately, I am still your superior, Gao Kongqing retorted coldly. Before blaming me, you should recognize that the exquisite meals you enjoy in the cafeteria are all thanks to the wise decisions made by us higher-ups. If we were to distribute all those ingredients equally among the refugees, you wouldn't even get a taste of soup, let alone meat. Sometimes, being cold-hearted allows one to live better, understand? I would rather go without those exquisite meals. Yi Han-yoon's fists clenched, veins bulging on his hands. They are human beings too, some of them even students. How can you treat them this way? Suddenly, he recalled the skin of the corpses he had seen and spoke again. Moreover, why did those people's skin become so pockmarked, with some even covered in scales? What have you done to them? What have we done? It is, of course, something beneficial for them, Gao Kongqing replied with a smile. What do you mean? Yi Han-yoon asked, perplexed. We recently received a video from Kyoto, which we plan to show you all in a few days, but I'll let you see it now. Gao Kongqing turned off the lights in the room, and a projection materialized in the air. The footage was captured by a team from Kyoto searching for a level Daibaru entity in the northeastern region, specifically in the Daxing-Anling area. The scene depicted a forest blanketed in snow. Transformed into a world of silver, towering silver trees stood majestically in the snow, presenting a breathtaking sight. Yet, terrifyingly, amidst the silvery forest, he saw a vast number of shadowy figures, likely exceeding 100,000. At the rear of the dark figures, atop the largest tree, rested a white egg. The egg radiated a brilliant cold light, secured in place by several silver ice pillars. Are those shadows all cursed spirits? Yi Han-yoon exclaimed, astonishment filling his gaze. Indeed, Gao Kongqing nodded. This footage was captured by the team sent from Kyoto and Daxing-Anling. No sooner had he spoken, than the egg emitted a chilling glow, and a brilliant beam of white light sliced through the air towards the camera. The next moment, the image shattered into pixels, accompanied by the screams of several individuals. As expected, that group had perished. What is this? Yi Han-yoon's face turned pale, fully aware of the implications of the video content. You guessed correctly. That egg is the root cause of this heavy snowfall. Gao Kongqing's brow furrowed, equally shocked. He could hardly fathom that a mere egg could possess such terrifying energy. According to the higher-ups, the snowfall resulted from the egg's emergence. It was feared that, in due time, a true Daibaru-level entity would hatch from it. 17 individuals had gone to investigate. 13 had perished, for returned, 2 severely injured and on the brink of death. This was the information I received from Kyoto. It is worth noting that none of those individuals had a power index below 15,000 points. And all of this chaos stemmed from just one egg? Not even a full-fledged Daibaru entity. The higher-ups estimated that the egg possessed a power index between 30,000 and 40,000 points. What? Just that egg? Yi Han-yoon gasped in disbelief. Yes, merely that egg. According to the reports from the returning personnel, the egg was absorbing all the negative energy from the cities, much like an unborn child voraciously consuming nutrients. Do you realize the consequences of this? Yi Han-yoon's pupils dilated in shock. He certainly understood the horror of all that negative energy converging within a single cursed spirit. If all went according to plan, the egg would hatch within 6 months, and the resulting Daibaru-level cursed spirit would wield unparalleled combat prowess. A rough estimation suggested that its power index would exceed. Gao Kongqing clenched his fists, his body trembling from overwhelming fear. He took a deep breath, slowly articulating the number. 100,000 points, boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the office, stirring a tempest within Yi Han-yoon's heart. He steadied himself and countered. What does that have to do with those individuals whose bodies have undergone changes? Currently, the number of superhumans in our country is fewer than 100,000, far outnumbered by the cursed spirits. Even if one person can defeat multiple cursed spirits, we still need a greater number of superhumans for safety. Thus, based on a joint decision from the higher-ups of the burial spirits, the government, and the military, we are selecting physically robust young individuals under the age of 30 for bodily modifications, forcibly granting them superpowers. This research has been ongoing for over a decade, but due to the lack of cursed spirit threats, We had not previously engaged in human experimentation. However, the situation has changed. Our nation requires a substantial number of superhumans. Relying on self-awakening is utterly impossible, so we must forcibly inject cursed stone energy into them. If they can withstand the bodily transformation, they will emerge as superhumans, distinct from ordinary people. And those corpses you saw are the tragic outcomes of failure. Hearing this, Yi Han-yun was at a loss for words. The number of superhumans was indeed scarce, yet he could not accept such inhumane experiments on people. Did they agree to this? Now, he sought confirmation on one matter: whether those individuals consented to receive the cursed stone energy injection. If they had, he could begrudgingly accept it in his heart that, of course, I wholeheartedly agreed. Gao Kongqing revealed a warm smile and spoke. I informed them that due to the heavy snowfall, a novel virus had emerged. And to prevent their infection, it was imperative for everyone to receive a vaccination as a precautionary measure. Upon hearing this news, they did not seem overly joyous. Rather, they nodded in agreement immediately, laughing heartily. Gao Kongqing chuckled, as if he were recounting a particularly amusing joke. Chapter 87. Finding the laboratory, Yi Han-yun felt a profound shock within, gazing at the leader who had uttered such words while laughing maniacally. A deep sense of revulsion surged within him. He could hardly believe that anyone would treat their fellow compatriots in such a manner. Had the individual been forthright, revealing the true circumstances to that group and explaining that they would agree to inject the energy of the cursed stones for the sake of national protection, he could have accepted it. However, this deceitful conduct was no different from murder. Having lived for 21 years without ever taking a life, he found it utterly incomprehensible to fathom such cold-blooded behavior. Wasn't the original intention behind the establishment of the Zangling organization to eliminate all cursed spirits, to restore the world to its primordial state, and save all its people? The slogan still graced their identity manuals. Yet, what was the meaning of the upper echelon's actions now? From Gao Kongqing's words, he learned that the military, the government, and the Zangling organization, these three high-ranking entities, had all endorsed this decision. This revelation left him, who had always aspired to rescue all people, suddenly lost, unsure of which path to tread. Gao Kongqing rose, patted Yi Han-yun's shoulder, and remarked with a slight smirk, "Young man, this world is not as simple as you think. Sometimes, being a bit ruthless can be beneficial." With that, he departed the room, a lascivious smile adorning his face. Yi Han-yun touched the white badge on his chest, momentarily losing his sense of direction. He understood that the actions of that group were erroneous. Yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Feng Linjianshan's pupils quivered with shock as he observed everything unfolding before him. He had perused countless novels and imagined this to be a natural disaster, an aberrant climate caused by some peculiar meteorite, yet he never anticipated that it was all due to a cursed spirit. The officer had mentioned that the name of this cursed spirit was Delabelevel? No, that should not be a name, but rather a classification for the cursed spirit. Yet, Qi Ruo and the others had never informed him of such matters, had they? With astonishment and confusion swirling within him, he slowly exited the room. At that moment, he was overwhelmed. If that Delabelevel, cursed spirit were to descend upon the world, what unimaginable calamity would ensue? He could scarcely fathom it, yet, upon further reflection, what did it have to do with him? Even if all of humanity perished, he would find a way to survive, as long as he steered clear of the so-called Delabelevel, cursed spirit. That was all that mattered. He had no intention of playing the hero and joining the organization to combat a Delabelevel, cursed spirit. Upon leaving the room, he continued his search, inspecting every chamber, yet found no place resembling a laboratory. All the rooms were merely offices or venues for spiritual entertainment. Among them, he spotted a lavish bar, serving exquisite steaks and fine wines, with a plethora of delectable dishes on offer. These individuals were truly despicable, allowing the refugees to consume such refuse while indulging themselves in gourmet feasts. Feng Linjianshan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Then, he let out a deep sigh. Wishing to partake in such delights himself, having thoroughly examined the first basement level, he pondered why he had failed to locate the laboratory. Had he overlooked something? Suddenly, he observed three individuals clad in white cloaks, resembling researchers, emerging from a passageway and entering an office. He promptly followed them inside. It was a report detailing the number of successful and failed experimental subjects. One researcher handed the report to a staff member. After receiving the report, the staff member scrutinized it and remarked, "The number of failures stands at 782, while the number of successes is 220-8. It seems the success rate has improved significantly." He nodded in agreement. The previous high failure rate was due to the initial human trials, as the technology was not yet refined. With the increase in experimental subjects, the success rate naturally rose. The researcher explained, "Very well, I will arrange for the collection of those failed subjects shortly. As for those who successfully absorb the abilities, they will continue to be sent to the third floor for registration, to be trained as members of the Zangling reserve team." The staff member replied, "We shall take our leave now. Thank you for your efforts," the researcher acknowledged. The three researchers turned to depart, heading towards the end of the corridor. Feng Linjianshan followed closely, only to see them halt at a dead end. He surveyed the surroundings carefully, noting the absence of any doors, and thus wore a puzzled expression. One of the researchers rolled up his sleeve and tapped a few times on a wristwatch, causing the wall before them to tremble and divide into 4 equally sized triangles, retracting into the walls. Feng Linjianshan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected a secret elevator to emerge from a seemingly ordinary wall devoid of any mechanism. No wonder he had failed to discover the laboratory. It was not located in the basement level at all. Observing the three researchers stepping into the elevator just as the doors were about to close, Feng Linjianshan swiftly entered the body of the researcher who had submitted the report. The advancing researcher felt a slight tremor in his body, nearly stumbling. "What's wrong? Are you all right, team leader?" a nearby researcher inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy all of a sudden." "It must be low blood sugar," the man possessed by Feng Linjianshan replied with a smile. "That I see. Then I'll make you a cup of honey water when we return." "I appreciate it and no need to mention it. It's the least I can do." As they conversed, the walls closed, and the elevator descended rapidly, stopping several dozen meters underground. Feng Linjianshan was taken aback by the depth of the laboratory. He had not anticipated it to be so far below ground. Bang! The elevator halted, and the doors opened in a manner reminiscent of the 4 triangles retracting into the surrounding walls, revealing a pristine research facility, entirely clad in white. The sound of keyboards clacking and the bustling of researchers filled the air, everyone engrossed in their tasks. Meanwhile, a researcher passed by, trailing behind him a group of weary individuals. Numbering over 200, without exception, these individuals bore disheveled hair and tattered clothing, yet their eyes shimmered with hope. "Professor Zhang Yu, have you just returned after submitting the report?" The researcher smiled as he addressed Feng Linjianshan. "Indeed. Are you taking them to the 3rd floor?" Feng Linjianshan inquired with a grin. Since possessing the body of the researcher, he had gleaned all pertinent information within those brief seconds during the elevator's descent. The man's name was Zhang Yu, 38 years old, with a doctorate, specializing in biomedicine, and had previously served as a professor at Qingbei. He was currently responsible for a small group within the Superhuman Enhancement Program in Huaxia. The individual before him was named Yu Feng, also holding a doctorate, specializing in chemistry, and graduated from Stanford University in the United States. 41 years old. He had applied to join the relevant investigative agency after the incident with the cursed stones and had served ever since. "Professor Yu, why are you leading this group? Couldn't you delegate them to your subordinates?" Feng Linjianshan queried. "I've been down there too long. I wanted to go up for a change," Yu Feng replied with a smile. "Well then, I'll take them away now. You continue your work." "All right," Feng Linjianshan nodded. The elevator they were using was exceptionally large, capable of accommodating up to 500 people. This was a precautionary measure to ensure that in the event of an emergency in the laboratory, there would be sufficient space for a swift evacuation, given that there were over 400 researchers below. Feng Linjianshan and the other 2 made way for Yu Feng, allowing the 200-plus individuals to enter the elevator. Observing their departure as the group of refugees passed by him, Feng Linjianshan distinctly sensed the anomalous energy coursing within them. However, this energy resembled not so much a superpower as the negative energy contained within cursed stones. Moreover, he noticed some individuals exhibiting peculiar changes in their skin. Some bore scales, others had reddened skin, and some displayed spots. Although not everyone exhibited such phenomena, they were indeed in the minority. The majority showed strange alterations in their skin. This led him to conclude that rather than these individuals having become superhumans, they had essentially transformed into human-like cursed spirits. Chapter 88. Human experimentation. The day's tasks were complete. Everyone is dismissed to rest. Feng Linjianshan looked at the 20 members in his group, clapping his hands to signal the end of their session. "Thank you, team leader," they exclaimed, their faces beaming with joy. "I'm heading to the bar for steak. It's been ages since I last went. I'm absolutely craving it. Haha, I want oysters, topped with spicy sauce and minced garlic. It sounds utterly divine. I'm in the mood for some drinks. Who's joining me?" "I will." The employees laughed as they departed, all planning to head to the bar on the basement level to savor the most delicious food and drinks. "Team leader, are you not coming?" Someone turned to look at Zhang Yu, who was possessed by Feng Lingyun Tian. "No, I'll just wander around a bit," he replied. "All right, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Feng Lingyun Tian bid farewell to his teammates and began to survey his surroundings. He indeed retained every detail of the scenes from his memory, yet witnessing them in reality was still astonishing. On various metallic platforms lay humans whose bodies had undergone grotesque mutations. Their mouths were tightly sealed with tape, muffled groans escaping them incessantly. How is the data monitoring progressing? Is there any hope for preserving his life? Report. His vital signs are rapidly declining. Given this individual's will, it seems unlikely he can withstand the onslaught of this terrifying negative energy. On one of the platforms, a mutated individual with bulging eyes and crimson irises struggled in a frenzy, yet iron rings tightly restrained his limbs, rendering him utterly immobile. After approximately 3 minutes of desperate thrashing, the mutated man ultimately succumbed, his lifeless body discarded into a vehicle filled with the remains of other mutated beings. Another failure. Let's move on. The team leader spoke. According to the memories in his mind, there were 2 possible outcomes during these inhumane experiments. The first involved injecting these individuals with cursed stone energy to forcibly awaken superpowers. In such cases, failure led to death. The second scenario entailed a successful resistance against the cursed energy, leading to the acquisition of superpowers, yet resulting in a horrifying invasion of negative energy into their minds. This energy was steeped in resentment, thoughts of death, slaughter, hatred, and all of humanity's myriad negative emotions would flood their consciousness. A normal person could hardly withstand such a terrifying onslaught of negativity. Should they falter, death would also ensue. Only those who endured these initial trials and managed to survive were deemed worthy of ascending to the 3rd level, qualifying to join the Grave Spirit Reserves. As for the deceased mutants, they would be thrown into a blender, transformed into protein-rich sustenance for the refugees laboring to generate electricity for them. Whether this practice would lead to food poisoning among the refugees was of no concern to them. After all, even amidst an apocalyptic winter, their statistics indicated that merely over 300 million had perished nationwide. By 2043 in Huaxia, due to the declining birth rate, the national population had dwindled to merely 11 billion, a decrease of over 300 million compared to 2024. Nevertheless, even with only 800 million citizens, removing the elderly, there remained around 600 million capable young workers. This was more than sufficient for their needs. Even if all the refugees were to perish, Huaxia had an abundance of livestock to replenish its resources. In such dire circumstances, as long as warmth and sustenance were guaranteed, nobody would oppose entering the shelters. However, once inside, regretting their decision due to labor obligations would render escape impossible. With the absence of legal constraints, those laborers were merely expendable resources to them. Their loss would bear no impact. Furthermore, no one would dare initiate labor arbitration against them. Feng Lingyun Tian shook his head, lamenting the inherent ugliness of human nature, as he made his way to the chamber where the mutated refugees were imprisoned. "Professor Zhang, what brings you here today?" "This is a place for detaining filthy failed mutants, not suited for someone of your stature." The guard at the door spoke respectfully. "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to observe the current condition of these refugees and the extent of their mutations." Feng Lingyun Tian replied with a slight smile, stepping inside. Utilizing his fingerprint, he unlocked the door and beheld a massive steel cage containing over 100 figures, all exhibiting grotesque mutations. Their expressions were filled with agony as they clawed at their own skin, crimson blood seeping from their wounds, staining their garments. Suddenly, a refugee charged forward, extending an arm covered in festering sores, frantically waving at Zhang Yu. "Help me! Save me! Please, I implore you to save me!" he screamed in desperation. The pus from his arm oozing onto the cage's bars, splattering onto the floor. Feng Lingyun Tian furrowed his brow, turning to exit the room. The guard noticed Zhang Yu's pallor and remarked with a smile. As I said, you shouldn't enter. Those filthy refugees are quite repugnant and will surely offend your sensibilities. Indeed, it is rather disgusting, Feng Lingyun Tian replied. Nearly retching at the sight of the pus, he turned away from the scene and arrived at a new door. From the memories of his host, he understood that beyond this door lay an elevator leading to deeper levels. Within those depths were numerous cursed spirits for their research, and the cursed stones they sought were hidden in that very layer. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu had previously worked in that layer, but ever since enrolling in the Superpower Enhancement Program, his fingerprint authorization to access that floor had been revoked. Therefore, Feng Lingyun Tian could not manipulate Zhang Yu's body to enter the innermost depths. Yet, while the body was restricted, what of the soul? A smirk curled at the corners of Feng Lingyun Tian's mouth as his spirit extricated itself from the body, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Yu. He glanced at the floor and dove downwards. Just as he believed he could successfully reach the innermost depths, a terrifying electromagnetic storm enveloped his soul, the excruciating pain threatening to tear his very essence apart. The sudden magnetic field shift startled Feng Lingyun Tian, and he found himself back in the null layer, his spirit drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment of entry, he truly felt as if his soul were on the verge of being torn asunder. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during his encounter with the electromagnetic woman. Truly, this was a place where cursed stones were stored. In addition to the layers of stringent defenses, there was also a dreadfully formidable magnetic field shield. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This was troublesome. According to Zhang Yu's recollections, the innermost layer housed accommodations and a dining hall, where researchers were forbidden from ascending to the upper levels, nor were those from above permitted to descend. This implied that aside from destroying the elevator door and forcefully descending from above, there were no other means of access. Moreover, he understood from his memories that even artillery would struggle to breach that grand door. Chapter 89. Incident in the dormitory. After scrutinizing the research facility in the null layer, Feng Lingyun Tian returned to the dormitory on the 5th sublevel. Upon drifting into the dorm, he was met with the sight of several refugees sprawled across the floor, their bodies drenched in blood, rendered a ghastly crimson. Some individuals even had entire limbs torn asunder. What has happened? Feng Lingyun Tian exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that apart from the moaning refugees and a few terrified roommates keeping their distance, Chi-Chi remained dutifully curled up on his bed, occasionally wagging its tail and scratching its face with its paw. He entered his body and gradually sat up. Feng Yun, Zhang Ming, Su Hao, and Lu Zichen rushed over upon seeing Feng Lingyun Tian, who had been lying motionless on the bed. You rascal, why did you just wake up now? You nearly lost your life. What transpired? Feng Lingyun Tian questioned, puzzled. He also noticed that the four bore various injuries, bruises and contusions marring their faces and necks. Feng Yun glanced at the lifeless bodies of the refugees and expressed a look of disdain. While you were lying in bed, roughly 20 minutes later, these individuals noticed you were asleep, leaving only a dog by your side. They then armed themselves with hammers and other tools from the room, intending to kill you. We tried to intervene, but the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and we simply couldn't stop them. We called out to you with all our might, yet you remained unresponsive. Just as they were about to strike you, your dog suddenly went berserk and charged at those refugees. The aftermath is what you see now. He surveyed the chaotic scene, realizing that in such a filthy and unsanitary environment without any medication, the injuries inflicted by a mere dog could prove fatal. Even if they survived the initial assault, the risk of infection loomed large. Feng Lingyun Tian was taken aback by the account. He had allowed Chi-Chi to lie beside him, partly due to the scarcity of space and partly for companionship to prevent nighttime ambushes. Although he had anticipated that someone would eventually target him in the days to come, he never imagined that less than 40 minutes after entering the dormitory, this group would so swiftly resort to violence against him. Seeing Feng Lingyun Tian rise, Chi-Chi lifted its head and licked his pristine hand. The warm and ticklish sensation prompted a gentle smile to grace Feng Lingyun Tian's face, reminiscent of the warmth of a rising sun. Thank you for your hard work, he murmured as he patted Chi-Chi's head, then turned his gaze toward the agonized refugees on the ground, his expression turning icy. Suddenly, Fong Yun's voice interrupted his thoughts. Incredulously inquiring, by the way, your dog is incredibly fierce, isn't it? It took down all those individuals in mere seconds. The four of them had been thoroughly frightened, not daring to approach Chi-Chi for fear that the dog might turn on them as well. Really? I find it quite adorable, Fong Lingyun Tian replied with a slight upward curve of his lips. To him, Chi-Chi would always be that silly dog with whom he exchanged playful banter. It appeared that Chi-Chi had sensed his master's thoughts, and with a sudden leap, he sprang up, causing the iron bed to creak ominously. He opened his mouth and uttered a rather foolish remark. This infuriated Fong Lingyun Tian, whose lips twitched in annoyance. Just as he was about to retort, a group of security guards, armed with electric batons, burst into the room, their fierce countenances scanning the dormitory for any signs of trouble. What are you all doing? Why are you making noise in the middle of the night? They were not far from the dormitories, allowing them to hear any disturbances with crystal clarity. Upon seeing the guards, several refugees rushed forward, fear etched upon their faces as they clamored, "Officer, please take that beast away. It's terrifying. It has killed many. Indeed. Look at the pool of blood on the floor. It was all caused by that creature. If you don't take it away, we won't be able to sleep, fearing we might be bitten to death in the dead of night." Hearing the incessant chatter of the refugees, the security guards bellowed, "Will you all stop chattering? It's making my ears ring. We'll see for ourselves what has happened." At this, the refugees fell silent. The guards, wielding their electric batons, stepped into the dormitory and were immediately taken aback by the sight of several figures sprawled on the floor. Groaning weakly, the agony they endured had rendered them incapable of resistance, their bodies twitching slightly. Those with torn arms, having lost too much blood, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, likely on the brink of death. "Where is the beast that you claim has killed?" the guards inquired, turning to the group of refugees who had alerted them. "It's right there," pointing at Chi-Chi, who was lounging on Fong Lingyun Tian's bed. The guards glanced at Fong Lingyun Tian, taking him in from head to toe, and were instantly struck by his striking appearance. This was no beast. He was clearly a handsome young man, although his clothes were somewhat disheveled and his face dusted. His exquisite features remained unblemished. At that moment, they mistakenly assumed that the refugees were referring to Fong Lingyun Tian when they spoke of a beast, as it is common for people to liken others to animals in moments of anger. "So, you are the one who has killed them?" one guard queried, his tone less than amiable. Fong Lingyun Tian glanced at Chi-Chi, then met the guard's gaze, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, it was I who killed them." He did not cast Chi-Chi aside, for Chi-Chi had acted in defense of him. Moreover, the actions of his pet were his own responsibility as its owner. "Then you will come with us?" the guards commanded, gesturing for Fong Lingyun Tian to rise from the bed. "Very well," he replied, just as he was about to put on his shoes when a trembling refugee raised a hand, saying, "Officer, the beast we spoke of is not this young man. It's the dog beside him." The guards exchanged bewildered glances, turning to look at the Siberian Husky by Fong Lingyun Tian's side. Their expressions filled with disbelief. They seemed to have misheard, and one guard asked again, "Who was the killer?" "It's the dog beside him," the refugee reiterated, puzzled, as if the officer had not heard correctly. Finally comprehending, the guards stared in shock at the Husky, whose intelligent eyes seemed to radiate wisdom. They could hardly fathom that such a brutal act could have been committed by this seemingly clever dog. "Are you certain it was this dog that did it?" one guard asked. "Yes, we saw it with our own eyes," the refugees asserted in unison. "Kid, hand over your dog. It has killed, and it cannot remain here any longer." One guard gripped his electric baton, smacking his palm with it as he advanced. He scrutinized the dog, noting its shiny coat and robust physique, and felt his throat involuntarily constrict. "What if I refuse to hand it over?" Fong Lingyun Tian's icy voice reverberated through the dormitory, his right hand clenched tightly, veins bulging from the exertion. "Kid, your dog has killed. It must pay the price in the past, even if a dog merely bit someone. It would be taken away to be put down, and yours has killed more than a dozen. Who cares about a bunch of filthy refugees? If they die, then so be it," Fong Lingyun Tian scoffed. "Besides, these ruffians were about to attack me. My dog acted to protect me. Had they not harbored malicious intentions, my dog would have never attacked. Is that so?" The guard turned to query. "Indeed, it is," Fong Lingyun Tian's classmates chimed in to explain. These individuals attacked while my classmate was asleep, seizing a wrench from the room. If it weren't for this husky, he would have likely been dismembered by them. We sustained these injuries while trying to fend off those refugees. The four of them rolled up their sleeves to show their wounds. They exchanged glances, recognizing that this was indeed a matter of self-defense. However, the sight of the well-fed husky stirred the guards' appetites. Although they were ostensibly security personnel, they were still soldiers, merely privates who had only recently enlisted and had yet to earn their ranks. They lacked the authority to engage in missions like their more seasoned counterparts and could only wield electric batons to guard the refugees brought in from outside. Their rations were a notch above that of the refugees, not protein-rich meals, but rather a meager offering of boiled noodles, which they had to prepare themselves from plain flour. Thus, the sight of this dog, after so long without meat, awakened their primal cravings. Regardless, I know this dog has killed, and we must take it away, the guard insisted solemnly, his hunger gnawing at him. He longed to devour dog meat hot pot at that very moment. Very well, if you can subdue it, I will allow you to take it away, Feng Lingyun Tian replied with a slight smirk, amused by the greedy glint in their eyes. He had not intended to stir trouble, planning to seek a way to infiltrate the Zhongling organization the following day. After all, that group conducted human experiments to create more empowered individuals, and he was certain that if the higher-ups discovered his abilities, they would recruit him to reside in the third level. Such a comfortable environment was his ideal living situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he created a significant disturbance here, could it attract the attention of the higher-ups? The notion excited him. He would rather not spend another minute in this wretched environment. ID's just a dog. How could we possibly not subdue it? The guards sneered, brandishing their electric batons as they slowly approached. The narrow passage impeded their ability to strike effectively, but armed with electric batons, they deemed themselves more than capable of handling a mere dog. You lot, block the door and don't let the dog escape. They formed a barricade at the entrance while others surrounded Chi-Chi with their batons. As Chi-Chi sensed the hostile aura emanating from the burly figures, he emitted a low growl. His black lips quivering, he glanced back at Feng Lingyun Tian, who was smirking and nodding at him, and suddenly, enveloped in a swirl of black flames, his petite form swelled, crushing the surrounding iron beds into twisted shapes. Witnessing this bewildering spectacle, everyone in the room stared in shock, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A monster. The refugees were the first to react, making a mad dash for the exit. A few guards attempted to intervene, but were quickly overwhelmed and trampled by dozens of fleeing refugees. In their panic, some guards collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. As Chi-Chi took a step forward, a glob of drool fell onto one guard, causing him to exclaim in fright, releasing a foul-smelling liquid. He turned to crawl away in horror, but Chi-Chi pinned him down with a paw, rendering him utterly immobile. The guard screamed in agony. Gripping the leg of a nearby iron bed in desperation, he sought help, but in underestimating the refugees, had neglected to bring a walkie-talkie. Quick, call for backup. Hurry. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he implored the guards at the door. The guards, finally snapping out of their daze, turned and fled, not daring to linger, all disappearing without a trace. Feng Lingyun Tian slowly approached the fallen guard, smiling as he remarked, "What's the matter? Weren't you just craving dog meat? Now that its paws are on you, why not take a bite? Come, have a taste and see how it fares." He seized Chi-Chi's paw and rubbed it against the man's mouth repeatedly, but the man refused to open up, prompting a disinterested TSK from Feng Lingyun Tian. Then, he watched as Chi-Chi removed the paw and rubbed it against a bed, wearing a look of distaste that amused Feng Lingyun Tian. "It seems my dog finds you quite unpalatable. In that case, let us finish this." He looked up at Chi-Chi and coldly commanded, "Attack," with a howl reminiscent of a wolf's echoing through the entire fifth basement level. Even those on the fourth floor could hear the commotion. A surge of black flames ignited beneath Chi-Chi, instantly reducing the guard to ashes. "Now, it's your turn," Feng Lingyun Tian said, casting his gaze upon the quaking figures who were paralyzed by fear, and coldly gestured for Chi-Chi to incinerate them all within the dormitory. 6 black flames ignited simultaneously, accompanied by terrified cries that ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, 7 dark pits appeared on the ground, containing a heap of black debris. After clearing away this detritus, Feng Ling Yuntian ordered Chi-Chi to lie on the ground while he sat atop Chi-Chi, coldly gazing towards the doorway. He was utterly convinced that, in this era where superpowered individuals were in such dire demand, no matter how many he killed, he would not face repercussions from the higher-ups. Instead, this would likely expedite his qualification to access the third level below. To obtain the cursed stone from the laboratory at the lowest tier, he could only break through using his physical prowess. Thus, infiltrating the Burial Spirit Organization was his only chance to approach the laboratory. Previously, he would never have dared to employ such methods. After all, publicly executing official personnel could very well lead to a swift death by gunfire. He did not believe he could escape a base buried dozens of meters underground while surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. However, upon learning the specifics of this base, such worries dissipated. After all, the authorities were willing to sacrifice the lives of dozens of refugees to create a single superpowered individual, a naturally gifted superhuman. Even if he killed a group of unpowered officials, he could hardly expect to face severe punishment. Chapter 91. Drawing attention from above, the dormitory was now eerily silent, all eyes turning towards Feng Ling Yuntian, who perched nonchalantly atop the 3-meter-high beast, legs crossed, wearing a mocking expression as he awaited the arrival of higher authorities. "You are Feng Ling Yuntian, are you not?" "I must not be mistaken," Zhang Ming exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld the familiar yet foreign visage. "Of course, have you forgotten the face of a classmate with whom you shared 6 years?" Feng Ling Yuntian jestingly remarked, pointing to his own cheek. "No, its, just that you seem completely different now, its, as if you've become someone else," Zhang Ming stammered, staring at Feng Ling Yuntian in disbelief, unable to reconcile this figure with the timid person who once cowered under duress. "Is that so? The previous me is long gone. The new me has been reborn, and no one can bully me any longer," Feng Ling Yuntian replied with a smirk, stroking Chi-Chi's dark fur. "What on earth happened to your dog?" Feng Yun gasped in shock. He had encountered Feng Ling Yuntian's dog during middle school, when it was an adorable puppy no larger than his forearm. Yet now, it appeared as a terrifying creature. Gazing at Chi-Chi, whose eyes blazed crimson and whose body was cloaked in dark fur, Feng Yun felt a shiver of disbelief. "As you can see, it has acquired some inexplicable powers," Feng Ling Yuntian replied with a slight smile. "What are you joking about? This isn't an anime or a novel. How could a dog suddenly grow to such a size? This is akin to a mutation from a cartoon." Feng Yun struggled to accept such an outrageous notion. Yet the reality unfolded before his eyes, forcing him to acquiesce. Feng Ling Yuntian observed the astonished expressions of his former classmates. A smirk danced upon his lips when he first discovered his and Chi-Chi's superpowers. His shock had mirrored theirs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the doorway. The surrounding refugees awoke from the harrowing screams they had just heard. A throng gathered at the entrance, eager to discern what transpired within. But upon glimpsing the bodies strewn across the room, they shrieked in terror and attempted to flee. However, the sheer number of people behind them rendered movement impossible, forcing them deeper into the room. "Clear the way, move aside. Don't block the path." A stern roar erupted from behind, and the refugees parted to create a path. A man in green military attire, around 40 years of age and bearing a serious expression, led 15 soldiers armed with rifles into the crowd. Upon entering the room, Officer Luo Zhengwu surveyed the scene of numerous fallen bodies and the damaged floor, his face a mask of horror. Their unit was typically tasked with guarding the entrance to the 5th level, preventing disturbances from refugees, consisting of 50 personnel. Upon learning of the incident involving his subordinates guarding the dormitory, he had rushed over with 15 men. However, as he scanned the room, he found only the corpses of refugees, with not a single security officer in sight. At that moment, a few fleeing security personnel rushed in, prompting Luo Zhengwu to turn and demand, "Where are your comrades? Did you not claim that they were murdered?" The individuals pressed into the room, looking around in disbelief, unable to locate the bodies of their companions. "How is this possible?" one security officer exclaimed in shock. Then, realizing something, he pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Ling Yuntian, his face contorted with rage. "He must have hidden the bodies. You two monsters, tell me where you've concealed my colleagues. Call me a monster?" Feng Ling Yuntian quipped, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "You are mistaken. I am no monster. If anything, the term demon would be more fitting to describe me." Luo Zhengwu furrowed his brow, Interrupting their exchange, he demanded sternly, "Where have you hidden the bodies? Hand them over immediately, otherwise I will order you to be shot on the spot." As he spoke, the soldiers behind him raised their weapons, aiming at Feng Ling Yuntian. Sensing the impending danger, Chi-Chi, who had been lying low, suddenly sprang up, revealing his crimson eyes as he fixed an intense gaze on Luo Zhengwu. In that instant, Luo Zhengwu and the 15 armed soldiers recoiled 2 steps, their eyes wide with disbelief as they scrutinized the dark creature before them. "What in the world is that?" Luo Zhengwu exclaimed, recalling a monstrous entity he had encountered previously. "You are not yet worthy to know. Have your superiors come to find me," Feng Ling Yuntian said, crossing his legs and observing the officer with a mocking gaze. He sensed no trace of supernatural energy from this man, leading him to conclude he was certainly not a superpowered individual. Is it a cursed spirit? However, the sudden revelation caused Feng Ling Yuntian to exhibit surprise. He had not anticipated that such a lowly officer would be aware of the existence of cursed spirits. Indeed, Luo Zhengwu thought, startled. His knowledge of cursed spirits stemmed from an incident half a month prior when 7 individuals in the 4th and 5th levels suddenly awakened superpowers while at work. Since then, the higher-ups had shown them special footage regarding cursed spirits and superpowered individuals, instructing them to report any unusual occurrences among the refugees immediately. Realizing this, Luo Zhengwu retrieved a communicator and dialed a number for the department responsible for handling superpowered individuals located on the 1st level. Upon connecting, a commanding voice inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered a new superpowered individual?" Their communication systems indicated that the call was coming from the officer in charge of guarding the 5th level. Typically, this number would not be dialed unless a superpowered individual was identified among the refugees. Otherwise, such calls could lead to severe disciplinary action. "Yes, Commander Lin, I have discovered a creature that appears to be a cursed spirit," Luo Zhengwu explained urgently. "What?" Lin Jiqi exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rising abruptly in shock. His outburst startled the personnel in nearby offices, prompting them to peek out, curious about the commotion. What on earth is going on? Why the sudden outcry? Is something wrong? No, wait. Commander Lin is responsible for identifying external superpowered individuals, as well as monitoring for new ones among the refugees. Perhaps he has encountered a significant number of new superpowered individuals. Hence his astonishment. Slap. One staff member playfully whacked another on the head, exasperated. "Do you think it's as easy as finding cattle in society? Superpowered individuals are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such extensive research." "True. Are you saying that a cursed spirit has appeared on the 5th level?" Lin Jiqi shouted. "Ts, merely a creature that resembles a cursed spirit," Luo Zhengwu clarified, shaking his head awkwardly. "Resembles?" Lin Jiqi furrowed his brow, lowering his voice several decibels. "Did this creature attack you?" At that moment, he began to piece together the situation, realizing it was likely not a true cursed spirit. After all, if it were, Luo Zhengwu, an ordinary person, would not be able to converse so calmly, nor would there be any screams resonating in the vicinity. No. And there is also a boy sitting atop this creature that resembles a cursed spirit. Luo Zhengwu added, "A boy?" Lin Jiqi was initially taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of understanding. He finally grasped the situation. That creature was likely not a cursed spirit, but rather a rare beast with abilities surpassing even those of superpowered individuals. This news exhilarated him. It was well known that, under equal conditions, the combat prowess of a beast was several times stronger than that of any superpowered individual. This was far more thrilling than discovering a new superpowered individual. Moreover, the fact that a boy could command such a beast indicated that he was most likely a superpowered individual himself. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery. "Wait, I'm on my way. Do not engage with them under any circumstances." "Do you understand?" Lin Jiqi ordered, donning a white cloak as he made his way to the elevator. "Yes, Commander," Luo Zhengwu responded with a grave demeanor before promptly ending the call. Chapter 92. Inquiry Point. 5 minutes later, a man clad in white, appearing to be around 30 years of age, rushed out of the elevator and arrived at the dormitory where Feng Ling Yuntian resided. "Everyone, step aside. Do not block the way." Upon noticing the arrival of a superior, Luo Zhengwu immediately reprimanded the refugees to clear the path. Lin Jiqi navigated through the crowd, his pristine white attire resembling freshly fallen snow, starkly contrasting with the filthy surroundings. This was the